In the distant reaches of the galaxy, Zhao Chun, the legendary commander of the Xiaolong fleet, has carved out an awe-inspiring saga of bravery and strategy that resonates through the stars. A masterful leader in the throes of interstellar warfare, he not only turned the tide of battle time and again, but also navigated the treacherous waters of political intrigue with finesse, showcasing his extraordinary prowess and charisma. Let's briefly recap the events of Part 3. The story begins in the Lion King star system, where Zhao Chun, facing the threat of the Fire Lizard tribe, responded with calm and cunning. He cleverly allied with Queen Medusa of the Serpent People, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. In this stellar contest, Zhao Chun displayed not only his exceptional military acumen, but also his skill in diplomacy and forming alliances among interstellar forces. His fleet, primarily composed of T3 warships supplemented by the formidable firepower of T2 ships, became an indomitable force in the Reef Nebula. As the conflict intensified, Zhao Chun's fleet continued to grow, from the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers to the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starships. Each vessel was a testament to his intelligence and bravery. During the decisive battle against the Fire Lizard tribe, Zhao Chun expertly orchestrated the rescue of the besieged Bloody Mary mercenary corps and personally sent the enemy's T3 Porcupine-class medium interstellar destroyer into the abyss of destruction. However, Zhao Chun was acutely aware of the harsh realities of the interstellar battlefield. In the fight against the insectoid race, he witnessed the sinking of countless ships and the sacrifice of numerous warriors. Yet, it was these very sacrifices that forged his unwavering resolve, making him stronger in the face of adversity. His fleet, like an unstoppable storm, swept away all enemies, whether it was the conspiracies of slave traders or the menace of the insectoid race. Nothing could halt his advance. Under Zhao Chun's leadership, the Xiaolong fleet achieved resounding victories. From crushing the slave traders under the banner of the Prince's faction to annihilating the insectoid T4 mothership, each triumph amplified his renown. Throughout it all, he remained steadfast in his commitment to safeguarding peace and justice across the galaxy. But Zhao Chun's journey was far from over. With the constant refresh of system missions, he faced ever more daunting challenges. Confronted with T4-class warships, he knew that only by continually enhancing his capabilities could he secure his place on the galactic stage. Thus, he set about constructing the more formidable T4 Wisdom-class interstellar jumpship, preparing for the new challenges ahead. That wraps up our recap of Part 3. If this is your first time encountering this story and you find it intriguing, please visit the comments section or the playlist to start from Part 1. Now, let's begin Part 4. The interstellar fleet of Zhao Chun from the Lion King galaxy had silently passed through the Stargate and arrived here. The various factions in the Dark Reef starfield were still oblivious, unaware that a lurking dragon had already slipped under their noses. At this moment, Queen Medusa, who had just led the Snake People to a major victory, contacted Zhao Chun. The two figures suddenly appeared in a virtual holographic space. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your resounding victory over the enemy fleet." Zhao Chun greeted warmly and directly. Medusa was slightly surprised and scrutinized Zhao Chun suspiciously. "The battle just ended not long ago. How did you learn of it so quickly?" Zhao Chun gave a mysterious smile but didn't fully reveal his hand. "If it weren't a great victory, Your Majesty wouldn't be so joyful and personally come to meet me, would you?" Medusa smiled knowingly and praised. "It's all thanks to the batch of interstellar warships you sold us. They truly are formidable and played a crucial role in our victory." "Just an ordinary business deal," Zhao Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Seizing the opportunity, Medusa's eyes sparkled. "Might I ask if you could sell us another batch of warships? Although we won this time, the Warhammer faction will surely launch a frenzied counterattack. Our current fleet alone can't guarantee total victory, especially since their next attack will be more thorough." Zhao Chun remained calm. "With Your Majesty's current strength, even if you exhaust your nation's resources to buy my warships, there's no guarantee of absolute safety. Luck played a significant part in this victory. Next time won't be so easy." Medusa's face showed a hint of concern. She knew this harsh reality but felt she had no other option. She pleaded again. "Mr. Zhao, I still hope you can join our independence faction. With your help, we can split the Dark Reef starfield among your forces, my people, and the Briar Free Trade Group." Zhao Chun's eyes flashed, his gaze intense. Even through the virtual holograph, Medusa felt an unprecedented pressure, a sensation she had rarely experienced, not since facing her birth mother. "We can cooperate, but only on my terms," Zhao Chun stated concisely. Medusa was secretly delighted. As long as he was willing to negotiate, there was room for discussion. She eagerly asked, "What are your terms?" "Please go ahead." Zhao Chun raised 3 fingers. "I have 3 conditions. First, after the campaign, the Dark Reef starfield must be ruled solely by me, with no objections." Medusa's body trembled. She hadn't expected Zhao Chun's ambition to be so vast. She immediately refused. "That's impossible. My people will never submit to any external power." Zhao Chen remained unfazed. Her reaction was within his expectations. He continued calmly, second, except for the Lion King galaxy, the other systems in the Dark Reef starfield can be governed by your people and the Briar Group. I will grant you the highest level of autonomy. As long as it doesn't threaten my rule, I won't interfere in your internal affairs. However, 70 of the net profits from all systems each quarter must be handed over to me. Medusa's expression grew more complex at these harsh terms. Before she could respond, Zhao Chen added, the third condition is related to the second. I'll grant you high autonomy, but diplomatic and military powers are mine. I can allocate a certain number of troops to maintain your rule, but any new warship purchases, beyond your current fleet, must be approved by me. If there's any crisis in the Reef Star region, my fleet and I will take responsibility. Medusa stared at Zhao Chen with a mocking tone. Isn't this just making us your puppets? Zhao Chen shrugged and retorted. What's wrong with being a puppet? Have you ever heard the saying, better to be a dog in peaceful times than a human in chaotic ones? Your people long for a stable life more than your grand ambitions. I can provide that. Other than having a nominal ruler, nothing will change. Would you rather watch your people suffer, their homes destroyed, and their lives enslaved, eventually becoming refugees? Medusa fell silent, tormented inside. Zhao Chen's words were not mere alarmism. They were the harsh reality she refused to face. After a moment of hesitation, Medusa suddenly asked, why shouldn't I join the Xingyao faction or the Zhanshui faction? Zhao Chen chuckled. Do you really have a choice? The noble families under their command have already pledged allegiance to the two great empires. Compared to them, who would care about a latecomer like you? Your treatment would be obvious, and you might even lose your throne. The snake people would become slaves to other races. Enough. Stop talking, Medusa interrupted Zhao Chen sharply. She knew this was the cold, hard truth she had been unwilling to face. Her breath was erratic, and the euphoria of her earlier victory had vanished. Gazing at Zhao Chen, she spoke with difficulty. Let's end today's conversation here. I will consider your terms carefully. Very well, Your Majesty. When you have made up your mind, you know where to find me. Zhao Chen smiled and watched Medusa's figure gradually disappear. Moments later, Zhao Chen slowly opened his eyes while seated in the captain's chair of his ship, murmuring to himself, I hope Her Majesty makes the wise choice. Otherwise, I might have to go against my will and destroy her. As he spoke, the mission screen for the Reef Star region campaign, which he had received before the negotiations, reappeared in his mind. The campaign progress was at 23. He had to choose whether to purge the independent factions within the Reef Star region and rule directly, or support the Snake people as proxy rulers. Direct rule would be satisfying but extremely troublesome, requiring extensive training of administrators and a lengthy integration process. Supporting a proxy ruler seemed a better option, and the ideal candidate was Queen Medusa. Zhao Chen was confident that she would eventually submit to him because reality was often harsh, leaving her with no other choice. Zhao Chen was her only lifeline. After the high-level meeting of the Reef Star region independence faction, the two female leaders had a private conversation. Your victory leading the Serpent Fleet has boosted our morale, Red Rose said, looking approvingly at Medusa. Medusa gave a self-deprecating smile. It's just prolonging the inevitable. It won't change the overall situation. Red Rose inquired whether the mysterious figure from the Lion King system was willing to assist. Medusa sighed and laid out his conditions. He wants us to become his puppets? Red Rose was shocked but quickly began to calmly analyze the pros and cons. She questioned whether he could keep his promises and if he had enough strength to counter the two major factions. Medusa fell into deep thought. The situation in the Reef Star region was volatile and allowed no room for mistakes. Suddenly, Red Rose received urgent intelligence the Warhammer faction and the Starshine faction had decided to join forces to eliminate the Independence faction first. 60,000 ships of the combined fleet would head straight for the Serpent system within a week. How did they suddenly decide to join forces? Medusa was utterly shocked. They had hoped to benefit from the infighting, only to become the primary target instead. Red Rose analyzed that it might be due to the Serpent tribe's previous military actions against the Starshine faction. The two factions had agreed to carve up the Reef Star region afterward, with the Independence faction becoming the sacrificial lamb. Medusa's brows furrowed, and the snakes on her head hissed. The situation was critical, and many strategies seemed unworkable. Rose, we're really out of options this time. You don't need to stay and be captured with me, Medusa said. So, you're just giving up? Red Rose stared at her friend. Why not go all in and become that man's puppet? It might be our last chance. Medusa fell silent. Half a month later, the Serpent tribe starships gathered at the Serpent King Fortress, ready for battle. Medusa sat on the bridge of the Blizzard battleship, repeatedly looking towards the nearby Stargate, hoping for the man's arrival. Suddenly, a subordinate reported that the allied fleets of the two factions, each with 30,000 warships, had entered the border and would reach the fortress in 3 hours. Medusa looked at the still quiet Stargate. This queen had never so eagerly awaited the arrival of an alien man. Time was running out, and Medusa ordered the entire army to prepare for the decisive battle. She hoped that man would keep his promise and bring reinforcements in time to turn the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, in the distant Lion King system, a massive fleet had just completed its assembly and was ready to depart. The fleet is ready and can depart at any moment, the adjutant reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. Good, give the order. Let's set off and meet those two arrogant guys. Yes, sir. The Stargate activated, and in the dazzling energy vortex, one starship after another entered in succession, disappearing into the wormhole. Zhao Chen looked at the light on the star map representing the Reef Star region and muttered to himself, Medusa, hold on a little longer. I'm on my way. In one of the cities on a planet within the Serpent People star system, an eerie silence prevailed. The streets were deserted, and doors were tightly shut. A young serpent girl looked up through a crack in the skylight of her home, gazing at the night sky filled with countless twinkling lights moving swiftly. Mom, so many stars! The girl exclaimed excitedly, pointing outside the skylight. Her mother quickly pulled her into a tight embrace, her face filled with worry and fear. She knew those were not stars at all, but a fleet of 60,000 starships forming an invasion force. The ship's lights glittered like stars in the night sky, a clear indication of their unmasked, regular navigation beacons. All the warships of the Serpent People had been previously dispatched to the Serpent King Fortress, leaving these planets defenseless. Even the ground forces had received orders from Queen Medusa to retreat to the shelters. Though the future was uncertain, everyone guessed that the Serpent Queen would make a desperate stand at the Serpent King Fortress. However, even with her combined forces, Medusa could only muster 18,000 warships, a mere third of the enemy's 60,000 strong expedition fleet. Time passed slowly, and fortunately, the anticipated disaster did not arrive. The Serpent Mother watched the distant lights in the night sky with a slight sense of relief, but knew this was not the end of their ordeal, merely a delay of the impending doom. If Her Majesty the Queen were to lose the final battle, the tragic fate of the Serpent People would be inevitable. But there was nothing the ordinary citizens could do except wait for their fate. Aboard AT-3 warship in the Xingyao fleet, part of the Allied forces, Captain Sun Xiao sat in the command chair, a hint of excitement crossing his face. Serpent People. You destroyed part of our Prince Party's forces in the Reef Star region before. This time, I will annihilate you and then conquer Zhao Qin's Lion King star system. I will reclaim everything we lost. Sun Xiao sneered. Sun Xiao was not an ordinary man. In the past, under Zhang Haoran's instigation, he had led the Prince Party's forces to invade Zhao Qin's territory, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Zhang Haoran met a clean end, but the prince severely reprimanded Sun Xiao. Thanks to his father's sacrifice of some interests, Sun Xiao managed to keep his position and was sent to the Reef Star region to redeem himself. In this expedition, Sun Xiao served as the liaison between the Xingyao Empire and the station forces in the Reef Star region. The Prince Party even allocated him an imperial fleet of 300 warships, including 30 T-3S and 270 T-2S, making him a dominant force in the Reef Star region. When the Warhammer faction proposed to eliminate the independents first, it fit perfectly with Sun Xiao's desires. He had never forgotten that old grudge. Thus, both sides quickly reached an agreement, vowing to strike decisively and mercilessly. In an instant, the massive fleet of 60,000 starships appeared on the radar screens of the Serpent King Fortress, surrounding the fortress and the Stargate, creating a perilous situation. Report. The enemy fleet is expected to enter combat range in 20 minutes, the adjutant reported. Medusa's expression was grim, and she remained silent for a long time. At that moment, a communication request flashed on the screen. On the other end was Red Rose, who had traded her usual seductive and lavish attire for a military uniform, sitting upright in the captain's chair. Well, any word from that person? She asked. Medusa remained silent. Red Rose spoke earnestly. Medusa, I'm serious. If this battle is hopeless, would you really not retreat with me? While we still control the Stargate, we can leave the Dark Reef sector and seek a new path elsewhere. Rose, you know my nature. Medusa forced a smile. Your willingness to lead the fleet to our aid is already more than I could ask for. But if the battle turns against us, you must leave. Do not cling to the fight. Though the independents are led by the Serpent People and the Thorn Group, there are still some smaller factions. But right now, we can't even see a shadow of their fleets. To outsiders, this seems like a doomed battle. Who would come to die with the Serpent People? What if he never shows up? Red Rose frowned deeply. Then I will lead the fleet and fight to the last person, the last ship, Medusa said calmly. You. Red Rose stood up, exasperated. Her best friend was wonderful in every way, except for her stubbornness. Report. Enemy data has been compiled. Ching Man reported from the side. Speak. Ching Man raised her hand, projecting a series of data in a holographic display. The combined forces of the Starshine and Warhammer factions consist of 20 legions and 60,000 warships, nearly 100 T3 class and 3,000 T2 class among them. Even as she read the numbers, Qingman couldn't help but feel a chill. The disparity in strength was vast. Victory seemed nearly impossible. Understood. Relay orders to all ships to prepare for battle. Medusa commanded sternly. Yes, ma'am. A mere 18,000 cobbled-together ships formed circles of defense around the Serpent King's fortress and the Stargate. But against an onslaught of 60,000 enemy ships, this defense was like a small stone before a giant wave. The outcome was predictable. Medusa closed her eyes. This might very well be the last battle she would ever command. It was almost laughable that she had truly believed that mysterious man of uncertain origin could turn the tide, not realizing that their enemies were backed by two major empires. Your Majesty, the Stargate control room is urgent. We've just received a passage request from the Lion King system and have granted access per your orders. Upon hearing this, Medusa's eyes snapped open, along with the many eyes on her snake hair, all looking towards the Stargate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of warships emerged one after another. They were unmistakably reinforcements from the Lion King system. He has finally arrived. Zhao Chun observed the starfield battlefield diorama with the precision of a god, his eyes piercing the virtual screen as if to see through it. Every detail of each starship, including its position, hull condition, and weaponry, was displayed clearly on the adjacent screens. The fleet under Zhao Chun's command, known as the Xiaolong fleet, was anything but ordinary. The names of the starships alone hinted at their formidable Power Phoenix-class heavy carriers, Emperor-class heavy battleships, Phantom-class light stealth bombers, all elite T3 and T2 grade vessels, forming an unstoppable iron-blooded legion. In contrast, the enemy fleet, though superior in number, was predominantly composed of T1 grade cannon fodder, making up 90% of their ships. As Zhao Chun had remarked, even with 60,000 ships, they were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, unworthy of notice. Suddenly, news of a skirmish broke out from the front lines. The coalition fleet, leveraging their numerical advantage, launched a fierce assault, determined to crush the Serpent race's defenses in one fell swoop. Medusa, witnessing her forces' continuous retreat, felt a surge of anxiety and desperately wanted to call for reinforcements, though she knew she lacked the authority to do so. The situation rapidly deteriorated, with over 100 ships lost in just 10 minutes, mostly T1 grade vessels. At this rate, the defensive line would inevitably collapse. At that critical moment, a piece of exhilarating news arrived. Friendly T2 grade interstellar missile ships had come to life. Their missile silos opened, revealing an arsenal ready to be unleashed. In an instant, a barrage of missiles roared through the sky, raining destruction upon the enemy fleet. The ensuing explosions lit up the cosmos, obliterating over 1,000 enemy ships and damaging more than 2,000 others to varying degrees. Even Qingman, a snake woman witnessing such a scene for the first time, couldn't help but be awestruck. However, this barrage was but a drop in the ocean against the 60,000-strong enemy fleet. Sun Shao, undeterred and exhilarated, saw Zhao Chun's move as a fatal miscalculation, convinced that Zhao Chun would soon fall into his grasp. He ordered his entire fleet to accelerate their offensive, aiming to annihilate the enemy while the missile ships were reloading. Little did he know, this played right into Zhao Chun's hands. When the commander of the Third Fleet asked for permission to execute the extermination mission, Zhao Chun raised his hand, pointed towards the battlefield, and calmly commanded, "Third Fleet, target enemy fleet and commence full-scale firepower strike operation." Before his words had even faded, the Xiaolong fleet surged towards the front lines, determined to deliver a devastating blow to the coalition fleet and ensure their complete annihilation. Strange starships appeared one after another through the Stargate, emerging at the Snake People Systems gate. From their hulls, it was clear that countless T3-class starships were among them. Those are T3 Blizzards, 30 of them, Qingman exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She recalled how she had managed a great victory with just 3 Blizzard ships under her command. Now, facing 10 times that number, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even the T3 interstellar frigates were present in staggering numbers, nearly 100. The 3 thick black horns on their bows were almost identical to the T2 black rhinos. Red Rose counted them, gasping. If each of these frigates has the same terrifying power as the black rhinos, won't they utterly crush the enemy? More than half of the fleet consisted of T3 ships, an intimidating lineup that left even battle-hardened interstellar merchants speechless. Who on earth is this man, with such formidable strength? Red Rose wondered, unable to fathom it. Suddenly, the Stargate stopped, and no more ships appeared. Only 300 ships, and he thinks he can turn the tide alone? Red Rose muttered, frowning. The enemy had 60,000 ships. How could he be so overconfident? Medusa was anxious too, but this reinforcement was the Snake People's only hope. She kept her eyes fixed on the battlefield, praying for a miracle. Then, Zhao Chun connected via video, his tone calm and unruffled. He left behind a simple defense plan and abruptly ended the call, leaving everyone stunned. Isn't that a bit too casual? Red Rose was bemused but increasingly curious about his true strength. What's the status of the battle? Zhao Chun asked, his gaze intense as he stared at the massive star map battlefield model. Unbeknownst to many, he had deployed 5 T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ships before the battle began, creating an inescapable net to provide him with continuous first-hand battlefield intelligence. Lilith reported from the side, 2 enemy factions are launching a simultaneous attack from hidden corners, and your old acquaintance Sun Tianhai is among them. I've also heard that the prince's party has dispatched a frontline army to support him. Zhao Qin's lips curled into a smile. Since my old friend is here, we must give him a proper welcome. Relay my orders, prepare to execute the plan. Yes, sir. Lilith responded and left. The Xiaolong fleet was ready, determined to defy the odds in this life-and-death battle and make the enemy taste defeat. What is that? Red Rose's sharp eyes noticed 5 oddly shaped warships among the reinforcements from the Leonis system. Even Qing Man widened her eyes in astonishment. Those ships are almost as tall as they are long. They look like warriors wielding swords and shields, she exclaimed. As the surface armor modules slowly opened, revealing a plethora of interstellar missiles inside, a chill ran down her spine. T3 class interstellar missile ships. Qing Man gasped. Medusa couldn't contain herself either, standing up abruptly, her snake eyes fixed on the 5 Judicators. Although both the T3 Judicators and T2 Leos are heavy interstellar missile ships, the Judicators have a more versatile launch system, featuring not only missile silos but also various retractable devices to maximize firepower efficiency, unleashing all their ammunition in an instant. The combat modules on each ship were fully deployed, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Snow Wolf's eyes were sharp as she focused on the red circles on the tactical map. Execute saturation bombardment on the designated targets, she commanded. Yes, the 4 sister ships responded in unison. The next second, interstellar missiles roared out like a sudden downpour, filling the sky like a dazzling meteor shower. The dense web of firepower instantly enveloped the enemy fleet. That must be at least 3,000 rounds in this volley. How many missiles do these maniacs have? Qing Man was speechless. Each Judicator carries 75,000 missiles, and they can fire them all within 10 minutes. Red Rose was equally stunned. How much money did they burn on this? What a wasteful extravagance. On Sun Xiao's side, things were looking grim. Alarms blared incessantly as countless red dots rapidly approached on the radar, turning his face ashen. In a panic, he ordered an emergency retreat. The vice captain, however, said, the T3 missiles are much faster than us. There's no time to run. We have to intercept them. Hedon, gritting his teeth, Sun Xiao ordered the fleet to form a defensive formation and unleash all their firepower. He also commanded other warships to form a meat shield on the perimeter, but it was a futile effort. As one after another ship reported losing contact, Sun Xiao watched in despair as his elite fleet quickly turned gray on the data panel. Amid the deafening explosions, even his flagship began to shake violently, its shields rapidly disintegrating. Reporting, the enemy's elite fleet is being annihilated, especially the T3 and T2 warships. Qing Man danced with excitement. In Medusa's eyes, excitement and fear intertwined. How powerful is this man? If such a brutal scene befell her own fleet, the mere thought sent shivers down her spine. For the senior commanders of the combined fleet from both factions, those 10 minutes were undoubtedly the most terrifying. 75,000 hammers of judgment descended from the sky, exploding into fireworks across the enemy positions, engulfing countless enemy ships in searing flames, turning the battlefield into a living hell. Zhao Qin closely monitored the real-time footage transmitted by the T3 silver mice lurking around the battlefield, a confident smile spreading across his face. With these 5 T3 silver mice acting as his eyes, it felt as though he had the entire battlefield under his control. The enemy's every move was exposed, and the locations of elite fleets and high-ranking officers' ships were laid bare. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is the power of intelligence. In this attack, the performance of the T3 Judicator fleet was undoubtedly the most remarkable. The various missiles they carried were like the scythes of death, reaping the lives of the enemy one by one. The Judicator I missiles, although average in range and power, were numerous, totaling 10,000. Against the numerous T2 enemy ships, they were like wolves among sheep, sweeping through them effortlessly. The Judicator II missiles, though only numbering 2,000, packed a massive punch, designed to take out key targets with a single lock-on ensuring a kill. As for the Judicator III missiles, they were the ultimate long-range sniping weapon. 2,000 missiles were accurately launched, targeting the enemy's rear command systems, resulting in nearly 30 T2 carriers being obliterated, causing significant losses. To deal with the cannon fodder T1 fleets, there was a specialized weapon, the Judicator IV missiles. They were fewer in number, only 500, but had a wide range. One missile would explode, releasing 300 bullets that rushed towards the enemy ships, dense and unavoidable, leaving no survivors in their wake. If lucky, one could take out 100 enemy ships in one go. The most terrifying were the 500 Judicator V missiles. Aimed at enemy ships with energy shields, they needed just one hit to tear through even the strongest defenses like paper. The successive bombardment of these 5 types of missiles created a dazzling solo performance named Judgment on the battlefield, full of momentum and immense power. Wolf Girl by Xue excitedly reported the results to Zhao Chun, her silver-white teeth grinning from ear to ear. Commander, the interception rate of our missiles in this attack was only 25. Out of 132 attack zones, 67 have been turned into scorched earth, causing severe losses to the enemy. If we didn't need to resupply, I'd love to give those bastards another taste of our power. Zhao Chun, infected by the overwhelming success, couldn't help but smile. But he quickly responded seriously. Well done. Now, unleash all our firepower and wipe out the remaining enemy forces. Lilith, quietly tallying the data, reported, Commander, this attack has destroyed 60 T3 enemy ships, nearly 2,000 T2 ships, and close to 20,000 T1 ships, with approximately 30 of the remaining enemy ships damaged. And guess how much we spent this time? A whopping 10 billion. At this rate, I doubt there's another fleet in the entire alliance that can spend money as fast as we do. Zhao Qin gasped in shock, then burst into laughter. Money? If it can bring us victory, 10 billion is nothing. Relay my orders. Prepare for the second wave of attack. T3 Phoenix, deploy fighter jets to seize air superiority. T3 Phantom, launch a decapitation strike on the enemy remnants. T3 Blizzard and T3 Emperor, initiate a frontal assault to divide and encircle. T3 Triceratops, finish the job and annihilate them. The remaining T2 fleet, stand by and be ready to support at any moment. No sooner had he spoken than the enormous hull of the T3 Emperor began to move. Its bow armor slowly opened, revealing its signature weapon, the Emperor-class heavy cluster pulse cannon. A blinding arc of electricity streaked across the sky, unstoppable. All defenses crumbled before it like paper tigers. The enemy ships struck by the beam were instantly vaporized, leaving behind charred craters. At this very moment, Medusa was still reeling from the sheer devastation she had just witnessed, caused by a volley of attacks from the 5 T3 interstellar missile ships. She listened in stunned silence as Qingman hurriedly reported. According to our statistics, the enemy fleet lost nearly 20,000 starships in that round of firepower. What? Just 10 minutes of bombardment, and the enemy is left in ruins. Medusa could hardly believe her ears. Though most of the cannon fodder were T1 level ships, the efficiency of the destruction was still terrifying. It's like burning money. Red Rose remarked over the video link. Those 5 T3 ships fired more than 50,000 missiles. If they were homemade, the ammunition alone would cost 10 billion star coins. If bought externally, it could easily cost 100 billion. Each missile is top-notch. This wave alone might have cost 200 billion. Medusa gasped. Over 100 billion star coins. That kind of military spending could equip my entire Serpent fleet. This isn't warfare. It's a money-burning spectacle. As Medusa was still in shock, Qingman reported again, Your Majesty, the fleet in the Lion King star system has suddenly launched an attack. Several T3 battleships are engaging. Medusa assessed the situation. The enemy command was in disarray from the earlier bombardment, making it the perfect time to counterattack. She immediately contacted Zhao Chun to ask if the Serpent army should assist. To her surprise, Zhao Chun calmly replied, No need. Hold your position and defend the Serpent King fortress. Medusa felt a twinge of disappointment, but was quickly distracted by Qingman's excited shout. Your Majesty, look at that starship. Following Qingman's pointing finger, Medusa saw the bow of a starship glowing brightly. The radar showed it gathering immense energy, clearly a T3 class battleship. In interstellar warfare, battleships and carriers are always the main attractions. Some might not care for carriers, but no commander would ever dislike owning a battleship. This mysterious T3 battleship was evidently charging its main cannon, aiming at some hapless target. That target was likely in a state of panic, helplessly awaiting its fate. Report, the energy levels have reached 5 times that of AT3 Dragon Crocodile battleship's main cannon. On the bridge, Sun Xiao's face turned pale amid the barrage of alarms. The earlier missile strike had decimated most of his fleet, and the remaining ships were severely damaged. If not for the T1 and T2 ships shielding him, his T3 Dragon Crocodile would have been destroyed in the missile rain. Having narrowly escaped death, he now found himself in someone else's crosshairs. Desperately, Sun Xiao shouted, Retreat. Full speed retreat. He regretted ever coming to the Reef Starfield and joining the prince's faction. If he had stayed in his territory and inherited his father's title, he wouldn't be in this dire situation. But it was too late for regrets now. Soon, the alarms blared again, signaling an incoming attack. The Deep Space Telescope captured a thick golden beam slicing through the starry sky, unstoppable. Every starship in its path was obliterated. Finally, the beam of light precisely struck Sun Xiao's T3 Dragon Croc battleship. The fragile star shield disintegrated instantly, and the entire warship exploded into a charred wreckage. Report, primary target destroyed. Awaiting further instructions, Charlotte reported to Zhao Chun, her expression emotionless on the bridge of the T3 Emperor-class Heavy Star battleship. Upon receiving the order, she coldly waved her hand and commanded, T3 Emperor, T3 Blizzard, prepare for assault. Charge through the enemy formation. Although the T3 Emperor-class heavy interstellar battleship's bow cannon is currently in a recharging phase, let's not forget it's a formidable weapon of war. The bow cannon is far from its only ace. Equipped with 6 5,600mm heavy electromagnetic railguns, 68 quadruple-mounted heavy pulse laser rapid-fire cannons, and 300 fully automated medium-density close-in defense guns, it boasts a comprehensive doomsday weapon system. This arsenal gives the T3 Emperor the terrifying power to face an entire conventional fleet heathen. Even its single-face star shield is no trivial matter. The ship's hull armor, made from top-tier materials, is second in thickness only to the T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigate, famed for its heavy armor. Imagine the heart-stopping scene when such a mobile fortress bears down on you. The T3 Emperor may not be fast, but its crushing advance is almost unstoppable, flattening anything in its path. Any unfortunate T3 ship that dares to enter its range is instantly targeted by its main or rapid-fire cannons. At that moment, the only hope for the unlucky vessel is to have enough horsepower and armor to escape this hellish battlefield. For the T1 cannon fodder ships, a single shot from the close-in defense guns is enough to obliterate them. Not to mention the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruisers that circle the T3 Emperor like loyal hounds, hunting down enemy ships. The perfect coordination between these two interstellar overlords tears a gaping wound in the enemy fleet, splitting their massive formation in two like a supreme sword cleaving an enemy's spine. Meanwhile, the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship joins the fray, unleashing its secret weapon a vast swarm of fighters and drones. These ferocious aerial killers charge at the enemy, targeting their aircraft and drones first. However, the disparity in strength is glaring. It's a complete rout. The pitiful T2 fighters and drones of the enemy are no match for the advanced models, turning into fleeting meteors in the cosmos. From the outset, Zhao Qin's side firmly seizes air superiority. Following this, the T3 Fire Phoenix-class heavy stealth bombers enter the battle, launching devastating assaults on the enemy's T2 ships. The interstellar bombs carried by a few T3 Fire Phoenix bombers are enough to turn a T2 ship into a sieve. The ferocity of the battle exceeds Medusa's imagination. She walks slowly towards the live broadcast, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that a fleet of merely 100 ships could achieve a decisive victory over an enemy force several times its size through sheer quality. This was a clear-cut superiority. It wasn't just the equipment but also the combat skills that made the difference. Red Rose marveled, noting that this fleet from Lion Star would put even the regular armies of the major galactic empires to shame. As a seasoned businesswoman who had seen countless fleets, Red Rose's evaluation hit the mark. In all her years, she had never seen a fleet display such agility and perfect coordination. It was like an unassuming wooden sword seemingly ordinary. When unsheathed, it could stir up storms and shake the very foundations of history. The Serpent Woman, Qing Man, was left speechless with envy. She had first-hand experience commanding the T3 Blizzard and knew the exhilaration of wielding such a divine weapon. Once she had conquered a warship of this caliber, other vessels seemed dull by comparison. Now, the T3 battleship had become her ultimate aspiration. Look, the T3 interstellar frigates are mobilizing. Red Rose's gaze was drawn to the scene. Typically, interstellar frigates rarely take the offensive, mainly providing support and protecting formations. But at this moment, the 100 T3 interstellar frigates were set for a decisive kill, determined to annihilate the remnants isolated by the battleship and the Blizzard. What seemed simple was actually a dual test of the warship's maneuverability and firepower. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone these desperate outlaws. When pushed to the brink, who knows what madness they might commit. This spectacle unfolded rapidly. 100 T3 Triceratops warships formed a three-dimensional long snake formation, initiating a thorough sweep of the Xingyao faction fleet. But why target the Xingyao faction? Perhaps it was Zhao Qin's vendetta. This formidable 100-ship formation created an incredibly lethal net. The 200 T3 class 6-barreled 600mm heavy close-in defense energy cannons on each T3 Triceratops, though not as powerful per shot as the T3 Emperor or Blizzard, compensated with their dense firepower, weaving an invisible web of death that left nothing in its path. It was like an enormous starship-sized vacuum cleaner, fully powered, mercilessly obliterating everything in its wake. This was sheer slaughter. Despite the overwhelming force, the Xingyao faction fleet did not go down without resistance. Some ships even attempted kamikaze attacks, hoping to take the T3 starships down with them. However, it was a futile dream. They quickly realized that crashing into the opponent's armor did nothing to dent the steel fortress, not even leaving a 5-centimeter mark. Like fleas attacking a tree, it was a hopeless endeavor. Little did they know, the external armor of a single T3 Triceratops was a staggering 5 meters thick, an almost unbelievable feat. The moment that truly shattered the morale of the crew and captains aboard these interstellar warships unfolded right before their eyes. A fleet of T3 interstellar frigates charged at a T3 Dragon Crocodile battleship with the ferocity of wild beasts. Despite the Dragon Crocodile's main cannons roaring in defiance, these hunters showed no hesitation, accelerating towards their prey. The fastest frigate reached the Dragon Crocodile first, bearing its fangs the 3 menacing ramming spikes that viciously bit into the battleship's armor. As the spikes vibrated violently, terrifying shockwaves rippled across the Dragon Crocodile's armor. Where the spikes touched, the armor shattered like paper, with cracks spreading visibly. In an instant, the 3 spikes had penetrated the Dragon Crocodile's hull, piercing the heart of the battleship. How could this be possible? A frigate penetrating the armor of a battleship? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Quick! All fleets, cover the flagship. We must retreat immediately. A man with a grim expression barked orders aboard the Dragon Crocodile. As a commander, he had already foreseen the outcome of this battle. The enemy fleet was like demons incarnate, with each warship a nightmare on the battlefield. Just as the commander ordered the retreat, the Dragon Crocodile shook violently again. Lights flickered, instruments went haywire, and holographic displays blinked in and out. The screech of tearing metal sounded like whispers from hell. Report. The starboard and underbelly armor have been breached by enemy ships. We are surrounded. Before the commander could respond, the bridge took a direct hit, sending him flying to the ground, blood instantly staining his forehead. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the ceiling of the bridge covered in spiderweb-like cracks. It's over. It's coming in, he muttered to himself, despair filling his eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow tore through the ceiling, like a demon emerging, crushing all hope. Report. A commander of the Xingyao faction, along with his flagship, has been eliminated, Lilith reported. Zhao Qin couldn't hide his smile. Excellent. Our goal isn't to annihilate the enemy, but to decapitate their leadership. With their leaders fallen, the rest will scatter like headless chickens. Xingyao is in full retreat. Qitong reported. At this rate, they will collapse entirely within half an hour. In 10 minutes, broadcast to the entire battlefield. If the enemy ships shut down their engines and surrender, we will spare their lives, Zhao Qin ordered. Also, notify Medusa to prepare to take control of the spoils. With their elite forces decimated and their commanders defeated, coupled with the advanced and powerful enemy ships, the collapse was swift and unstoppable. Once the surrender message was broadcast, the defeated fleet surged like a tide. In just half an hour, over 1,000 warships chose to lay down their arms. 3 hours later, the Xingyao faction was entirely routed, no longer capable of fighting. Witnessing this, the Zhanshui faction also ordered a full retreat, knowing that continuing the battle would only lead to unnecessary casualties. As both fleets withdrew, a fleet of warships suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to the enemy's advanced warships. They struck critical targets like ghosts, then vanished again before anyone could react, waiting for their next opportunity. T3 Phantom Stinger 03, Target 17 neutralized. Zhao Wanner listened to her subordinates' report, and more than 10 names had already been crossed off the list in her hand. This list contained the names of over 50 leaders from T2 and T3 battleships, carefully selected targets. Continue the hunt, she whispered softly, a cold and alluring smile spreading across her delicate face. The 5th hour of the siege of the Serpent King's fortress, and the battle was decided. The remnants of the 2 opposing alliances retreated from the battlefield like a tide, trying to escape this hellish purgatory. Medusa, the scales of victory have already tipped. Zhao Qin looked at Medusa on the other side of the screen. Although the enemy had been defeated honorably, there was no need to pursue them. Apart from capturing those who surrendered, just drive the rest out of our territory. What do you think? Understood. Medusa nodded without hesitation. At this moment, her gaze towards Zhao Qin no longer held the curiosity and admiration it once did. Instead, it was replaced by awe, and even a hint of fear. This awe was tinged with a trace of submission. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction. Good, the cleanup is up to you. My fleet will remain near the Stargate until we ensure the enemy has fully retreated. After that, we will depart and return to the Lion King system for rest. Yes, we will handle the battlefield properly, inventory the spoils, and then, Medusa hesitated for a moment before continuing, hand them over to the Red Rose's Thorn Group for processing. I want 90%, preferably converted into resources, Zhao Chun stated succinctly. Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment. She hadn't expected Zhao Chun to be so generous. These spoils and wrecks were worth at least 1 billion, if not more. All right, well, arrange it as soon as possible, Medusa nodded quickly. To her, Zhao Chun's words were law. By the way, tally up our losses, including casualties. We'll hold a meeting shortly and invite the Red Rose as well, Zhao Chun instructed before cutting off the communication. Lilith, report the battle status. Lilith saluted crisply, cleared her throat, and announced with a mix of respect and pride. Reporting, Commander. In this battle, we destroyed 35,000 enemy ships and captured over 3,000, mostly T1 and T2 classes. The enemy is severely weakened and retreated in disarray. The Starshine faction suffered particularly heavy losses, reduced from a fleet of 30,000 to just 5,000 ships, with all their T3 warships destroyed and their leadership nearly obliterated. The Warhammer faction didn't fare much better, with fewer than 10,000 ships managing to escape. And our losses? Zhao Chun interrupted Lilith's enthusiastic report. Lilith's expression faltered, and she hesitated. Our losses amount to 1.5 billion in resources. Several ships were damaged, and one T2 Black Rhino was sunk. Most of the crew escaped. Most? Zhao Chun's face grew serious. Lilith bit her lip and replied with a trembling voice. Yes, some did not make it back alive. Zhao Chun remained silent, signaling Lilith to continue. In addition to the 7 crew members lost on the Black Rhino, we lost 8 fighter pilots. Lilith lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Additionally, over 100 were injured and have been sent to the T3 Andromeda medical ship for treatment. The list? Zhao Chun demanded, his tone cold. Lilith silently brought up the list of the deceased, projecting it before Zhao Chun. A mere 15 names, all too clear. 7 perished on the Black Rhino, 8 fell in the sky. Zhao Chun stared at the list, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if trying to pierce through it. After a long silence, Zhao Chun said lightly, understood. Lilith looked up in surprise. She had expected the commander to react with either fury or deep sorrow, but his response was unexpectedly calm. Was he suppressing his emotions? As Lilith's mind wandered, Zhao Chun's thoughts had already drifted back to the Xiaolong star system, to the T4 Reborn-class clone warship docked there. Perhaps it was about to welcome its first guests soon. In the Xiaolong star system, a mysterious T4 Rebirth-class clone starship drifted silently in space. This warship, shrouded in layers of secrecy from its construction to its commissioning, was an enigma in itself. Only a handful of people knew of its existence, and perhaps only Zhao Chun truly understood its purpose. Even the crew aboard the ship were unaware of the true nature of their vessel. Suddenly, the previously dormant holographic screen flickered, displaying 15 names female soldiers of the Xiaolong who had fallen in battle. The ship had received the life signals of the deceased crew members, awaiting the highest authority's command. Indeed, this unique warship could only proceed to the next step with Zhao Chun's personal approval. Though Zhao Chun's heart was already with the Xiaolong star system, he still had matters to attend to before him. Aside from the Snake King Fortress, we have no defenses on other planets, so the enemy fleet is heading straight for the fortress for a decisive battle. Therefore, our losses are limited to this engagement, Medusa reported in the virtual conference room. We lost 6,000 warships and have several damaged ones. Currently, we have only 10,000 operational ships left. Zhao Chun sat at the head of the table, flanked by Lilith and Charlotte. Medusa and Red Rose were also present. Although we won this battle, the crisis isn't over, Zhao Chun began. As Medusa mentioned, our only option is to unify the Reef Star region and join the Galactic Alliance as an independent entity to ensure our security. Medusa nodded in agreement. Compared to the minor internal conflicts within the Reef Star region, the regular armies of the 2 major empires are the real threats. They are formidable adversaries. The Starshine Empire's forces were expected to arrive in 3 days, but they've slowed down for some reason. On the other hand, the Warhammer Empire, despite being far away, is accelerating and is expected to arrive within a week, Red Rose added. Zhao Chun observed the beautiful businesswoman with interest. Miss Red Rose, your intelligence network is quite impressive. Red Rose smiled charmingly. For us merchants surviving in the Reef Star region, good intelligence is a matter of life and death. Zhao Chun nodded. The smooth operation of the battle at the Snake King Fortress was partly due to the advanced warships of the Xiaolong fleet, and partly due to the intelligence network established by the T3 Silver Mouse, which left the enemy with nowhere to hide. What are your plans moving forward? Zhao Chun asked Medusa and Red Rose. Medusa shook her head helplessly. We had hoped to take advantage of the conflict between the Starshine and Warhammer factions to come out on top. Instead, we have become the target of everyone. The battle at the Snake King Fortress disrupted all plans, throwing the situation into chaos. We're at a loss. Red Rose looked at Zhao Chun with a tender gaze. Now that you are the leader of the independents, I'm sure you have a plan. We can only follow you. Zhao Chen silently praised her shrewdness. Unlike the strong-willed Medusa, Red Rose was more like a mature version of Li Yaqi. However, Li Yaqi seemed like an innocent child compared to her. Medusa also realized this and looked at Zhao Chen. According to their previous agreement, Zhao Chen's intervention meant he would take over the independents. And with this battle, he had fully demonstrated his capabilities, making him well qualified to dominate the Reef Star region. As long as you can protect the Reef Star region, our previous agreement stands, Zhao Chen said, shifting his gaze to the two women. Red Rose, without hesitation, thumped her chest and declared, as long as you keep your word, my Thorn group will be your most loyal subjects. In contrast, Medusa seemed a bit hesitant, but eventually nodded in agreement. As long as you can safeguard my people, she said. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he signaled to Charlotte. Charlotte began. According to our plan, before the armies of the two great empires arrive, we must fully control the Reef Star region. In other words, we only have 3 days. But considering the strange marching patterns of the Starshine Empire, we might be able to extend that to 7 days, which is when the Warhammer fleet is expected to arrive. Just 3 days isn't enough, and even 7 days is too rushed. Medusa expressed her concern. Charlotte continued, we intend for all fleets to rest for a day, and then immediately set out on an expedition the next day. First, we will clear out the Starshine faction's allies, then turn our attention to attacking the Warhammer faction. We must take control of the entire region in the shortest time possible. What if during this period, the two great empires exert pressure on us? Medusa asked. Then we go to war. Charlotte answered resolutely. Go to war with the regular armies of the two great empires? Medusa was shocked. Lilith, standing nearby, explained. Although both empires covet the Reef Star region, this operation is not solely aimed at us. The fleets they dispatched are limited in number. Zhao Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said coldly, to earn recognition from others, you need strength. And strength can only be proven through battle. Especially when facing these great empires, only by possessing formidable power that commands their respect can we win our independence. Red Rose's eyes lit up. This new leader was both brave and strategic, commanding a strong army. Perhaps he truly could make the Reef Star region a power in its own right. Ultimately, after a thorough discussion with everyone, Zhao Chen laid out the upcoming strategic plan. The Snake People and the Thorn Group must remain in a state of readiness. All starships should hasten their repairs, and preparations for the next battle should be underway. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's fleet would return to the Lion King star system for a day's rest. How much strategic resource do we have left? Zhao Chen asked Lilith. In interstellar warfare, it's not just about military strength but also about who has the most abundant strategic resources. Lilith quickly provided a figure. By the end of June, we have reserves of 4 billion star coins in funds and materials, but the construction plan for the next quarter will consume 7 billion. We also received 5 billion in resources from Li Yaqi's Northern Goose Group and earned 2.3 billion through military trade with the Snake People. After deducting the construction costs, we currently have about 4 billion available, with 3 billion in strategic resources. The recent battle alone cost us 1.5 billion. So we only have 1.5 billion left. Having such an efficient manager made Zhao Chen's life much easier. The accounts were clear and straightforward. How long would it take to convert the 1 billion in cash into material reserves? Zhao Chen asked. To do it discreetly, it would take at least a month, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen scratched his head, realizing that despite thinking he was wealthy, one battle left him strapped for resources. The main culprit was the 5 T3 Judge missile ships, which burned nearly 1 billion in a single engagement. This wasn't just warfare. It was like throwing money away. Even burning cash wouldn't be this extravagant. So, when you gave me that look earlier, you were warning me that we don't have enough resources to sustain this, right? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith nodded. Exactly. At this rate, our operations in the Reef Star region can only go as far as the second step. Which step? Zhao Chen inquired. After eliminating the Starshiners, we will only have enough to defend against the Warhammer faction, not to mention potentially facing the regular armies of two major empires. If it weren't for your hint, I wouldn't have agreed to this battle plan, Lilith pointed out sharply. Zhao Chen smiled wryly. He had indeed overextended himself to impress his new allies. What do you suggest as a remedy? Zhao Chen asked. There are 3 options, but each comes with risks, Lilith explained. First, we could ask the Snake People and the Thorn Group for 1 billion in strategic materials, but this would expose our weakness. Second, we could continue to source from the Northern Goose Group, potentially getting another 3 billion, but it would take a month. Third, we could request funds from Governor Chu He, claiming it's for research and development. How much would it take to finish this battle? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith pulled up a forecast. Consolidating the Reef Star region, including the recent battle, would require 4 billion. But if we engage with the regular armies of two major empires, it depends on the intensity of the conflict. Small-scale skirmishes would cost at least 3 billion, but a full-scale battle to annihilate their fleet would require at least 10 billion. Zhao Chen laughed bitterly. Seems like my dreams are grand, but reality is harsh. We might run out of funds for the war. Exactly, Lilith confirmed. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Chen said seriously, let's set aside the first option for now. We're in a crucial period of establishing our reputation. We can't let our allies see our weaknesses. The second and third tasks can be handled simultaneously. Although time is tight, just start working on them. Understood. I'll leave the Lion King system to you and Charlotte. Complete the fleet's resupply and maintenance within a day. I need to make a quick trip back to the Xiaolong system. Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, sir. Zhao Chen then boarded an intact T3 Blizzard and quickly returned to the Xiaolong system. There, an urgent matter awaited him. Commander, Blizzard 023 has arrived at the designated coordinates, and the shuttle is ready. Awaiting your orders. As Zhao Chen slumped on the sofa for a nap, the female captain stood straight and reported. Got it. Stay where you are. Zhao Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and left the bridge. As soon as he walked out, the bridge erupted with excitement. Everyone was thrilled. This was the closest they had ever been to Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen boarded the shuttle and sped towards a warship quietly anchored in the Xiaolong system's military restricted zone. It was the T4 Reborn-class clone starship, and this would be its first combat mission. As Commander Zhao Chen boarded the T4 Rebirth-class clone starship, a holographic image materialized before him, accompanied by a gentle female voice. Welcome, Commander. Have you received the life signals? Zhao Chen asked directly. We have received the life signals of 15 Xiaolong crew members, the voice responded. Initiate the rebirth procedure immediately, Zhao Chen ordered. Send me the location of the chamber executing the task. I want to supervise it personally. Although issuing commands remotely was sufficient, this was the maiden voyage of the T4 Rebirth-class clone starship, and Zhao Chen had to handle it with caution. Soon, Zhao Chen arrived at Chamber 1. Looking up, he saw numerous incubation pods densely packed throughout the room. 15 of them emitted a bluish glow, and the previously empty pods were now filled with some kind of liquid. Initially, the pods contained only liquid, but in the blink of an eye, a fist-sized lump of flesh appeared out of nowhere. This lump grew rapidly at a visible rate, and within just 3 minutes, it began to take on a human shape, though still the size of an infant. A few minutes later, the childlike bodies started to elongate, maturing from young girls to fully grown women in just 10 minutes, each one lying in the pods in a fetal position. Upon closer inspection, one could see that each body was unique. Anyone familiar with the casualty list from the recent battle would be shocked to discover that these 15 bodies were exact replicas of the fallen Xiaolong female soldiers, not just similar, but identical. Suddenly, the liquid within the pods began to emit white particle-like light, enveloping the bodies completely. This was the soul infusion process, somewhat akin to the rebirth concept. Half a minute later, 15 smart maintenance pods floated to the exit of the incubation chamber, seemingly waiting for something. When the time came, the incubation pods opened, and the newly formed bodies fell into the maintenance pods like ripe fruit. If one ignored the harrowing events of the past 10 minutes, they might mistake these for 15 ordinary women. Report, Commander. The 15 deceased Xiaolong female soldiers have all been revived. Depending on individual differences, they will awaken in 15 minutes to an hour and will then be sent to the recovery room, the starship's AI system reported in Zhao Chen's ear. Send them to the recovery room immediately, Zhao Chen instructed, then proceeded there himself. He soon arrived at a sterile recovery room with white decor. 15 beds lined the room, each occupied by an unconscious Xiaolong crew member, their bodies covered with thin blankets, faces serene as if in deep sleep. Each bed had a personal information panel with 3 indicator lights, red, yellow, and green. Zhao Chen knew these lights represented the psychological state of the revived individuals. Green meant stable emotions, yellow indicated negative emotions needing counseling, and red signified severe distress, requiring careful intervention. Fortunately, out of the 15 lights, 13 were green, and only 2 were yellow. Zhao Chen stopped by the beds with the yellow lights to check their information. One was a crew member from the T2 Black Rhino bridge, and the other was a pilot from the T3 Phoenix-class fighter. Further details would have to wait until they awoke. At that moment, a team of female medical staff in uniforms entered in single file. Commander, the team leader saluted Zhao Chen. These soldiers are now in your care, Zhao Chen said, entrusting them to the medical team. Zhao Chen instructed, remember your work protocols. Don't ask too many questions, don't overthink, keep everything confidential, and never disclose any information. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Before boarding the battleship, they had already undergone relevant training. Later, 15 female soldiers of the Xiaolong unit were handed over to medical personnel, with 2 of them identified by yellow indicators being placed in a separate recovery room. Zhao Chen remained in place, waiting. Finally, the first female soldier with a green indicator regained consciousness. Guan Tongtong slowly opened her eyes, a slight headache creeping in. The first thing she saw was a white ceiling and a faint scent in the air. Where am I? She wondered, looking around in confusion as memories flooded back. She recalled being a crew member on a battleship. In the last 10 seconds, the red alert had flashed, signaling everyone to abandon ship immediately. Unfortunately, she was the farthest from the escape pod and was knocked down by the shockwave, missing her chance to escape and losing consciousness. I must have died, Guan Tongtong thought, surprisingly without much sadness. She had always been an orphan and had joined the Xiaolong fleet thanks to her exceptional talents. Here, she had experienced the true essence of living for the first time. Comfortable beds, delicious meals. It felt like paradise. Therefore, dying for Xiaolong was something she accepted without regret. Her only sorrow was not being able to savor the starship's food one last time. Oh right, her terminal's collection folder. Would anyone find it? It was filled with face-swapping videos she had made, featuring their commander as the male lead and herself as the female lead. Thanks to these videos, she had indulged in many sweet dreams. Guan Tongtong. A voice suddenly called her name. She turned her head to see the male lead from her videos, now looking at her with concern. Oh my god, this paradise is amazing, fulfilling even such a wish, she thought excitedly. If that's the case, why wait? Commander, come on, let's have some fun. Suddenly energized, she threw off the covers and leaped toward Zhao Qian with lightning speed. This unexpected joy was too good to miss. Guan Tongtong thought, I can die happy now. Guan Tongtong lunged at Zhao Qian like a starving tiger, her hands flailing wildly as if they were overexcited oars. Commander, don't be shy. Come, let Tongtong have a taste first, she babbled incoherently, her face filled with obsession. Ahem, it seems your spirit has recovered quite well, came an untimely female voice from the side. Guan Tongtong froze. How could there be someone else in paradise? She turned her head and saw 3 female soldiers in white uniforms staring at her with strange expressions. Immediately, a sense of foreboding enveloped her. Where am I? You are on rehabilitation ship number 1. We are the medical staff responsible for your recovery, one of the women replied. The words hit Guan Tongtong like a bolt of lightning. She collapsed onto the bed, staring at Zhao Qian in disbelief, muttering, But I thought I was already dead. She slapped herself hard, then gasped in pain. This isn't a dream? Seeing this, Zhao Qian quickly reassured her. You've just woken up. Your body is still unstable. Put on some clothes. You don't want to catch a cold. Guan Tongtong finally snapped back to reality. She looked down and, overwhelmed with shame, wished she could hide under the blankets. After a while, she peeked out and asked softly, Commander, I remember not having time to escape the T2 Rhino ship. How did I end up here? She couldn't bring herself to meet Zhao Qian's eyes, the embarrassment from earlier still fresh in her mind. Zhao Qian sat at the edge of the bed, speaking seriously. What I'm about to tell you is classified at the highest level of the Xiaolong fleet. You must keep it a secret. Guan Tongtong nodded solemnly. As a Xiaolong soldier, confidentiality was ingrained in her. You did die, in the defense of the Snake King Fortress just half a day ago, Zhao Qian began. Your T2 Rhino 077 ship was destroyed, and you were listed among the fallen. But you have been resurrected. The Xiaolong fleet possesses a black technology that can bring you back to life. That's why you're here. He didn't hide this information from the medical staff present, as they would eventually need to know. Though initially shocked, the medical personnel quickly regained their composure. After all, in this interstellar era, resurrection wasn't unheard of. It just hadn't been achieved until now. Guan Tongtong also quickly came to terms with this fact but had one pressing question. Can I return to the Xiaolong fleet? You need about half a month to fully recover, Zhao Qian explained. Once you pass the necessary physical and psychological evaluations, you can rejoin the fleet. However, because this technology is still classified, you cannot reveal the truth to anyone. We will give you a new identity and assign you to another ship. Until the technology is publicly disclosed, you cannot contact your old acquaintances, meaning you will disappear from your former life. But I promise, this won't last long. 10 years, at most. Once the Xiaolong fleet is strong enough, you won't have to hide your identity as a resurrected soldier. Guan Tongtong stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. It's a great fortune to be given a second chance, and to continue serving the Xiaolong fleet. And one more thing, Zhao Qian added. Don't take life lightly just because you have a second chance. This technology still has its drawbacks and risks, so we must cherish every life as if it were our first. Just as he was about to continue his warning, a sudden scream came from the adjacent ward. Hot. It's burning me. Zhao Qian told Guan Tongtong to rest well, and quickly headed to the next room. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 female soldiers marked with yellow lights on the beds, convulsing and screaming in agony. It hurts. It's killing me. One of the soldiers, only 18 years old, was crying her heart out, nearly breaking down. "Quick, give them sedatives. Hold them down," shouted the medical staff. Zhao Chen rushed forward, embracing the two soldiers tightly. "Don't be afraid. The commander is here. I'm here." Just then, a sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. The soldier who had cried out about the burning had bitten into his shoulder, and blood immediately soaked his clothes. The other soldier kept hitting Zhao Chun, but soon lost her strength and quieted down. "Commander, you're hurt," a medical staff member exclaimed anxiously. "It's nothing," Zhao Chun replied, looking tenderly at the two soldiers in his arms. The wound on his shoulder was just a superficial injury and had healed as soon as the soldier let go. Soon, under the effects of medication and Zhao Chen's soothing words, the two crew members began to calm down, although their eyes still showed traces of lingering fear. "I know that recalling those experiences can stir up bad emotions," Zhao Chen admitted, "but some things can only be overcome by facing them head-on." Encouraged by Zhao Chun, the two female soldiers finally shared their harrowing experiences. The female soldier on Zhao Chen's left was a T-3 Phoenix-class fighter pilot. During the battle, her fighter was hit in the belly. The escape system malfunctioned, and a fire broke out in the cockpit. The fierce flames licked her body, and though the ordeal lasted only a few seconds before the fighter exploded, the fleeting agony haunted her like a nightmare. Every time she thought about it, she felt the searing heat and her heart raced with fear. The other female soldier had an equally tragic story. Like Guan Tongtong, she was a crew member on the T-2 Black Rhino ship. Unfortunately, her compartment suffered severe damage, and a sharp piece of metal pierced straight through her body. In her last moments, she endured excruciating pain, a torment that remained vivid in her memory. Zhao Chen listened to their stories with a furrowed brow and a heavy heart. He patiently comforted them for a full half-hour until they fell asleep again, then quietly left the infirmary. On his way back, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Reef Starfield Campaign 33. Achieve complete mastery over the Reef Starfield and secure absolute control. Successfully completing these 3 objectives will reward you with the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser blueprints. "Oomph, a broken ship to try and win me over?" Zhao Chen scoffed, his face full of disdain. But his expression soon turned serious. "Lilith, the battle for the Reef Starfield is inevitable," he said firmly. "If we lose control there, the Lion King system we've worked so hard to secure will be in grave danger. Time is our most pressing concern. Any delay will only increase the cost." Lilith nodded. Although she had some reservations about Zhao Chen's decision, she was prepared to execute his orders without hesitation. The entire Xiaolong fleet was ready to follow Zhao Chun to the death. If a battle is unavoidable, we must win it decisively. Zhao Chun clenched his fist. "Lilith, notify all fleet commanders. We need to meticulously plan our next moves." "Yes, sir," Lilith responded. For the next few hours, Zhao Chun, along with Charlotte, Zhao Wanner, Shen Bing, and Qidong, engaged in intense discussions, meticulously crafting a battle plan. They worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning. At dawn, the Xiaolong fleet returned to the Serpent system. Medusa's fleet of 15,000 warships was already prepared for deployment. "Commander Zhao Chun, our legion is at your command," Medusa declared emphatically. She knew that now was the time to pledge her allegiance to Zhao Chun. "Excellent. We move out in 10 minutes. Zhao Chun ordered decisively. "Yes, sir," everyone responded loudly. Just at this critical moment, Lilith hurriedly came to report, "Commander, T3 Silver Mouse has just intercepted some explosive news. The Crown Prince of the Starshine Empire, along with his entire fleet, has been completely wiped out." "What?" Zhao Chen's face changed immediately. The Starshine Empire is likely to see a change in leadership. This shocking inside information has completely disrupted Zhao Chen's entire plan. Zhao Chen immediately halted the fleet's expedition orders. With a solemn expression, he turned to Lilith. "What's going on? Do you have any details?" "The death of the Starshine Empire's crown prince is no trivial matter," Lilith responded seriously. "I've already sent people back to the Xiaolong star system to gather information. For now, it appears that the news hasn't spread within the Starshine Empire, at least not among the general populace. The fleet supporting the Starshine faction in the Reef Nebula also only has partial information." She then detailed the intelligence intercepted by the T3 Silver Mouse reconnaissance ship to Zhao Chun. It turned out that the 3 major empires had dispatched fleets to seize resources in the unclaimed star regions left by the retreating mechanical race. Even the usually cautious Governor Chu couldn't resist the temptation and led his army on an expedition. The Crown Prince, as the future ruler of the empire, wouldn't miss the chance to make a name for himself. He led a fleet of 3,000 royal ships, following closely behind Governor Chu. Initially, the 3 factions kept to themselves, busy taking over star systems and planning their construction. But the honeymoon period quickly ended. As their territories grew closer, conflicts of interest began to arise. Even though they verbally called for peaceful coexistence, the nobles were anything but easy to deal with. A few words could ignite a war. 3 days ago, the crown prince suddenly led the royal fleet away without notice. 5 hours later, Governor Chu's people realized they had lost contact and sensed something was wrong. It took 5 days of searching the entire star region to uncover the chilling truth. Zhao Chun stared at the single panoramic image Lilith presented. It showed the edge of the star system, where the previously dark void had been illuminated by flares from several reconnaissance ships, revealing a gruesome battlefield. Broken ship hulls, bent cannons, and destroyers split in half were scattered everywhere. Even some corpses floated miserably in space. What was even more horrifying were the wrecks of several large warships. Zhao Chen recognized 4 of them. They were the fearsome T4 Northern Wind-class heavy battleships. Now, they drifted like ghost ships in the desolate star region, a pitiful sight. The remaining wreck was even larger, several times the size of the Northern Wind, spanning at least 10 kilometers, resembling a ghostly castle. Its hull was riddled with battle scars. Although he had never seen it before, Zhao Chun recognized it from the Xiaolong Fleet database site was the Starshine Empire's national treasure, the T4 Starshine Emperor-class medium carrier. This ship was said to be even rarer than the Northern Wind, personally developed by the royal family and first equipped to the royal fleet and the elite guarding the imperial capital. Even Governor Chu, stationed at the frontier, could only admire it from afar due to its astronomical cost. One carrier's construction and maintenance costs were astronomical, requiring warplanes and drones to fully utilize its capabilities. Until now, the Starshine Emperor class had never seen real combat, mostly serving as a royal showpiece. Yet here it was, a ship possibly worth 50 billion star coins, sunk and lost without a trace. Who could have foreseen this? This is no small matter, Zhao Chen said, furrowing his brow. Lilith nodded in agreement. Attacking a nation's crown prince and annihilating his fleet without leaving a trace. I fear the higher-ups in the Starshine Empire are already in an uproar. Zhao Chen fell silent. The death of the crown prince was no trivial matter. The turmoil it would stir could shake the very foundations of the Xingyao Empire. In just 5 days, an elite royal fleet with 5 T4 and hundreds of T3 warships was vanquished without a trace. The mystery behind this was enough to fuel wild speculation. Why was the crown prince's fleet in that location? Why didn't they call for help when attacked? Could their communications have been cut off? Even more bizarre, the battlefield was littered only with the royal fleet's wreckage, while the attackers' warships were nowhere to be found. Such a flawless deception was astonishing. To pull this off, the mastermind needed immense capability and audacity. Attacking the heir apparent was tantamount to declaring war on the entire empire. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. This sudden upheaval had completely disrupted his plans. Just then, Lilith brought more news. Commander, intelligence reports that forces supporting the Xingyao faction have fully withdrawn from the Reef Star region and relocated to the newly controlled systems of the Xingyao Empire. Withdrawn? Zhao Chen immediately grasped the reason. Is it because of the crown prince's death? Exactly. All Xingyao Empire forces have been ordered to cease military operations and remain at their posts unless given permission to leave. Many high-ranking officers have been taken for investigation, causing a complete collapse of their deployments in the Reef Star region. Without their support, the Xingyao faction wouldn't dare confront us directly and had to retreat. The Xingyao Empire has agreed to their relocation, even allowing them to develop those systems, Lilith explained. This is truly a case of pulling one thread and moving the whole web, Zhao Chen murmured. I suspect there's a significant conspiracy behind the crown prince's death. In truth, Zhao Chen wasn't particularly concerned about the crown prince's fate, as he was a stranger to him. The problem was the political implications for the Xingyao Empire. The most crucial question was, who stood to gain from this? The prince's faction. The previously non-competitive second and third princes could be the masterminds, as they were the biggest beneficiaries of this event. Would the supporters of the crown prince simply stand by and watch them rise to power? Thinking of the crown prince, Zhao Chen remembered his younger sister, the little princess of the Xingyao Empire. More importantly, Zhao Chen's elder sister served in the princess's royal fleet. Lilith, change the original battle plan. Have Medusa's fleet move into the territory vacated by the Xingyao faction. I anticipate the Hammer faction won't stand idly by. Our fleet will hold position and observe the developments, Zhao Chen ordered. The Xingyao faction's withdrawal leaves us facing only the Hammer faction. The crown prince's death is a double-edged sword. It affects us, but it also indirectly benefits us. He then instructed, leave the battle here to you and Charlotte for now. I need to return to the Xiaolong star system and have Jiang Hong contact my sister. I suspect that with the crown prince's assassination, the little princess will soon be implicated. Lilith suddenly understood. You think the crown prince's supporters might switch their allegiance to the little princess? But the Xingyao Empire has never had a female emperor. Will the Xingyao emperor agree? Whether he agrees or not, people will still fight for it, Zhao Chen analyzed. While the crown prince was alive, the prince's faction had no chance. Now that he's dead, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rise. And the only one who could stop them was the little princess. She was the younger sister of the crown prince. Although there was no precedent, who could say she couldn't be the first empress? Zhao Qin scratched his head in frustration. The Starlight Empire was in chaos, and he hoped the political struggles wouldn't involve him. He just wanted a place to settle down and the strength to avoid being bullied. All these troubles piling up together. What a mess. He was concerned about the little princess solely because of his elder sister. He was trying every possible way to contact her, to persuade her to leave the princess fleet and return to the Xiaolong star system. In the past, his sister had no choice but to leave. Now that the Xiaolong star system was thriving under Zhao Qin's control, she could come back. If she wanted to start a business, Zhao Qian could even support her to become the representative of the Dark Reef sector. Rest assured, Commander, Charlotte and I will handle everything here properly. Lilith pledged confidently. You can keep the T3 Phoenix. They'll take a T3 Blizzard back. It should take no more than half a day for a round trip, Zhao Qin instructed. If any emergencies arise, contact me immediately. You and Charlotte have full authority to handle the situation. Understood. With everything settled, Zhao Chun boarded the T3 Blizzard and hurriedly left the Serpent Star system, traveling through the Lion King star system straight to the Xiaolong star system. The Crown Prince's death, where would it lead the Starlight Empire? Zhao Qin's heart was filled with doubt. In the Xiaolong galaxy, Jiang Hong boarded the shuttle and stepped onto the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser with the identification number 030. As soon as she entered, a female crew member approached and said, "The commander is waiting for you in the meeting room." Jiang Hong nodded in thanks and followed her. Although this wasn't her first time on the T3 Blizzard, she was always impressed by its environment. It was hard to believe that this had been the work of the so-called useless Baron, and there were dozens of these ships. But now was not the time for admiration. More pressing matters lay ahead. As she approached the meeting room, the doors automatically opened. Zhao Chun was seated at the head of the table, several electronic screens flickering in front of him as he browsed through the major network channels of the Xingyao Empire. "Commander," Jiang Hong saluted. "Please, have a seat," Zhao Chun said, waving his hand to dismiss the screens. "You must have heard about the death of the Crown Prince by now, right? If you hadn't informed me, my intelligence network would still be in the dark," Jiang Hong said, unable to hide her shock. If Zhao Chun hadn't confirmed it himself, she would have dismissed it as nonsense. After all, the Crown Prince was the future ruler of the Xingyao Empire. How could he have died so suddenly? News like this would surely cause an uproar throughout the empire. The royal family must have issued a gag order to keep it under wraps. "I asked you to try to contact the eldest sister. Any progress?" Zhao Qin changed the subject. Jiang Hong shook her head, looking worried. "I've used every contact channel the eldest sister left me, even the emergency ones, but there's been no response. She hasn't run into trouble, has she?" Zhao Qin pondered for a moment before replying. "The eldest sister is with the royal fleet of the little princess. The last sighting of the fleet was in the imperial capital system, the safest place in the Xingyao Empire. There must be another reason for the lack of contact. I will continue to investigate." "Rest assured, Commander," Jiang Hong said. "By the way, there's another matter. The governor of Beifeng sent a message half a day ago, requesting an urgent meeting with you." "The governor of Beifeng? At this critical moment?" Zhao Qin thought to himself. The Beifeng star region was still in turmoil, and the governor wouldn't contact him without a good reason. "I understand. You may go." "Yes, sir." Jiang Hong responded and left. Zhao Qin then began establishing communication with the governor of Beifeng. After a few minutes, a video window popped up. The governor appeared haggard, likely due to the recent devastation caused by interstellar insects in the Beifeng star region, which had significantly increased his workload. "Governor," Zhao Qin greeted with a chest salute. "I wanted to reach you earlier, but your subordinates said you were busy," the governor said in a friendly manner. "Due to starship technology research, I haven't had much contact with the outside world," Zhao Qin replied evasively. "I'll get straight to the point," the governor said bluntly. "Your heroic actions in the Beifeng star region have been reported to the Central Star region. His Majesty is very pleased and wants to see you personally to award you the Xingyao Empire's Warrior Medal. From what I understand, you might also be granted a marquee title and several star systems as your fief. Many lords have been negligent during this insect invasion, causing significant losses and even fatalities, leaving numerous vacancies. Those are duties I should perform as a noble of the empire," Zhao Chun said humbly. "While humility is a virtue, don't refuse well-deserved rewards," the governor chuckled. "Moreover, we've compiled the enemy kills your fleet has achieved based on your battle reports. The Northern Wind Sector and the Central Sector have agreed to reward your fleet's brave performance in battle with an additional 10 billion star coins. As for the Zerg corpses, we will handle their disposal." "Thank you, Governor." Zhao Chun was overjoyed. Although 10 billion star coins is not a huge amount, it's better than nothing. "Governor, since starship technology development requires a lot of raw materials, Could these 10 billion star coins be directly exchanged for raw materials? I can dispatch a transport ship to handle the transfer. That can be arranged. I will make the necessary preparations right away. Within 3 days, we can deliver raw materials equivalent to 10 billion star coins to the nearest Arctic Fox star system. You can send your ship to pick them up then. Much appreciated. This resource will bolster our strategic reserves and temporarily ease our urgent needs, Zhao Chen thought to himself. When do you plan to set off for the central sector to receive your title? Ideally, no later than the end of September. The sooner you go to receive the Emperor's personal commendation, the better, the Northern Wind Governor advised. Understood. I will start preparing immediately. I will depart within half a month, Zhao Chen promised. Then let me congratulate our Marquis of the Soaring Dragon in advance. The Northern Wind Governor beamed. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment before asking, Governor, if I may ask, regarding the death of the Crown Prince. The Northern Wind Governor's expression darkened abruptly. Where did you hear that? Zhao Chen quickly made up an excuse, saying he heard about it through some channel. The governor of Beifeng sighed. Well, it's not a secret that can be kept for long. There's no wall in the world that doesn't let the wind through. In 3 months at most, the whole empire will know. Will this matter significantly impact the situation in the Xingyao Empire? Zhao Chen probed. There will definitely be an impact, but the extent is still uncertain, the governor replied with a furrowed brow. The identity of the perpetrator is still a mystery, but the power struggle has already begun. Take the prince's faction, for instance. They are quite pleased with themselves right now. They may not be overt about it, but they are secretly trying to win over the neutral parties and the former supporters of the crown prince. I've heard this matter hasn't fully erupted yet, Zhao Chen mused. And we've always remained neutral. Regardless of how those in the Central Star region fight, it shouldn't affect us, right? Yes, the governor nodded. But I've heard that His Majesty has already recalled many nobles and commanders from outside. It seems that regardless of how the crown prince's death is resolved, stabilizing the situation is the top priority. With external threats looming, adding internal strife would only give the neighboring empires an advantage. After chatting a bit more about the current situation in the Beifeng Star region, they ended the call. The Emperor wants to reward me personally, Zhao Chen pondered. If it weren't for the annual task from the system, he wouldn't set foot in such a contentious place. The closer you are to the throne, the more trouble you encounter. But this time, he had no choice. First, to complete the task and earn a title. Second, to find his missing elder sister. Since he couldn't get in touch with her, he'd have to bring her back himself. But before setting off, he needed to quickly resolve the conflict in the Reef Star region. Otherwise, how could he leave with peace of mind? Reef Star War? Zhao Chen stroked his chin, thinking about how to achieve a swift victory. Charlotte's tactics weren't wrong, but something felt lacking. To kill a snake, you must strike at its 7 inches. So, where is the weak spot of the Warhammer faction? Zhao Chen pondered deeply and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the Xingyao faction forces that had withdrawn from the Reef Star region. Why did they abandon it? An ingenious plan immediately formed in his mind. He opened the system store, searching for the item he had in mind. Soon, he found his targeted T3 level system item that required only a modest amount of points and task credits. He immediately redeemed it and contacted Chief Engineer Annie, sending over the technical blueprints. Annie, how many of these can you make in 3 days? Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Annie, wearing a sleep cap and rubbing her drowsy eyes, had been abruptly awakened from her dreams. Commander, this roast lamb leg, add some spice. She mumbled sleepily. Ahem, if this is important, I can mobilize all production capacities and work at full speed. In 3 days, we can make about this many, she said, snapping out of her daze. Great. The more, the better, Zhao Chen said firmly. This is crucial. If you do a good job, I'll cover next month's meals, and there will be a year-end bonus too. That's more like it. Annie's eyes lit up, suddenly energized. Rest assured, Commander. Annie will give it her all. After ending the communication, Zhao Chen gazed at the newly redeemed technological creation. Whether they could achieve a swift victory depended on its performance. 3 days later, in the Reef Star region, Serpentmin Star System. Lord Zhao Chen, over the past few days, the territories vacated by the Xingyao faction have been divided. We've taken 40, and the Warhammer faction has taken another 40. They even aim to seize the remaining 20. Medusa reported that since the Warhammer Interstellar Union's fleet is about to arrive, the Warhammer faction has become more arrogant, frequently provoking at the borders. Now, she has gradually become accustomed to serving under Zhao Chen. Let them be. If they want it, they can take it, Zhao Chen said calmly. It won't be long before they return it obediently. Medusa, continue to stay in position and monitor the Warhammer faction's every move. Yes, Medusa replied. Although she didn't understand why Zhao Chen wasn't taking immediate action, orders were orders, and she had to comply. After ending the call, Zhao Chen glanced around the conference room filled with his elite female commanders. Have you drafted the detailed battle plan for my new strategy? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte responded, your strategy is bold. As long as the supplies are intact, the plan can be executed. Moreover, the T3 Silver Mouse fleet has already gathered the necessary battle intelligence. Lilith? Zhao Chen inquired. 5 hours ago, the supplies were delivered to the Lion King star system, and there was 30 more than expected, Lilith reported. I heard Chief Engineer Annie worked tirelessly overnight, personally overseeing the operation. That girl is reliable, Zhao Chen said with a pleased smile. She deserves a good reward when we get back. Since everything is ready, let's set a time to commence the operation. Half a day from now, Charlotte announced a unanimously agreed upon time. Excellent. Prepare yourselves and we'll set off. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. Half a day later, amidst the vast expanse of the Lion King star system, over 300 Dragonhawk warships hovered silently, including several T3 Great White Whale transport ships. The most eye-catching was the debuting T4 starship, the Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. Huiguang is ready to set sail. Awaiting your command, Commander. On the bridge, a human female captain, after rechecking all data, saluted Zhao Chen through the video feed. Zhao Chen raised his hand and ordered the entire fleet to prepare for the jump. On the hull of the T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, several crystal modules formed an energy matrix. Minutes later, these crystal modules emitted beams of light that converged in the distance, transforming into a mystical lake-like starry scene. This was the Huiguang jump gate, opened by the T4 Huigang-class starship. Depart, Zhao Chen commanded, and the Xiaolong fleet streamed in, one ship after another disappearing into the portal. Once the last T4 Huigang-class battleship crossed, the jump gate vanished as if it had never existed. At the edge of a star system outside the Dark Reef star region, a massive fleet suddenly appeared, silent and unnoticed. Commander, we have reached the target area with a deviation of no more than 100 interstellar units, reported the captain of the Huiguang. Well done. Now, follow the T3 Phoenix-class carrier closely, Zhao Chen instructed approvingly. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T3 Emperor-class battleship, Charlotte was issuing a series of orders. T3 frigates immediately scan the surrounding star regions. T3 Silver Mouse reconnaissance ships spread out at full speed to ensure the fleet's safety. All other combat ships conduct thorough inspections. We must be flawless. A video window popped up, and Charlotte snapped to attention and saluted. Commander, the Xiaolong Legion is now at level 1 combat readiness. Excellent. It's time to unveil our trump card and give our distant guests a warm welcome, Zhao Chen said with a faint smile. On the star map before him, several red lines were clearly visible, intelligence intercepted by the T3 Silver Mouse, indicating the routes of the Warhammer's 3 core fleets. This massive force, formed by tens of thousands of ships, would cross this star region in 10 to 15 hours, heading straight for the Dark Reef star region to rendezvous with the Warhammer faction. The Xiaolong Legion was positioned right on their path. System simulations showed a 78.35% probability that the Warhammer fleet would stumble into their meticulously laid trap. Prepare the battlefield, Zhao Chen ordered gravely. Yes, sir. We will deploy 300 T3 Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptors on the enemy fleet's route within 3 hours. As soon as the words were spoken, the star map before Charlotte lit up like the night sky, countless blue dots forming a web, ready to ensnare. Execute immediately. Yes, sir. Cutting the communication, Zhao Chen sat firmly in the captain's chair of the T3 Phoenix, eyes fixed on the broadcast screen. Several T3 Great Whale transport ships opened their hatches, shuttles and small transport ships moving in and out, each carrying a mysterious dodecahedral device, speeding off in all directions. In no time, one device was placed near the Xiaolong Legion's encampment. Zhao Chen watched as it transformed, its multifaceted shell slowly unfolding into a concave sphere facing the direction of the incoming Warhammer fleet. All deployed devices covered the entire area. This was the T3 Ranger-class interstellar warp interceptor, a new gadget Zhao Chen had just redeemed from the system store. As the name suggests, its purpose was to intercept enemy ships in warp travel. Not long ago, Zhao Chen had experienced this firsthand. During a mission for North Star Academy, his ship was intercepted by a mechanical fleet's warp trap, leading to a fierce battle. But the devices Zhao Chen held now were far from ordinary. It is hailed as the pinnacle of its kind in the Milky Way and even the known universe, boasting a broader interception range and higher precision. What do we mean by precision? Take the mechanical tribe's trap back in the day as an example. While enemy ships could accurately predict that Zhao Chen's fleet would be intercepted, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location. They had to rush to the scene after the interception, giving Zhao Chen a brief respite that significantly reduced the ambush's effectiveness. Moreover, warp interceptors are expensive, single-use items. Beyond their specific purpose, they are nothing but scrap metal, which is why they are not widely circulated on the market. The model Zhao Chen possesses costs a whopping 1 million star coins each, equivalent to a T2 warship, yet its performance is several times better than similar products, especially in terms of accuracy simply astounding. As for its effectiveness in actual combat, that remains to be seen. 3 hours flew by in an instant. Zhao Chun stared at a specially designed energy observation screen, which displayed a massive spiderweb-like energy field, undetectable by ordinary radar. Report, Commander. All 300 interceptors have been activated and can operate for 50 hours. All warships are in position, Charlotte reported with a resolute expression. Excellent, now we wait for the good news, Zhao Chun said with a sense of satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the Warhammer Legion's panic when they fell into the trap. The thrill of outsmarting the enemy was simply indescribable. In the flagship bridge of the 3rd Legion of the Black Wolf tribe, part of the United Interstellar Federation, darkness and silence prevailed, with only a few stasis pods emitting a faint glow. The captain's chair held a black-furred werewolf, the commander of the current expedition to the Dark Reef sector. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Warning! Interceptors detected on the warp trajectory. The fleet is about to exit warp. All personnel, take your positions immediately. The Black Wolf commander jolted awake, forcefully opened the pod door, and scanned his surroundings. The bridge was in chaos, with crew members running frantically in all directions. Just as he was about to issue an order, another alarm blared. Warning! Incoming missiles detected. Initiate defensive measures immediately. Missiles? The Black Wolf commander's face turned pale with shock. They had just been intercepted, and now the enemy was launching an attack? This was unbelievably fast. Typically, the opponent would need at least a few minutes to prepare. Activate defensive weapons and intercept those missiles, he ordered urgently. The deputy commander, with a complex expression, suggested, Sir, you should check the radar first. The Black Wolf commander's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the radar screen. The friendly fleet was densely packed, making them sitting ducks. At the fleet's edges, numerous red dots were closing in at a visible speed. Their sheer number was terrifying. Defend. Intercept them now, he roared, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At that moment, the deputy commander spoke again, his voice filled with dread. Report. Multiple T2 and T3 ships have been destroyed. The video feed showed countless enemy missiles raining down like a storm, causing friendly ships to explode into fireballs one after another. The destruction was horrifying. The Black Wolf commander's teeth ground together in fury, nearly shattering his fangs. Just as he was about to order a counterattack, the deputy commander brought more bad news. Report, our reconnaissance drones have discovered that the enemy fleet, though only 500 strong, includes over 200 T3 ships. What? The enemy's main force comprised T3 ships? The Black Wolf commander's pupils contracted. Out of his 10,000 ships, only 300 were T3, making up just 1/30th of his fleet. Who were these formidable foes with such terrifying power? A growing sense of unease enveloped the Black Wolf commander's heart, but he quickly reassured himself. Despite the enemy's numerous T3 ships, their overwhelming numerical advantage should still give them a fighting chance. A few minutes ago, the bridge of the T3 Phoenix was filled with a tense silence. The Xiaolong Legion had to remain on high alert, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment, as no one knew when the enemy fleet might cross into this sector. Lilith was fixated on the data panel, monitoring feedback from the T3 Ranger-class warp interceptors. The moment an enemy ship was detected, the interceptors would engage and sound the alarm. This process happened in an instant, and Lilith had to stay vigilant to issue counterattack orders promptly. She had maintained this posture for hours. Akatome, observing from the side, felt a deep respect for Lilith. Initially, when she fought alongside the succubi, she doubted that these officers were promoted solely due to their racial traits. However, through countless battles together, Akatome's prejudices were completely dispelled. Each succubus officer was exceptionally capable, especially Lilith, who managed the entire Xiaolong Legion's finance and logistics with ease and commanded with confidence during wartime, holding a crucial position in the army. Suddenly, Lilith's eyes lit up as she snapped her head up towards Zhao Chun. They've appeared. Zhao Chun immediately connected to the fleet's communication channel and issued the order. The T3 Ranger has locked onto the incoming enemy. Engaging interception. All units, prepare for battle. 3rd Fleet. Initiate a saturation missile attack immediately. Hit them hard before they can react. 3rd Fleet Commander, the Wolfwoman by Shui, licked her chapped lips and whispered excitedly, Finally, they're here. My cannons have been itching for action. 2nd Fleet, launch all fighters and drones from the T3 Phoenix and T2 Queen Bee. T3 Triceratops and T2 Black Rhino, prepare for a charge. 4th Fleet, stand by for a decapitation strike on the enemy flagship. 1st Fleet, disrupt the enemy during the chaos and inflict heavy damage. 5th Fleet support ships, be ready to assist. Prioritize the wounded and damaged ships for resupply and repairs. Before the words had fully left Zhao Chun's mouth, Akatome had already given the order. Launch. Hundreds of fighters and drones took off from the T-3 Phoenix, scattering like flocks of birds. Under Zhao Wanner's command, the T-3 Phantom silently slipped into the void, transforming into a hunter in the jungle, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Charlotte's eyes gleamed with the predatory light as her two T-3 Emperors and 30 T-3 Blizzards stood ready, eager for battle. The entire Xiaolong Legion was united, like a gleaming sword drawn from its sheath, ready to strike. At that moment, nearly 10,000 Warhammer ships suddenly appeared, densely packed within striking range, like a startled husky among a flock of tiny dogs both surprised and helpless. Fire! Bai Shui commanded. Thousands of missiles shot out from the T-3 Judge and T-2 Lion King, raining down on the enemy ships like a torrential storm. Explosions lit up the battlefield in a dazzling display. Meanwhile, the First Fleet's T-3 Emperors and T-3 Blizzards flanked the enemy, attempting to divide them into three groups. Fighters and drones joined the fray, exploiting the chaos to press the enemy. Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, overseeing the battlefield like a deity orchestrating from above. Lilith quickly identified the enemy, the 3rd Legion of the Black Wolf tribe and the 1st and 2nd Legions of the Mole tribe. The enemy fleet consisted of 10,000 ships, 9,000 warships, and 1,000 support vessels. Of these, 320 were T-3 class, the rest were T-2, with no T-4 ships detected. As expected, despite their impressive military appearance, the Warhammer ship quality doesn't compare to the other two empires. A smirk of disdain appeared on Zhao Chen's lips. Since they don't even have a single T-4, I'll gladly accept these 10,000 warships. As soon as he finished speaking, 100,000 teddies began rubbing their hands in anticipation. Under a relentless 10-minute barrage of interstellar missiles worth nearly 1 billion credits, the Warhammer fleet was like ships caught in a hurricane at sea, with vessels disintegrating into fragments and sinking into the depths of the starry ocean. The Black Wolf Commander's flagship bridge was in chaos, with a tide of bad news flooding in. Even the rare and precious T-3 warships were being decimated in this massacre, making his heart ache. The plight of the Mole tribe was even more dire, with distress signals coming in one after another, only to be ruthlessly blocked by the Black Wolf Commander. He could barely protect himself, let alone others. Report, we can't form an effective battle formation. The enemy's assault is too fierce. Missiles are raining down everywhere. Preliminary estimates suggest we've taken at least 50,000 T-3 missiles. The adjutant sighed beside him. If we had managed to set up the formation, we could have intercepted at least half. But the enemy didn't give us a chance. As soon as we intercept, we get attacked again. Some ships were blown up before their crew could even return to their stations. Enough with the nonsense, I don't need your reminders, the Black Wolf Commander snarled. Issue the order immediately. All ships must hold out until the enemy runs out of ammunition. That will be our chance to strike back. Just then, a piece of surprising news came in. Report, the density of enemy missiles is decreasing. The assault is about to end. Excellent. Regroup, and don't panic. The enemy only has a mere 500 ships. If we stay steady, we can turn the tide. The Black Wolf Commander was visibly relieved, unaware that a greater nightmare was just beginning. 2 golden spears of light suddenly pierced the heart of the Warhammer fleet, reducing 2 T-3 flagship warships of the Mole tribe to ashes in an instant. This can't be happening. The Black Wolf Commander was dumbfounded. Those were genuine T-3 war elephants. How could they be gone just like that? We've detected 2 enemy fleets launching attacks on both flanks, both composed of T-3 warships, T-3 battleships and T-3 cruisers, unknown models. The adjutant trembled as he pulled up the battlefield images. The golden firepower was unstoppable, shredding the 2 T-3 war elephants into pieces, and the aftermath even destroyed several T-2 warships. What kind of monsters are these? Why have we never seen them before? The Black Wolf Commander stared in disbelief. His intelligence database had no records of such models. Such formidable warships, if they appeared in the galaxy, would surely be renowned. But now, not only were the mysterious T-3 battleships powerful, even the unfamiliar T-3 cruisers demonstrated terrifying combat capabilities. They were like 2 legendary swords, slicing the battered Warhammer fleet into 3 segments. In the distance, a crimson horizon emerged the enemy's fighter and drone formations. The Warhammer people prided themselves on heavy artillery and armor, rarely researching carriers, let alone building a powerful aerospace force. In their eyes, carriers that hid in the rear and launched mosquito-like drones were an insult to a warrior's dignity. True men should confront the enemy heathen. But now, air superiority had fallen into enemy hands. Sparse anti-aircraft fire was powerless against the swarming enemy aircraft, which harassed the helpless Warhammer ships with impunity. Report, enemy aircraft are bombing us mercilessly. Losses are severe. The Black Wolf Commander gritted his teeth in hatred but was helpless. Just when he was at his wit's end, another bolt from the blue struck. Report, we've detected a fleet of enemy frigates approaching, likely preparing for a full-scale frontal assault. The Black Wolf commander was furious. Missiles were one thing, and he could tolerate the fighter jets, but now even mere frigates dared to challenge him? If defense was impossible, then it was time to go on the offensive, charge at the frigates, and break through the encirclement. Enraged, he gave the order to counterattack. Inside the bridge of the T-3 Phoenix aircraft carrier, Qitong reported to Zhao Chun, "Commander, the enemy is attempting to break through from the direction, which coincides with the direction of our escort fleet's attack. Deputy Captain Shan Bing is leading the T-3 Triceratops battle group to intercept them, and we expect to engage in 5 minutes." Zhao Chun gazed at the battlefield map. The enemy formation had been split into 3 sections by the T-3 Emperor and T-3 Blizzard, aligning perfectly with our 3 Corps. Unlike the rapid response of the Black Wolf tribe's 3rd Corps, the Mole tribe, having lost their flagship, was still in chaos. Currently, the Xiaolong Corps remains unscathed, with only 3 T-3 Blizzard cruisers slightly damaged and withdrawn from the main battlefield. Even our fighter losses are negligible. In contrast, the Warhammer fleet has suffered devastating losses. In just half an hour, their fleet has been reduced from 10,000 to less than 5,000 ships, with 80% destroyed in the initial missile barrage, unable to fire a single shot in return. If not for their T-2 warships providing support, their T-1 ragtag fleet would have been annihilated by now. Qitong analyzed. Although the enemy still outnumbers us by 10 to 1, we prioritized targeting their T-3 warships. Now, only 100 remain, with half of them severely damaged. Our fighters can easily take them down. As for the T-2 ships, we can leave them to the T-3 Triceratops with their rams and heavy armor. She sneered. That Black Wolf commander really chose the wrong spot to break through, running straight into our escort fleet. 100 T-3 Triceratops will make sure he regrets it. Once we capture the leader of the Black Wolf 3rd Corps, the Mole tribe will surely lose their nerve, and cleaning up the rest will be a breeze. Zhao Chen nodded but then decided to play with the enemy. 4th Fleet, commence operations. Zhao Wanner smiled knowingly. Yes, sir. She then led 5 T-3 Phantom stealth bombers into action quietly. At this moment, the Black Wolf tribe's 3rd Corps was fully mobilized, attempting to break through Shan Bing's blockade of 100 ships. Just 100 escort ships? Piece of cake. I have over 2,000 ships, including 50 T-3s. Breaking through will be easy. The Black Wolf commander was confident of victory. Little did he know, Shan Bing had set a trap and was waiting patiently. She repositioned her formation, lining up 100 T-3 Triceratops to form an impenetrable wall, with 300 sharp prows standing like an ancient spear formation, ready to ensnare the enemy. Don't let any of them escape, Shan Bing ordered. Soon, the Black Wolf vanguard entered firing range, unleashing their firepower, only to be blocked by the Triceratops' triple shields. As the enemy drew closer, 200 T-3 6-barrel heavy cannons opened fire simultaneously, creating a dense web of fire that tore the attackers apart like a high-efficiency meat grinder. Report, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. We're taking heavy losses, an adjutant exclaimed. The Black Wolf commander frowned but remained obstinate. Just escort ships. How tough can they be? All units, accelerate and charge. Break through, and victory is ours. The first ship to break through will be rewarded. His words indeed boosted morale. The battle-hungry orcs charged at the enemy lines with renewed vigor, unaware that they were marching straight into the jaws of death. All units, prepare for close combat. Shan Bing's lips curled into a cruel smile. Bulldozers, engage. Shock, terror, and disbelief were etched on the face of the Black Wolf commander. From captain to legion commander, he had risen to become one of the most prominent figures in the Black Wolf tribe, yet he had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Initially, he could accept that a mere 100 frigates, with their formidable firepower, had wiped out his vanguard. After all, the disparity between T-3 and T-2 ships was evident. But who could have imagined that these frigates would suddenly switch from defense to offense, accelerating to an astonishing speed? The charging T-2 ships crumbled in an instant, disintegrating into cosmic dust. As the battle seemed to be reaching a head-to-head clash, the Black Wolf commander still harbored hopes of winning through sheer numbers, aiming to crush the enemy in close combat. However, he quickly realized this was a pipe dream. The T-3 Triceratops ships fearlessly rammed into the T-2 vessels, causing them to either buckle and lose power or shatter into fragments. Hundreds of ships fell in quick succession. Even the firepower of the T-3 ships couldn't dent these steel behemoths. Once targeted, they were swarmed and impaled by sharp ramming prows. 100 T-3 ships decimating 2,000 enemy vessels. Such an incredible scene was beyond the Black Wolf commander's wildest nightmares. Who were these formidable foes? For the first time, he tasted fear. He finally grasped that the enemy was fully capable of annihilating him. If he didn't retreat now, death was certain. Hastily, he gathered the remaining T-3 ships, hoping to break through the encirclement. Just then, An unexpected turn of events unfolded. 5 stealth ships appeared out of nowhere, surrounding his flagship and mercilessly firing at the nearby T-3 ships. The Black Wolf commander watched helplessly as his elite forces were reduced to fireballs, while the stealth bombers seemed to ignore his flagship entirely. Stealth interstellar bombers, he muttered through gritted teeth. Fire! Blow them out of the sky! But before his gunners could take aim, alarms blared throughout the bridge. The starship was under heavy electromagnetic interference, and multiple systems were failing. The starshield was down, the main cannon electronically jammed, anti-aircraft guns disabled, power systems disrupted, and all communication signals lost. The lights went out abruptly, emergency power kicked in, and in the dim light, the crew exchanged bewildered glances. The Black Wolf commander stared blankly out the porthole, where 20 peculiar white drones circled the flagship, emitting an eerie glow. He recognized them. Electronic jamming stealth drones, an exceedingly rare black technology, had mercilessly incapacitated his flagship. He chuckled bitterly, slumping into the captain's chair. It was over, completely over. The Black Wolf 3rd Legion was doomed, and even his flagship would become a trophy for the enemy. The capture of the flagship was an unparalleled humiliation, and now, he couldn't even go down fighting. A mere personal explosive wouldn't shake a T-3 ship. Instinctively, he reached for his waist and drew a beast blade made from wolf teeth. It was a tradition of the Orc tribe, meant for warriors facing capture. But as the blade touched his throat, he hesitated. He was afraid of death, truly afraid. The dagger clattered to the floor, and he laughed bitterly at himself. The so-called bravest warrior of the Black Wolf tribe, in the end, was just a coward afraid to die. He stared blankly at the screen, watching as his legion was being slaughtered, one ship after another consumed by flames. Glancing around, the stealth bombers and electronic jamming drones still loomed menacingly. Suddenly, he felt a sense of relief. Losing to such an opponent didn't seem so unbearable. Interstellar missile ships, battleships, cruisers, and those terrifying frigates, all part of a fleet that even the most elite Warhammer units would struggle to survive against. Understanding this, he found himself growing curious. Who were these attackers? What kind of leader could command such a formidable fleet? Who was this person who had defeated him? He wanted to meet them, even if it meant dying. Wanted to die knowing who had bested him. The 3rd Corps of the Black Wolf tribe was in utter disarray under the relentless assault of Shin Bing's interstellar escort fleet. The T-2 warships were as fragile as paper, torn to shreds in an instant. Even the few remaining T-3 warships suffered heavy losses under the attack of Zhao Wanner's T-3 Phantom bomber. The Black Wolf flagship itself fell into enemy hands. Witnessing this, the morale of the 2 remaining corps of the Mole tribe plummeted. Already demoralized by the destruction of their flagship, they abandoned their last vestiges of fighting spirit. Commander, the enemy flagship is now under our control, Lilith reported. Excellent. Zhao Qin glanced at the battle report. The enemy forces are down to less than 3,000, with barely any T-3 warships left. It's time to offer them a chance to surrender. As for those who resist, leave none alive, he ordered, dispatching Charlotte's T-3 Blizzard to hunt down the fleeing soldiers. This battle will show Warhammer that the Reef Starfield harbors a force to be reckoned with. Yes, sir. Qitong responded, relaying the command. With that, the ambush was nearly concluded. Another hour or two to mop up the remaining enemies and clean up the battlefield, and the mission would be accomplished. In the end, the Xiaolong Corps, with just over 500 ships, captured 10,000 Warhammer ships. Half of these were auxiliary warships, not particularly noteworthy, and they surrendered swiftly. Commander, here is the list of captured ships, Lilith reported. 1 T-3, the rest are T-2. There are also many heavily damaged ships, abandoned due to their inability to navigate. The prisoners have been transferred. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction. Reintegrating the captured ships is cumbersome, but the priority now is a swift resolution. Follow the plan, clean up the battlefield quickly, and discard everything except valuable components. We depart for the Reef Starfield in 6 hours. Understood. Lilith was well prepared. By the way, I heard the Black Wolf commander wants to meet you? Zhao Qin's interest was piqued. Indeed, the captured T-3 War Elephant is the flagship of the Black Wolf Corps, Lilith explained. When we took over, half the crew either committed suicide or resisted, and were suppressed. Strangely, the Black Wolf commander was quite cooperative, only requesting to meet our commander. Oh, interesting. Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow. Arrange the meeting, and invite 2 old acquaintances to join us as well. 10 minutes later, in the conference room of the T-3 Phoenix carrier, the Black Wolf commander, Lang Feng, looked around, surprised. He wasn't handcuffed or restrained. Wasn't the enemy commander afraid of an assassination attempt? After all, he was a half-beast, renowned for his prowess in close combat across the star systems. Yet, he had to admit, the design of this carrier was top-notch, albeit overly luxurious, unlike Warhammer's rugged style. At that moment, the door slid open silently. Chi Tong entered first, glaring coldly at Lang Feng, followed by two familiar faces. Long time no see, Lang Feng, the white-haired female officer spoke. Lang Feng stood up abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief. Charlotte? Bai Shui? Weren't you killed while suppressing the rebels? Charlotte remained silent, stepping aside. Bai Shui sneered. So that core was yours, huh? Had I known, I'd have had my missile ship pay more attention to our old friends. You were ruthless when you suppressed us back then. This fleet is yours? Lang Feng muttered, his face pale with shock. If this fearsome army truly belongs to the rebels, it would spell utter disaster for Warhammer. No, these warships are not ours. Charlotte said calmly, to be precise. We and these ships all belong to him. With that, she glanced at a man in military uniform who had just entered the room. Charlotte, what do you mean? Lang Feng stared incredulously at the young human. This pretty boy is your commander? Before he could finish, he received a solid punch to his abdomen. Charlotte retracted her fist coldly. If you dare insult our leader again, I'll pull out your fangs one by one. Lang Feng shuddered internally. He knew well the methods of this former rebel leader. Not less than 10 high-ranking Warhammer officers had died by her hand. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Lang Feng fixed his gaze on Zhao Chun. Who I am doesn't matter. Just remember this, you've lost, Zhao Chun replied with a mocking smile. As for the reason, well, you meddled where you shouldn't have. You're from the Reef Starfield. Lang Feng suddenly realized. He recalled that Warhammer's forces had once reported a mysterious army in the Reef Starfield that had repelled a 6,000-strong coalition of Warhammer and Xingyao forces. At the time, he had dismissed it, thinking the Reef Starfield was a backwater filled with ragtag troops. Little did he know, the enemy had set a trap here, annihilating his elite forces. Commander Lang Feng of the Black Wolf tribe took a moment to process the situation. He turned his gaze to Charlotte and Bai Shui, demanding, where is your pride as half-beasts? How could you submit to a human? In the eyes of the proud Warhammer half-beasts, serving other races is disgraceful, especially for descendants of the top 20 tribes. Charlotte responded coldly, our affairs are none of your concern. You should worry about your own fate instead. Lang Feng scoffed, what? You think I fear death? I am a warrior of the Black Wolf tribe. Defeated in battle, I do not fear death. Meeting the one who defeated me, I can die without regret. Bai Shui sneered, you don't even know who you're up against. If Warhammer dares to send more troops, we'll crush them all. Ever since I took command of the missile fleet, my respect for Zhao Chun has only grown. In my eyes, he is an invincible son of the gods, and his rise is just a matter of time. A tribe defeated by the Black Wolf dares to boast? Lang Feng dismissed her words. What's so special about the Black Wolf tribe? You only got where you are today with the support of the Black Tiger tribe, even though you're one of the top 20 tribes who actually respects you. Bai Shui retorted, and what's your mission this time? Isn't it just a watchdog task? You really think you're important? The two argued fiercely, neither backing down. Zhao Chun watched them with interest, memories of the Warhammer Wolf tribe's past flooding his mind. The Wolf tribe was once a vast clan, but it had many branches. Hundreds of years ago, the White Wolf clan dominated until they were defeated by the Black Wolf clan in a territorial war. With the backing of the Black Tiger tribe and advanced weaponry, the Black Wolf clan secured their dominance. Meanwhile, the White Wolf clan declined, with many of its members, disillusioned, joining the rebels, including Bai Shui and her parents. By the way, how's your cousin doing? Bai Shui changed the subject with a cold smile. I heard she's now a princess of the Black Wolf tribe? Our commander just happens to need a maid. They'll make sure she serves us tea. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed slightly, surprised by Bai Shui's personal vendetta. How dare you insult our princess? Lang Feng, enraged, lunged at Bai Shui. In an instant, Zhao Chen kicked him to the ground, pressing his boot heavily on Lang Feng's face. If you don't believe them, I'll make you see for yourself. Zhao Chun said coldly. I will support the White Wolf clan, and the once great White Tiger warriors will stir up the Warhammer once more. What they lost, I will repay 100-fold. Take him away. Guards quickly obeyed, dragging Lang Feng away. Sir, did you just say you'll support the White Wolf? Bai Shui couldn't believe her ears. Zhao Chen smiled calmly. What, you're not willing? Bai Shui was momentarily speechless, a mix of emotions overwhelming her. Remember the promise I made when we first met? Zhao Chen looked around at everyone. I said that one day, I would help you get your revenge and reclaim your former glory. We may still need to gather strength, but we are no longer what we once were. Look, we just annihilated 3 of Warhammer's legions in this battle. So, the dream we've been chasing is within reach. Charlotte suddenly realized, memories of the rebellion flashing through her mind, the oppression by Warhammer, the miserable plight of the lower-class half-beasts. If not for Zhao Chen's reminder, she might have drowned in the comfort of peace, forgetting her former vows. Bai Shui stood there, stunned. Her earlier argument with Lang Feng was merely a fleeting moment of satisfaction, but Zhao Qin's words awakened a long-buried dream within her. The White Wolf Tribe, a name she had grown up hearing from her parents. One day, we will restore the White Wolf's glory and reclaim our homeland. Charlotte, willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Charlotte knelt on one knee, her expression solemn. If the White Wolf could indeed rise again, Bai Shui vowed to be the most loyal servant. Bai Shui half knelt, performing Warhammer's highest gesture of submission. It's too early to talk about this now. The immediate priority is to secure the Reef Starfield, Zhao Qian reassured them. In truth, Zhao Qian's ambitions extended far beyond this. The Reef Starfield was merely a stepping stone. What he truly needed was a grand foundation that could weather any storm for his mighty army. A single star system or region couldn't sustain such a vast legion. Only an endless supply of resources could nourish his grand ambitions. As for the delicate relationship with the Starshine Empire, any rash action could result in significant constraints. Warhammer was a different story. Its unique system guaranteed constant internal strife. The tribes were perpetually at odds, providing Zhao Qian with an opportunity. By leveraging Charlotte and others, he could support several factions, ensuring a steady flow of resources to his army and gradually eroding Warhammer's foundation. Meanwhile, he could also win over people's hearts, killing multiple birds with one stone. Once the Reef Starfield is secured, start reconnecting with former comrades and tribesmen to prepare for the advance on Warhammer, Zhao Qian instructed. Charlotte and Bai Shui's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. This man had not only brought them a new life and hope, but was also helping them achieve an almost impossible dream. With such a leader, they had no regrets in this life. The two women bowed deeply, their voices firm. With Zhao Qian as their lord, they were willing to go through fire and water. The news of the complete annihilation of the Warhammer's 3 Legion fleets first reached the ears of their supporters in the Reef sector. According to the agreement with the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Black Wolf Tribe, reinforcements were supposed to arrive hours ago. However, they waited anxiously, but there was no sign of them, not even a single communication. Desperate, the Warhammer faction leader directly contacted the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, only to learn that the reinforcements had departed at the scheduled time. Given this, the only possibility was that something unexpected had happened to the 3 legions en route. The Warhammer faction quickly dispatched ships to search and finally picked up a faint signal at the edge of a star sector. However, what they saw upon arrival was a scene of utter devastation. Debris from the Warhammer warships was scattered everywhere, a heartbreaking sight. When this tragic news reached the Reef sector, everyone was in disbelief. 3 legions. These were regular, well-trained troops, not some ragtag militia. How could they have all perished in the blink of an eye? This is some of the combat data we recovered from the wreckage, a subordinate reported nervously. The attackers were that mysterious fleet allied with the Serpent people. Nonsense. How is that possible? One of the faction leaders angrily questioned. The subordinate swallowed hard and replied gravely, the evidence is irrefutable. Even the video footage matches. Moreover, the wreckage shows clear signs of massive missile bombardment, which is the hallmark of that fleet. His words plunged everyone present into a deathly silence. Terrifying memories surged back. The battle at Serpent King's fortress, where missile fire rained down like a meteor shower, still haunted their nightmares. The subordinate continued to analyze. Considering all the evidence, we believe that fleet learned of the 3 legions' route in advance and set up an ambush with numerous warp interceptors. When our forces passed through, they launched a surprise attack, first bombarding them with missiles and then sending warships to eliminate them one by one. Their tactics are identical to those used at Serpent King's fortress. Faces turned pale as they imagined that terrifying fleet slaughtering the Warhammer legions, the galaxy trembling before the roaring beast, and the battleships and cruisers reducing steel to dust with their relentless firepower. Even the escort ships were no match. But this might not be entirely bad news. A young executive suddenly interjected. If we leak this to Warhammer, they'll surely be enraged and might send even more legions for revenge. He looked around, seeking approval from his elders, but found only solemn faces. Did I say something wrong? Why is everyone silent? The young man asked, bewildered. An elder sighed and explained earnestly, Warhammer will indeed be furious, but they are unlikely to rashly increase their forces. Think about it. A single fleet dared to annihilate our 10,000-strong fleet. Such power would require at least 10 legions and 30,000 warships to match. But the Warhammer Federation is more of a name than a reality, with tribes harboring their own agendas. They don't have the luxury to divert 30,000 elite troops for our small gains. Even if the Black Wolf tribe wants revenge, they'll have to carefully weigh the cost-benefit ratio. Instead of pouring resources into our bottomless pit, they might prefer to expand their territory and secure more lucrative positions. The room was filled with a dismal atmosphere, and everyone was left feeling despondent. The young man finally had an epiphany and stammered. So, what should we do? If that mysterious fleet really has the power to take down 3 Warhammer legions, Won't we be sitting ducks? The supporters of the Starshine Empire have already pointed us in the right direction, the elder said softly. The boy's eyes flickered with hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Let's all go back and make arrangements. Take everything you can within a week, the elder decided firmly. I will contact Warhammer and have them find us a new place. As for the Reef Starfield, we'll put it on hold for now and bide our time for revenge. And so, after weighing the pros and cons, the various factions of Warhammer gritted their teeth and finally decided to abandon the Reef Starfield. The overwhelming power of that mysterious fleet's thunderous strike had left them deeply unsettled. Report the combat expenses and losses from this battle, Lilith said straight to the point as she briefed Zhao Chun. We lost 5 T2 Black Rhinos, along with some fighters and drones. Additionally, 3 T3 Triceratops and 1 T3 Blizzard were heavily damaged and need to be sent back to the Xiaolong system for repairs. As for personnel, we lost 53 soldiers and have 27 critically injured. Throughout the battle, we burned through 1.5 billion star coins worth of strategic materials. The 53 lives lost are several times the casualties from the Serpent King Fortress battle. But in hindsight, it's understandable. Although we deployed more warships in that fight, the intensity was far less than this ambush. Even in the final one-sided situation, the Black Wolf 3rd Legion fought desperately. That's the difference between a regular army and a ragtag force. For the fallen soldiers, Zhao Chun decisively ordered the T4 Resurrector starship to revive them immediately. But seeing the 1.5 billion military expenditure, he couldn't help but feel a pang of financial pain. How much do we have left? He asked. Lilith pulled up a detailed report. We've been scrounging around recently, and with the 1 billion donation from Governor Beifeng, after deducting the expenses from this battle, we still have 500 million in strategic reserves. Over the next month, the Bayan Group is expected to provide an additional 1 billion. Zhao Chun gave a self-deprecating smile. I didn't expect that our massive legion, fierce in battle, would end up counting pennies right after. Lilith shrugged helplessly. Missiles are great, but they burn money fast. Commander Baishue also asked me to build her 25 more judicators to form a squad. I, of course, refused outright. What? Another 25? Zhao Chun almost jumped out of his seat. Does she have any idea how expensive this stuff is? We're barely managing to maintain the 5 we have now, and she wants a whole squad? Why doesn't she just sell me off to buy more ammo? Far away on her T3 judicator, personally checking her ammunition, Baishue suddenly sneezed. Weird, can you even catch a cold on a starship? She muttered, while her mind wandered back to the response she was waiting for regarding her expansion plan. Just imagining the overwhelming bombardment from 30 judicators made her blood boil with excitement. All captured support ships will be absorbed into our fleet, and combat ships will be sold to Medusa at a 30% discount as military aid, Zhao Chun instructed. The remaining spoils will be handed over to Red Rose for processing, and we'll split the profits 80-20. Lilith noted everything down. With the Xiaolong Legion tightening its belt, they had to find ways to scrape together funds. By the way, I'll be heading to the imperial capital soon for my ennoblement. I might be gone for about half a month. Zhao Chun shifted the topic. During this time, I'll command remotely. If any urgent matters arise, you and Charlotte have full authority to handle them. Lilith agreed readily. For the subordinates, their commander being ennobled as a marquis was a great honor. Although I've given Medusa full control of the Reef Starfield, keep a close watch on her. If she does anything against our interests. Zhao Chun's eyes turned cold. Lilith understood immediately. I'll activate the Reef Starfield contingency plan if needed. It was a set of emergency protocols for dealing with agents. While Zhao Chun trusted Medusa not to sabotage their efforts, he had to be prepared for anything. If the Serpent Queen knew what was good for her, she could live in wealth and glory. Otherwise, Zhao Chun wouldn't hesitate to find someone else. All right, if there's anything urgent before I leave, report to me immediately. Zhao Chun gazed out the porthole with a determined and profound look in his eyes. He intended to seize this opportunity to extend his influence all the way to the imperial capital, transforming the Dark Reef Starfield into his strategic stronghold. After handling the affairs in the Dark Reef Star region, Zhao Chun set off to return to the Xiaolong system. Accompanying him was the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser number 30, serving as his transport to the imperial capital. Although the T3 Phoenix was his flagship, it was a carrier and not suitable for solo missions. The Blizzard-class battlecruiser, on the other hand, was perfect for the job. The system notification chimed in. Mission Dark Reef Star Region campaign completed. Please claim your mission reward. As Zhao Chun stepped onto the land of the Xiaolong system, he heard the familiar system sound. Medusa's efficiency is impressive, he thought to himself. It made sense, though. With the Dark Reef Star region leaderless, it only took Medusa a few days to take control. Claim mission reward. Congratulations. You have received the T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser blueprint. Zhao Chun was both surprised and delighted to have acquired a T4 warship design so soon. He eagerly examined the detailed parameters of his new treasure. The blueprint read, Ship type, Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser. Technology level, T4. Star shield energy value, 230,000 units. Cruising speed, regular mode, 630 knots. Vermilion bird mode level 1, 910 knots. Level 2, 1,400 knots. Level 3, 2,100 knots. Warp engine, level 8. Captain, 3,600 meters. Mass, 980,000 tons. Crew, 600. Starship weapons, 3 Vermilion Bird-class thermal beam laser bow cannons, 12 4,000mm caliber medium electromagnetic railguns, 88 pulse laser rapid-fire secondary cannons, 500 fully automatic medium close-in defense cannons, 5 units of interstellar missile launch silos with 200 Vermilion Bird interstellar missiles. Special feature, Vermilion Bird Combat Mode Level 3. The more Zhao Chun read, the more excited he became. This was the perfect weapon for high-speed assaults. The Vermilion Bird class focused on comprehensive star shield defense, sacrificing some armor for significantly increased speed. The ship's design was sleek and elongated, resembling a crimson spear, mirroring the ancient mythical beast, the Vermilion Bird. Its arsenal was also rich and varied, rivaling the T4 battleship Boreas. Apart from a few heavy cannons, most were rapid-fire guns. While their individual power and range were average, they had quick cooldown times, allowing for rapid successive shots in certain situations. This weapon configuration might seem redundant for other ship types, but for the speed-focused Vermilion Bird, it was a formidable asset. Additionally, the Vermilion Bird had 4 adjustable speed modes, with the highest reaching an astonishing 2,100 knots. This was more than double the maximum sprint speed of the T3 Blizzard. Unlike the Blizzard, which had to retract all its weapons to achieve top speed, the Vermilion Bird's speed modes were divided into 3 levels, each corresponding to different speed and firepower combinations, greatly enhancing its flexibility. Even at maximum speed, the Vermilion Bird could still use some weapons like missiles and close-in defense cannons, making it a well-rounded combat machine. Of course, all these impressive features came with a price literally. Zhao Chun checked the construction requirements for the Vermilion Bird and gasped. The cost per ship was 1.5 billion. This was almost the expense of a small-scale battle. No wonder the Starshine Empire only had 2 T4 warship models to date. The exorbitant construction cost, not to mention the staggering research expenses, was enough to deter ordinary nobles. Even the maintenance costs alone were daunting. However, holding the T4 blueprints, Zhao Chun had only one priority to find Annie. In the number 07 Starship restaurant aboard the T3 furnace-class industrial ship, Annie's eyes widened as she looked at Zhao Chun standing beside her, completely oblivious to the intense stares from the female crew members around them. Really? I can order anything? Annie asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You managed to produce 500 T3 warp interceptors in such a short time, which was crucial for our ambush success. Consider this meal a reward, Zhao Chun said with a smile. Then I won't hold back. Annie's eyes lit up as she eagerly started to order, muttering to herself, I was just thinking of having a bowl of noodles tonight. Zhao Chun was taken aback, surprised at how considerate she was. He had expected her to splurge as a form of payback. Can I get some extra toppings? Annie called out to the chef behind the counter, standing on tiptoe. The chef smiled and nodded, occasionally glancing at the commander across the room, her face slightly flushed. All right, give me an extra serving of beef, a lobster, 2 eggs, 2 crab claws, and 3 abalones, Annie announced excitedly, leaving Zhao Chun dumbfounded. The chef was equally stunned, taking a moment to regain his composure. That'll be all, Annie said, satisfied with her order, and led Zhao Chun to a secluded booth. I knew you were up to something. Another job for me, right? Annie crossed her legs, looking cunning. Zhao Chun silently slid a set of starship blueprints in front of her. This is the latest T4 warship design. You need to get it built as soon as possible. All other plans are on hold. What? This urgent? Annie skeptically examined the blueprints, nearly jumping out of her seat when she saw the T4 cruiser, and it's a Zukla class? That's a full-fledged main battleship. Her legs wobbled with excitement. Didn't we build 2 T4s before? Why are you so surprised? Zhao Chun replied calmly. Those were support ships. This is a real combat mainstay. Annie shook her head repeatedly. Stop wasting time. Can you build it or not? Zhao Chun impatiently tapped the table. What if I say no? Annie pouted. Are you sure? Zhao Chun raised an eyebrow. All right. Looks like my vacation is ruined again. Annie shrugged helplessly. They then began discussing the construction details of the Zhuke. As the contractor, the T3 furnace-class industrial ship was the obvious choice. Zhao Chun confidently assured the supply of raw materials for the 15 billion star coins project. If we work on it with just one ship, it'll take 20 months. But if we deploy 5 furnace-class ships, we can get it done in 3 to 4 months, Annie analyzed. but other projects will definitely be delayed. Don't blame me for slacking off. Do I look like that kind of person? Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to rebut, their food arrived. Annie immediately forgot about work, her eyes gleaming at the bowl of noodles larger than her face. Commander, you're missing out if you don't try these noodles, she said, her words muffled by the lobster she was devouring. Zhao Chen thought to himself, this isn't eating noodles. It's finding noodles in a sea of toppings. After parting ways with Annie, Zhao Chen finally had time to prepare for his trip to the imperial capital. Meanwhile, on the flagship of the Chu River Corps, Chu Xian, from today, the fleet's command is yours, Governor Chu, he said seriously. Grandfather, you can't go. Chu Xian was anxious. This call to the capital is obviously a trap. Even if we had nothing to do with the crown prince's death, those people won't miss a chance to kick us while we're down. Don't worry, my dear. As long as our Chu family army stands united, I'm safer in the capital than here. They won't dare do anything to me. But if I refuse the summons, it gives them an excuse. Right now, neither Xingyao nor our Chu River can afford to be unstable. But Chu Xian hesitated. He slowly stood up, looking around at the gathered generals, some present in person and others attending via video conference. Governor, this journey is fraught with danger. Yes, they are just looking for an excuse to blame us. We must not go. Governor, we are loyal to you and remember that we are the Chu family's army. He glanced at his trusted subordinates, whom he had personally promoted, and suddenly shouted, look at you, so timid. It's just a trip back to the capital. When I fought the Mech clan, none of you were this hesitant. From now on, my granddaughter, Chu Xian, will be your commander. Anyone who disobeys military orders will face execution upon my return. His eyes were fierce, and his words resounded with determination. Because this journey was unpredictable, only by stabilizing the army could the overall situation be preserved. The Stellar Empire, capital star system, is a super sci-fi setting. Everywhere you look, there's bustling activity and countless technological marvels. Space stations dot the skies, and even the T3 warships, usually seen only in the Imperial fleet, are a common sight here. If you're lucky, you might even catch a glimpse of one or two T4 Northwind God ships, which are the stuff of dreams. Above the capital star, a T4 Stellar Emperor-class carrier stands guard day and night. This place is so prosperous. The female captain of the T3 Blizzard couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. In the capital star system, except for a few gas giants, all terrestrial-like planets have been transformed into habitable paradises. The latest census shows that the resident population has exceeded 200 billion. However, the majority of them are from the lower classes. Zhao Chen continued, after all, someone has to foot the bill for the upper echelon's extravagance, right? The female captain was taken aback. Huh? Doesn't that mean the lower classes are quite pitiful? No, quite the opposite. Being able to make a living in the capital is a point of pride for them. Zhao Chen shook his head. You see, the capital's living index is 7.3, while the empire's average is a measly 3.6. So, being part of the lower class in the capital is actually a blessing. The female captain was left speechless. For the common people, social status isn't the most important thing. Living in peace and prosperity is. However, the capital's splendor has cost the empire generations of blood, sweat, and tears. Zhao Chen sneered. To put it bluntly, it's all to satisfy the royal family's vanity. If these resources were used wisely, we could have built dozens of decent star systems. Soon, the Blizzard 30 received permission to dock, anchoring at a spaceport adjacent to the capital star. Zhao Chen waved his hand, projecting the external view onto the bridge, making everyone feel as if they were floating in the vast cosmos, overlooking the dazzling jewel below. Several towering pillars pierced the clouds, resembling stairways to heaven, connecting the ground to the sky. Leaning lazily on the captain's chair, Zhao Chen had already reported the news of his ennoblement and was now waiting for the good news. With nothing else to do, he casually opened the system panel to check the mission progress. For the quarterly tasks, the T3 fleet count had reached 200, so completion was within reach. However, the annual tasks were less optimistic. Requirement 1. Possess a Legion-level fleet with 3,000 ships, including 300 T3 ships. Currently, there were only 356. Requirement 2. Own a T4 battleship. This one was already completed ahead of schedule. Requirement 3. Raise the living index of the Jiaolong star system to above 7. It was currently a pitiful 2.4. Requirement 4. Attain the title of Marquis or higher. This was the reason he had traveled all the way to the capital. Requirement 5. Acquire 20 T3 technologies. Currently, he had 17. Out of the 5 requirements, completing 4 would earn a reward, and fulfilling all 5 would bring an additional grand prize. However, apart from the second requirement, the others were still far from being met. At this moment, a video call interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. The caller ID showed it was a capital receptionist, likely responsible for welcoming out-of-town guests. Zhao Chun pressed the connect button, and a professional-looking woman with a corporate smile appeared on the screen. It is an honor to serve you, Marquis Zhao Chun. Your heroic battles against the Zerg are legendary. My name is Xiang, and I will be assisting you throughout this process. Is there anything I need to prepare for my ennoblement ceremony? Zhao Chun asked directly. There will be 53 lords attending the audience, all scheduled for 3 days from now. His Majesty will personally preside over the ceremony, Xiang explained smoothly. However, there will be a welcoming banquet tomorrow. It would be a good opportunity for you new nobles to meet and greet the elite of the capital. Zhao Chun understood the underlying message. Although he usually despised such political maneuvering, he had to endure it for the Marquis title and his annual mission. By the way, is the little princess in the capital? When I was promoted to Viscount, it was thanks to her kind words. I came specifically to express my gratitude. The little princess is not currently in the capital, but she will attend the ennoblement ceremony in 3 days, Xiang replied. That's good to hear. Thank you, Miss Xiang. Since he would see the princess in 3 days, Zhao Chun decided to rest for now, closing his eyes and waiting for any important visitors. Commander, look at that warship. The voice of the female captain jolted him awake. Zhao Chun opened his eyes to see a colossal ship approaching slowly in the distance, its hull shimmering with light. It was the fearsome T4 Northern Wind, and the number 01 on its side indicated its prestigious status. It was the flagship of Governor Chu He. Recalling a commander from the front lines during a border conflict was a grave military taboo. A sense of foreboding surged in Zhao Chun's heart. Before long, Zhao Chun received a communication request. The caller ID wasn't just Anyani, it was the governor of Chuha, who had just docked. Speak of the devil, Zhao Chun muttered as he answered the video call. The governor's image appeared on the screen. He looked Zhao Chun up and down and chuckled. Kid, it's been a year, and you've jumped from a viscount to a marquis. There are few in Starshine's history who have risen as quickly as you. You're too kind, Governor, Zhao Chun replied modestly. Cut the crap. No need for those empty pleasantries with me. You earned it with your own skills, so no false modesty. The governor scolded, sounding more like a doting elder. So, what brings you here? Zhao Chun asked, voicing his curiosity. The governor pursed his lips. Isn't it obvious? Some folks have had it out for the Chu family for a while now, just waiting to remove this thorn in their side. Moving against the Chu family? Zhao Chun was stunned. The Chu family was the backbone of the empire, second only to the royal family. For years, they had defended the borders, ensuring peace in the empire's heartland. Kid, tell me, what do you think about this? The governor suddenly asked. Zhao Chun hesitated, but the governor impatiently urged, spit it out. This is our private encrypted channel. No need to hold back. Zhao Chun finally spoke candidly. I think the root of the issue lies with the insectoids. When they were a threat, they feared the Chu family's barrier. Now that the insectoids have retreated, the Chu family has become a thorn in their side. Moreover, the unclaimed star systems outside Chuha are like a juicy piece of meat. But the Chuha star region is like a sword hanging over their heads. They want the meat, but fear the blade. And the Crown Prince's recent misfortune? It's just an excuse. A bunch of short-sighted fools, the governor scoffed. It's no different from discarding the donkey after the grinding is done. Haven't they considered that making a move against my people now is like handing gifts to Warhammer and Radiance? The alliance is barely holding together. Who knows if they'll fight over this piece of meat? I have another concern, Zhao Chun said cautiously. Could this be the insectoids' plot? They retreat, leaving a huge prize, hoping the galaxy tears itself apart, and then they come back? The governor nodded. It's a good strategy, but risky. If we transition peacefully and absorb those territories, we'll only grow stronger. The insectoids would regret it. What do you think the court's intention is in summoning you this time? Zhao Chun asked. 2 possibilities. House arrest or stripping me of my military power, the governor sneered. House arrest is likely, but taking my command with a bottle of wine? Dream on. The Chu family army was built by me and answers only to me. Even many border troops are my loyalists. Forget about the military seal. With a single command, I could mobilize 10, 20 divisions in no time. Zhao Chun analyzed slowly. To the court, you're like a cancerous tumor, better to cut it out sooner than later. The key is whether this summons is the emperor's idea or the nobles. If it's the former, we're in trouble. If the latter, there's room to maneuver. This summons is a test. If you refuse, they can accuse you of defying royal orders and move against you. But if you go, they can detain you in the capital under various pretexts, choking Chuha into submission. If you lose power, the border troops might rebel too. Chu He nodded approvingly and said, as expected of Zhao Chun, much sharper than my foolish granddaughter. Although my girl is smart and capable, she's still young and doesn't understand all the intricacies. Zhao Chun smiled wryly to himself, thinking how this old governor truly doted on his granddaughter. even praising her in such a grave moment. Chu He then turned serious. Zhao Chun, can I trust you? Zhao Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. My granddaughter trusts you, so I trust you too, Chu He said heavily. I have one request. If anything happens to the Chu family, you must ensure Chu Xian's safety. At this moment, Chu He was no longer a governor or marshal, but a concerned grandfather. Governor, is the situation really that dire? Zhao Chun couldn't help but ask. Chu He sighed, looking out the porthole at the sea of stars. Given the current state of affairs, even I can't predict what will happen. Before I left, someone even suggested that I stage a rebellion. Can you believe that? Zhao Chun gasped. For someone to say such a thing to him, the situation must indeed be critical. But I know one thing for sure, Chu He analyzed. If the Chu family army rebels, there can only be one outcome: total destruction. Even though we have a strong force and I hold some influence among the border troops, warfare isn't just about the number of fleets. Logistics, supplies, and strategic resources are all major concerns. Over the years, we've relied on the court for half of our provisions. With just the Chu family's resources, we could barely cover a month's regular expenses. Once the supplies run out, even the strongest fleet would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Zhao Chun completely agreed with Governor Chu He's analysis. He had first-hand experience with the situation. While the Xiaolong Legion was strong and well-equipped, their strategic reserves were insufficient to support a large-scale war, especially a prolonged one with high attrition rates. Zhao Chun could already foresee the fate of the Chu family army. If he were the commander of the imperial forces, he would first cut off all star gates leading to Chu He's territory and implement a scorched earth policy. For every star system lost, he would destroy its star gate, forcing the rebel lines to stretch thin and making logistics even more challenging. If the star system had mineral resources, he would loot all equipment and supplies, then thoroughly destroy what remained to prevent the enemy from quickly resuming production. This way, they could use the peril of one region to deplete the Chu family's limited resources and then launch a counterattack. When the time came, the Chu family army, with their ships but no ammunition, would be doomed. But even if they wanted to move against me, they would never dare. Chu He laughed heartily. If they unjustly harmed a renowned general, a 5-star marshal, and a loyal descendant who had defended the empire for centuries, the Xingyao Empire would soon fall apart. Zhao Chun was still uneasy. But you're in the capital. Isn't that like putting your life in the hands of the royal family? Kid, you're still too green. Chu He waved his hand dismissively. If the Chu family rebels, they would naturally kill me to set an example. But if the Chu family doesn't rebel, I become a hot potato for them. Besides, aren't they afraid that the Chu family might ally with the other two families? With that, Chu He gave a meaningful smile. Zhao Chun vaguely understood that the old man was using himself as a bargaining chip to secure a chance for the Chu family. All right, kid. No more talking. Don't overthink it. Chu He patted Zhao Chun's shoulder. Even if the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Just prepare well for your ennoblement ceremony. After the call ended, Zhao Chun felt even more troubled, sensing that something significant was about to happen with this ennoblement. The next day, Xiang, the receptionist, led Zhao Chun to the banquet venue Grand Sky City in near-Earth orbit. Looking around, he saw a sea of high-ranking officials and nobles, their chest medals blindingly bright, with the lowest rank being a viscount, and many earls and marquises among them. Clearly, anyone personally ennobled by the emperor was extraordinary. Most of the nobles were over 50, making Zhao Chun, a young marquis, stand out conspicuously. He quietly found a corner to sit in, but soon noticed a few familiar faces. 5-star Marshal Huang Zhixiong and the governor of the Blue Star region, the very people who had once made things difficult for him in the Blue Star region. Marquis Zhao, why are you sitting alone in the corner? The Blue Star governor approached with a smile. Everyone here is eager to meet the famous Xiaolong. I'm naturally reserved and not used to such occasions, Zhao Chun replied modestly. Please, Blue Star governor, enjoy yourself and don't worry about me. How could I? The Blue Star governor warmly patted Zhao Chun's shoulder. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have resolved the insect infestation in the Blue Star region. I haven't properly thanked you for that. You're too kind, Zhao Chun thought to himself with a cold smile. If Governor Chu He and the little princess hadn't arrived in time back then, who knows what tricks this guy would have pulled. Not to mention, the downfall of the Hurricane Consortium was largely due to the efforts of himself and the Bayan Group. If this old fox knew that, he would be furious. Actually, we had some misunderstandings before. The Blue Star governor changed his tone. I think we can definitely work together. You have the technical skills, and I have the connections. We can complement each other. Even though you are the prospective son-in-law of Governor Chu, as the saying goes, a wise bird chooses a sturdy tree. Why tie yourself down to the Chu family? Besides, the Chu family isn't what it used to be. Zhao Chun caught the underlying meaning. Bai Lan wanted to win him over, hoping he would abandon the Chu family and hand over his expertise. I have no interest in politics. I just want to live in peace and manage my fiefdom well. Zhao Chun feigned ignorance. Young man, I believe you will make the right choice in the end, Governor Bai Lan said with a meaningful pat on Zhao Chen's shoulder, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Just then, the doors of the banquet hall slowly opened, and a team of attendants escorted two distinguished guests inside. The second prince and Prince Yin have arrived. Zhao Chen gazed intently and saw a middle-aged man and a young man in the center of the crowd, receiving the reverence of everyone present. Zhao Chen was already familiar with their profiles from his time at Northern Star Academy. Second Prince Qin Ming, along with his younger brother Third Prince Qin, who had formed the prince's party. As for Prince Yin, he was the emperor's own brother. Although he was the only prince of the Xingyao Empire, he preferred to spend his days collecting rare treasures from various places. His presence at the investiture ceremony was indeed surprising. At this moment, the imperial capital seemed to be shrouded in a layer of ominous clouds. A storm was brewing. Come, let me introduce you to the second prince and Prince Yin. Governor Bailan enthusiastically led Zhao Chen towards the two noble princes. Although Zhao Chen was reluctant, Bailan had already waved to them, catching the attention of the second prince, Qin Ming, who glanced in their direction. Greetings, Your Highness the second prince, and Your Highness Prince Yin. Governor Bailan greeted first, then pointed to Zhao Chen beside him. Allow me to introduce this young hero Marquis Zhao Chen. He has twice repelled the Zerg in the Xiaolong star system of the Northern Wind sector, earning great military merits. His Majesty has exceptionally conferred upon him the title of Marquis. Prince Yan's eyes lit up as he sized up Zhao Chen. You look so young, not even 20 yet? That is correct, Zhao Chen responded respectfully. To be conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age is unprecedented in our great Xingyao, Prince Yin remarked with admiration. Your Highness flatters me, Zhao Chen replied modestly. The second prince, Qin Ming, also smiled. I have heard of Marquis Zhao's exploits. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. We must have a good chat sometime. I am at your service, Your Highness, Zhao Chen said, feigning a shy and modest demeanor, not daring to look the second prince in the eye. Given the crowd, Qin Ming did not engage further, and Zhao Chen took the opportunity to retreat quietly to a corner. He cast a cold glance at the two princes, thinking to himself, Prince Yin might be a stranger, but the second prince is an old acquaintance. Little does he know, he has crossed paths with this seemingly timid young marquis before. The Dark Reef sector, the slave trade, the Hurricane Consortium, each of Qin Ming's downfalls had Zhao Chen's involvement. If Qin Ming were to find out, he would likely tear Zhao Chen apart on the spot in a fit of rage. Fortunately, the banquet ended quickly, and Zhao Chen immediately returned to his warship. The only regret he had was the absence of the young princess from the event. Given that tonight's gathering included the Empire's future pillars, even the second prince had personally attended. It was unusual for the young princess to be so indifferent. Oh well, he'll see her at the conferment ceremony, Zhao Chen muttered to himself. 2 days later, in the imperial capital Star. At an altitude of 20,000 meters, a magnificent palace stood towering, its ancient and elegant architectural style showcasing the royal family's prestige. This palace was one of the many in the imperial capital, specifically used for bestowing honors upon meritorious individuals. Zhao Chen arrived at the palace gate via a space elevator, greeted by the fresh, sweet air. The ecosystem of the imperial capital was top-notch, like a paradise on Earth, though it likely cost a fortune to maintain. On both sides of the Grand Avenue, the Imperial Guard stood armed and vigilant, creating a solemn and imposing atmosphere. Following the guidance on his handheld terminal, Zhao Chen quickly found his place among the crowd. Surveying his surroundings, he estimated that there were at least 200 to 300 people witnessing the grand ceremony. Military and political elites gathered, including Governor Chu He, the second prince, and even Prince Yin, who rarely involved himself in worldly matters. Such an unprecedented assembly was indeed intriguing. The ceremony was delayed, and the crowd murmured in hushed tones. After another 10 minutes, melodious music suddenly filled the air, and colorful celestial birds soared above, their clear and pleasant calls echoing in the grand hall. The scene was truly exquisite. Yet, the dragon throne, symbolizing imperial power, remained empty, with no sign of the emperor's presence. As the music faded, a wave of unease and restlessness spread through the crowd. At that moment, a woman's voice pierced the heavy silence. The emperor is unwell. Today's coronation ceremony will be presided over by the second prince, Qin Ming. Everyone turned towards the voice, only to see the figure of the second prince's mother, Lady Zhan. Instantly, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Present were all the key figures of the empire. What was supposed to be a grand event led by the emperor himself had suddenly changed hands. Even more bizarre was that this announcement didn't come from the empress, but from the second prince's mother. All signs pointed to a startling possibility. Could the emperor be intending to support the second prince as the new heir? And what about the little princess? No wonder she was nowhere to be seen today. Zhao Chen's face remained impassive, but his mind was racing with thoughts. Now, I declare the coronation ceremony officially begin. Lady Jeanne proclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. After years of waiting, she had finally seen this day arrive. The second prince descended from the throne, accompanied by ceremonial maidens carrying a golden box, presumably containing the new metals. Lord of the Paradise Bird star system in the Zissou star domain, conferred the title of Marquis. Qin Ming walked past each dignitary, personally bestowing their titles. When he reached Zhao Chun, he announced loudly, Lord of the Jiaolong star system in the North Wind star domain, conferred the title of Marquis. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Chun bowed with a hand over his chest, marking the completion of one of his annual tasks at that moment. As the coronation ceremony proceeded in full swing, a small shuttle suddenly landed outside the palace. A man dressed in military attire hurried into the hall and knelt immediately. To arrive in such a manner at such a significant event indicated his extraordinary status and responsibilities. Report. The third prince, who is in charge of investigating the first prince's attack, has obtained crucial information. But just now, the third prince sent a distress signal, stating that his fleet was ambushed by the little princess's fleet, suffering heavy losses and urgently needing support. The man's tone was hesitant, as if afraid to speak the words aloud. The little princess attacked the third prince? The hall erupted in shock. Don't beat around the bush. We are all among friends here. Speak plainly. Lady Jeanne commanded sternly, her demeanor exuding authority. The officer hesitated for a moment, looking nervous, then lowered his head and reported, according to the third prince's investigation, the young princess is suspected of not being of royal blood. What? The room erupted into chaos. Voices of shock and disbelief filled the air. Yet, some remained composed, like Governor Chu He, who watched the scene unfold with a detached expression, as if enjoying a farce. Explain. What do you mean the young princess isn't of royal blood? Consort Zhen's face was a mask of shock as she sternly questioned. The officer dared not lift his head, trembling as he spoke. According to the third prince, the young princess is the result of the empress's infidelity years ago. Who is the man? Consort Zhen was livid. It is Marquis Zhou Qian, the second son of the former governor of the Tsangyu Star region. The officer stammered. He attended the same interstellar academy as the empress. After the incident, Zhou Qian gathered troops in his territory and rebelled, but was ultimately executed by his own father, the former governor, for his crimes. The third prince witnessed the event. The former governor denounced himself for failing to raise his son properly and is now coming to the capital to confess his sins. The Tsangyu Star region, one of the 8 major star regions of Xingyao, is where the empress's family hails from. It was the former governor's support that allowed her to marry the emperor and become empress. For years, the Tsangyu Star region has been a key ally of the crown prince's faction and has close ties to the empress. This is all so confusing. I can't make sense of it. Consort Zhen, visibly frustrated, pointed at the officer and demanded, explain clearly, what is going on? The officer then began to narrate the events in detail. The hall fell silent as everyone listened intently to the shocking scandal. It turned out that the crown prince accidentally discovered that his sister had a different biological father. Fearing the secret would be exposed, the young princess attacked the crown prince's fleet on the front line. Later, learning that the third prince was investigating, she conspired with her biological father to rebel. Now, the young princess had led troops to ambush the third prince, and their plot was laid bare. This is impossible. Consort Zhen staggered, her face pale, clearly devastated. At that moment, Huang Zhixiong stepped forward, speaking gravely, Consort, this matter must not be taken lightly. If the young princess truly harbors rebellion, she must have supporters within the court. The empire is already in turmoil. We must act swiftly and decisively to quell this rebellion, or the consequences will be dire. Consort Zhen pondered for a moment, then ordered, Huang Zhixiong, I command you to lead 10 legions and march through the night. Capture the young princess alive. Also, investigate her supporters thoroughly. Anyone posing a threat to the state must be eliminated without mercy. Your orders will be carried out. Huang Zhixiong accepted his mission with a smug expression and departed. The hall remained tense, with everyone struggling to process the situation. Any experienced courtier could see the numerous flaws and absurdities in the story, but in such a treacherous atmosphere, no one dared to speak out. Continue the investiture, Consort Zhen shouted. But at this moment, who cared about empty titles? Even Zhao Chun was distracted. As an outsider, what did these palace secrets have to do with him? Little did he know, his own sister was aboard the young princess's royal fleet. System task triggered. Rescue the young princess's royal fleet. Objective. Ensure the safety of Qin Xiaolei and Zhao Ruyue. What? The little princess has another name? Zhao Chun pondered to himself. However, this sudden mission at least indicated that his eldest sister was temporarily safe. By examining the star map that came with the mission, Zhao Chun quickly pinpointed the target location. A remote star system in the Tsangyu Star region. As for the third prince being attacked, Zhao Qin didn't believe it for a second. To him, it was clearly a ploy by the prince's faction to eliminate dissidents and falsely accuse the little princess. I must hurry to rescue her, Zhao Qin resolved. While the people in the Grand Hall had their own thoughts, none of them could have imagined that someone among them would dare to risk everything and openly rush to save the princess. Little did they know, if this truly was a conspiracy, it meant that consort Zhen and her son were planning to seize the opportunity to support the second prince's rise, condemning the little princess to eternal damnation. The mystery of the little princess's lineage was whatever the empress said it was, and her life or death was entirely at consort Zhen's whim. Moreover, with so many high-ranking officials present, none dared to defend the little princess, which spoke volumes. It was known that most officials had previously supported the first prince. Even though the crown prince had passed away, his influence was not completely lost. But the current situation clearly showed that the prince's faction had infiltrated the entire empire. Who were these people? How could they just sit by and do nothing? Though there were many dukes 20 or 30, still alive only 8 star region governors held significant power. Chu He was a complete neutral, and if he hadn't always stayed out of politics, the Star Emperor would never have tolerated him having such a large private army. The Northern Wind Governor had always followed Chu He, given that his family's power was relatively weak among the 8 regions, and living a carefree life on the frontier with Chu He was quite comfortable. The remaining 6 regions, with the Central Star region undoubtedly controlled by the prince's faction, could be inferred from consort Zhen's words. Even Prince Yin appeared at the enfeoffment ceremony, making it almost certain that the Shuiyan Star region leaned towards the prince's faction. The Cangyue Star region had originally been loyal to the first prince, but now the old governor was seeking forgiveness, indicating they had switched allegiances. As for the remaining 3 regions' governors, their stances were unknown. Besides them, the empire also had 8 5-star marshals who were crucial. Chu He was naturally one of them, and the others were legendary generals Zhao Chun had read about in books. They stood in neat rows in the Grand Hall, exuding heroism, except for the absence of Huang Zhixiong. After the conferment ceremony, Consort Zhen waved her hand and said, "Everyone may leave now. Governor Chu, please stay." The crowd filed out hurriedly, eager to return and discuss strategies to secure their future amid such shocking secrets. Zhao Chun was no exception. But at this critical moment, he had no time to ponder his future. The most urgent task was to return to the Jiaolong star system, assemble the main fleet, and set out for the Cangyue Star region immediately. In the Grand Hall, only Governor Chu He and Lady Zhen remained. The latter got straight to the point and asked, "Governor Chu, what are your thoughts on what just happened?" Chu He merely smiled and replied, "Whatever her ladyship thinks, I think the same. Crafty old fox." Lady Zhen sneered. "Besides mentioning the little princess, I deliberately left out a key figure. Did you notice?" It was clear she was referring to the Empress, who had been unfaithful. The Empress was the main player in this scandal. Ordinarily, Lady Zhen should have interrogated the Empress right then and there. Moreover, with Emperor Xingyao absent, it was odd that Lady Zhen, rather than the Empress, was presiding over the ceremony. "You didn't mention the Empress at all, but instead brought up the Emperor's sudden illness. That's rather suspicious," Chu He said bluntly. "I've already made it clear in the hall," Lady Zhen replied coldly, turning her back. "The Emperor is unwell, which is why he couldn't attend the coronation. Is that so?" Chu He squinted. "Didn't you summon the Empress to your residence last night? She hasn't been seen since. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "No matter," Lady Zhen said. "I'll send someone to fetch her. There's no need. The Empress is grieving the loss of her child and needs rest. Since the Emperor granted me a residence, I'll let her recuperate there," Chu He said calmly. "Didn't you want me to stay in the capital for a while? I'll be at my residence awaiting your orders. As for the Empress, feel free to try and take her if you can. Also, if you permit me to see the Emperor, I might reconsider my stance." With that, Chu He turned and left, not giving Lady Zhen any face. She watched his departing figure, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. At that moment, Prince Qinming and his uncle, Huang Zhixiong, hurried back. "Sister, don't worry. Everything is under our control," Huang Zhixiong reassured her. It turned out Lady Zhen was his sister. The Huang family's power and Qinming's position as the heir were all thanks to her support. "Exactly. Once uncle deals with that wretch, the throne will be mine," Qinming said with a cold smile, confident of his success. "But that old fox Chu He is still watching us closely. Now he's using the Empress as a hostage. Who knows what he's planning?" Lady Zhen sighed, pressing her temples. "He wants to see the Emperor? Let him protect him then. Without those 2 wolves, what can one Empress do?" Qinming waved dismissively. "The Liu family from the Central Star region has allied with us, and Marshal Liu has openly declared his support. The governor of Azure is always close to our Huang family. Prince Yin and the Bai family are turning a blind eye to us. The Su family from the Zhisu Star region is driven by profit, and with a few promises, they'll switch sides immediately. Even Songyue is under our control now. Indeed, our Huang family will fully support you in ascending the throne, Huang Zhixiong said excitedly, as if he could already see his path to power. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, Lady Jin murmured, clutching her chest. Unlike her son and brother, who were brimming with ambition, she, being a woman, found herself plagued by sleepless nights filled with these endless schemes and intrigues. Suddenly, Qin Ming's handheld terminal began flashing wildly with an incoming communication request. He glanced around, smugly winking at his mother and uncle. Look at this, the old governor of Tsangyu is calling. On the screen appeared an elderly man with gray hair, trembling as he stood beside a middle-aged man who was bloodied and battered, shackled at the hands and feet, his mouth a mangled mess, barely conscious. Forgive this old man for disturbing the second prince and Lady Jeanne, the old governor of Tsangyu said, bowing low and humbling himself. What crime has the old governor committed? Qin Ming asked with a satisfied smile. The old governor pointed helplessly at the man on the ground. It is my fault for not disciplining him properly. This rebellious son dared to defile the empress. In a fit of anger, I accidentally broke his jaw, so he cannot speak now. Otherwise, he would be here to beg for your forgiveness in person. Lady Jeanne and Qin Ming exchanged a glance, acknowledging the old fox's keen sense of timing. This matter is between those two, and has nothing to do with the old governor or the Zhou family, Qin Ming said, shifting the conversation. As for the promises I made to you earlier, they will all be fulfilled. I am eternally grateful, the old governor said, bowing again. Now, I must deal with this unfilial son, and will not disturb you any longer. With that, the old governor of Tsangyu took his leave. Once the transmission ended, the three in the hall exchanged triumphant smiles, their scheme successfully executed. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family mansion within the Tsangyu Star region, the old governor gazed at his youngest son, who was beaten beyond recognition. He sighed deeply. Zhou Qian, do not blame your father for being ruthless. It's all for the prosperity of the Zhou family. We were born as Zhous, and our lives belong to the family. For the sake of the Zhou family, I would sacrifice even these old bones. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for his men to drag the bloodied mess away, not bothering to lift an eyelid. It was as if the person wasn't his flesh and blood, but a disgusting piece of trash. From that moment on, the last memory the world had of Zhou Qian was that he was captured by the rebel forces of the little princess while being transported to the imperial capital for trial, his fate unknown. At the same time, in a remote star system within the Tsangyu Star region, the once mighty fleet of the little princess now lay in ruins, scattered like scrap metal across an asteroid belt. Among the wreckage were T3 class elite warships, their royal crests barely visible and in tatters. Qin Xiaolei sat in her princess chair on the flagship's pink-decorated bridge. She stared intently at the starfield battle map before her, where the scenes of fierce combat and the enemy's tightening encirclement were clearly visible. Report, the 13th breakout attempt has failed. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming, at least 10,000 ships, all from the second-tier Imperial fleet, a female lieutenant reported helplessly. If we were still a complete fleet, we might have had a chance to break through. But damn it, who could have predicted the betrayal of the 4th, 7th, and 10th fleets? They even used a cyber virus to lock down our communications. Otherwise, we could have called for reinforcements, another lieutenant said angrily. Qin Xiaolei shook her head in self-mockery. Contacting the outside world is useless now. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 fleets chose to betray us now because they have a hidden agenda. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have trusted the news of my brother's death from the Tsangyue sector and rushed here to investigate, only to fall into the enemy's trap. She clenched her fists and looked at Zhao Ruyue, who had been commanding the battle. Sister Yu, if it comes to it, use my flagship as bait. You all transfer to other ships and try to break through. This flagship's engine is damaged, and its speed is compromised. The enemy wants to drag us down and annihilate us. I can't let you all be dragged down with me. Despite her resolute tone, Qin Xiaolei's eyes were filled with fear. Facing death, she was still just a helpless young girl. Zhao Ruyue looked at the once proud and fearless little princess, now as skittish as a frightened bird, and couldn't help but smile sadly. Your Highness, this doesn't sound like the headstrong little imp I know, she comforted. Besides, from the way the enemy is acting, they won't let any of our ships escape. If that weren't the case, they wouldn't be making such a grand show of it. Zhao Ruyue looked up at the data on the battle map. She had no more than 1,000 ships at her disposal, including 3 T4 class Northwind ships and over 500 T3 ships, but 2 of the Northwinds were already heavily damaged. If it weren't for these 2 war gods drawing the enemy's fire, their situation would be even more dire. On the opposing side, nearly 15,000 ships had been deployed, including the 900 Royal Fleet ships that had betrayed them. Despite the fierce resistance from the elite Royal Fleet, the enemy had lost more than half their forces, but reinforcements were continually arriving. At this rate, defeat was only a matter of time. Why? My father is gravely ill. My brother has perished, and my mother has lost her mind. I just want to find out the truth, but now it seems I'll die here. Qin Xiaolei curled up into a ball, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhao Ruyue pulled the little princess, whom she regarded as a sister, into her arms and comforted her gently. Coincidentally, Xiaolei was about the same age as her own sister. She had heard that, under the sudden leadership of her younger brother Zhao Chun, the development of the Xiaolong system had been promising, and they had even developed a batch of advanced warships. She had planned to visit when things calmed down, but now, it seemed she would never return to the Xiaolong system. So be it. As long as they were doing well, her life would be worth sacrificing. Zhao Riyue silently vowed. No matter what happens, sister, you will always be by your side. She lifted her head resolutely, determined to make one more attempt at breaking through. No matter what, we must ensure Xiaolei escapes safely. Zhao Riyue, you are completely surrounded. Do you think your paltry fleet of 1,000 ships can stand against my mighty armada of 10,000? A video feed popped up, revealing the enemy commander, Prince Qin Hu. While my royal fleet may not match my sister's in quality, it certainly surpasses it in numbers. I can call for reinforcements from the Imperial Army at any time. Defeating you is only a matter of time. However, considering your beauty, if you surrender and hand over Qin Xiaolei, I might spare you and make you one of my concubines, allowing you to live a life of luxury, Qin Hu said lecherously. Dream on. Zhao Ruyue wished her gaze could pierce through him, but she knew she was in a dire situation. Clenching her teeth, she issued her final assault order. All ships, listen up. Cover the princess's escape at all costs. It has been an honor to fight alongside you. This may be my last command. Charge. The best preserved ship, the North Wind, surged forward, leading the assault. However, the enemy's North Wind seized the opportunity, firing a shot that pierced through the friendly ship's armor, causing a chain reaction of explosions. Report, North Wind X-03 has lost contact. Report, North Wind X-03 is down. The worst news arrived, and the fall of the first North Wind ship dealt a heavy blow to the remaining royal fleet's morale. Another breakout attempt ended in failure. A wave of helplessness washed over Zhao Ruyue, making her dizzy. But just then, an unexpected radar alert shattered the silence. Report, the Starship radar has detected a large number of incoming missiles. Zhao Riyue stared intently at the radar screen, seeing a dense cluster of missile signals appearing at the edge of the enemy's detection range, from an unknown origin. Moments later, a series of explosions lit up the enemy formation, the devastation breathtaking. Zhao Ruyue was stunned, and Qin Xiaolei was equally shocked, unable to speak for a long time. Report, a large number of interstellar missiles have exploded within the enemy fleet. Following that, more exhilarating news came in. The enemy's starships have suffered massive losses, exceeding 100 vessels. 300. 500. The numbers continue to climb, leaving even the seasoned female officers in disbelief. No one anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Qin Xiaolei's eyes reflected the spectacular explosions, rendering her speechless for a long moment. Suddenly, Zhao Riyue snapped out of her shock and swiftly issued orders. Retract all our starships and form the tightest defensive formation. Be ready to break through at any moment. We must not let our guard down. With the battle situation changing rapidly, Zhao Riyue decided to wait and watch for the right moment to act. Just then, an unidentified fleet emerged slowly from the depths of the vast cosmos. Their ships were pitch black, resembling dark nights riding through the void, exuding a terrifying aura. Leading the fleet were 100 densely packed T3-class interstellar frigates, with 3 menacing black rams standing tall at their bows, reminiscent of medieval lancers. Following closely behind was an oddly familiar T3-class battlecruiser, flanked by 2 imposing T3-class battleships, shining brilliantly in the starlit sky. Before Qin Hu could react, this elite and fearsome fleet suddenly charged toward the weaker flank of his defenses, like a sword thrusting straight into the heart. Despite commanding nearly 10,000 starships, Qin Hu could only muster about 2,000 in this direction, and they had just suffered a missile barrage. They stood no chance against such a formidable assault and were quickly routed. Enraged, Qin Hu lashed out, demanding to know where this fleet had come from. You bunch of useless idiots. He kicked a hapless adjutant aside and began directing the battlefield from the sand table. He ordered 3,000 ships to intercept the incoming enemy and commanded the remaining fleet to launch a full-scale assault on the princess's flagship. No time to waste with these women. If you can't capture them alive, blow up Qin Xiaolei's ship. Let's see who dares to stop me. The situation deteriorated rapidly. The princess's fleet, already battered, now faced an even more intense bombardment, with ships falling one after another, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the attackers' onslaught grew fiercer, especially the 100 T3 frigates, which tore through the battlefield like reapers, leaving nothing but wreckage in their wake. The fragile T2 ships crumbled at the slightest touch. Qin Husk commanders were left aghast, never having encountered such invincible frigates, questioning their very existence after being pummeled so thoroughly. The firepower of the enemy's battleships and battlecruisers was beyond comprehension. A single shot from a T3 battlecruiser's main cannon could sink a Dragon Crocodile-class T3 medium battleship, a feat unheard of. The female officer hurriedly reported, "Commander, the enemy's assault is fierce. Our defense line is about to be breached." Zhao Ruiyue gritted her teeth and said firmly, "We will not retreat. No matter what, we must hold the line." In this critical moment, a sudden video window appeared in front of Zhao Ruiyue. Inside was a white-haired female officer who solemnly saluted and said, "Miss Qin Xiaolei, we are here to escort the princess back to the mansion. Please forgive our delay." It turned out that this mysterious reinforcement was a private armed force secretly dispatched by Qin Xiaolei's family. Unexpectedly, they arrived just in time during this life-or-death situation, dramatically changing the course of the battle. Immediately, the desperate Qin Xiaolei and Zhao Ruiyue were moved to tears, silently grateful for their narrow escape from doom. They hoped that this reinforcement could crush Qin Hu's siege and help them break through, regaining their freedom. "Bring Missy home?" The abrupt words left Zhao Ruiyue and her companions bewildered. The identity of the white-haired female officer was a mystery, and how had they managed to infiltrate their internal communications so seamlessly? Zhao Ruiyue furrowed her brows and questioned the stranger with evident caution. The white-haired commander glanced at Zhao Ruiyue, as if seeing through the bridge environment she was in, yet remained silent. She only mentioned that the current situation was complex and she couldn't reveal her identity, but there was someone who could earn Zhao Ruiyue's trust. As soon as she finished speaking, the communication screen split in two, and to Zhao Ruiyue's astonishment, it was Warner. "Big sister, I'm so glad you're safe," Zhao Warner exclaimed, waving her arms joyfully in front of the captain's chair. "Brother said you were in trouble, and I was worried sick, afraid I'd never see you again. Little did I know, it was our brother Zhao Chen pulling the strings behind the scenes." Zhao Ruiyue suddenly realized the true identity of the mysterious fleet. Upon closer inspection of the warships, she recognized them as the main equipment of the Xiaolong fleet. T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigates, T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleships, T3 Phoenix-class heavy carriers, T3 Blizzards. She had studied their specifications extensively. Despite the change in paint and disguise, she recognized them at a glance. "If it weren't for Zhao Qin's orders, how could you have arrived in time to rescue me?" Zhao Ruiyue still found it hard to believe. "As soon as he learned you were under attack, he ordered us to come to your aid immediately," Zhao Warner explained. "But he's in the Xiaolong star system and couldn't get here in time himself." It was clear that rushing from the Xiaolong star system to their location would take days unless forewarned. However, there was no time to ponder the details now. The priority was to escape and break through. Even Princess Qin Xiaolei had recovered from her shock and now viewed the man she once met at a military procurement meeting with newfound respect. Charlotte presented a detailed bombing plan, meticulously marking the impact points, explosion timings, and blast ranges of each missile, instructing the princess's fleet to break through according to the plan. Zhao Ruiyue understood that this was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any mistake could lead to total annihilation. But at this moment, Charlotte was their only lifeline, and Zhao Ruiyue couldn't afford any hesitation. She accepted the plan without question. Time ticked away. The interstellar missile ships led by Baishue were on standby. At the appointed time, tongues of fire erupted as the remaining missiles launched in rapid succession, their trails slicing through the starry sky. Simultaneously, the princess's fleet surged forward, racing towards the Xiaolong fleet. Zhao Ruiyue's T4 Boreas headed straight for the missile array, everyone on the bridge holding their breath. They could only trust that Charlotte's calculations were accurate, that Zhao Qin's judgment was sound, and that fate would not abandon them. Zhao Ruiyue watched in horror as a star missile struck an enemy ship not far from their fleet, resulting in a terrifying explosion. More missiles followed, raining down like a storm and lighting up the sky with fire. To her astonishment, the royal fleet, with the princess on board, remained unscathed, as if the ships were surrounded by flames but untouched by them. The fleet continued on its predetermined course, and some captains felt their hearts pounding in their throats. The missiles were so close that debris from the explosions pelted the ship's hulls, creating a nerve-wracking, rain-like sound. Zhao Ruiyue stared intently at the radar, comparing the impact data with the white-haired commander's charts. She was dumbfounded to find that hundreds of missiles had all hit their designated targets with an accuracy deviation of just a few seconds. What kind of terrifying control did the commander possess? What advanced fire control systems did those missile ships have? On the other side, Qin Hu was equally stunned by the scene. He realized the princess's fleet was making a strong breakout, heading towards the attackers as if to join forces. Furious, Qin Hu ordered his subordinates to intercept them by any means necessary, but his allied forces were too busy dealing with the enemy missile barrage to respond. Strangely, the The missiles seemed to have a mind of their own, targeting only the Empire's ships while leaving the princess's fleet unscathed. Even the commanders found it baffling. Seeing the princess's fleet about to escape, Qin Hu gritted his teeth and ordered an encirclement. We can't let them get away. If the little princess falls into someone else's hands alive, my brother and mother will never forgive me. The Imperial fleet will be here soon. We just need to hold them off and they won't escape unscathed. But reality was harsh. Under the cover of missile fire, the princess's fleet managed to join forces with the Xiaolong Legion, which formed an impenetrable barrier, keeping the Imperial forces at bay. Only a few T3 frigates were destroyed, and the heavily damaged ships safely retreated. In contrast, the Empire suffered significant losses, with nearly 2,000 T2 and above ships obliterated in an instant. Charlotte glanced at the battlefield situation and decisively ordered a retreat. The T3 warships left first, followed by T3 battlecruisers and T3 battleships, and finally, the T3 heavy battleships and carriers. This phased withdrawal maximized the safety of the Xiaolong Legion. Meanwhile, the princess's fleet was still reveling in their narrow escape. Qin Xiaolei murmured, I can't believe we actually made it out. It feels like a dream. However, Zhao Ruiyue was less optimistic. We're far from being out of danger. Qin Hu won't give up easily. They will surely pursue us relentlessly, mobilizing more forces to hunt us down. As the two were lost in their worries, a video window suddenly popped up. Lilith, appearing composed, said, Princess Qin Xiaolei, Commander Zhao Ruiyue. I am the chief secretary of this fleet. Please follow the navigation chart. I will send you to the designated coordinates. This is not the place to explain, but all will be revealed in due time. Why stop here? Zhao Ruiyue questioned. Please comply first. You will understand soon, Lilith responded cryptically. Meanwhile, after completing their cover mission, the warships of the Xiaolong Legion began to retreat from the battlefield one by one. Only the T3 heavy battleship and T3 battlecruiser pushed their engines to the limit, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Get after them. I've sent out a distress signal, and 5 Imperial legions are on their way to support us. As long as we can hold them off, they won't be able to escape. Qin Hu roared, waving his fist in the air. All they needed to do was delay the princess fleet until reinforcements arrived, and everything could still be salvaged. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Hu's interstellar battleship began pursuing the retreating Star Guardians, but suddenly, 5 T3 interstellar warships appeared out of nowhere in their path. A barrage of interstellar torpedoes and bombs followed, creating a continuous blaze of explosions. When the attack ceased, the 5 T3 stealth bombers had vanished without a trace. Lock onto them. Anyone who loses them, I'll kill their entire family. Qin Hu issued a death order. His remaining fleet of over 6,000 warships then doggedly followed the fleeing ships on their radar. After about 10 minutes of pursuit, something startling happened. The energy signals of those starships disappeared into thin air. Deploy long-range signal capture devices immediately. Find them. Qin Hu jumped up and commanded. The accompanying reconnaissance ships began deploying small black boxes, long-range space radars. Soon, a larger detection map appeared before Qin Hu, but apart from his own fleet, the surrounding star region was empty. The 300 unidentified starships, along with the princess's fleet of nearly 1,000 ships, had all vanished as if they had evaporated from the star sector. How could this be? Qin Hu was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion and anger. Unwilling to accept this result, he ordered a thorough search of the entire star region. Your Highness, some good news. The adjutant cautiously reported. We found some data in the Starship database that closely matches the warships we encountered just now. Matches? Qin Hu frowned. The adjutant pulled up comparison images of the starships. Suspected T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship cruiser first appeared in the Beifeng star region, equipped by the Xiaolong fleet. Similarity: 78. Suspected T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship first appeared in the Beifeng star region, equipped by the Xiaolong fleet. Similarity: 87. Beifeng star region, Xiaolong star system? Qin Hu was even more surprised. You mean that powerful fleet just now came from a small star system without even a stargate? And it's a private army of a mere viscount. The adjutant scratched his head. This Xiaolong lord was recently promoted to Marquis. He has repeatedly achieved great victories against the interstellar insectoids, reportedly relying on these powerful warships. Especially the T3 Blizzard class. It's practically legendary. Moreover, Xiaolong lord's elder sister serves in the royal fleet and is highly trusted by the princess. This is too much of a coincidence. Qin Hu fell into deep thought. All right, we must thoroughly investigate this Xiaolong lord when we return. If it's really him causing trouble, I want to see how he will pay the price. Qin Hu still couldn't understand how those starships could vanish without a trace. Even with warp travel, preparation time is needed, especially with the royal fleet's heavily damaged ships. Where did those mysterious starships go? Meanwhile, the princess's fleet, which Qin couldn't locate, was currently in the Xiaolong star system, thousands of miles away. Even Zhao Ruyu and Qin Xiaolei could hardly believe their ears. Are we really in the Xiaolong system now? Lilith smiled and nodded. Yes. Your starships can rest here. We have specialized medical and industrial ships to assist you. Zhao Ruyu had her subordinates verify the coordinates, and the result was astonishing. According to the calculations, they were indeed in the Xiaolong system within the northern wind sector. The two exchanged glances, still recalling how just minutes ago, a strange starship had generated something resembling a stargate. Guided by Charlotte, they had led their fleet through it. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the Xiaolong system. In the galactic year 3032, mid-August, Zhao Qin hurriedly returned to his Xiaolong star system from the imperial capital star. As a marquis of the empire, Zhao Qin enjoyed priority access, allowing him to travel through the stargates without any hindrance. The return journey took half the time compared to his trip to the imperial capital star. Captain, our ship has exited warp travel mode. We are now back in the Xiaolong star system and will enter the Xiaolong base perimeter in 10 minutes, reported the captain of the T3 Blizzard-class starship to Zhao Qin. Finally back, Zhao Qin said, stretching. 5 days ago, he had ordered his Xiaolong Legion to travel to the Tsangyue star region to rescue his elder sister, Zhao Ruyue. The mission was successfully completed, and Zhao Qin received immediate feedback. The rewards were generous: 10,000 system points, 50 mission credits, and the technical blueprints for the T3 Templar-class medium interstellar combat mecha. Although interstellar combat mechas were not as crucial as starships, they were still indispensable in interstellar warfare. Zhao Qin had been worrying about not having suitable mechas to outfit his starships, and now, his problem was solved. As the distance to Xiaolong base decreased, the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier starship gradually appeared on the screen. I need to head back. It's been a great journey, Zhao Qin said, standing up and looking at the female captain beside him, who seemed reluctant to see him go. The female captain and the women on the bridge watched Zhao Qin leave with expressions of longing. They didn't know if they would ever have such an extended opportunity to be with their commander again. Back on the bridge of the T3 Phoenix, Zhao Qin saw the familiar crimson hull paint. The crew stood up to greet him. Welcome back, Commander. Since we were in a rush, I haven't had a detailed report on your battle in the Tsangyue star region. Please update me now, Zhao Qin said as he walked to the captain's chair, which had been prepared for him, and addressed Lilith, who was smiling at him. Certainly, Lilith said, raising her hand to bring up several data panels. During this rescue operation, nearly our entire force was deployed. Thanks to the newly commissioned T4 Glimmer-class interstellar jump ships, we were able to rapidly withdraw after completing the mission. We faced an interstellar fleet of nearly 10,000 ships led by Qin Hu, the third prince of the Xingyao Empire, which was comparable to a second-line imperial fleet. The battle cost approximately 10 billion star credits, with losses including 3 T3 ships, 5 T2 ships, and a number of interstellar fighters and drones. Personnel casualties amounted to 323. However, in over an hour of combat, we managed to destroy nearly 3,000 enemy starships, Lilith summarized. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment and said, the losses this time are significant. This might be the largest we've ever faced in any battle, right? Yes, mainly because the enemy's strength was the highest we've encountered. Although their 10,000 ships were only second-line imperial forces, their sheer numbers caused us considerable trouble, Lilith explained. Fortunately, our mission was just a rescue. Once we retrieved the personnel, we withdrew quickly. Deputy Commander Charlotte mentioned that with our current strength, continuing to fight would have been a sure defeat. Moreover, the enemy had a T4 North Wind God-class ship, which was responsible for taking down our 2 T3 Triceratops ships. In this battle, although the Xiaolong Legion achieved its strategic objective by destroying over 3,000 enemy ships and rescuing the royal fleet, it also exposed its own shortcomings in strength. Facing an evenly matched opponent, the Sky Dragon Legion is not yet capable of large-scale frontal combat. If the battle lines extend, even a victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. How are the arrangements for the princess's royal fleet? Zhao Qin inquired about the troublesome group he had painstakingly rescued. If the top brass of the Xingyao Empire knew the little princess was in his hands, the faction loyal to the princes would never let him off. As per your instructions, the princess's royal fleet has been stationed in the Lion King star system and is under strict lockdown. No starship is allowed to leave the military control zone without permission, Lilith replied. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction. He still hadn't decided what to do with the little princess, but under no circumstances could this information be leaked. How many starships does the princess's royal fleet currently have? Zhao Qin asked again. We managed to rescue a total of 832 starships, but 1/3 of them are severely damaged. If it weren't for our Huigang-class interstellar jump ships, those starships wouldn't even be capable of warp travel and would have been unable to escape, Lilith reported. The remaining 2/3 also suffer various degrees of damage. Among them, 2 T4 North Wind-class ships are in bad shape. One is heavily damaged and will be difficult to repair, while the other, which is the little princess's flagship, is in slightly better condition, but only relatively speaking. And my sister? Where is she now? Zhao Chen suddenly asked. During your absence, Miss Warner has been accompanying your elder sister around the Sky Dragon star system. As per your authorization, Miss Xiao Ruyue has level 1 clearance and can access all interstellar warships, Lilith answered. Zhao Chen nodded. It was time to meet his elder sister. Make the arrangements. I want to see her, he instructed. Though the Legion had suffered significant losses, it was still within his expectations. Inside the shuttle, Zhao Ruyue gazed through the porthole at the massive, awe-inspiring Stargate and the numerous interstellar warships bustling around. Even the busy industrial fleet in the distance was clearly visible. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that all of this belonged to the Xiaolong star system. Despite having already experienced much of Xiaolong's prosperity with her sister's company, her heart still couldn't calm its shock. She knew her brother had achieved remarkable feats over the past 2 years, accomplishing extraordinary deeds, beginning the construction of the Xiaolong star system and commanding advanced interstellar warships. But who would have thought that her seemingly unremarkable brother had amassed such an impressive empire in secret? Warner, is all of this really Zhao Chen's doing? Zhao Ruyue looked at her sister in disbelief. Zhao Warner rolled her eyes and sighed. Sis, you've asked that over 10 times already. Yes, these stargates and warships were all arranged and built by our second brother. Of course, he didn't do it alone. She continued. You've met Lilith, his right-hand woman. Though she's just a succubus, her abilities are exceptional. Almost all of the Xiaolong Legion is under her management. Without Lilith, I doubt our brother would even get a good night's sleep. And then there's Charlotte, a military genius, and Annie, an industrial technology prodigy. Over the years, many outstanding talents have gathered under our brother's banner. Big sis, I know you might still have some doubts, but I can assure you that everything you see here is Zhao Chen's masterpiece. Pride shone on Zhao Warner's face, as if she had a hand in creating all of this. Zhao Ruyue took a deep breath and smiled wryly. It seems I still find it hard to accept. But on the other hand, this is wonderful news for us. With the Xiaolong star system flourishing like this, you no longer have to wander and suffer. Our family can finally be together again. Zhao Warner exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Zhao Ruyue's hand with joy. Zhao Ruyue looked at her sister's innocent, radiant smile and affectionately patted her head. Just then, a mechanical voice announced, arriving at the target starship hangar. You may disembark. The shuttle door slowly opened. As the door lowered, a man in a black military uniform with a faint smile on his lips came into view. Zhao Ruyue stared at the familiar yet distant face, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. She and Zhao Warner stepped off the shuttle, standing opposite the man. For a moment, this woman, who had seen the highs and lows of life, didn't know what to say. She had imagined countless times what it would be like to reunite with her brother, but never expected it to be under such circumstances. Why are you two just standing there? Say something. Zhao Warner urged, anxious as if on hot coals. Finally, Zhao Chun broke the silence. He looked at his sister, whose beauty could bring cities to their knees, and softly said, Welcome home. A simple phrase, yet it struck the most tender part of Zhao Ruyue's heart. Once upon a time, she didn't understand her father's decisions. She was clearly more talented and better suited to inherit the position of the Soaring Dragon Lord. So why did she choose her then incompetent brother? She had been angry and unwilling, but ultimately chose to leave home. Now, facing this familiar yet strange brother, she felt completely at peace. Years of unresolved feelings vanished in an instant. She gently caressed Zhao Chen's cheek, murmuring, I never thought you'd grow up this much. 10 minutes later, in the private dining room of the T3 Phoenix Starships restaurant, Zhao Chen, Zhao Ruyue, and Zhao Warner sat around a table laden with a feast. Initially surprised by the spread, Zhao Ruyue had gradually come to accept it. When she first learned that all female soldiers of the Soaring Dragon Corps enjoyed such benefits, she was in disbelief. Even the ordinary female soldiers of the Royal Fleet didn't have such luxurious meals. After visiting the T2 Bronze Eden and T3 Silver Eden, she understood why Zhao Chun could afford to reward his subordinates so generously. These bases possessed incredible interstellar ship technology, providing continuous support to the Soaring Dragon Corps. Zhao Chen then detailed his recent visit to the capital of the Starlight Empire and the current power dynamics within the empire. It turned out that the prince's faction, led by Consort Jin and the second prince Qinming, had seized control of the Starlight Empire's government. Although the true stances of various factions, such as the Star Region governors and the imperial marshals, were unclear, they all outwardly supported the prince's faction. The Starlight Emperor remained missing throughout. Additionally, Governor Chu, he was under house arrest in the capital. Although his life was not in danger, he could not leave his residence. It was known that after the scandal involving the little princess, Governor Chu he had taken the Empress into his residence, evidently to protect her. For now, the Empress's safety was ensured. Hearing all this, Zhao Ruyue couldn't help but feel amazed at how much had changed in just a few days. The little princess had initially gone to the Tsangyue Star region to investigate the crown prince's incident, only to be ambushed halfway. It seemed someone intended to use this opportunity to eliminate her. If the little princess died, no matter the truth, it would be too late to reverse the situation. Zhao Chen nodded, sneering. This plan may seem crude and full of flaws, but it's the most effective right now. Everyone involved understands the unspoken agreement and chooses to stay silent. No one wants to break the facade. Has there been any movement from the little princess in the past few days? What are her plans? Zhao Chen asked, despite his reluctance to get involved in royal disputes, knowing he had no choice but to pay some attention now that the issue was in his hands. The little princess is very troubled, Zhao Ruyue replied. Upon learning of the slander against her mother, she wanted to return to the capital and prove her innocence publicly. Return to the capital for a blood test? Zhao Chen shook his head, laughing. Easier said than done. With the court under the prince's faction's control, who can guarantee her safety even if she reaches the capital? And if it comes to a blood test, who can ensure the results won't be tampered with under their watch? Realizing the implications, Zhao Ruyue's face showed her concern. Sis, let me ask you, what kind of person do you think Qin Xiaolei, that little princess, really is? Zhao Chen squinted at Zhao Ruyue, his tone carrying a different kind of meaning. What exactly do you mean? Zhao Ruyue gazed into her brother's eyes, trying to read his thoughts. Zhao Chen spoke openly. We're family, no need to hide anything. Given the current situation in the Xingyao Empire, we must choose a side in the future: the crown prince's faction, the little princess, or remain neutral. If we choose neutrality, we must distance ourselves from the little princess. Sis, since you left the Xiaolong system, you've been closely serving the little princess and know her well. You might even have some affection for her. So, I want to hear your opinion. Zhao Chen's tone was sincere. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Ruyue replied gravely. From a personal perspective, the little princess has a good character. Although she's sometimes a bit detached from reality, she lacks the vices of a spoiled child. She treats her people very well. The treatment of the princess's fleet is according to the highest standards of the Imperial Navy, though it can't compare to the lavish benefits of your Xiaolong Corps. She paused, her tone becoming more complex. But looking at the bigger picture, supporting the little princess right now is undoubtedly unwise. With the crown prince's death and the machinations of Consort Jin and the crown prince's faction, the little princess has no chance of making a comeback. Siding with her means going against most of the Xingyao Empire. At this moment, Zhao Ruyue felt a mix of emotions. Personally, she definitely supported the little princess. After years of being together day and night, she had come to see the little princess as her own. But from the perspective of the Xiaolong Corps' interests, supporting the little princess was undoubtedly a losing proposition. Why all the hesitation? I just want to know your true feelings. Zhao Chen looked directly into his sister's eyes. Biting her lip, Zhao Ruyue finally made up her mind. I want to help the little princess. Isn't that simple? Zhao Chen clapped his hands. You only live once. You should do what you want, regardless of the risks and benefits. If you want to help the little princess, then we'll stand by her and help her regain everything she's lost. Zhao Ruyue widened her eyes in astonishment. You decided just like that? Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Is there something wrong with that? But the risks for the Xiaolong Corps are too great, Zhao Ruyue said worriedly. Risk and reward go hand in hand. You know that? Zhao Chen patiently explained. If we can help the little princess ascend to the throne, the Xiaolong Corps will benefit greatly. I know you're worried about the crown prince's faction, but to be honest, I've already had personal conflicts with them, so supporting them is out of the question. If we choose neutrality, and the crown prince's faction or even the second prince Qin Ming takes power, even with Governor Chu He protecting me, my life won't be easy. The crown prince's faction will surely hinder our development, slowly eroding our strength like boiling a frog in warm water. So, you truly want to support the little princess? Zhao Ruyue's expression shifted from surprise to shock. Zhao Chen nodded firmly. He had been contemplating this issue for some time. He originally just wanted to peacefully develop his own territory and live a carefree life, free from bullying. But fate had other plans, and it was no longer possible to avoid making a choice. Since he had to choose, he might as well pick someone he favored. The little princess was not only someone Zhao Chen found agreeable, but also had a good relationship with Zhao Ruyue, making it a win-win situation. Of course, the princess must be cooperative and sensible enough to follow his plan. The current situation is precarious, and even a slight misstep could lead to total failure. If the princess is not a suitable candidate to support, I naturally wouldn't help her rise to power. Zhao Chen pondered. So the next step is to meet this princess in person and see what kind of temperament she has. Leave it to me. Zhao Ruyue nodded in understanding. As she looked at her increasingly composed and seasoned younger brother, she suddenly felt insignificant and trivial in comparison. Soon, the arrangements for Zhao Chun to meet the princess were finalized. In fact, Qin Xiaolei had been eagerly anticipating meeting her savior to thank him personally. When Zhao Chen arrived at the Lion King star system, he saw hundreds of starships hovering in the void from a distance. To avoid revealing their identities, these ships had long removed the royal crests of the Xingyao Empire, appearing as a regular imperial fleet. This time, Zhao Chen chose not to meet on his flagship, the T3 Phoenix, but instead boarded the princess's T4 North Wind. Firstly, to show some respect to the princess, and secondly, because he wanted to see with his own eyes the top-tier ship that the Xingyao Empire was so proud of. Of course, the latter was the more important reason. Taking a shuttle, Zhao Chen and Zhao Ruyue boarded the North Wind. As the hatch opened, a team of honor guards from the princess's fleet and a familiar young girl were already waiting. Your Highness, Zhao Chen placed his hand on his chest and gave Qin Xiaolei a standard noble salute. The princess returned the gesture. Despite her current difficult situation, she maintained proper etiquette. Lord Zhao Chun, it is an honor to meet you here. On behalf of the princess's fleet, I extend my most sincere gratitude for your life-saving help, Qin Xiaolei said earnestly. It was my duty, Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Sister, you told me you wanted to discuss the current situation of the Xingyao Empire with me. Shall we move to the conference room for a detailed discussion? The princess suggested straightforwardly. With pleasure, Zhao Chen agreed. The group walked through the corridors of the North Wind and arrived at a spacious conference room. Zhao Chen, Zhao Ruyue, and Qin Xiaolei took their seats at the long table. Your Highness, let me get straight to the point, Zhao Chen said seriously. Given the current circumstances, you are at a disadvantage in the Xingyao Empire. Although there are still some forces within the country that support you, reclaiming what is rightfully yours will not be easy. Qin Xiaolei nodded in agreement. I am well aware of my situation. I have also heard about the movements in the capital. But no matter what, my mother is still there. As for the throne, I have little interest in it. It rightfully belongs to my brother. But Qin Ming and Qin Hu must not be allowed to seize it so brazenly. At this point, the princess clenched her fists. It was clear that she was filled with anger at the actions of the prince's faction. I'm starting to suspect that my brother's murder might have been orchestrated by the crown prince's faction, Qin Xiaolei said solemnly. This series of events is too coincidental to be normal. First, my brother was ambushed and killed, and then our father fell gravely ill. The crown prince's faction seized the opportunity to take power. Everything has been going suspiciously well for them. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. He had his doubts too. The root cause of all these disturbances was the assassination of the eldest prince. Without that, the crown prince's faction wouldn't have been able to stir up this much trouble. So, Your Highness, do you have any concrete plans for the future? Zhao Chen asked, his gaze piercing as he looked at Qin Xiaolei. The princess furrowed her brows and shook her head helplessly. No, although I've been racking my brains for a solution these past few days, as you said, the current situation is too unfavorable for us. I really don't know what to do, she said, covering her face in distress. Zhao Ruyue, standing nearby, looked at her with concern and then turned her pleading eyes to Zhao Chun. It was clear that Zhao Ruyue had a close relationship with the princess. Given the circumstances, it's time to be frank, Zhao Chun said, tapping his fingers on the table with determination. Your Highness, if I were to offer my full support, what would you say? Really? Qin Xiaolei asked, lifting her head in surprise, her eyes filled with hope. At this moment, what she needed most was a strong ally. But I hope you understand, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Zhao Chun said with a meaningful smile. I understand, Qin Xiaolei quickly replied. As long as you help me defeat the crown prince's faction and reclaim what is rightfully mine, I will not shortchange you in any way. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively. The promises you make, Your Highness, might not even require me to speak up. But it's too early to discuss these matters now. When the time comes, we can negotiate. For now, I have 3 ironclad rules for you, Zhao Chen stated firmly. He was willing to support the princess, but not if she were to become a foolish puppet. Go ahead, Qin Xiaolei said, sitting up straight. First, you must unconditionally follow my commands and trust me completely. Your fleet will be under my control, Zhao Chen declared. Second, in case of any disagreements between us, my decision will be final. Third, if I make any arrangements that are hard to understand, you must not question them and simply comply. Qin Xiaolei was taken aback. Zhao Chen's demands were not complex, but they all hinged on one principle: obedience. Do you have any strategies? She asked. You can see how difficult it is for us to turn the tables and reclaim power from the crown prince's faction. Zhao Chen smiled serenely. At the moment, regaining power is indeed challenging. So my advice is to wait. Wait. The princess was puzzled. Yes, on the surface, the crown prince's faction seems to have full control over the Xingyao Empire. But in reality, the situation is highly complex. Most of the other factions are only cooperating out of self-interest. The crown prince's faction alone cannot manage such a vast empire, Zhao Chen explained patiently. Moreover, the current external environment is quite delicate. The withdrawal of the Mech clan forces has further intensified our conflicts with the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Galactic Federation. An imminent war is bound to become the final straw that breaks the back of the Prince's faction. When that time comes, it will be our perfect opportunity to strike. As for the Empress, whom His Highness is concerned about, it appears that she and her son are safest staying in the imperial capital under Governor Chu-He's protection. Rest assured, Your Highness. Zhao Chen vowed confidently. So, how long do we have to wait? Qin Xiaolei asked hesitantly. At least a year, at most 3, Zhao Chen replied decisively. All right, I'll follow your lead, Qin Xiaolei said, looking at Zhao Chen with determination. She had no other choice. Isolated, and with her princess fleet severely damaged, only 500 out of 3,000 ships still operational, seizing power on her own was out of the question. In the meantime, your fleet will be stationed in the Lion King star system. I'll dispatch industrial ships to repair the damaged warships and restore your combat strength as quickly as possible, Zhao Chen instructed. Thank you. Qin Xiaolei expressed her gratitude emotionally, then curiously asked, by the way, why is there a stargate to the Reef starfield in your territory? Isn't the Xiaolong star system a single star system? Theoretically, building a stargate should be impossible. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Realizing her mistake, the princess quickly covered her mouth and mumbled, Did I ask something I shouldn't have? It's not a big secret, Zhao Chen said generously. You arrived here via our independently developed T3 Huiyue-class stargate. One feature of this technology is that it allows stargate construction within single-star systems. As for why we occupy the Reef starfield, Zhao Chen spread his arms and said calmly, It's because this place already belongs to me. The siblings were momentarily stunned, struggling to digest the implications of his words. The Reef starfield belongs to you? Zhao Ruyue stared at her brother in disbelief. Zhao Chen explained with a smile, As you can see, I hold many secrets. This isn't disloyalty to the Empire. It's merely for self-preservation. I initially occupied a star system in the Reef starfield to build a secret base. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Unexpectedly, I ended up controlling the entire starfield. The snake people serve as my agents on the surface, but in reality, the Reef starfield is already in my grasp. Hearing this, Zhao Ruyue was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Who could have imagined that her brother was actually the de facto ruler of an entire starfield? Considering that the Stellar Empire only had 8 starfields, this was akin to becoming a starfield governor overnight. How many more earth-shattering secrets do you have? Zhao Ruyue marveled. Since her return, she had found her brother to be incredibly enigmatic. Oh, I have one more question, she continued. When we fled from the Tsangyue starfield earlier, we arrived in the Xiaolong star system in an instant. A warship opened something like a stargate. What was that? That was EP4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. It can open a stargate and lead a fleet in collective space jumps. I equipped the Xiaolong Legion with 2 T4 Huiguang ships for this mission. First, we'll jump from the Xiaolong Galaxy to the Tsangyue starfield. After picking you up, we'll return via the T4 Huiguang route. These words left Zhao Ruyue and Qin Xiaolei utterly baffled and speechless. What kind of mind-blowing technology is this? It's a true weapon of war. I'm starting to suspect that my brother's murder might have been orchestrated by the prince's faction, Qin Xiaolei said gravely. This series of events is too coincidental to be normal. First, my brother was ambushed and killed. Then father fell gravely ill. And now the prince's faction is seizing power. Everything is going suspiciously well for them. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. He had his suspicions too. The root cause of all these upheavals was the crown prince's assassination. Without that, the prince's faction would never have had the chance to make such waves. So, Your Highness, do you have any concrete plans for the future? Zhao Chen asked, his gaze piercing as he looked at Qin Xiaolei. The young princess frowned and shook her head helplessly. No, despite racking my brain these past few days, as you said, the current situation is too unfavorable for us. I really don't know what to do, she said, covering her face in distress. Zhao Ruyue, standing nearby, looked at her with sympathy and then turned her pleading eyes to Zhao Chen. It was clear that Zhao Ruyue had a close relationship with the princess. In that case, let's be straightforward, Zhao Chen said, tapping his fingers on the table with determination. Your Highness, if I am willing to offer my full support, what would you say? Really? Qin Xiaolei looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with hope. At this moment, she needed a strong ally more than anything. But I hope Your Highness understands, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Zhao Chen said with a meaningful smile. I understand, Qin Xiaolei quickly replied. As long as you help me defeat the prince's faction and reclaim what is rightfully mine, I won't let you down. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Your Highness's promises are not something I need to consider right now. It's too early to discuss these things. When the time comes, we'll talk. For now, I have 3 ironclad rules you must follow, he said firmly. He could support the princess, but he would not support a foolish puppet. Let's hear them, Qin Xiaolei said, sitting up straight. First, you must unconditionally follow my commands and trust me completely. Your fleet will also be under my control, Zhao Chen declared. Second, if there are any disagreements between us, my decision will be final. Third, if I make any arrangements that seem hard to understand, do not question them, just follow my orders. Qin Xiaolei hesitated. Zhao Chen's demands were simple but centered around one core principle: obedience. Do you have any strategies? She asked. As you can see, turning the tables and reclaiming power from the prince's faction is nearly impossible. Zhao Chen smiled calmly. For now, regaining power is indeed difficult. So my advice is to wait. Wait. The princess was puzzled. Yes, on the surface, the prince's faction appears to hold all the power in the Starlight Empire. But in reality, the situation is far more complex. Most factions are only cooperating out of self-interest, Zhao Chen explained. The prince's faction alone cannot control such a vast empire. Moreover, the external situation is quite delicate at the moment. The withdrawal of the Met clan has further intensified our conflicts with the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Union. A war is imminent, and sooner or later, it will be the final straw that breaks the Crown Prince faction. When that time comes, it will be our perfect opportunity to act. As for Her Majesty the Empress, whom your Highness is concerned about, it seems that under Governor Chu He's protection, she and her child are safest in the capital. Please rest assured on this matter, Zhao Chun declared confidently. How long do we have to wait? Qin Xiaolei asked hesitantly. Short as a year, long as 3, Zhao Chen replied firmly. All right, they'll follow your lead, Qin Xiaolei said, looking at Zhao Chun with determination. After all, she had no other choice. She was now isolated and without support. Even her princess fleet had suffered heavy losses, with only 500 out of 3,000 ships still combat-ready. How could she seize power on her own? In the meantime, your fleet will be stationed in the Lion King star system. I will send industrial ships to repair your damaged warships and restore your combat capabilities as soon as possible, Zhao Chen instructed. Thank you, Qin Xiaolei said gratefully, then curiously asked, by the way, why is there a stargate to the Reef Star region in your territory? The Xiaolong star system isn't a single star system, so theoretically, it shouldn't be able to construct a stargate. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. The little princess quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Did I ask something I shouldn't have? It's not a secret, Zhao Chen said generously. You arrived here using our self-developed T3 Huiwa-class stargate. One of the features of this technology is that it can be built within a single star system. As for why we are in the Reef Star region, Zhao Chen spread his arms and said calmly, because this place has always belonged to me. The siblings were momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the implication of his words. The Reef Star region belongs to you? Zhao Ruyue stared at her brother in disbelief. Zhao Chen explained with a smile, as you've seen, I possess many secrets. This is not out of disloyalty to the Empire, but purely for self-preservation. I initially occupied a star system in the Reef Star region to establish a secret base. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Unexpectedly, the entire region came under my control. Now, the Serpent Clan manages it openly as my agents, but in reality, the Reef Star region is in my pocket. Hearing this, Zhao Ruyue was so astonished that her jaw almost dropped. Who could have imagined that her brother was an actual ruler of a star region? Considering that the Xingyao Empire has only 8 star regions, this was equivalent to becoming a star region governor. How many other earth-shattering secrets do you have? Zhao Ruyue marveled. Since returning, she found her brother to be shrouded in mystery. By the way, I have another question. When we escaped from the Tsangyue star region earlier, we arrived in the Xiaolong star system in an instant. At that time, a warship opened something like a star gate. What was that? That was EP4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship, a top-tier warship capable of opening stargates, Zhao Chan said nonchalantly. It can lead a fleet in collective space jumps. This time, I dispatched the Xiaolong Legion with 2 T4 Huigangs for assistance. First, we'll jump from the Xiaolong galaxy to the Tsangyue star region to pick you up, and then return via T4 Huiguang the same way. These words left Zhao Ruyue and Qin Xiaolei utterly baffled and speechless. What kind of otherworldly technology is this? It's a true weapon of war. What does 400 billion star credits mean? In Zhao Chen's eyes, it's a fleet of interstellar warships. Based on the cost of 13 million star credits per T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, 400 billion star credits could build 30,000 ships. The mere thought of such a grand scene made Zhao Chen's blood boil. The price he previously quoted to Qin Xiaolei for a legion was 4 billion star credits, calculated at the procurement price. But the actual construction cost? Less than 1/20th of that. In other words, with less than 2 billion star credits, a massive interstellar legion could be built. And with Zhao Chun, the cost-effectiveness would be even higher. Lord Zhao Chen? Lord Zhao Chun? Qin Xiaolei called out, unable to hold back as she saw Zhao Chen grinning ear to ear. Even Zhao Ruyue couldn't stand her brother's somewhat twisted expression and gave him a discreet kick with her military boot. Zhao Chen snapped out of his delightful daydream, cleared his throat, and said seriously, ahem, let's get back to business. Signing the procurement agreement is no problem. After all, clear accounts make for long friendships. But I need to confirm one thing. How soon can your highness secure the funds and raw materials? The nearest should take about 3 months, the farthest within a year, Qin Xiaolei replied. If we have safe and fast transportation channels, we could cut the time by threefold, she explained. Some materials are outside the empire, and the year-long transport period already considers confidentiality. But Zhaochen had plenty of those channels. Not to mention the Bayan Group, even the Reef Starfield had a ready tool at hand. The Thorned Rose Free Trade Group specialized in covert transportation, often using the Reef Starfield as a transit hub for smuggling across major interstellar powers. With the addition of advanced transport ships, efficiency would undoubtedly soar. What originally took a year could be done in 4 to 6 months. Leave the transportation to me, Zhao Chen said confidently. With funds and materials secured, let's discuss the specifics of the agreement. One moment while I prepare the documents. He raised his hand and unrolled starship schematics, some even being edited on the spot. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen multitasked, opening the system store's T2 ship list. Do you want to spend 300 points and 4 mission points to exchange for the T2 Bull Demon class medium interstellar destroyer blueprint? Confirm. Do you want to spend 350 points and 5 mission points to exchange for the T2 Whisperer class medium interstellar cruiser blueprint? Confirm. Do you want to spend 400 points and 6 mission points to exchange for the T2 Griffin Knight class medium interstellar battlecruiser blueprint? Confirm. Zhao Chen exchanged for 3 T2 class warships in one go. To him, these points and mission credits were a mere trifle. Soon, the holographic images of the starships appeared before Qin Xiaolei. According to my plan, your legion will consist of T2 Queen B-class heavy carriers, T2 Snow Mastiff class heavy battleships, T2 Lion King class heavy missile ships, T2 Bull Demon class medium destroyers, T2 Black Rhino class heavy assault frigates, T2 Whisperer class medium cruisers, and T2 Griffin Knight class medium battle cruisers. The flagship will be this T3 Flame Dragon class medium destroyer. Zhao Chen elaborated confidently. Qin Xiaolei and Zhao Ruyue were left utterly speechless. Aside from the current T2 ships in the Xiaolong Legion, there are several brand new battleships that they have never heard of and that have never appeared on the market. Did you also develop the technology for these 3 T2 ships? Zhao Ruyue couldn't hide her curiosity. Zhao Chen just smiled mysteriously. For this major client, he had directly exchanged them from the system store genuine, fresh goods. But my legion is primarily equipped with T2 ships. Will that be enough? After all, T3 is the current mainstream. Qin Xiaolei expressed her concern. Zhao Chen shook his head and laughed. Although the Imperial fleet started phasing out T2 ships in the past 2 years, completing the entire plan will take at least 20 or 30 years. It's only been a few years. How many fully T3 equipped Imperial fleets have you seen? Probably not more than 5 across the entire empire. Even the Royal Legion, aside from a few fully upgraded main units, still uses a mix of T2 and T3. Qin Xiaolei thought for a moment and realized he was right. According to intelligence reports, the total number of T3 ships within the empire is less than 50,000, with T2 still being the mainstay. I assure you, a legion built to my specifications can go toe-to-toe with any frontline regular legion and win every battle. Even against greater numbers, it won't be a problem, Zhao Chen said confidently. His confidence stemmed from the system backing him. All right, let's go with your plan, Qin Xiaolei said, recalling the fearsome combat power of the Xiaolong Legion, especially the impressive T2 Black Rhino, which dispelled her worries. Although this is a business deal, I'm also supporting your highness's grand cause, so I'll offer the best price. For a legion of this scale, I'll only charge 100 billion star coins. At this rate, 400 billion will be enough to build 40 legions, totaling 120,000 ships. Hearing this, even Zhao Ruyue was taken aback. What a spectacular scene that would be. When is the earliest delivery? Qin Xiaolei asked eagerly. Within 3 months of the first payment, Zhao Chen replied calmly. And as construction progresses, the delivery speed will only increase. I guarantee all 40 legions and 120,000 ships will be ready within 20 months. Zhao Ruyue looked at her brother in shock. Producing 120,000 ships and 40 legions in 20 months, what kind of terrifying shipbuilding industry would that require? Did he understand the implications of what he was saying? After reaching an agreement with Qin Xiaolei, Zhao Chen hurried away, with Zhao Ruyue walking alongside him through the corridors of the North Wind God. 100 billion star coins to buy an entire army? What are you up to? Zhao Ruyue eyed her brother suspiciously. Although the price would yield a profit for Zhao Chen, the margin wasn't as large as it seemed. Could he really be planning to support Qin Xiaolei's ascension? Zhao Chen gave a mysterious smile and deflected. What schemes could I possibly have? It's all for everyone's benefit. If the princess is happy, I'm happy. Isn't that what matters? To Zhao Ruoyue and Qin Xiaolei, such a well-equipped fleet would surely cost far more than the quoted price. 30 to 50 billion would be conservative, and it might even be more. Little did they know, Zhao Qin's actual cost was less than 10 billion. Even at 100 billion per fleet, he could pocket 90% of the profit. With a deal worth 400 billion, Zhao Chun would net 360 billion. Some might wonder if Zhao Chun had lost his mind. Why not set the price at 400 billion instead of slashing it by 4 times? Wouldn't it be better to make fewer ships and earn more? But Zhao Chun was thinking beyond immediate profits. Qin Xiaolei's army was meant to clash with the prince's faction eventually. Since Zhao Chun had already positioned himself as an enemy, conflict was inevitable. By building ships for Qin Xiaolei now, he was preparing for the future, ensuring his own support. More ships, after all, were always better. In large-scale battles, cannon fodder is indispensable. Relying solely on a limited elite force makes victory difficult and costly. The 12,000 warships Zhao Chun prepared were meant to be cannon fodder for future Star Wars, a form of investment. As for the 360 billion in earnings, it would fund his own top-tier fleet later on. Why do I hear the sound of an abacus? Zhao Ruoyue joked. Zhao Chun quickly changed the subject. Sis, what are your plans? Will you stay with the princess's fleet, or return to the Xiaolong Legion? If you want to come back, I'll make you deputy commander. Haven't you always wanted to lead the Xiaolong star system? Zhang Hong is just the acting lord. You could take over. I used to think the Xiaolong star system was everything. Zhao Ruoyue smiled and shook her head. But after wandering these years, I've realized how small it is. Besides, it's in good hands under your management. It doesn't need me. As for returning to the Legion, given the current situation, I think the princess's fleet needs me more. Zhao Ruoyue looked apologetically at her brother. She knew that family should stand united, but she was also deeply invested in her own efforts over the years. Zhao Qin had anticipated her decision and understood her choice. Eventually, the princess's fleet would need a commander. For now, although the princess was a good leader, she wasn't an exceptional strategist. Given her trust in Zhao Ruoyue, Zhao Chun could maneuver to place his sister in command when the time came. Although I consider this fleet merely cannon fodder, even cannon fodder needs excellent leadership to be effective, Zhao Chun thought. I respect your decision, Zhao Chun replied. In that case, I'll coordinate directly with you on matters concerning the princess's fleet to avoid any hassle. But don't expect any special treatment just because we're siblings. Zhao Ruoyue put on a stern face. I won't do anything to harm the princess. Do I look like that kind of person? Zhao Chun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Ruoyue shot him a meaningful glance and nodded knowingly. After some small talk, the siblings walked for over an hour before arriving at the hangar. Zhao Chun boarded the shuttle and returned to the Phoenix. Without wasting any time, he contacted Lilith, Annie, and Charlotte to convene a high-level meeting of the Legion. The agenda was twofold: to discuss building ships for the princess's fleet and to determine the Legion's future direction. Zhao Chun had successfully led the Xiaolong Legion to become a key player in the grand scheme of the Xingyao Empire. He had transformed from an insignificant pawn into a strategic mastermind. With an inevitable civil war looming in the empire, it was crucial to prepare in advance. Lilith was the first to arrive in the Phoenix's meeting room. Upon learning the main topics of the meeting, she began organizing materials for Zhao Chun. Soon after, Annie and Charlotte arrived. Annie, with a lollipop in her mouth, bounced over to the round table. Finding the floating chair a bit too high, she deftly adjusted it and sat comfortably, her legs swinging happily. Lilith was secretly relieved that today's agenda didn't include a particular topic, which would have ruined the young girl's good mood. Suddenly, a faint fishy smell wafted into Lilith's nose. She saw Charlotte approaching from behind, chewing on a grilled fish. Having endured hardships as a rebel and being a natural foodie, Charlotte would munch on a fish whenever she had the chance. It was said that even during battles, while others smoked cigarettes, she chewed on fish. One could only wonder what her enemies thought, knowing they were defeated by someone with a fish in her mouth. Want one? Charlotte noticed Lilith's fixed gaze and, from somewhere, pulled out a small dried fish, offering it with a grin. Lilith waved her hand and politely declined. No thanks. You go ahead and sit. The commander will be here any moment. Charlotte shrugged and took her seat, still munching on her fish. Just then, Zhao Chun strode into the meeting room. Looking around at his 3 trusted lieutenants, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and pride. A high-level meeting of the Xiaolong Legion's top brass was certainly an interesting sight. But then again, wasn't this unique charm exactly what made them special? Thud. With a crisp sound, the lollipop hit the floor. What? Build 120,000 starships in 20 months. Annie stared wide-eyed in disbelief, her trembling hands bracing against the table, her face full of horror. Don't panic, Zhao Chun quickly reassured her. Most of them are T2 class. It's not that hard. But even if they're T2 class, that's still 120,000 ships. Annie exclaimed, almost jumping up. This is such a massive plan. I can't possibly manage it all. Even with a gun to my head, I couldn't do it. She crossed her arms in frustration, pouting stubbornly. Who said you'd be doing it all alone? Zhao Chen chuckled. I'll get in touch with Li Yaqi from the Beiyin group. She already has 500 T2 hammers. We can ask her to produce more and share some of the workload. Plus, we need to expand our T3 furnaces. Overall, building 120,000 ships in 20 months is quite achievable. His confident tone suggested he had thoroughly considered the plan's feasibility. With Annie's and Beiyin Group's production capacities combined, they could handle it. Hearing this, Annie's expression softened slightly, although she still glanced longingly at the lollipop on the floor, seemingly torn. With the resources provided by the princess, we can ease our raw material shortages, Lilith chimed in. Mentioning the 360 billion income, her eyes sparkled with dollar signs. But it's still a huge challenge, Annie worried. We'd need to massively expand our technical workforce. If we can complete this on time, I'll reward the top contributors with our T2 Bronze Eden. Zhao Chen glanced at Lilith, musing aloud. What do you think? Lilith nodded knowingly. No problem. We're about to start mass-producing the T3 Silver Eden anyway, so the T2 isn't that useful. Before she finished speaking, a figure darted toward Zhao Chen like a whirlwind, as fast as a groundhog pouncing on food. Zhao Chen leaned back just in time to avoid Annie's head. Fixing his gaze, he saw Annie staring at him with determination, exclaiming, Commander, don't worry. Not just 120,000 ships, even 200,000 ships. Annie can get it done. I promise. This girl, Zhao Chen thought. One moment she's overwhelmed by the shipbuilding plan, and the next she's a model worker. Her mood changes faster than flipping a page in a book. All right, go back to your seat. Leaning on the table like that isn't proper. Annie obediently returned to her chair, but she was visibly energized, sitting up straight and ready for action. Clearly, she was already dreaming of commanding the T2 Bronze Eden. Let's see a detailed construction plan first, Zhao Chen reminded her. Of course, it shouldn't affect our current quarter's tasks. Don't forget, we still have EP4 Vermilion Bird under construction, along with a series of other warships. Plus, our quarterly goal includes having 300 active T3 ships. None of these plans can be compromised. None of that will be a problem, Annie assured confidently. Then draft me an outline first, Zhao Chen said. Zhao Chen shrugged at Annie and Lilith. Without a word, Annie immediately projected dozens of holographic screens and activated her smart glasses. She then entered an unprecedented state of concentration, her small fingers flying across the virtual interface at an astonishing speed. Lilith, standing nearby, coordinated closely with her. Watching their seamless teamwork, Lilith couldn't help but marvel at how well the commander understood Annie's strengths and knew exactly how to motivate this prodigy. Commander, does that mean I don't have anything to do? Charlotte asked, bewildered, as she glanced at the two engrossed in their work. Our current hypothetical enemy is the Imperial Prince's faction, estimated to control around 200,000 warships, Zhao Chen explained. So, I need you to draft several feasible battle plans and calculate how many more fleets we need to counter them. What? We need to build more? Didn't we already plan for 120,000 ships? Charlotte was so shocked she nearly bit her tongue. It looks like the commander is really committed to this path. Trust Annie. I'm sure she can squeeze out the additional ships we need, Zhao Chen said with a smile, pointing to the focused young genius. All right, I'll draft a future fleet plan for the Xiaolong Legion, Charlotte said, shrugging reluctantly. Don't be too rigid with the ship types, Zhao Chen added. Who knows what new models will come into service in the future? Charlotte nodded, already accustomed to the commander's endless stream of cutting-edge technology. Time ticked by, and soon the sun was setting. Throughout the day, Zhao Chen managed to find moments to assist everyone with their tasks. Even their meals were delivered to the conference room, so they could continue working uninterrupted. For the first time, Zhao Chen witnessed Annie remaining focused on her work despite her favorite food being right in front of her, untouched. Clearly, the allure of the T2 Bronze Garden was far greater than a gourmet meal. Charlotte was the first to complete her task. She quickly drafted the Xiaolong Legion's future fleet composition. Assuming the enemy has 200,000 ships, with a full deployment of T3 class warships, a single full-strength elite legion should be enough to secure victory. A full-strength legion, Zhao Chen murmured to himself. 3,000 T3 main ships, plus a few T4 flagships. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. He closed his eyes, imagining 3,000 vividly painted Xiaolong warships, arrayed neatly in the dark expanse of space, awaiting his command. After 20 hours of calculations, Annie finally presented a construction plan outline to Zhao Chen. Commander, based on my simulations, if we use T2 hammers to build these 120,000 warships, it would take approximately 30,000 months of labor. However, if we switch to T3 forges, it would only take 1,000 months. Given our current industrial fleet and Beiyin Group's capacity, It's nearly impossible to complete this within 20 months. We must expand our industrial fleet, she reported earnestly. Zhao Qin nodded in agreement. Expanding the industrial fleet is essential, but we need to get the numbers right. Too few ships will slow us down, but too many will delay the completion of subsequent warships. Additionally, we must consider the Imperial warship orders currently handled by Beiyin Group. Commander, Annie suddenly thought of something. Since we will be opposing the Prince's faction in the future, and some of the warships we're building for the Empire might end up in their hands, should we still fulfill the contract? They've paid, so we must deliver, Zhao Qin replied with a meaningful smile. He was more than happy for those T2 Mastiff-class destroyers to end up in the enemy fleet, giving them a surprise. Anyone daring to use his ships against him clearly had no idea what they were in for. Without dwelling on it, Annie continued her report. In conclusion, I recommend increasing Bayin's T2 hammers from 500 to 3,000 ships, which will take 3 months and cost around 5.5 billion star coins. We should also increase the T3 forges from 10 to 30 ships, which will also take 3 months and cost 1.5 billion star coins. Following this plan, we can complete the expansion of the industrial fleet by the end of the year without affecting our existing production schedule. As for the 120,000 warships, combining our capacities, we can deliver them by June next year at the earliest, and by the end of next year at the latest. This gives us nearly 6 months of leeway within the 20-month deadline, ensuring we have enough capacity even if you have other tasks. Zhao Chun was very pleased with this. This plan not only fulfilled the 120,000 ship order, but also significantly expanded Beiyin Group's industrial capabilities. 3,000 T2 hammers, such a terrifying shipbuilding capacitino manufacturer in the Star Empire could match this, he mused. They'll have Liyaki coordinate directly with you. As the production consultant for Beiyin Group, you have the authority to communicate on my behalf. Zhao Qin immediately granted Annie significant authority. Annie's eyes lit up with excitement. Don't get it wrong, she wasn't thrilled about the power, but about finally getting her dream ship, the T2 Bronze Eden. She was already fantasizing about expanding the livestock area and raising more calves, maybe even inviting Sister Nyo over for a taste of the delicacies. Turning to Lilith, Zhao Qin asked, are there any issues with funding and raw material supplies? Beiyin can be self-sufficient, Lilith replied. At our current pace, we can deliver all military purchase ships and collect the remaining payments by the end of this year. Moreover, due to the Empire's current situation, Beiyan's orders are increasing, with monthly net profits averaging 10 billion star coins. This trend will likely continue as long as the situation remains unstable. Additionally, our third batch of licensing fees from the Chu family will also be due soon. So, as long as we avoid large-scale Star Wars, finances won't be a problem. Besides, we have a princess who continuously supplies us with resources. Zhao Chun then asked, what about Charlotte's plan for the 3,000 T3 warships? How feasible is it? Charlotte looked at Lilith, awaiting her response. As an officer, she only made the demands, but when it came to money matters, it was up to the chief steward's discretion. Lilith brought up the fleet plan drafted by Charlotte, which detailed the quantities of various T3 ships. Some models had not yet been commissioned by the regiment, so they were estimated at market prices. 3,000 T3 ships were expected to cost 100 billion star coins. If the T3 foundry were to handle this alone, it would take at least 3,000 months of work hours. Although some tasks could be substituted with T2 hammers, overall, there were still not enough T3 industrial ships. Zhao Qin immediately instructed Annie, in addition to the original plan, find a way to build more T3 foundries. As many as possible, no limit. No problem. Consider it done. Annie agreed without hesitation, her tone resolute. If there are no other issues, this meeting is adjourned. Zhao Qin looked around. The future development and construction of the regiment will proceed according to the direction we have set. One more thing, Charlotte raised her hand. We might face a shortage of crew. To man the 3,000 T3 ships in the future, we are currently short by nearly 10 million soldiers. The female soldiers from the Xiaolong star system alone won't suffice. It turned out that the ships were being built too quickly for the manpower to keep up. Moreover, the regiment's recruitment standards were extremely stringent, significantly higher than those of the Imperial Army. Zhao Chun would not allow unqualified individuals to fill the ranks of his troops. I'll handle this, Zhao Chun said, frowning slightly but with a tone full of determination. He already had a few plans in mind. In the capital city of Star Empire, Qin Ming glared furiously at his brother Qin, who on the other end of the communication screen. What did you say? Lost them? A mere princess fleet? Vanished without a trace? And you still have the nerve to report to me? Qin, who, looking dejected, defended himself helplessly. I've already dispatched numerous warships to search every inch of the star system where the princess fleet disappeared. But we found nothing. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Qin Ming's veins bulged as he paced back and forth in the room. When I gave you this command, how did I instruct you? You must kill Qin Xiaolei. And how did you assure me? Qin, who lowered his head in guilt. If he hadn't insisted on playing cat and mouse with the princess fleet, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Qin Ming knew his brother too well. He was always arrogant and overconfident on the battlefield. Seeing Qin Ming fuming, the concubine Zhan quickly stepped forward to soothe him gently. Calm down, Ming'er. While who is at fault, what's done is done. Blaming him won't help now. Instead of arguing, we should think of a solution. Right now, the priority is to consolidate the various forces within the empire. Although we have the upper hand, there are still many opposing voices. We must solidify our power before the old man passes away to clear the path for your ascension. Under his mother's mediation, Qin Ming finally stopped berating his brother, though he still shot him a few fierce glances. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he said sternly, finding Qin Xiaolei must not be delayed. We must locate that woman. As for the empire's situation, he spread out the star map and began pointing out territories. The empire has 8 major star regions. We currently have full control over the Central and Azure regions, and the Snow Swallow and Blue Moon regions are friendly towards us. However, the Purple, Pegasus, Chu River, and North Wind regions have yet to take a stand. Therefore, my plan is, first, to solidify our relationships with the Snow Swallow and Blue Moon regions. Second, to win over the Purple and Pegasus regions, even if it means spending heavily, arranging marriages, or bestowing titles to win their loyalty. And third, to weaken the Chu River and North Wind regions and prepare for military action. Is there no way to win over the Chu River region, which is the strongest? Concubine Zhan asked worriedly. That old fox Chu Changhe is harboring the empress in his residence. Making his stance clear, Qin Ming sneered. He has always claimed neutrality, but now he's openly protecting the empress, clearly opposing us. As for the North Wind region, they have always been aligned with Chu River. These 2 stumbling blocks must be removed. But if you act rashly against them, it might harm your current reputation, Concubine Zhan sighed. After all, you haven't ascended the throne yet, and striking down long-serving border generals could provoke criticism and alarm other major families. Then we'll force them to rebel first, Qin Ming said with a sinister smile. Didn't we already arrange to summon Chu Changhe to the capital, planning to detain him and provoke the Chu family fleet into rebellion? Unfortunately, those Chu dogs turned out to be more patient than we thought, and that plan didn't catch them. But there are many ways to force them into submission, no need to rush. Once I've secured the Purple and Pegasus regions, even if we go to war with Chu River and North Wind, we'll have a sure victory. Speaking of which, I have some intelligence. Qin Hu suddenly spoke up. During our ambush on the princess's fleet, a mysterious fleet appeared to reinforce them. Their combat strength was astonishing, just 300 ships entangled with our 3 legions. Although their models were unfamiliar, some resembled the active warships of the Xiaolong system in the Beifeng sector. Brother, isn't this a good excuse to act? Xiaolong system? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, recalling bits and pieces associated with it. A young lord who made a name for himself during the Zerg disaster in the Bailan sector. A prodigy who quickly rose 2 ranks during the insect crisis in the Beifeng sector to become the youngest marquis. Most importantly, rumors had it that this person was a prospective son-in-law of the Chu family, the future husband of Chu Changhe's granddaughter. A golden opportunity. Qin Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's accuse the Xiaolong system of colluding with rebels and force the Beifeng sector to hand over that Xiaolong lord. If they refuse, we have a legitimate reason to go to war. If the Chu family dares to shield him, they become accomplices and we attack them as well. Even if the Chu family stays out of it, they will still lose face. What kind of #1 family abandons their allies in times of need? Jinfei understood and smiled. If the Beifeng sector really hands him over, it would create a rift between them and the Chu family. Brilliant. Qin Ming nodded approvingly. But there's no rush. Let's first calm things down and win over the Zissou and Pegasus sectors. Let the tension simmer for a while. It might work to our advantage. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and contemplative. In his mind, he already envisioned himself draped in imperial robes, sitting on the throne. Chu Changhe, here to pay respects to the empress, an old voice called from outside the courtyard. Inside, there was silence. Chu Changhe called out several more times, but no one responded. He sighed and slowly pushed open the gate. In the courtyard, a disheveled woman sat in a chair, staring blankly at a holographic image. The man in the image was none other than the late crown prince. Seeing the haggard and dazed empress, Chu Changhe sighed deeply again. Since the crown prince's death, the empress had been in a state of depression, unable to accept the harsh reality of her beloved son's demise. Your Majesty, rest assured, Chu Changhe said respectfully. You saved my granddaughter Chu Xian's life, and I will never forget it. Though I do not engage in political struggles, I will protect you with my life. As long as I breathe, no one will harm you. As for the little princess's whereabouts, I've secretly dispatched people to search for her. We will ensure her safety. With that, he looked at the empress again. She remained vacant, futilely trying to touch the image of her son while murmuring his childhood name. Chu Changhe, heart heavy with sorrow, quietly left the courtyard and gently closed the gate behind him. Medusa and Red Rose had never before set foot on such a magnificent interstellar warship. Though they had seen T3 class ships, this T3 carrier was in a league of its own. This way, please, the female soldier gestured. The two women were secretly astonished they were being led to the highly classified bridge of the warship, not a typical meeting room, indicating that Zhao Chun had other plans. Inside the bridge, even during peacetime, each station was manned with minimal personnel, always ready for action. As they approached the command platform, the captain's chair slowly turned around, revealing Zhao Chun seated there. "Please, take a seat," he said, raising his wrist slightly, causing two floating chairs to appear out of thin air. "I've summoned you both to discuss an important matter." Zhao Qin's sharp gaze fixed on Medusa. "How are things in the Dark Reef sector?" "Under our iron rule, everything is under control," Medusa replied confidently. "The Thorns faction has secured the strategic points in all the star systems. We're also preparing to apply for neutral status with the Galactic Union. As for the Warhammer Group, although they're furious about our ambush on their fleet, they're too busy annexing unclaimed systems to bother us for now." Zhao Qin nodded. "Have you tallied the tax revenue and resources from the Dark Reef sector? Under our administration, the mining tax revenue alone has reached 10 billion star coins," Medusa answered proudly. "Only 10 billion? Zhao Qin remarked dismissively. "No wonder the Starshine Empire and the Mech clan consider this place worthless. Any random star sector generates dozens of times more income." He paused and then shifted the topic. "By the way, how many people currently live in the Dark Reef sector, including the serpent folk?" Medusa hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. "Including subspecies, there are about 3 billion serpent folk in the Dark Reef sector. The latest census shows a total population of 170 billion, mainly humans and half-beast races, along with various other interstellar species." "Medusa, I need a favor from you." Zhao Qin's eyes gleamed. "I want you to recruit a large number of soldiers from the Dark Reef sector. Race and number don't matter. There are only two conditions. They must be female and meet the enlistment standards." Medusa pondered. The Draconic Legion was in a phase of expansion and was short on manpower. The Draconic star system alone couldn't meet the demand. The Dark Reef sector's people were known for their fierceness, and with some training, they could become excellent crew members. As for loyalty, with full bellies and ample benefits, loyalty wouldn't be an issue. "Race doesn't matter?" she asked. "Doesn't matter," Zhao Chun said firmly. "Having excellent female serpent folk soldiers would be even better. I'll take them all." Medusa was secretly delighted. If she could plant loyal serpent folk within the Draconic Legion and later elevate them to high positions, it would greatly strengthen the serpent folk's rule. "Leave it to me," she agreed without hesitation. Zhao Chun saw through her little scheme. She wanted to insert her confidence into the Legion, but he intended to use this opportunity to assimilate the serpent folk. If those serpent folk soldiers remained loyal to him, controlling the serpent folk would be a breeze. He then turned his gaze to Red Rose. "Your Thorns group has always been involved in interstellar smuggling, so you must be familiar with the secret routes of the Galactic Union's various nations, right?" "Exactly," Red Rose nodded. "I have some special cargo that needs to be transported quickly and discreetly," Zhao Chun said. "Can you get it to the Lionheart star system as soon as possible?" "That's my specialty," Red Rose replied confidently. Red Rose was confident, yet still cautious. "Can you give me the size, location, and timing requirements for the cargo?" she asked. Zhao Chun pulled up a star map, marking several locations where Qin Xiaolei had hidden the materials. "This is just the tip of the iceberg for the 3 trillion star coins worth of materials. For now, these are the coordinates. There's no strict time limit, but it needs to be done quickly and flawlessly." Red Rose glanced at the map, instantly calculating the most discreet and secure routes. "Transporting this shouldn't be a big issue," she said, "but the volume of this shipment is staggering. Just one of these batches is worth 100 billion star coins. With Thorn Group's current capacity, it would take 3 trips and about 5 months to move just this one batch. 100 billion in 5 months. How are we supposed to handle 3 trillion in raw materials?" Even though Qin Xiaolei mentioned that part of it was in funds, Zhao Chun had instructed her to convert as much as possible into physical goods. "I need raw materials, not just money," he insisted. "I can't provide transport ships," Zhao Chun said with a smile, displaying an image of a brand new ship along with its detailed specifications. Red Rose was stunned. It was clearly a T3 Great Whale-class heavy transport ship. Its cargo capacity was more than double the largest T3 transport ship currently in service in the Empire, and its speed far outpaced any competitors. Equipped with its own loading and unloading robots to dramatically increase efficiency, and with massive energy reserves to ensure long-distance travel without frequent refueling, one of these behemoths was equivalent to 100 of her most advanced T2 transport ships. "I'll give you 30 of these T3 Great Whales," Zhao Chun said, smiling as he upped the ante. "If that's not enough, I'll provide more." Complete all the transport tasks I've assigned, and they'll be yours permanently. With these powerful ships, I can move 100 billion worth of cargo in just 1 month. Red Rose was moved to tears, practically ready to jump for joy. Who would have thought that a single meeting could multiply her fleet's capability dozens of times over? In late September of Galactic Year 3032, the Prince Party of the Starshine Empire had been in power on the capital planet for nearly 2 months. On the surface, everything seemed calm, and they didn't mention the whereabouts of the young princess at all. However, a closer look revealed turbulent undercurrents. Over the past 2 months, military ship orders from various factions within the Starshine Empire had surged by 300 euro per year. Prices of many popular ship models had soared, with the Northern Swallow Group's T2 Mastiff-class destroyers even experiencing a 50-price hike. The limited T3 ships were in such high demand that they were almost impossible to acquire, with everyone scrambling to get one. The fierce competition among the powerful factions indicated that a storm was brewing beneath the surface calm. At the center of this brewing storm were the Prince Party and the Chu family. News that the head of the Chu family, Chu Changhe, had been placed under house arrest in the capital had already spread among the elite. Surprisingly, the Chu family's military force had yet to make a move. Could it be that the rumored incompetent heir, Chu Xian, really couldn't shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the Chu family? No one knew the inside story. At this very moment, Chu Xian was negotiating a business deal with her fiancé. The third batch of T3 Flame Dragon technology licensing fees and the 32 billion star coins for raw materials have been prepared and are being transported to the Xiaolong star system, Chu Xian said during a video call with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen scrutinized his fiancée on the screen, noticing that she had changed significantly. The once vibrant and energetic woman was now replaced by a calm and composed figure, much like a seasoned general. Additionally, we plan to order another 1,000 T3 Flame Dragons, Chu Xian continued. At the original price of 1.5 billion per ship, the total comes to 1.5 trillion star coins. I will pay the 450 billion down payment along with this final payment. Despite the turbulent times, Chu Xian remained true to her commitments, paying the enormous technology fees as promised, earning Zhao Chen's respect. It was clear that the Chu family's esteemed reputation was well-deserved. However, Zhao Chen didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked seriously, "Are you preparing for war? Ready to fight the Prince Party to the death?" Mentioning this, a flash of anger crossed Chu Xian's face. The Prince Party dared to place my grandfather under house arrest. Although he forbade us from attacking first, I must be prepared. If they dare to harm a single hair on his head, I'll dig up their ancestors' graves. Even if it means certain defeat in the end, I'll make them pay dearly. Have you considered allying with the Holy Radiance Empire or the Warhammer Interstellar Federation? Zhao Chen probed. Chu Xian looked straight at her loyal friend, her face unwavering. Sometimes my grandfather just talks, but no matter the situation, our Chu family will never invite wolves into our home to harm our people. The human population in the Starshine Empire is over 90, but that's not the case in the other two nations. It wouldn't be wrong to call them alien races. Zhao Chen thought to himself. I knew the old man was just talking. He would never form an alliance with aliens. That's the Chu family's bottom line. Suddenly, Chu Xian shifted the topic. In a few days, I will publicly announce the cancellation of our engagement. The Chu family is now a target, and as my fiancé, you will inevitably be implicated. Her eyes dimmed slightly as she spoke. Feigning surprise, Zhao Chen said, "What? You're turning your back on me before we even get started? What are you talking about? Who's turning their back on whom?" Chu Xian's face flushed with anger and she shouted, "Cancel the engagement? I don't agree with that." Zhao Chen grinned mischievously. "Even though this engagement is fake, if word gets out that you dumped me, where's my dignity? If we have to break up, it should be on a day when I'm in a bad mood and I dump you instead." Chu Xian was infuriated. How could this guy be so oblivious? Couldn't he see she was doing this for his sake? Also, from today onwards, you can build as many Yanlong units as you want without paying me any technology fees, Zhao Chen suddenly said seriously. Chu Xian was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. "And if you ever can't handle it, just call me good husband," Zhao Chen added with a wicked smile. "I've got a fleet that can at least help you vent some anger, right?" Before Chu Xian could react, he continued, "I have a ton of other issues to deal with, so I won't keep you. Bye." With that, he decisively cut off the communication. Chu Xian stared blankly at the terminal, then burst into tears and laughter, her eyes slightly wet. What a fool, she thought. Zhao Chen leaned heavily back in the captain's chair and slapped his own face. Damn, I just threw away billions with one sentence. I've never lost so much even in my dreams. But despite the financial hit, he didn't regret his decision. It pained him a bit, but he knew that those billions in resources would allow Chu Xian to produce more T3 Yanlong units. When the Empire's civil war broke out, they would become an indispensable force, greatly aiding Zhao Chen. Moreover, the resources provided by Princess Qin Xiaolei were already sufficient for the Legion's current construction needs. Even if Zhao had more raw materials, without enough industrial ships, they would just be numbers in inventory. One shouldn't try to achieve too much too quickly. Forget it, Zhao thought as he eagerly looked in the direction of the T3 Phoenix-class carrier. Let's go check out our new flagship. In the distance, a colossal ship was dismantling its external industrial frame. It was none other than Zhao Qin's first Suntobeka mission T4 Suzaku-class medium cruiser. Report to the commander. The T4 Zhuke-1 has been completed and is about to undergo its maiden voyage. Annie reported via video, looking every bit the chief engineer. I want to be part of the maiden voyage myself. Zhao Qin's eyes sparkled with determination. How could he miss Zhu Chue's first battle? Annie hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Commander, Qitong looked eagerly at Zhao Qin, her thoughts clear as day. Every captain dreams of boarding a T4 class battleship. It's the highest honor for anyone. Get ready and come with me, Zhao Qin ordered. Yes, sir. Qitong quickly arranged for someone to take over her post and eagerly followed Zhao Qin. The two boarded the shuttle, heading straight for the Zhuke. Meanwhile, several small transport ships were attempting to dock, carrying the first batch of elite crew members. Training had begun early in the project, and each recruit was a standout from their respective ships. Commander, the acting captain reporting. The crew is taking their positions and will be ready for the trial run in 2 hours. Charlotte, who had been waiting, greeted them. I'll head to the bridge first, Zhao Qin said. The group arrived at the brand new T4 class bridge, which was more advanced and comprehensive compared to the T3. Floating crystal windows were everywhere. Zhao Qin strode towards the captain's chair, which hovered 2 meters above the ground. He sat down, surveyed the area, and took a deep breath. This was his T4 battleship. Qitong, who had followed, was equally excited. She had never dreamed that one day she would set foot on a T4 battleship's bridge. Maybe, one day, she might even have the honor to command this behemoth in battle. At this moment, Charlotte walked up. She had already inspected various departments on the ship. Commander, the entire ship is on standby, ready to set sail at any time. Zhao Qin nodded. Then let's begin. Yes, sir. Charlotte waved her hand, and the command interface spread out in front of her. Her orders instantly echoed throughout the ship. Initiate trial run. Commence system self-checks. Energy systems check complete. Operating normally. Propulsion systems check complete. Operating normally. Weapons systems check complete. Operating normally. The crew reported one by one. All Starship module systems are functioning normally. No anomalies detected. Proceed with the 121 trial run items, Charlotte ordered. In the next moment, the walls of the bridge became transparent, forming a 360-degree dome that clearly displayed the magnificent starry sea outside. Zhao Qin sat in the captain's chair, fully enjoying the stunning scenery. The trial run procedures for T4 Zhuke officially began. Speed test. Enter maximum regular mode. Charlotte shouted. Zhao Qin watched as the speed reading soared, quickly reaching 630 knots. Deploy target drones. Weapons systems lock and fire. Numerous targets were launched from the ship's belly, and the onboard weapons fired immediately. Even at an astonishing speed of 630 knots, they hit every target accurately. Enter Zhuke Mode 1. Continue target testing. As Charlotte commanded, the warship speed suddenly increased to 910 knots. The 3 main cannons at the ship's bow retracted into the hull, seamlessly merging. After a barrage of fire, not a single target remained unscathed. Immediately, the second gear of the Vermilion Bird mode was activated, causing the speed to surge to 1,400 knots. All 12 main cannons retracted into the armor, yet the firepower output remained unaffected. Activate the third gear of the Vermilion Bird. Charlotte issued the final command. Hearing this, Qitong couldn't help but hold her breath. It was said that in this form, the T4 Vermilion Bird could reach a staggering speed of 2,100 knots, an unprecedented feat in the entire galaxy. At this moment, all the weapon systems of the battleship were concealed, transforming the entire Vermilion Bird into a blazing red mythical bird with folded wings, slicing through the void at dizzying speeds. Inside the bridge, Zhao Qin and Qitong could clearly feel the stars outside retreating at an increasingly frantic pace. This speed. Qitong felt her blood boiling. Imagine if such a swift battleship appeared on the battlefield. If the enemy couldn't seize the opportunity to destroy it in one strike or surround it with hundreds or even thousands of ships, they would be left in disarray, battered by its relentless harassment and attacks. Because you could never catch up with its pace. Ultimately, the T4 Vermilion Bird cruised at the insane speed of 2,100 knots for a full hour, with all parameters remaining stable without exception. This marked the triumphant success of the maiden voyage test for this T4 class medium cruiser. Commander, the T4 Vermilion Bird's test voyage is complete. All 121 tests were passed. The report concluded. Charlotte's eyes gleamed with uncontrollable excitement and pride as she looked at Zhao Qin. I deeply apologize for my previous work not meeting your standards and expectations. Your critique is invaluable for improving my writing. I will strictly follow all your instructions to achieve significant improvements in pacing, suspense, and conflict, ensuring a tight and engaging storyline. Here is my revised version. The maiden voyage of the T4 Zukla-class medium interstellar cruiser concluded successfully. The nominal captain of this groundbreaking T4 Zhuke was naturally Zhao Chun, as it was his flagship. However, the actual combat command was fully handled by Vice Captain Charlotte. Zhao Chun was more of a hands-off overseer. While Zhao Chun was reveling in the joy of his new ship's completion, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Quarterly mission completed. The number of active T3 ships has reached 300. Please claim your reward. After 3 months of frantic shipbuilding, the number of T3 ships in the Legion had long surpassed the 300 mark. It wasn't until this moment that Zhao Chun received the long-awaited task completion notice. Eagerly, he clicked to claim the reward. A line of text appeared on the interface. Congratulations, you have received 300,000 points and 100 mission credits. Zhao Chun checked his account balance and found he now had a total of 500,000 points and 400 mission credits, a true bounty. He casually glanced at the progress of the annual tasks. Requirement 1. Possess a Legion fleet of 3,000 ships, including at least 300 T3 ships. 515-3000, incomplete. Requirement 2. Possess a T4 class warship. Completed. Requirement 3. Achieve an average living standard of 7 or higher in the Xiaolong star system. 3.910, incomplete. Requirement 4. Achieve the rank of Marquis or higher. Completed. Requirement 5. Master 20 T3 level system technologies. 1820, incomplete. Note: completing any 4 of the above will earn a reward. Completing all will grant a special prize, a T5 ship technology blueprint. Out of the 5 criteria, only 2 had been met. The easiest to complete seemed to be requirement 5. No time like the present, Zhao Chun mused. Making an excuse, he left the bridge and headed straight to the captain's suite on the T4 Zhuke. Calling it a suite was an understatement. It was more like a palace. The 3-story layout covered over 2,000 square meters and even featured a small swimming pool. Zhao Chun sat down grandly on the sofa and began browsing the system store for suitable items. His top priority was the much-needed T3 cruisers for the Legion. Despite owning a T4 Zhuke, its high cost and stringent industrial requirements made mass production impossible in the short term. In contrast, T3 cruisers were far more practical, capable of providing strong support on the battlefield. Soon, he found a model that caught his eye. Would you like to spend 10,000 points and 10 mission credits to exchange for the T3 Finjing-class medium cruiser technology blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T3 Finjing-class medium cruiser technology blueprint. You now have 490,000 points and 390 mission credits remaining. The T3 Finjing might not have any standout features, but it excelled at maximizing all the advantages of a cruiser. Take the most advanced T3 cruiser of the Galactic Alliance, for instance. The overall performance of the Windhawk surpasses it by 50. On the battlefield, it can easily crush its opponents, with one ship being more than enough to handle 3. Just one more thing. Zhao Chun continued browsing the list of items when his eyes fell on a familiar tool, T4 Super Warrior Serum. How could I have forgotten about this? Zhao Chun cursed himself silently. Previously, he had obtained 3 vials of the Super Warrior Serum as mission rewards, but the system had stopped issuing them afterward, and he had gradually forgotten about it. Unfortunately, this serum is not a permanent technology but a one-time consumable and might not count towards the annual mission threshold. However, Zhao Chun had experienced the benefits of enhanced physical abilities firsthand. It was definitely a profitable investment. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Chun decisively clicked the purchase button. Do you want to spend 100,000 points and 100 mission points to exchange for the T4 Super Warrior Serum? Confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the T4 Super Warrior Serum. You have 390,000 points and 290 mission points remaining. Instantly, a vial of vibrant red liquid materialized in Zhao Chun's hand. He recalled the excruciating pain from the last T3 serum injection, a memory still vivid. But as the saying goes, no pain, no gain. What's a little pain compared to building an invincible interstellar army? Zhao Chun steeled himself and was about to inject the serum when he hesitated. He called over a robot and instructed it to help him put on the highest-grade restraint suit. This suit was so secure that even someone as strong as Charlotte, a half-beast, couldn't break free. Once everything was ready, Zhao Chun had the robot administer the serum, slowly pushing it into his chest. He watched intently as the liquid gradually emptied, time ticking away. 1 minute, 3 minutes, beads of sweat formed on Zhao Chun's forehead. Not from pain but from tension. Why hadn't he felt any discomfort yet? Could it be that the T4 serum was so advanced that it was painless and harmless? His relief was short-lived as a wave of agonizing pain tore through his body, shattering his consciousness. Zhao Chun let out a roar and broke free from the restraints. His eyes turned red, and in a frenzy, he grabbed the robot's head and crushed it, sending sparks flying as the poor machine was utterly destroyed. But this was far from the end. The overwhelming pain felt like it was devouring Zhao Chen alive. At this moment, passing out seemed like a luxury. In his delirium, he could only pound the ship's walls with his fists, venting his uncontrollable rage. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed incessantly. Inside the bridge, alarms blared. Warning, warning. The internal armor on the right side of the ship is under heavy attack, defense strength down to 70. Charlotte stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief written all over her face. Who would have thought that the maiden damage to the T4 Vermilion bird would be caused by their own leader? If Zhao Chen knew, he would probably die of embarrassment. Nothing serious. I just accidentally caused an explosion during an experiment. I'll get a technician to fix it later, Zhao Chen explained awkwardly to Charlotte on the other end of the video call. Earlier, when Charlotte learned that the ship's internal armor was damaged, she immediately pinpointed the problem to the captain's quarters. Worried about the commander's safety, she was about to lead a team to break in when she received Zhao Chen's communication. All right then, Charlotte replied skeptically, feeling that something was off but still hanging up the call. Zhao Chen sighed in relief and looked around at the cabin walls, which were covered in fist marks, some as deep as half a meter, revealing the electronic components inside. He glanced at the robot lying on the floor, which had sacrificed itself on its first day of duty, and felt a pang of regret. With a heavy heart, he cleaned up the wreckage and threw it into the recycling bin. In the bathroom, his reflection in the mirror was still the same familiar face, which made Zhao Chen secretly relieved. After injecting the level 3 serum, his physique had become increasingly robust. The T3 serum had sculpted his body to near perfection. Any more muscle, and he would look like a bodybuilder. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, Zhao Chen could feel a significant boost in his physical capabilities. He picked up a small knife and lightly cut his arm. The wound bled profusely but healed within seconds without leaving a scar. He then decided to test further, stabbing his thigh with the knife. The blade penetrated the muscle, but the resistance increased as it went deeper, stopping at about 1 centimeter. The muscle strength was astonishing. Even more frightening was that this was without Zhao Chen consciously controlling his muscle strength. His previously bloodied fists from punching the wall had also fully healed. As a super soldier, his body wasn't invulnerable like a robot's. It was his remarkable regenerative ability and control over muscle strength that set him apart. His subcutaneous tissues could become as hard as iron when needed, while normally they were just exceptionally strong and dense. Combined with enhanced senses and reaction speed, these traits made him an unstoppable super soldier. Zhao Chen lay in the swimming pool, feeling the warm water as he opened the system store. He had impulsively purchased the T4 serum earlier, which was outside his mission scope. Now, he needed to redeem AT3 technology to meet his objectives. After much consideration, he decided on a critical military facility that the Legion desperately needed, a starport. So far, the Xiaolong Legion had been cramped in makeshift bases on a few small, modified asteroids and industrial ships. Do you want to spend 50,000 points and 50 mission tokens to redeem the T3 Storm Fortress-class large military starport blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T3 Storm Fortress-class large military starport blueprint. You have 340,000 points and 240 mission tokens remaining. As Zhao Chen confirmed the transaction, the annual mission panel showed that 3 of the 5 objectives were now completed. Eagerly, he began studying the detailed parameters of the T3 Storm Fortress-class military starport. The first thing that caught his eye was its massive scale, truly worthy of being called the king of military starports. As a military port, it is equipped with over 100 unidirectional shields to withstand enemy bombardments. The perimeter is lined with thousands of railguns and defensive cannons of various calibers, ready for action. Inside, there are more than 3,000 medium and large berths, equipped with T2-level repair facilities to accommodate returning damaged ships. The entire starport can house a permanent population of 1 billion, comparable to an artificial planet. It also comes with 10,000 T3 storm drones, and if necessary, manned fighters can be deployed. It's no exaggeration to say that the combat power of such an interstellar fortress is on par with a fleet of 1,000 warships. In the future, it will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Xiaolong Legion. Constructing such a colossal structure would take at least 30 months and 20 billion star credits worth of materials if relying solely on a single T3 Forge-class industrial ship. Even with the current fleet of 10 T3 Forges working at full capacity, the construction period would still exceed 3 months. Given the Legion's current situation, it's unlikely to see this behemoth anytime soon. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, treating it as a technological reserve, and decided to commence construction only after the forges were expanded. The immediate need for the starport wasn't pressing. Beep beep, a communication request came through the handheld terminal. It was Lilith calling. "Commander, I have urgent news to report," Lilith said directly. "Go ahead. We've just received a notification from the governor's office of the Northern Star region. The local insect infestation has been largely controlled. Due to the deaths or dismissals of some star system lords for dereliction of duty, reorganization of the territories is required. Additionally, the Empire will reward those who have rendered distinguished service, and you are among the recipients. You are requested to arrive at the governor's office by October 10th to attend the Star Region meeting, Lilith said, all in one breath. A reward of a star system? How could I miss such a great opportunity? Zhao Chen thought joyfully. Securing a few resource-rich territories would be a significant boost to the Legion's development. More importantly, if he could acquire a territory with its own stargate, it would be much more convenient to connect it secretly to the Xiaolong star system's T3 Hui West stargate, making travel to and from the Empire much easier and eliminating the need to cross the border's restricted zone, saving both time and effort. The governor's office of the Northern Wind Star region is situated on a small asteroid within the main star system. In the starport, the flagships of various star system lords are docked. As a cruiser slowly sailed into the port, nearly everyone's gaze locked onto it. Who wouldn't recognize this warship? Especially with the emblem of the Fierce Dragon on its hull, it was widely known. It was none other than the flagship of the Fierce Dragon, Lord the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruiser. It's worth noting that there are only 3 Marquises in the entire Northern Wind Star region, and the youngest among them is the Fierce Dragon Marquis. After the warship docked, a large number of nobles scrambled to send invitations, hoping to meet this promising young Marquis. Unfortunately, all were declined under the pretext of being too busy with official duties. It wasn't until the day of the Star Region's conference that people saw the blizzards hatch open. A handsome man in a black military uniform stepped out gracefully, escorted by several female soldiers. Yes, this young nobleman was none other than Zhao Chun, the Fierce Dragon Marquis. As he was escorted into the governor's office, some curious individuals tried to approach and chat, but were deterred by the sharp gazes of the female soldiers. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Chen arrived at the entrance of the conference hall. Wait here, he instructed his attendants. A female soldier took his coat, and he entered the hall alone. Nearly 100 lords had already gathered inside. Each seat was meticulously arranged, and Zhao Chun quickly found his name. The hall was an amphitheater with more seats in the back and fewer as you moved forward. Zhao Chen's seat was in the front row, with 2 similar seats on either side, presumably for the other 2 marquises. The central seat, without a doubt, was reserved for the governor. As soon as Zhao Chen settled in, he felt countless gazes from all directions, as if trying to see through him. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the governor arrived, and the meeting commenced. After some formalities, the governor got straight to the point, summarizing the recent Zerg crisis. He harshly criticized the lords who performed poorly, announcing the revocation of their titles and reduction of their territories. Meanwhile, he lavishly praised those who made significant contributions, specifically mentioning Zhao Chun, who had just returned from the imperial capital with new honors. Next, the assembly held a moment of silence for the noble lords who had fallen during the Zerg infestation. After the tribute, the most anticipated event began the redistribution of territories whose lords had perished. Zhao Chen glanced at the list and suddenly noticed an unexpected star system order. He remembered the decisive battle against the Zerg, where he had led his troops to a crucial victory. It was that battle that elevated him to the rank of Marquis. The Earl of Morton had died defending his homeland, and his son, Su Yifan, had taken over, leading the remnants to fight alongside the Fierce Dragon Legion, holding the Morton Stargate until reinforcements arrived. Zhao Chen had a very strong impression of this young man. I announced that the Morton and Ellis star systems will be awarded to the Northern Wolf Marquis. The governor's voice pulled Zhao Chen back to reality. He frowned. As far as he knew, Morton, Ellis, and Jobel had always been the core territories of the Su family. Now, these 2 most fertile lands were being handed over to the Northern Wolf Marquis just like that? Something was definitely amiss. System task triggered. The decline of the Su family. Difficulty, level. Reward, 20 task points and 10,000 credits. Objective, help the Su family retain control of the Morton and Ellis star systems. A sudden notification sounded in his mind. At the same time, the Marquis of Beilang, sitting across from him, stood up with a beaming smile and swaggered towards the governor, ready to receive the token symbolizing the ownership of Morton and Ailes. In the back row, Su Yifan clenched his fists, head lowered, eyes red, struggling to contain his inner anguish. I'm sorry, father. I have failed to protect our family's legacy, he silently lamented. Just then, a voice rang out abruptly. Hold on. I have an objection to this decision. The room fell silent in an instant. The governor looked suspiciously at the unexpected challenger, unsure of his intentions. The Marquis of Beilang's eyes flashed with hostility, as if he wanted to tear the intruder apart. To my knowledge, Zhao Chun said calmly, the former Lord of Morton, Earl Su, sacrificed his life in the Zerg War. Now, to simply hand over his family's land seems unreasonable, doesn't it? He scanned the room and fixed his gaze on Su Yifan. Su Yifan, if you're a man, stand up. Your father fought tooth and nail to keep this territory. Are you just going to give it up? Zhao Qin continued bluntly. I used to think you had some guts, but if this is truly your decision, then I can only look down on you. The Marquis of Beilang was furious. What do you mean by this, Marquis Xiaolong? I wasn't talking to you. Zhao Qin shot him a glance, then turned back to Su Yifan. What? Have you lost even the courage to stand up? Fine. I'll just assume the brave man of Morton, who fought in the Stargate battle, is already dead. He was about to sit down when a weak, trembling voice broke the silence. Marquis Zhao, I am here, Su Yifan said, his eyes red and fists tightly clenched, as he slowly stood up. Su Yifan, are you really willing to give up those 2 star systems? Zhao Qin asked bluntly. Su Yifan clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and through gritted teeth said, those are the territories my father defended with his life. How could I willingly cede them? Su Yifan, don't forget. You signed the agreement to relinquish control of the 2 star systems yourself. Marquis Beilang pointed at Su Yifan, his face dark and menacing. He had coveted those 2 juicy pieces of land for a long time, and now, just when they were within his grasp, an unexpected obstacle had appeared to thwart his plans. Su Yifan lowered his head in shame. The situation was clear to anyone who wasn't blind. It was obvious he had been coerced, and it was not his genuine intention. Yet the words were already written on paper, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Qian turned to the governor. Your Excellency, I request that the Molten and Ellis star systems be assigned to me. Xiaolong, what do you mean by this? Marquis Beilong's eyes gleamed with fury as he stared intently at Zhao Qian. The prize he had almost secured was slipping away, and he was desperate. I mean, no disrespect, Zhao Qian said calmly. According to imperial law, those who have contributed significantly can choose their territories first during redistribution. To my understanding, I am entitled to up to 5 star systems due to my merits. I'm only asking for these 2. Isn't that reasonable? Or does anyone here doubt the merits of this newly appointed Marquis? His gaze was sharp as he scanned the room, locking eyes with Marquis Beilang across the distance. Su Yifan stood there, stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Why was Marquis Xiaolong so interested in his territory? What was the meaning behind his questions? Could it be? A bold thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head, unsure. Zhao Qin's words left the room in complete silence. The gathered lords and nobles were all internally tumultuous, but none dared to speak. Everyone knew Marquis Beilang had long desired those 2 star systems. When Count Moulton was alive, he had repeatedly coveted them but was always rebuffed. Now that the old man had passed away and the Su family was swarmed by opportunists, how could Beilang miss such a golden opportunity? Yet, this newcomer Marquis Xiaolong had thrown a wrench in everyone's plans. But his argument was irrefutable. The imperial law was clear. Moreover, trading 5 star systems for 2 was not an excessive demand. There was no flaw to be found in his reasoning. Governor Beifeng, secretly pleased, maintained a neutral expression and made the decision immediately. Given Marquis Xiaolong's outstanding contributions in the recent Zerg conflict, since he has set his sights on these 2 territories, we will grant his request. As for Marquis Beilang, we will compensate you with 3 additional star systems. Just these 3. Though Marquis Beilang gained in quantity, he was inwardly bleeding. Just 1 molten star system contributed 30% of the raw material output in the Beifeng star region. If all the mining ships were replaced with Xiaolong's T3 excavators, the yield would surely double. Zhao Qian returned to his seat with a smile, ignoring the deadly glares from Marquis Beilang. In his eyes, the real opponents were the imperial factions, and a mere marquis was not worth his concern. The meeting soon concluded, leaving some pleased and others dismayed. Marquis Beilang, who had been confident of his success, was now seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to tear apart this audacious young upstart. He cast a venomous glance at Zhao Qian and stormed out. Zhao Qian, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered behind Su Yifan. Let's find a place to have a good talk. All right, Su Yifan replied nervously, following closely behind. They arrived at a secluded corner outside the conference hall. Zhao Qian gave a signal, and the female soldiers formed a human wall around them. He pressed a button on his terminal, and a translucent security barrier enveloped them. Why are you giving up the family's 2 major territories? Zhao Qian asked bluntly. Ever since that insect plague, the family has been like a ship with a hole, falling apart and beyond repair, Su Yifan said, looking down like a chastised child. Most of the mining facilities were destroyed, and we suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, we're deeply in debt. Somehow, the Beilang managed to acquire all our debts. They're forcing me to voluntarily give up the 2 stars to clear the debt. Otherwise, what choice do I have? What are your plans for the future? Zhao Qian asked, staring intently at him. Su Yifan was speechless, lost and confused. How about this? Zhao Qian proposed. I'll provide you with funds and support. You manage Morton and Ellis on my behalf. I promise you, within 30 years, these territories will be back in the Su family's hands. There's just one condition: you must follow me loyally. Su Yifan stood there, stunned. A moment later, as if enlightened, he dropped to one knee without hesitation, raising his right hand and swearing loudly, Su Yifan, at your service, will follow the Marquis to the death. The entire Su family will dedicate themselves to the Soaring Dragon with unwavering loyalty. While outsiders saw the Soaring Dragon as nothing more than a rising noble with a bit of fame, Su Yifan, having fought alongside him, knew the true power of this young lord. Following such a master was a heaven-sent opportunity for the Su family, potentially allowing them to rise to greatness and even surpass their ancestors. Go back and make a list. Write down what you need the most right now and what your future plans are. Once I review it, I will provide the necessary support. Zhao Chen instructed Su Yifan, I will not intervene militarily in the original systems of Merton and Ailes. You will have full authority to manage those areas. I will only designate a few military zones and take control of the Stargate. I want you to restore order in those 2 stars and restart the mining operations as soon as possible. Su Yifan nodded vigorously. No problem. I will handle everything properly. At that moment, Zhao Chen's terminal flashed, indicating a new message. He glanced at it, somewhat surprised. You may go now, he said, giving Su Yifan his contact information. If there's anything important, contact me directly. And remember this: while I can support the Su family, I can also easily replace you. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a pointed warning. Su Yifan watched Zhao Chen's military figure disappear, silently vowing to manage the 2 entrusted stars well. The future of the Su family depended on it, and there was no room for mistakes. Zhao Chen then arrived outside a luxurious restaurant. Lord Xiaolong, sir? The Lord has been expecting you in the private room, the butler said respectfully. Zhao Chen instructed his entourage to wait outside and entered alone. He was greeted by the sight of a tea room. Tea, a cultural gem from ancient times, had been cherished in the Xingyao Empire for centuries, producing countless rare and exquisite varieties. Following the rich aroma, he walked behind the screen. There, the governor of Beifeng was brewing tea, the deep red color indicating the renowned Dahong Pao. It was said only 3 mother trees remained, with an annual yield so scarce that even advanced genetic engineering couldn't replicate it, barely producing a few acceptable offspring. Please, have some. The governor offered a cup of tea to Zhao Chen. Though not a tea connoisseur, Zhao Chen felt a sense of tranquility as he sipped. Why did you risk offending Beilang to take those 2 star systems? The governor asked, staring at him. I just wanted to, Zhao Chen replied with a faint smile. The governor paused, then continued. Actually, it works in my favor. I didn't want Beilang to get their hands on Merton, especially. Then why did you offer it to him before? Zhao Chen asked, already suspecting the answer. Was it the Empire's directive? The governor nodded with a smile. Think further. The prince's faction? Is Beilang Marquis one of them? Zhao Chen realized. Exactly, the governor nodded. Generally, awarding territories falls under the jurisdiction of the Star Region governor, except in special cases. But just days ago, the Empire instructed me to hand over Merton and Ailes. Beilang is already the 2nd largest family in Beifeng Star Region. With these 2 rich territories, he could rival me someday. It's a deliberate scheme by the prince's faction to sow discord, and I had no choice. But you did a great job. However, from now on, you'll be a thorn in the side of the prince's faction, and Beilang will see you as a mortal enemy. Zhao Chen suppressed a smile. He didn't care about being the prince's faction's adversary. If they knew the mischief he had been up to behind the scenes, they would hate him even more. No matter, I never got along with the prince's faction anyway, he said nonchalantly. The governor looked at him with some surprise. Surprisingly, the young man didn't even flinch upon hearing this. No wonder he's someone that the old fox Chu Changhe values. Well, that's good. I was worried you might not withstand this evil wind. The governor said, rest assured, the Northern Wind Star region is under my control. Even if the Northern Wolves have backers, they won't dare to act recklessly here. They might not do anything openly, but we can't rule out underhanded tricks. The governor fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen and continued. You're aware of the current situation in the empire, right? I know a bit, Zhao Chen replied. The governor picked up his teacup and spoke slowly. Currently, the Crown Prince's faction is in power. Once the emperor passes away, Prince Qin Ming will undoubtedly ascend the throne. Both Chu Changhe and I are old stalwarts who don't want to get involved in this mess, but in their eyes, we're just obstacles. When the new emperor takes the throne, they'll definitely come after us. There are also a few neutral star regions that are likely to side with the Crown Prince's faction. The emperor's health is genuinely deteriorating, isn't it? Zhao Chen asked curiously. The governor glanced at him. I know what you're thinking. The Crown Prince's faction wouldn't dare to force the emperor's hand openly. That would be a direct affront to many noble families. However, The emperor's health has been declining due to years of battles and the recent tragic news about the eldest prince. It's said that he may not last another year. A year. It's like a countdown to the empire's peace, Zhao Chen ventured. So, what are you suggesting? The governor candidly said, Chu Changhe and I don't care who becomes the emperor. We just want to manage our own territories peacefully. Unfortunately, the crown prince's faction can't tolerate us. The northern wolves are their pawns. Civil war within the empire is inevitable. When that happens, Chu River and Northern Wind will be in grave danger, likely attracting the attention of the neighboring countries. However, both Chu Changhe and I are stubborn. We'd rather die fighting than let wolves into our home and collude with external enemies. I see potential in you. If it ever comes to the worst, I hope you can take Chu Xian and my family to the neutral star region I've prepared for refuge. At least there, you can all stay safe. Zhao Chen looked at the governor in shock. He had thought the governor wanted to recruit him, but it turned out he was paving a way out for him. After concluding his conversation with the governor of the Northern Wind, Zhao Chen immediately returned to the Xiaolong star system. He verbally agreed to the governor's requests, but he had his own plans in mind. Upon reaching the headquarters, Zhao Chen wasted no time instructing Lilith to establish a specialized department dedicated to researching how to aid and develop the Molten and Ellis star systems. Of course, Molten was the top priority. Lilith promptly dispatched a team of elite soldiers to Molten to conduct an on-site assessment. Simultaneously, she deployed a Stargate Guard composed of 30 T2 Black Rhinos to officially take control of Molten Stargate, effectively placing this interstellar gateway under the Xiaolong Legion's command. While Lilith was busy, Zhao Chen wasn't idle either. He collaborated with Annie to finalize the detailed shipbuilding plan for the Legion's last quarter of the year. The initial plan was just a rough blueprint. Now they needed to itemize the specific models, quantities, responsible factories, and other details for each month. It wasn't until Annie, with her large dark circles, pitifully begged Zhao Chen for help, saying she would collapse otherwise, that Zhao Chen reluctantly got involved. After completing the phase of their work, Zhao Chen stretched and took a moment to check the system task interface. The previous records were still there, showing a task triggered earlier. The decline of the Su family, difficulty, level, reward, 20 task points and 10,000 credits. Requirement: help the Su family secure the Molten and Ellis star systems. Status: completed. Claimable reward: 20 task points, current task points, 260. 10,000 credits, current credits, 350,000. It's time, Zhao Chen thought as he glanced at the floating clock. With the digits ticking away, a new task appeared on his list. Quarterly task: T4 Vermilion Bird's first battle. Task details: use the T4 Vermilion Bird to destroy 1 T4 battleship and 30 T3 battleships. Task reward: 100,000 credits, 50 task points. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. This year-end battle required the use of the yet revealed T4 Vermilion Bird? What a challenge. The fact that the Starshine Marquis currently possessed a T4 battleship and the related manufacturing technology was still a closely guarded secret. If this information leaked, it could set the entire empire ablaze. To date, Starshine had only mastered the construction of 2 T4 ships. Moreover, Zhao Chen's ship was a cruiser, meaning it could be mass-produced as a mainstay vessel, unlike the Empire's 2 existing T4 fortresses and carriers, which couldn't be built on a large scale. Therefore, Zhao Chen could only unveil this powerful weapon when confronting the Crown Prince's faction. Finding a suitable pretext within the Empire was extremely challenging. The task required the Vermilion Bird to take out a T4 ship, but T4 ships never operate alone. Targeting any within the Empire would likely expose the Vermilion Bird's existence. The Empire was out. He'd have to look beyond its borders. Scratching his head, Zhao Chen grew increasingly frustrated. Ordinary pirate or mercenary groups wouldn't have T4 battleships. This left only the Holy Radiance Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation as potential targets. As Zhao Chen was racking his brain on how to tackle this tricky task, the office door suddenly opened. Sir, the future development and aid plans for the Molten and Ellis star systems that you requested have been completed, an aide reported. The newcomer was Lilith. Let's hear it, Zhao Chen said, clasping his hands together, his eyes gleaming with interest. Lilith raised her hand, and holographic images of 2 galaxies appeared. She began to explain in a measured tone. The Molten star system is rich in mineral resources, ranking 3rd in the Northern Wind star region. However, our recent exploration indicates that if we include the hidden, unexploited veins, it would surpass all others and top the charts, even making it into the top 10 within the Empire. Such a resource-rich area, how could it be granted to a mere count? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Because those hidden deposits are extremely difficult to extract, Lilith explained. Even the Imperial exploration team couldn't detect them. It was our T3 prospectors that discovered them. Morton's resources are abundant and of high quality, but the mining conditions are harsh. That's why the previous Count of Morton went into debt to purchase mining ships and industrial equipment. Under his management, the raw material output, reached a peak value of 30 billion star coins the year before the insect plague. 30 billion a year, Zhao Chen murmured, digesting the number. While it might not rank in the top 50 on the star radiance's grand scale, it's certainly among the top in the northern wind star region. This area isn't known for its wealth, after all. But with our T3 prospector mining ships fully deployed, Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement. The extraction efficiency could increase fourfold. Coupled with the newly discovered hidden veins, the annual output could soar to 100 billion to 120 billion star coins, with a stable monthly output of 10 billion. What did you say? Zhao Chun took a quick step forward, grabbing Lilith's shoulders. Being a naturally sensitive succubus, Lilith blushed instantly, her tail stiffening. She stammered, 100 billion to 120 billion. Zhao Qian, however, was too absorbed in the staggering figures to notice her discomfort. A gold mine. It's practically an endless treasure trove. An annual output of 100 billion would be enough to dominate the empire and rank in the top 5 of the resource charts. But we need to invest in at least 500 T3 excavators. The construction cost alone would be 5 billion star coins, not to mention the production cycle, Lilith said with a troubled expression. Currently, our shipbuilding tasks are scheduled a year out, so it's really difficult to free up capacity. Besides, the supporting infrastructure will require an additional 10 billion in funding. Although this investment is guaranteed to be profitable, Zhao Chen couldn't wait to build all the mining ships needed and send them to Morton for mining. Unfortunately, the fleet's industrial ship capacity is stretched thin, and starship orders are already booked for more than a year. It's genuinely tough to manage. Zhao Chen frowned, deep in thought. Building up Morton is important, but we have more urgent construction tasks at hand. Thankfully, resources are not an issue thanks to the windfall from Princess. We can delay Morton's construction for now. Let's push the T3 excavator plan back. It should be feasible within 6 months to a year. As for other industrial facilities, we can begin arranging those. With funds allocated in phases, Zhao Chen decided promptly. Understood. Lilith noted down the instructions, then mumbled softly, Commander, I have other matters to attend to. Can you? Only then did Zhao Chen realize he was still holding Lilith's shoulder in his excitement. Sorry, I got carried away. He quickly let go. Lilith, blushing, excused herself, while Zhao Chen buried himself in work, contemplating how to discreetly complete the quarterly tasks. A month passed quickly. With the injection of funds and the existing management system of the Su family, order was swiftly restored to the Morton and Aries stars, awaiting further reconstruction efforts. Meanwhile, in early October, Liaki from the Northern Goose Group delivered all the T2 Mastiff-class destroyers for the Empire's military purchase ahead of schedule, with the remaining 40 billion star coins paid in full. She then began executing Zhao Chen's task of expanding the T2 Hammer industrial fleet, with plans to increase the fleet to 3,000 ships by mid-December. When she received this directive, even Liaki was stunned. Expanding such a massive industrial fleet at once would be an enormous pressure. Industrial ships, once started, are hard to stop due to the high cost of restarting them, so they usually operate continuously. Without a constant stream of orders, these giants would have to halt operations. Managing the saturation production of 3,000 T2 hammers was almost unimaginable. However, Zhao Chen assured her that the follow-up construction plans were already arranged, so she only needed to focus on the expansion. As Zhao Chen was the actual controller of Northern Goose now, Liaki, working for him, could only comply. On an early November day, a small incident occurred in the Dark Reef sector. At the time, Charlotte was dining with Zhao Chun in the T4 Vermilion Birds restaurant. Hey, isn't this squirrel fish? Why aren't there any squirrels? Charlotte asked, staring at a newly served dish with a puzzled look. Zhao Chen nearly spat out his drink, laughing. That's like asking why there are no wives in wife cakes. So, why no squirrels? Charlotte blinked. This dish, the term squirrel is just a metaphor, Zhao Chen explained. Zhao Chen patiently explained as he poured the steaming gravy over the freshly fried mandarin fish, causing it to sizzle and crackle like a squirrel, hence its name. Oh, I see, Charlotte said, somewhat disappointed. I thought it was actual squirrel meat. You like eating squirrels? Zhao Chen asked in surprise. Back during the rebellion, there was a type of rodent that was easy to raise. It was one of the few natural food sources we had besides the nutritional supplements, Charlotte reminisced. But it doesn't taste as good as fish. The best, it comes in second. Zhao Chen eyed her suspiciously. Is this girl a big white cat in disguise? How else could she love fish and rodents so much? Just as he was pondering, an urgent communication request popped up on Charlotte's terminal. She hated being interrupted while eating fish, but seeing it was an emergency call, she reluctantly glanced at the sizzling dish one last time and accepted the video call. To her surprise, it was Medusa from the Dark Reef Starfield on the other end. General Charlotte, do you have a twin sister? Medusa asked bluntly. Why do you ask? Charlotte's eyes narrowed. Seeing Zhao Chun in the background, Medusa quickly explained. Just moments ago, An unidentified fleet had trespassed into a star system within the Dark Reef, nearly sparking a conflict with the station troops. Amid the tense standoff, Medusa caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the communications, a face with white hair, fierce eyes, and sharp fangs, almost a spitting image of Charlotte. She immediately halted the confrontation and contacted the Xiaolong Legion, specifically asking for Charlotte. It's Midair. It must be her. Charlotte stood up abruptly, joy lighting up her face. Midair? What kind of name is that? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. If Medusa is right, she should be my half-sister, Charlotte explained. She looks a lot like me and her name is Midair. She then looked at Zhao Chun with a pleading expression. In that case, let's take the T4 Vermilion bird and meet her directly, Zhao Chen suggested, seeing right through Charlotte's intentions. He was also eager to see this unexpected visitor. At the fringes of the reef's starfield, a battered fleet found itself surrounded by the Serpent Legion, their cannons poised to unleash fiery destruction at any moment. Judging by the tattered hulls and incomplete weaponry of the 30-some starships, it was evident that this was a defeated, fleeing force. Commander, what should we do now? A female lieutenant asked anxiously on the flagship's bridge. She had hoped to find refuge here, not knowing the reef starfield had fallen into the hands of the Serpent race. We'll just have to take it as it comes, Captain Middle sighed. Our few broken ships are no match for them. Fortunately, the Serpent Queen hasn't made a move yet, so there might still be a chance. As the crew waited anxiously, the radar operator suddenly shouted, "Report! A powerful energy signal is approaching, likely a T4 class warship, and it's moving at an incredible speed." Middle quickly stepped to the console, seeing a red, on the radar screen, approaching at several times the speed of an ordinary warship. Before she could react, the mysterious ship had already entered visible range. Through the porthole, she saw a massive, flamered ship speeding towards them, resembling a fiery phoenix with an imposing presence. There was no doubt it was a T4 class powerhouse. "Captain, we're receiving a communication request from the other ship." Before the words had fully left the officer's mouth, a view screen popped up. Middle took a deep breath, knowing the forthcoming negotiation would determine the fate of the entire fleet. She reluctantly accepted the call, but was stunned when she saw the face on the screen. It was a face she knew all too well. "Middle, is it really you?" Charlotte exclaimed in delight from the other side of the screen. "Charlotte?" Middle stammered, her face full of disbelief. Watching the reunion of the long-lost sisters, Zhao Chen couldn't help but scrutinize Middle. From their appearance, they indeed looked alike, both with snow-white fur. However, Middle was more petite and had a less mature gaze compared to Charlotte. "Since you're family, there's no need to talk through a screen," Zhao Chen suggested with a smile. "Invite your sister over to our flagship for a proper reunion." "Really?" Charlotte asked, overjoyed. With Zhao Chen's approval, she immediately began making arrangements. Soon, a somewhat ramshackle shuttle wobbled its way into the T4 Suzaku's hangar. Nervously, Middle descended the gangway, taking in the bright, spacious, and immaculately clean hangar, marveling at the grandeur of such a well-maintained warship. "Middle." A vibrant figure suddenly rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The familiar scent brought tears to Middle's eyes. "Charlotte, you're alive. This is wonderful," she choked out. "I knew you wouldn't abandon us. I missed you so much." The usually icy and composed White Tiger commander now looked like a kitten reunited with its owner, pitiful and endearing. "Don't cry, silly sister," Charlotte said lovingly, wiping away her tears. "I'm here, aren't I?" It was only then that Middle noticed the stark contrast in their attire, Charlotte in her crisp, immaculate uniform, and herself in a tattered, faded outfit stained with grime. "Charlotte, I'm so dirty. I might dirty your clothes," Middle said, stepping back in embarrassment. "Stop saying silly things. Come take a bath with me, and then I'll introduce you to my new commanding officer." Charlotte affectionately ruffled her sister's hair. Midair couldn't help but recall the male voice from the earlier communication. It was because of something he said that Charlotte allowed her to board the ship. Even during the rebellion, no one had ever managed to make this stubborn woman bow her head. Now, she not only obeyed willingly but also held that mysterious man in high esteem, indicating his extraordinary nature. Lost in thought, Midair was led into a tidy cabin. "This is my first officer's quarters," Charlotte said as she began to unbutton her shirt. "So luxurious?" Midair exclaimed, her jaw dropping. This was far more impressive than her current captain's quarters. While she was busy looking around, Charlotte swiftly stripped both of them. What are you doing, sis?" Midair cried, hastily covering herself. "We used to take baths together all the time when we were little. It's not like I haven't seen you before," Charlotte teased. "Besides, it's been 3 years. Let your big sister check you out and see if you've gained weight." Despite Midair's desperate struggles, she was dragged into the bathtub. Moments later, a piercing cat-like scream echoed through the entire bathroom. Half an hour later, the two sisters, now dressed in Charlotte's spare uniforms, walked into the grand dining hall of the ship. Midair was still sulking over the earlier attack, but the sight of the opulent hall and the enticing aroma in the air quickly erased her displeasure. At that moment, a man with a radiant smile approached them. Midair, suddenly timid, hid behind Charlotte, reverting to the little girl who needed her sister's protection. "This is my new commanding officer," Charlotte proudly introduced, her tail wagging happily. "Hello." Zhao Chen extended a friendly right hand. Midair sized up the seemingly frail human man in front of her with suspicion. In her view, humans were a greedy, cunning, and fragile race, much like the Fox tribe. If it weren't for their high-tech weapons, she could easily tear them apart with a swipe of her paw. She reached out and shook Zhao Chen's hand, subtly increasing her grip. She wanted to see the look of defeat on this seemingly weak guy's face. To her surprise, Zhao Chen didn't flinch. In fact, his smile grew even brighter. This little tigress's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. She gritted her teeth and used all her strength, hoping to crush his hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Not even a frown crossed his face. "What are you doing?" Charlotte's displeased voice startled Midair, making her tail fluff up in surprise. "Nothing," she stammered, quickly withdrawing her paw, feeling guilty. Zhao Chen merely smiled, not exposing the little white tiger's antics. Charlotte leaned in and whispered to her sister, "The commander is someone I deeply respect. I'll let this slide for now, but don't let it happen again." Midair's eyes widened in astonishment. The formidable leader of the White Tiger tribe, bowing to a man? It was unthinkable. The once proud and defiant Charlotte, who used to look down on all males and even rebuffed advances from the rebel leaders, now seemed to have softened. Could it be that her sister had fallen for him? "Let's get something to eat first." "Order whatever you like," Zhao Chen said, giving Midair a knowing glance. The scent of food immediately distracted the little tigress. She stared wide-eyed at the menu, unable to believe her eyes. "You don't eat nutrient packs?" she stammered. Zhao Chen shrugged. "Of course not. The crew of the Xiaolong Legion hasn't seen that stuff in years. We keep it in stock just in case, but we usually get rid of it before it expires. Can we really order anything?" Midair asked, swallowing hard, still doubtful. "Order whatever you want," Charlotte said calmly, already placing her order. "I'll have fish dumplings, spicy fish head, braised yellow croaker, and 3 flavor noodles with extra fish." Midair's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Her sister's ordering style was more extravagant than their family feasts back home. "I'll have the same as Charlotte," she said, stammering. In just 10 minutes, the table was filled with a feast of delicious dishes. Despite the clean presentation, Zhao Chun could still faintly smell the fishiness. He watched helplessly as the 2 white-furred big cats devoured the food, finishing a whole fish in seconds, leaving not even a speck. Midair even swallowed the fish bones. "Remember to spit out the bones when eating fish." Charlotte knocked on her sister's forehead. "Do I have to?" Midair whimpered. Charlotte nodded firmly. "Yes, you must." Zhao Chen suppressed a laugh. When Charlotte first arrived, she too didn't bother with fish bones. Half an hour later, the 2 white tigers were lying back in their chairs, their bellies full and satisfied. Charlotte let out a loud burp, completely unconcerned with her image. Midair asked timidly, "Sis, do you eat like this every day here?" "Of course," Charlotte said proudly, lifting her head. "This is the daily fare for our crew. Ordinary soldiers don't get such lavish food, but I'm a high-ranking officer in the Xiaolong Legion. I get to eat the best." Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. So, in Charlotte's eyes, the best perk of being a high official is endless fish? Midair's eyes sparkled with disbelief at the luxurious military life. "This isn't a war, it's a vacation," she exclaimed. "Midair, ahem." Zhao Chen cleared his throat, interrupting the sisters' chatter. "Why are you here in the Dark Reef sector?" Midair glanced warily at Zhao Chen, then at Charlotte. "Don't worry, the commander is absolutely trustworthy, just like you trust me," Charlotte reassured her. With her sister's repeated assurances, Midair finally revealed the truth. Years ago, Charlotte was captured after a defeat, dealing a devastating blow to the rebel forces. Without their spiritual leader, they faltered and retreated, with the survivors fleeing and struggling to survive. Midair, a rare talent in the army, took on the heavy responsibility of commanding 300 warships. However, in recent years, the Warhammer Empire launched a massive invasion, attempting to annex the unclaimed star systems abandoned by the Mech tribe. The rebels harbored some devious plans but were struck down hard, leaving them severely weakened. Worse still, the stronghold of the White Tiger clan, a pillar of the rebel forces, was exposed and subjected to a frenzied assault by the local garrison. "What? Our home base was taken?" Charlotte jumped up from her chair in shock. Biting her lip in guilt, Midair replied, "Yes, my last battle was on the outskirts of our planet. The enemy was too numerous, and we couldn't hold them off. The clan leader, our father, ordered our fleet to retreat while he led the planet's warriors into the underground fortress, vowing to fight to the death. Charlotte grabbed her sister's wrist anxiously. When did this happen? Just a month ago, Midair choked out. After escaping, we were relentlessly pursued and finally made it to the Dark Reef sector. Hearing this, Charlotte's brow furrowed, her face darkening with worry. Were there any T4 class warships in the fleet that attacked you? Zhao Chen suddenly asked. Though confused, Midair recalled. I think there were two. Charlotte, Zhao Chen said, standing up abruptly. If we don't act now, when will we? Get ready. We're departing immediately to strike the Warhammer Empire and rescue your people. Hearing this, Charlotte was moved to tears. She looked gratefully at Zhao Chen, silently vowing to stand by this man for the rest of her life. Commander, are we really going to launch an expedition against the Warhammer Empire? Lilith stood beside Zhao Chen, her face full of disbelief. According to the coordinates provided by Charlotte, it's incredibly far away. Far? Can the T4 Huiguang jump ship make it? Zhao Chen asked in return. It's within range, so it's not that far. He smiled calmly and raised his hand to unfold the star map of Warhammer. The vastness of its territory was nearly twice that of the Starshine Empire. Yet, most of its stars were resource poor, and the landscape appeared desolate. Seeing Zhao Chen's determination, Lilith put aside her doubts and began to explain the internal structure of Warhammer. Warhammer also uses a star domain system, divided into 18 domains. But unlike Starshine, they have no governor position. Everything is controlled by tribes. In some star domains, multiple tribes share control. It's said that over 80% of the land is held by 20 major tribes. These tribal leaders, much like our dukes, also hold the power of governors. The highest ruler of Warhammer is elected every 10 years by these tribal leaders. The current ruler, who has been in power for 90 years, is the chieftain of the Half-Dragon tribe, Lilith added. 90 years? How is the Half-Dragon tribe so powerful? Zhao Chen was astonished. They control 2 out of the 3 T4 warships in Warhammer, making up 20% of the nation's fleet. Along with several loyal vassal tribes, their influence reaches 40%. These fleets are not only numerous but also top-notch in quality, Lilith sighed. With such formidable strength, the Half-Dragon tribe has managed to dominate the core of Warhammer's power. Out of nearly 100 kings, 70% have come from their tribe. Among all the tribes, the Half-Dragons consider themselves second to none. There's even a saying where the dragon banner points, all beasts bow. As she finished speaking, Charlotte and Midair also entered the bridge. Being former subjects of Warhammer, who could understand the terror of that overlord better than they? 3 T4 warships? That's more than Starshine. Zhao Chen was stunned. He had always thought Warhammer's technology was backward, and that they relied solely on numbers. Even so, 2 of those ships are barely T4 class, Charlotte explained. The Dragon Knight class heavy cruiser, the Armored Dragon class medium escort, and the Butcher class medium destroyer. The first 2 were developed by the Half-Dragon tribe. They use them themselves and sell a few to trusted tribes. The Butcher class was created by 3 other tribes and is currently the most numerous T4 ship in Warhammer. But strictly speaking, only the Armored Dragon class truly qualifies as T4. The other 2 have various flaws and are at best half-baked. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. No wonder they seem so mismatched. He turned his gaze to Charlotte. Is our expedition fleet ready? Charlotte instinctively stood at attention. As per your orders, the flagship for this mission is the T4 Vermilion Bird class medium cruiser. The rest of the fleet consists of 1 T3 Phoenix class heavy carrier, 4 T3 Emperor class heavy battleships, 30 T3 Blizzard class light battle cruisers, 10 T3 Phantom class light stealth bombers, 5 T3 Judge class heavy missile ships, 200 T3 Triceratops class heavy assault escorts, 1 T2 Queen Bee, 5 T2 Lion Kings, 10 T2 Snow Dogs, and 100 T2 Black Rhinos. The auxiliary fleet also includes a T3 Andromeda class medical ship, 5 T3 Silver Rat class light stealth scouts, 10 T3 Virgo class heavy supply ships, 10 T3 Great Whale class heavy transports, and 2 T4 Comet class warp ships. The fleet carries nearly 5 billion star coins worth of strategic materials, enough to sustain a localized war. Hearing this impressive lineup, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. This was exactly the feeling he was after. On the verge of departure, listening to his subordinates report on their military might filled his chest with immense pride. Meanwhile, behind Charlotte, Midair was utterly stunned. Nearly 300 T3 warships, coupled with an authentic T4 flagship, such military strength was beyond her wildest dreams. What kind of formidable figure has her sister aligned with? Could that man be an illegitimate son of the Star Emperor? Apart from the expeditionary force, we have also deployed 10 T3 Blizzard-class ships and 50 Triceratops-class ships at the Jiaolong and Lion King stars, ensuring our rear is secure, Charlotte added. Her meticulous planning deeply reassured Zhao Chen. Everything is ready. Let's set off. He sat firmly in the captain's chair, full of anticipation for this expedition. This was his first official military engagement since arriving in this other world. Issue the order. The entire fleet is to prepare for departure. Charlotte commanded loudly. Under her careful planning, nearly 400 warships had already assembled, ready and waiting in the starry skies of the Lion King constellation. Returning home from here would take a month even at full speed. Medare anxiously wrung her hands, unsure if they would make it in time. A month? It won't take that long, Zhao Chun said with a mysterious smile. Just a matter of minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a warship slowly moved out of formation and hovered at the front of the fleet. Then, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out, creating an enormous star gate out of thin air. Medare's eyes widened in shock, almost causing her jaw to drop. My goodness, she muttered to herself, barely able to believe what she was seeing. What kind of black technology is this? If we go through this, it really will be a matter of minutes. The ninth planet of the GT-78 star system in the Maganda sector of the United Galactic Republic is currently engulfed in the flames of war. The planet's orbit is crowded with numerous T-2 battleships, and further out in space, a few T-3 ships can be seen. Wreckage from destroyed warships and traces of fierce battles are everywhere, telling the story of the brutal confrontations that have taken place. The planet's surface is a living hell. The only space elevator stands like a burning pillar, with flames shooting into the sky. This is not the work of the attackers, but a self-destructive act by the rebel forces. By destroying this celestial bridge, they aim to cut off the enemy's reinforcements. The planet's major cities have long been reduced to rubble, with crashed warship debris scattered everywhere, each bearing the blood-red Warhammer emblem of the rebels, distinctly different from the golden insignia of the Empire. Although the fleet in the sky has left the rebels in the city helpless, the ground forces continue to resist fiercely. They hold their weapons, defiantly confronting every enemy that lands. Under the ruins of a collapsed observatory, a one-eyed, white-haired Halfirk general whispers orders. He is General Tade, the chieftain of the White Tiger tribe, and one of the leaders of the rebel forces. Report, General, the 373rd Ground Combat Unit has been completely wiped out, a white-haired officer reports in fear. Tade lowers his binoculars and peers through a crack at the ongoing battle outside. He dares not activate the radar for fear of revealing their position. Currently, they can only rely on low-frequency communication to contact various units. The general silently opens his handheld terminal, the projection screen flickering. He taps it a few times until the image stabilizes. It is a list of combat squads. Out of 1,000 formations, 2/3 have been annihilated, with either all members killed or lost contact. Each squad, roughly 1,000 strong, is scattered across the planet, most of them brave warriors of the White Tiger tribe. In several underground shelters, tens of thousands of women, children, and elderly of the tribe are still hiding. Tade sighs and crosses out the name of the 373rd unit. It is the third unit to be destroyed today. He gazes at the T-1 warships floating on the horizon, feeling a sense of helplessness. These small ships operate with impunity, launching relentless bombardments once they receive coordinates from their allies, reducing the ground forces to dust. A whole month has passed. Since the government forces launched a surprise attack and cut off the rebels' interstellar aid, Tade and his warriors have been fighting a hopeless battle on this planet. He knows all too well that their chances of victory are slim and no reinforcements will come. Without fleet support, they are doomed to be forever trapped here, and the White Tiger tribe will vanish from the Warhammer's land. At least Medare is still alive. Our bloodline continues, the general murmurs, hoping his daughter can escape safely. Report, General. A panicked staff officer rushes in. Our deep space telescope has detected a stargate. Nonsense. Tade snaps angrily. Have you lost your mind? How could there be a stargate here? It's true. The officer insists, almost jumping with anxiety. I was observing the starry sky with the telescope and suddenly saw a bright spot behind the Warhammer fleet. As they zoomed in, it revealed a stargate unlike anything they had ever seen before. The general furrowed his brow suspiciously, but reluctantly followed him into the telescope control room. There are warships emerging from the stargate. A soldier screamed. Ted was filled with doubt. A stargate? Warships? Could his men be suffering from battle fatigue? But when his gaze landed on the display screen, he froze in place. The 3-meter-square crystal screen, though old and worn, clearly displayed a dazzling stargate. One after another, warships streamed out, their speed and scale leaving everyone in awe. When did a stargate appear here? Ted murmured to himself. Could this be some new technology from Warhammer? It seemed too incredible. He stared intently at the screen, only to be shocked to find that the warships bore no insignia of Warhammer or any other faction. It was as if they were intentionally hiding their identity. The hulls were completely blank. Meanwhile, more and more ships flooded into view. In no time, there were hundreds of them. They fell into formation with astonishing efficiency, and even Ted, a battle-hardened veteran, was impressed. The precision and coordination of this fleet were unparalleled. Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation, their handheld devices all crackled with static. Initially unclear, the sound gradually became distinct. Someone turned up the volume, and a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Warriors of the White Tiger clan. I, Charlotte, have returned. Charlotte? The name struck like a thunderclap, causing a massive uproar across the planet. Though she wasn't the leader of the rebels, she was a beacon of hope, an undying legend. You might not remember the names of all the commanders, but General Charlotte was a household name, known to all. But hadn't Charlotte fallen in battle 2 years ago, surrounded and overwhelmed by the Warhammer forces? Everyone was baffled. General Ted clenched his fists, his body trembling. He muttered in disbelief. This is Charlotte's voice. General, calm down. It might be a trick by the enemy, the adjutant reminded him. Ted stared intently at the screen. His tone resolute. True or not, we'll find out soon. Nearly 400 warships appeared out of nowhere behind the Warhammer fleet, immediately alarming the enemy flagship. The Halford commander glared at the newcomers. Where did these ghosts come from? I don't know, the adjutant stammered. Reports say a white portal suddenly appeared, and these ships emerged from it. Hearing this, the commander's frown deepened. Despite years of battle experience, an unprecedented sense of unease gripped him. Even in the most perilous battles, he had never felt such an intense sense of crisis. Despite the disparity in numbers, with his side boasting nearly 3,000 warships 7 times the size of the mysterious fleet, including 100 T3 ships, there should have been no reason for such fear. Yet, just the sight of that mysterious fleet filled him with an inexplicable dread, especially when his gaze fell on the massive crimson flagship leading them. The invisible pressure was suffocating. Transmit my orders. All ships to battle stations, he commanded decisively. The once leisurely Warhammer fleet, scattered around the 9th planet, began converging toward the center, forming a battle formation. 3,000 warships assembled, their cannon muzzles ominously aimed at the approaching enemy, ready to open fire at a moment's notice. At that moment, a brilliant stream of light erupted behind the mysterious fleet. Countless points of light, trailing long tails, converged into a spectacular meteor shower, hurtling towards the Warhammer fleet. Report. Radar shows a large number of interstellar missiles incoming, the adjutant shouted in terror. What? The commander's eyes widened in disbelief. The adjutant, hands shaking, pulled up a satellite image, freezing the frame on 5 T3 missile ships launching a salvo. Crystal-clear interstellar missiles, trailing fearsome tails, fired in rapid succession, forming a sea of stars that blotted out the sky, heading straight for his fleet. Defend. Activate missile intercept, the commander screamed, his features contorted with fear. His radar screen showed over 50,000 detected missiles, and this was just the beginning. The 3,000 Warhammer warships immediately initiated full-scale interception, firing not only defensive cannons but also secondary and rapid-fire guns without hesitation. Roars of defiance echoed across every ship, with the word defend being the most frequently heard. Meanwhile, on the war-torn surface of the planet, a young member of the White Tiger clan was struggling to move the bodies of the fallen through the ruins. Some corpses were so mutilated that they were missing limbs, a sight that was both horrifying and heartbreaking. The boy's eyes were bloodshot, his face streaked with tears, and he was covered in blood. Whether it was his own or that of his comrades, he couldn't tell. When he finally managed to lift the rubble off his leader, he found the captain's head rolling to his feet. Choking back sobs, he cradled the head in his arms. Suddenly, he heard something and looked up at the sky, captivated by a stunning scene. Captain, Sister Xiaona, Uncle De too, come and see this, it's so beautiful, he murmured, a sad smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the meteor shower. Those names, now blurred by blood, were unrecognizable. At that moment, the magnificent meteor shower was crashing into the Warhammer fleet with relentless force. Brilliant fireballs burst in space and, drawn by gravity, plummeted toward the planet, turning the sky a fiery red, as if heralding the apocalypse. Countless rebel soldiers hiding in underground shelters emerged to witness the rare spectacle. Even General Ted was no exception. Yes, this is fucking awesome, Ted exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement as he watched the Warhammer ships explode and disintegrate under the barrage of missiles, eventually crashing to the ground in flames. It was more satisfying than if he had destroyed them himself. General, how much do you think this missile barrage cost? His aide gulped, his eyes wide. Even without sensors, it was clear there were tens of thousands of interstellar missiles lighting up the sky. The Warhammer fleet is trying their hardest to defend, but how many can they intercept? 10%? 20%? 30%? The aide continued. And those missiles are clearly T3 level, making interception exponentially harder. The Warhammer Core may boast 3,000 ships, but only 100 are T3, the rest are T2. A T2 ship intercepting a T3 missile? Impossible. The relentless bombardment of interstellar missiles seemed intent on burning the entire sky to ashes. The breathtaking scene declared to the universe that a king had returned. Massacre. 400 starships ruthlessly obliterated 3,000 in a one-sided slaughter that lasted no more than an hour. General Ted witnessed the carnage firsthand, and it was nothing short of a bloody art performance. It began with a 10-minute barrage of interstellar missiles. Though some were intercepted, many more rained down on the Warhammer fleet. T2 ships, lacking star shields, stood no chance against T3 missiles. One missile strike was enough to obliterate nearly half the fleet, leaving the survivors barely functional. Of the 100 T3 ships, fewer than 30 remained, their star shields critically low. Before the enemy could recover, hundreds of T3 frigates attacked like ravenous wolves. Despite being labeled as frigates, their firepower was on par with Warhammer's T3 battlecruisers. Additionally, a fast-moving T3 battlecruiser patrolled the perimeter, waiting for the right moment to strike. Elite fighter squadrons continually harassed the remaining Warhammer ships. Under this relentless assault, the 1,000-odd Warhammer ships fell one by one with no chance to fight back. By the end of the battle, not a single ship from the mysterious fleet was damaged. The results were astonishing, even more so considering the sheer number of T3 ships they had. Unbelievable, the lieutenant murmured. Those 3,000 ships gave us so much trouble, but the T3 ships are on another level. General Ted looked enviously at the advanced ships, thinking, if only he had such powerful weapons, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Meanwhile, Warhammer's T1 ships on the ground saw the tide turning and began to flee in panic. With their main force destroyed, these smaller ships had no will to fight. Unfortunately for them, the mysterious fleet was relentless. Several T2 frigates pursued and destroyed them one by one. Massive figures descended from the sky, landing with deafening thuds. They were interstellar combat mechs, divided into two types: smaller, jet black units and larger, platinum armor giants. Warhammer's ground forces made a desperate stand, trying to repel the invaders. A recoilless pulse cannon on a hill targeted a newly landed mech squad, supported by 10 self-propelled infantry guns and 300 soldiers ready to fire. Shoot, the squad leader ordered. Instantly, the air filled with the roar of cannons and the blaze of energy beams. But in the next moment, all the attacks hit an invisible barrier and vanished. Star shield damaged, energy remaining, 73, reported the system. Yi Xiaotong glanced at the radar and raised the twin beam cannons on her arms, aiming at the hill. The barrels spun, glowing blue, and in an instant, thousands of energy beams obliterated the entire hill along with the enemy. Captain, leave some for us too. Man, I'm so envious. I want to pilot AT-3 Temple Knight too. Come on, these things aren't that common now, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Keep working hard, and who knows, it might be our turn one day, Yi Xiaotong said with a reassuring smile. Sure enough, after hearing her words, the other pilots were instantly invigorated, their spirits high. Just as they were about to continue the enemy search, a squadron of enemy mechs about 300 T2 units appeared in the distance. Yi Xiaotong immediately ordered, attention, no thermal weapons. I've detected a small shelter beneath their feet. Roger that, the team responded in unison. The T2 Black Knights drew their lightsabers, ready for battle. The T3 Temple Knights shook their arms, and 2 lightsabers shot out from their wrists. In the next moment, the Platinum Steel Giant charged at the enemy lines with lightning speed. Beyond the planet, the T4 Vermilion Bird floated silently in space. The T4 class warship was too massive to enter the atmosphere for combat, as it would consume an astronomical amount of energy. It's a pity the T4 Vermilion Bird doesn't get a chance to show off, Lilith muttered in disappointment. She had hoped to witness the ship's grandeur. With these small fry, there's no need for us to step in, Charlotte said calmly. Zhao Chen stood beside her, wanting to say something but holding back, only managing a wry smile. He had entrusted the entire battle to Charlotte, and to his surprise, it had progressed so swiftly that in the blink of an eye, the enemy's T3 fleet had been annihilated. The bigger issue was that he still had an unresolved mission for the T4 Vermilion Bird's maiden combat. Zhao Chen consoled himself, it's fine, it's fine. There are no T4 ships here anyway. We'll take out a few T3s next time. Lilith, arrange for fleet resupply. Especially the T3 judges. Make sure they're fully stocked with ammo. Fortunately, they had brought enough transport and supply ships this time. The T3 judges alone could conduct 5 rounds of saturation bombing. Charlotte, I'm leaving this planet entirely in your hands, Zhao Chen said, looking at the White Tiger general with a complex expression. Although victory was within their grasp, the uncertainty about her father's whereabouts weighed heavily on Charlotte, making it impossible for her to feel any joy. Don't worry, sis. Father is so powerful. He won't be in any trouble. Middle quickly reassured her, having finally snapped out of her shock and understanding her sister's concerns. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte decisively ordered, "Deploy the interstellar drones. I want to broadcast a holographic message across the entire star system. I am Charlotte, former fleet commander of the 7th Fleet of the 3rd Corps of the Warhammer Revolutionary Army." As she spoke, Charlotte's image appeared simultaneously in hundreds of locations across the planet. It turned out that an unmanned holographic projection robot was transmitting her live image and voice to various places, ensuring that almost every corner of the planet could clearly capture her presence and words. Additionally, her speech was broadcast through communication networks to every inch of the planet. "Charlotte. It's really Charlotte." General Ted's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. He had never imagined that his daughter, whom he had long believed to be dead, would reappear before his eyes. An hour later, a shuttle carrying General Ted slowly approached the massive Crimson ship. His heart was a mix of nervousness and curiosity, shocked by his daughter's apparent resurrection and deeply admiring this mysterious fleet. The shuttle quickly arrived at the hangar, and the doors opened. Standing before him was Charlotte in her white military uniform, alongside his other daughter, Mydale. "Charlotte." "Mydale." General Ted couldn't hold back his emotions. He hurried down the ramp and embraced his two daughters. "Father." The sisters called out in unison. Charlotte held back her tears, but Mydale couldn't restrain herself and began to sob uncontrollably. The reunion was brief. General Ted soon noticed a man in military uniform standing behind Charlotte. Although he was just a human, Ted, as the White Tiger clan chief, could sense the formidable aura emanating from the man-like adornment beast ready to strike at any moment. "Father, allow me to introduce you," Charlotte said. "This is my commander, he." She trailed off, unsure how to define Zhao Qin's identity due to the sensitive nature of their mission. She turned to Zhao Qin for help. Understanding her hesitation, Zhao Qin stepped forward and extended his hand. "I am Zhao Qin, Supreme Commander of the Sky Dragon Legion. It's an honor to meet the White Tiger Clan Chief." "Sky Dragon Legion? Is this your fleet?" General Ted asked, his tone tinged with skepticism. "Indeed," Zhao Qin nodded. "Strange, I've never heard of such a force in the Warhammer Empire," Ted said, puzzled. "We actually come from the Starshine Empire. I am a lord there," Zhao Qin explained. "However, the situation is quite complex and difficult to explain in detail. Rest assured, Chief, we mean no harm and are here solely to assist." "Then I thank your forces for the aid," Ted replied, though his mind was filled with questions. He sensed there was more to Zhao Qin's words, but decided not to press further. After all, the current situation benefited the White Tiger clan. If these newcomers harbored ill intentions, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Besides, what did he have left to lose? His fleet was gone. His home was destroyed. They were practically a defeated clan, hardly a threat to anyone. "Chief, I'm sure you and Charlotte have much to catch up on. Shall we find a quiet place to talk?" Zhao Qin suggested warmly. Soon, the group found themselves in a private dining room on the ship. The moment Ted stepped through the door, he was stunned by the breathtaking scene before him. His tail began to wag uncontrollably. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he quickly tucked his tail under himself, but couldn't stop the rumbling of his stomach. It wasn't that Chief Ted lacked manners. It was simply that the feast in front of him was too tempting to resist. The table was laden with a full fish banquet, boasting over 30 exquisite dishes, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Particularly eye-catching was the massive fish head in the center, standing half a meter tall and drenched in a rich, fragrant sauce, revealing its succulent meat. Seeing Ted's mesmerized expression, Zhao Qin understood. All these dishes were prepared to suit Charlotte's taste. Like father, like daughter, indeed. "Please, Chief, don't stand on ceremony. Help yourself," Zhao Qin invited when he noticed Ted hesitating. This is too luxurious, all natural ingredients." Ted managed to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even as the leader of his tribe, he hadn't seen such a lavish spread in years, let alone one with such a dizzying array of dishes. "It's just a variety of dishes. This is standard for my crew," Zhao Qin said nonchalantly. "Standard? You must be joking." Ted could hardly believe his ears. Such delicacies couldn't possibly be everyday fare. "Absolutely. I see the crew outside eating similar meals. They all have a fixed monthly food allowance," Madare chimed in. "Oh my, I'm so envious that Charlotte gets to work here. She's gained 10 pounds recently." Charlotte felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her tail flaring up. She glared fiercely at her sister, then discreetly pinched the flesh around her waist, muttering to herself, "Have I really gained weight?" She thought back to the past 2 years with the Xiaolong Corps, indulging in 3, 5, or even 7 meals a day without restraint. She glanced at Zhao Qin, anxiety bubbling inside her. Would the commander mind if she was out of shape? No. She had to control herself and lose weight. But as her eyes fell on the table full of delicious food, she immediately lost her resolve, her tail drooping dejectedly. Forget losing weight. I can't resist this. Where's the extra weight? I think Charlotte looks great now, Zhaochen said, seemingly casually. When she first arrived, she was skin and bones. Now she's healthy and even more charming. Plus, after treatment on the medical ship, all her scars have faded, and her skin is flawless. Even her fur looks much better. Among the 3 white tigers in this room, Charlotte's fur is the most lustrous. Meteor, mind your manners. Ted scolded his daughter for her loose tongue. Meteor stuck out her tongue and shrank back sheepishly. Shall we eat and talk? Zhaochen picked up his chopsticks first. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, but recalling his earlier reassurance, she resolved to enjoy the meal first. Ted, too, decided to dig in without further ado. During the meal, Charlotte recounted her experiences of the past few years to her father, who listened with a mix of emotions and gratitude towards Zhao Chun for saving her life. Zhao Qian, in turn, gained a better understanding of the current situation with the Warhammer and the state of Ted's tribe. Though many challenges remained, having allies like the Xiaolong Corps made the future seem much brighter. The rebel forces, or as they call themselves, the Warhammer Revolutionary Army, have hit rock bottom. Their fleet is now less than a tenth of its peak size, and even within their ranks, traitors have emerged, bought off by enemy tribes. The latest operation of the Revolutionary Army ended in disaster due to betrayal, leading to a significant loss for the White Tiger fleet, resulting in their current predicament. It seems you lack resources, don't have a stable base, and can't replenish advanced warships, so your combat power is naturally inferior to those tribes, right? Zhao Chen asked. Tate sighed and nodded. That's right. We originally hoped to gain something while Warhammer was battling the mech tribe, but who would have thought those tin cans would withdraw so quickly, leaving Warhammer free to focus on us? If it weren't for those 20 major tribes still fighting over unclaimed star systems, they would have rooted us out by now. At this rate, in less than 3 years, there won't be any significant resistance forces within Warhammer's territory. Father, Charlotte looked at Tade with pity. As a former member of the Revolutionary Army, she knew all too well that their cause was lost, and victory seemed impossible. Unless, she glanced at Zhao Chun. Only he had the power to turn the tide. But how could she, a mere commander, persuade him to help a foreign rebel force? If you had my advanced warships, or even slightly inferior T2 ships, could you make a comeback? Zhao Chun suddenly asked. Tade stared at him in shock, but Mid-Eye quickly responded. Of course. Even without the commander's T3 ships, just the T2 Black Rhino, Snow Mastiff, and Lion King would be more than enough to handle those ragtag fleets. Warhammer's fleets may be numerous, but their individual ships are mediocre at best, and their quality is even worse. Mid-Eye continued passionately. Their suppliers are only interested in making money, and it's a good day if the ship's cannons don't blow up when fired. Non-combat casualties are all too common. What she said was true. Warhammer's shipbuilding industry was inconsistent. Although they barely kept up with the technological advances of the other 2 nations, the quality of their ships was vastly inferior. The same components made by Warhammer were several times larger and far uglier. In the eyes of Xingyao and Xinsheng, Warhammer's warships were synonymous with clumsy and crude. Due to their poor shield technology, they had to rely on thick armor and favored close-quarters combat. Yet, these porcupine-style warships were popular among smaller factions and pirate mercenaries in the galaxy for one reason. They were cheap. Warhammer ships of the same class were much cheaper than those made by Xingyao and Xinsheng, sometimes even several times cheaper. Warhammer's military philosophy was to win by sheer numbers. Since the ships were cheap, they could just train some soldiers and throw them into battle. This was likely an inherent trait of the orc tribes. Whether in ground or space combat, they were bloodthirsty and easily recruited. In contrast, Zhao Chen's high-tech warships not only outclassed Xingyao's ships, but also made Warhammer's vessels look like toys. Chieftain Tade, I'll get straight to the point, Zhao Chen said seriously. I have a proposal to sell these warships to you. Before he finished speaking, a row of T2 warships' holographic images spread out before Tade. He swallowed hard, quickly calming his emotions. Commander, I doubt you're selling these powerful weapons just for business. If profit was your only motive, you wouldn't need to travel all the way to Warhammer to make a sale. Ted guessed correctly, although he wasn't aware of Zhao Chen's unique situation. The ships of the Xiaolong Legion couldn't be sold openly within Xingyao's borders. Their only major client was Qin Xiaolei, the walking cash machine. But in a distant place like Warhammer, far from the Emperor's reach, there were fewer restrictions. Even if news got back, it would take years. By then, the political landscape of Xingyao could be entirely different. Zhao Chen's decision to sell ships against regulations was ultimately a strategic move. I'm from Xingyao, and the current situation is a bit special, Zhao Chen explained patiently. Helping you isn't just about business. I need you to stir up trouble in Warhammer, so they won't have the bandwidth to interfere in Xingyao's internal conflict. Consider it a transaction. Charlotte suddenly understood Zhao Chen's intentions. An internal war in Xingyao was inevitable, and the two great empires might seize the chance to meddle. The Chu River and Beifeng regions, lying on the empire's borders, would be the first to suffer. If Warhammer was too busy with its own problems, it couldn't afford to intervene elsewhere. Father, Commander Zhao Chun is trustworthy, Charlotte said firmly. This is the White Tiger clans, and the entire revolutionary army's only chance to rise. She even considered that if Zhao Chun coveted Warhammer's throne, he would be a far better ruler than the current incompetent emperor, based on her understanding of him over the past 2 years. It would be a great fortune if Zhao Chun took control of Warhammer. Thinking this, Charlotte wagged her tail in excitement. But the distance is vast. How will we transport the ships? Ted's still worried. Don't worry about that, I've got it covered, Zhao Chun smiled. As long as you can provide the money or resources, I'll handle the rest. Delivery guaranteed. Madeire's eyes lit up with excitement. Don't be fooled by our current state. We've hidden quite a bit of loot taken from the enemy, just waiting to be used. Since the commander is willing to help us, why not take the opportunity? All right, it's settled then. Ted decided. Thank you, Commander Zhao Chun, for your generous assistance. The White Tiger clan will follow you to the death. Zhao Chun smiled subtly, feeling fortunate. To be honest, the major clans in Warhammer have no idea that while they're busy fighting each other, a terrifying seed has been quietly planted in their hearts. It won't be long before this seed takes root and grows, shaking the entire Warhammer empire to its core. The order of the planet was swiftly restored to the hands of the Revolutionary Army, thanks to the firepower support from Zhao Chun's mecha troops. The Baihu people, who had been hiding in underground bunkers and shelters, emerged cautiously, still in shock at their survival. Even more astonishing to them was the appearance of their most illustrious star, General Charlotte, who personally led the rescue mission. With a mere 400 warships, she annihilated the entire 3,000-strong Warhammer fleet. This victory instantly lifted the heavy gloom from the hearts of the Baihu people. At the same time, small transport ships landed at various gathering points, delivering food supplies to the people. Most of it was nutritious meals, with a small portion of natural ingredients. Though the quantity was not large, to the war-torn Baihu people, it was a divine blessing. In no time, Charlotte's name echoed throughout every corner of the planet. On the bridge of the T4 Zhuke, Charlotte's face turned red with embarrassment as she watched the crowd on the screen calling out her name. These are all gifts from Commander Zhao Chun, she hurriedly explained to Zhao Chun. And the fleet is yours. They think I'm in command. I should clarify. No need, Zhao Chun interrupted with a smile. What you give is the same as what I give. Besides, you did command this battle. Why split hairs? Charlotte was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed, and her respect for him deepened. Zhao Chun, however, was calculating a more far-reaching plan. To support the Warhammer Revolutionary Army led by the Baihu people, it would be best to establish a leader who could control the overall situation. And if this person were a loyal and obedient female general, wouldn't that be perfect? General Charlotte, already a spiritual icon of the Revolutionary Army, now renowned for her victory against overwhelming odds, and for her generous food supplies, especially the rare natural ingredients, was the ideal candidate. Her prestige was soaring to unparalleled heights. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Chun's eyes. Yes, he wanted to establish a goddess within the Warhammer Revolutionary Army, someone whom millions would revere and follow into battle for him. Regarding the sale of ships to the Revolutionary Army, Charlotte was still worried. Our fleet's production capacity is already stretched thin. Taking on such a large order might overwhelm Chief Engineer Annie. Don't underestimate our little genius, Zhao Chun reassured her. With her skills, she can always find a way to squeeze out some capacity. At that very moment, in the bustling shipbuilding base, Annie was frantically directing operations. Jiaolong system, push harder. Workshop 8, increase efficiency. Yes, just like that. Don't let the production line stop. Can we optimize the shift handover process? It has to be faster. Plenty of manpower, right? From now on, we're running 4 shifts a day. Give it your all. Why is this batch of materials delayed? If it's another half hour late, line 7 and 13 will shut down. Finally, as things settled down, Annie collapsed into a chair, exhausted, and took a long swig from her thermos. Achoo. She rubbed her nose and grumbled with a sense of despair. When will this ever end? Working the 007 schedule, it seems like the commander is determined to work me to death. Honestly, she felt like storming into Zhao Chun's office, pointing at his nose and shouting, I'm done with this. Do whatever you want. But after a moment of thought, she pressed a button on her terminal, and a pink T2 Bronze Eden ship appeared on the screen. Annie's spirits lifted instantly, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the hologram. On the pink hull was a large emblem, her own smiling face, looking adorably goofy. Beside it were the bold words, The Great Annie. Yes, for this dream battleship, she would work herself to the bone without hesitation. Clenching her tiny fists, She took a big gulp of her drink, ready to dive into the next round of battles like a warrior heading to the front lines. 10 hours later, Zhao Chen reconnected with Ted, who had returned to the surface to arrange for his people. So, about my earlier proposal, what does the chief think? Zhao Chen asked directly. Ted hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't such an elaborate plan be too much trouble for you? Zhao Chen replied, Charlotte is my most capable assistant. It's no trouble at all. Besides, this is just a temporary measure. I will arrange a secluded place on my territory for your people, providing food and supplies. Once you are well rested, I will send you back to continue the revolution. As for those who remain, they are free to choose whether to stay or leave. I will not treat them poorly. Zhao Chen promised. Accommodating millions is within my capabilities. It's certainly safer than letting them risk staying here. Currently, you lack the means to protect yourselves, and my fleet can't stay here indefinitely. With a deep sigh, Ted placed a hand on his chest. We are deeply grateful for your help, Zhao Chen. The entire tribe will never forget this kindness. He had made up his mind to entrust everything to this young human before him. This was the only path for the White Tiger tribe and the entire revolutionary army. Don't mention it, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. I've allocated 3 T3 transport ships, more than enough to carry you all away. From now, you have 40 hours to board. I will personally escort you to a safe place. During this period, my fleet will need to leave temporarily, he added with a meaningful tone. Leave? May I ask where you are headed? Ted inquired curiously. I've heard there's a Warhammer Legion nearby, Zhao Chen said with a cold smile. We had a run-in with them before, and this time, I'm here to settle the score. In the Black Wolf first star system of the Maganda star region, part of the Warhammer Interstellar Commonwealth, lies the Wolf King Starport Fortress, the largest semi-military starport of the Black Wolf tribe. Not far from it is the main star system of the Black Wolf tribe. Among the 20 major tribes, the Black Wolf tribe's strength is relatively weak, which is why they have become a vassal of the Black Tiger tribe. Nevertheless, at their peak, they commanded 10 direct interstellar legions, totaling more than 30,000 warships, all built to regular military standards and equipped with T2 and T3 ships, with even a double-digit number of T4 ships. Unfortunately, their prosperity was short-lived. Recently, their 3rd Legion was ambushed in the Reef Star region and completely annihilated by a mysterious enemy fleet. Shortly after, their 10th Legion was defeated by the same fleet in a recent skirmish. At this moment, a T3 Silver Mouse-class light stealth reconnaissance ship is lurking far from the Wolf King Fortress, continuously transmitting gathered intelligence back to the distant flagship of the Xiaolong Legion. Zhao Chen, seated on the bridge, meticulously reviews the information relayed by the Silver Mouse. According to Charlotte's analysis, the starport is currently guarded by the 8th and 9th Legions, totaling 6,000 warships. Additionally, there are about 1,000 old T2 patrol ships scattered within the star system, which are average in combat capability. Among these 6,000 ships, there are 5 T4 Butcher-class medium destroyers. Charlotte noted that, unfortunately, 3 of these ships were recently commissioned and had not yet been integrated into a legion, so they are temporarily stationed here. Besides that, there are 200 T3 ships, with the rest being T2 models. Unlucky? Zhao Chen chuckled. Quite the opposite. These 5 T4 ships are just what I need to complete my quarterly mission. Plus, if the Black Wolf tribe loses this many main forces at once, it's going to hurt them a lot. How's the starport's defense? Charlotte magnified the holographic image of the fortress, analyzing it from various angles. Near T3 level fortifications, some equipped with T3 weapons, but no star shields. There's also a T2 level anti-stealth detection system. She highlighted a red radiation range on the outer perimeter of the starport. This is their anti-stealth detection radius. Although it's not high-end, it's more than enough to deal with T3 stealth ships. Zhao Chen frowned at the red glow. This range is 30% larger than the maximum attack distance of our T3 Phantom Stinger? Exactly, Charlotte nodded. Lilith, standing nearby, was worried. Doesn't that mean we can't use the T3 Phantom Stinger to strike first? Charlotte shook her head. No, we can still use our trump card. Why? The enemy has anti-stealth equipment. Isn't it like running into the muzzle of a gun? Lilith was puzzled. First, the T3 Phantom Stinger's weapons are very suitable for attacking such targets. Secondly, Charlotte explained, although the T3 Phantom Stinger will be exposed once it enters the detection range, you have to understand that the equipment is operated by Black Wolf soldiers. This fortress has never been attacked since its construction, let alone by stealth ships. Even if they detect an anomaly, their first reaction isn't to open fire but to suspect equipment malfunction and repeatedly seek higher approval. This bureaucratic hassle will waste at least 5 minutes. And a 5-minute window is enough for our T3 Phantom Stinger to launch an attack and retreat safely. Even if the defenders are on high alert and counterattack immediately, the Phantom Strike Star Shield defense is sufficient to withstand a round of artillery fire. Lilith suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. It seems you have already formulated a battle plan, Zhao Chun said, smiling at Charlotte. Charlotte stared at the starport fortress and the Black Wolf main planet behind it, her eyes burning with the fire of revenge. I remember, in the last battle before the Revolutionary Army was wiped out, you were ambushed by 3 legions sent by the Black Wolf, right? Zhao Chun said thoughtfully. Charlotte was surprised at his detailed knowledge of past events, but she realized that some grudges needed to be settled. This battle is entirely under your command, Zhao Chun said firmly, looking at her. Charlotte felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She never imagined that one day she could return to this place under this man's support and fulfill her long-awaited revenge. Rest assured, Commander, I will annihilate the invading enemies, she said resolutely. I don't have any other requests, Zhao Chun instructed. Just make sure the T4 Vermilion Bird shows its capabilities and at least takes down a few T4 and T3 warships to complete my quarterly mission. Please, don't leave any behind this time. Chase them all away, he added with a half-joking tone. Understood, Charlotte replied, already planning to deploy this powerful weapon. After all, this battle was too significant to allow any mistakes. Report, the enemy has not yet detected our presence. At the current speed, we will reach the combat zone within half an hour. The T3 Silver Mice of the reconnaissance fleet reported back. Except for one ship monitoring the Wolf King fortress from a distance, the other 4 were patrolling around the main force, constantly on guard in all directions. It was this meticulous reconnaissance that allowed the Xiaolong fleet to penetrate deep without being noticed. Warner, execute the first phase of the plan, Charlotte ordered. Receive. Zhao Warner responded calmly and issued orders to the other 9 T3 Phantom Strikes. Move out. In the main control room of Wolf King Starport Fortress, a Black Wolf soldier lounged with his legs crossed, casually glancing at the radar screen before turning his attention back to the holographic display on his handheld terminal. The screen showed a series of seductive female wolves swaying gracefully, occasionally emitting alluring moans. Brother, this one looks good. This one's fur is subpar. Its claws are too thick, but the hips are big enough. The soldier muttered to himself, his eyes fixated on a particularly enchanting female wolf, furiously tapping the virtual screen with wide-eyed excitement. Just then, a red dot suddenly appeared on the radar. 3 seconds later, alarms blared. P-99 anti-stealth radar system has detected a stealth target. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. The piercing alarm sounds pulled the soldier back to reality. He stared at the radar screen, now dotted with at least 10 red targets. Even more alarming was the fact that they were rapidly approaching the Wolf King fortress. The soldier froze for a moment, not fully comprehending that it was an enemy attack, but his years of training kicked in. He jolted upright and immediately pressed the red button beside him, causing alarms to blare throughout the starport. He quickly called his superior. Sir, our anti-stealth system has detected 10 suspicious targets. On the other end of the video call, a corpulent Black Wolf officer was getting out of bed, surrounded by a few female wolves. Hearing the report, he furrowed his brow in anger. Anti-stealth radar? It's probably malfunctioning. How dare you interrupt my fun? Sir, I'm not sure, the soldier replied anxiously, but according to Starport protocol, secondary combat readiness has been initiated. Secondary? You idiot! The officer roared. You take action without reporting to me first? This is Black Wolf territory, one of the 20 great tribes' main strongholds. Who would dare to come here looking for trouble? The soldier lowered his head in fear and frustration. He was just following protocol. Suddenly, another video window popped up. The soldier immediately straightened up, recognizing the figure. Commander, sir. It was none other than the commander of the Wolf King Fortress, the uncle of the Black Wolf tribe's leader. In the Black Wolf tribe, he was practically royalty. What's going on? The starport commander asked with a grim face. The alarm had clearly unsettled him as well. Since its construction, the starport had never activated secondary combat readiness. Swallowing hard, the soldier nervously replied, Sir, the P-99 anti-stealth system detected 10 stealth units approaching. It's been a minute since detection. Stealth units? The commander muttered, seemingly doubting the report. But he quickly decided it was better to be safe than sorry. He decisively ordered, "I'll contact the weapons department immediately. Transmit the target coordinates to them." Yes, sir. Half a minute later, dozens of defense cannons on the side of the starport facing the unknown targets began to move, aiming at the 10 coordinates provided by the radar. Soon, the cannons fired streams of laser beams. By this time, nearly 3 minutes had passed since the first alert from the anti-stealth system. The Black Wolf soldier tensely watched the images transmitted by the Deep Space Telescope. A sudden pulse of light collided with an invisible barrier, scattering into countless glimmers, as if something unseen had briefly flickered in the void. The soldier sprang to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief. Moments later, dozens of other laser beams struck the same invisible wall and dissipated completely. It's the star shield, the commander muttered, his face darkening as he quickly grasped the situation. In a place like Wolf King Fortress, an uninvited guest dared to pilot a stealth ship here? The identity of the intruder was unknown, but revealing themselves in such a manner could only mean ill intentions. Initiate full battle readiness across the port. Relay orders to the 2 Fleet Corps to prepare for combat immediately. All docked warships, take off now. I repeat, launch immediately. The commander issued a rapid series of orders. All weapons capable of targeting the intruder, fire at will. But it was already too late. Report, our 10 T3 Phantoms have entered attack range. Zhao Wanner's adjutant looked towards the captain. Zhao Wanner sneered. Since we've been discovered, why hide any longer? Disengage stealth and unleash full firepower on the designated targets. Yes, ma'am. In unison, the 10 T3 Phantoms deactivated their cloaking, revealing themselves before the Black Wolf Legion and the fortress. Torpedo launch bays and missile silos on the ships opened wide, releasing countless deadly weapons trailing fiery tails. The proximity was too close for the starport to intercept. In an instant, fireballs erupted across the port. The main thoroughfare, defense turrets, nothing was spared. Chaos engulfed Wolf King Fortress. The commander, rushing towards the command center, listened to a barrage of reports from his subordinates. Report, runways 3, 6, and 7 are damaged. Docked ships cannot depart temporarily. Report, 3 main weapon systems are destroyed. The commander's fury was mounting. Just then, he crossed a transparent walkway and suddenly froze. The sight before him was the most terrifying he had ever witnessed. A sky filled with missiles, like meteors tearing through the heavens, raining down on Wolf King's starport. Watching the starport fortress turn into a blazing inferno, 5 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships unleashed 75,000 missiles, all striking this colossal structure. In an instant, the starport, home to millions, was reduced to a massive graveyard. Commander, the main routes and defensive facilities of Wolf King Fortress have been destroyed, reported Snow White, brimming with excitement. All routes are estimated to be paralyzed, and 1,300 warships in the port are grounded. Defensive firepower has been destroyed by over 95. Well done, Zhaochen smiled. Supply ships will soon deliver ammunition to you. This show has just begun. Snow White, even more exhilarated, responded, Give the orders, Commander, and I will make sure the enemy becomes the brightest fireworks in the universe. Ending the communication, Zhao Chan turned to his secretary Lilith. How long will it take to resupply the 5 Judicators with missiles? We brought 10 T3 Virgo-class heavy supply ships, 2 for each Judicator, significantly boosting efficiency. It should take about half an hour, Lilith replied. Excellent. Zhao Chen nodded and then looked at Charlotte. Continue the show. Yes, sir. Charlotte fixed her gaze on the burning starport. At that moment, a large number of Black Wolf tribe warships appeared, the reinforcements from the 8th and 9th Legions. Originally, there were nearly 6,000 warships, but over 1,000 were still in the port for rotation and rest, now struggling in the sea of flames. The commander of the 8th Legion glared at the raging fire, roaring, Who dares to attack our main base? Report. Latest news, the adjutant stammered. At the time of the attack, 2 T4 Butcher-class destroyers were docked in the port. Now, with the routes destroyed, they can't get out. The commander's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 T4 Butchers. These were top-tier warships we painstakingly procured from the Warhammer clans. Who would have thought these treasures would be lost before even being integrated into the Legion? Feeling dizzy and consumed with rage, the commander knew that when the chieftain returned, there would be a reckoning. He might even lose his head over this disaster. Damn it, I will make those bastards pay with their blood. Furious, the Black Wolf commander contacted the 9th Legion, ordering all available warships to encircle the 400 enemy ships. Don't let a single one escape. He believed that with 5,000 against 400, victory was certain. However, the brutal reality of battle soon shattered his confidence. Those 400 ships were not merely warships, they were monsters. The T3 Emperor-class heavy battleships led the charge, crushing the Black Wolf's T3 ships with overwhelming force. Even with star shields, the T3 ships crumbled under the Emperor's main cannons. Meanwhile, swarms of fighters filled the sky like locusts, showing the Black Wolf tribe the true meaning of terror. The densely packed fighters and drones swept in, tearing apart several Black Wolf T3 ships before they could even fire a shot. Report. The enemy's combat power is too strong, and they have many T3 ships, the adjutant shouted in panic. The commander clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Although we can't match their single-ship combat capabilities, we have the upper hand in numbers. It's time to unleash our trump card. Order all T2 and T3 ships to charge at full speed and prepare for boarding combat. Once we breach their ships, our warriors will turn the tide of battle. Execute. The Warhammer-style boarding assault commenced immediately. As everyone knew, The Warhammer Empire's ships had two major weapons. First, the single-use boosters equipped on each ship, which could multiply their speed for a short period. Second, the specially designed boarding missiles. These missiles do not explode. Instead, they consist of two parts, one carrying a combat team and the other a sharp warhead designed to pierce enemy ship armor. More terrifyingly, once the warhead penetrates the hull, it expands like a blooming flower, paving the way for the soldiers to board the enemy vessel. However, such a reckless tactic comes with heavy losses. Out of every 100 boarding missiles fired, fewer than 10 successfully breach the enemy ship. The fate of the soldiers in the remaining 90 missiles is grim. Additionally, Warhammer ships often feature ramming prows. 8 out of 10 ships have them, making them virtual ramming maniacs. Report: the enemy is accelerating for a charge, likely preparing for a boarding assault. A subordinate hastily reported. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Boarding assault? Do they even realize their own limits? Relay the order for T3 Triceratops formation. Let these scum taste their own favorite tactic turned against them. Immediately, 200 T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates roared forward, forming a line at the fleet's forefront. From a distance, the forest of ramming prows resembled an imposing steel forest, brimming with lethal intent. The Black Wolf commander watched as a row of T3 interstellar frigates lined up across from them, attempting to block their advance. Even the Black Wolf commander couldn't help but sneer. Did they really think a mere 200 T3 frigates could stop the onslaught of their 5,000 warships? Ridiculous. Report: Warrior missiles are ready for launch at any time, the adjutant urgently reported. The Black Wolf commander made a snap decision, ordering the entire fleet to unleash full firepower to cover the Warrior missiles' assault. Once they breached this line of defense, those carriers, missile ships, and stealth bombers in the rear would be easy prey. As the order was given, the main cannons, secondary cannons, and interstellar missiles of the 5,000 Black Wolf warships all aimed forward. A dense web of lasers, energy beams, solid projectiles, and interstellar missiles wove together into an impenetrable net of firepower. Simultaneously, nearly 100,000 Warrior missiles, poised as the vanguard, waited for the cover fire to launch their attack. However, the battle did not go as the Black Wolf commander had anticipated. The heavy Closian defense energy cannons on the 200 T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates began to pour out fire, forming an even denser defensive firepower net that intercepted the Black Wolf fleet's attacks. Even the few that slipped through were stopped by the shipborne Tri-Shield system, creating a second line of defense. And even if an attack did manage to hit, the Triceratops-class armor shrugged off the Black Wolf's T2 warship attacks like a mere tickle, and could withstand dozens of hits from T3 warships with ease. Report: currently, 85 of enemy attacks have been intercepted, 14 blocked by the Tri-Shield, and only one have hit the hull, causing negligible damage, a crew member reported to Commander Charlotte. Charlotte sneered. Next, it was nothing more than the Black Wolf's usual Warrior missile assault. This tactic might work against ordinary enemies, but against the Triceratops class, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Intense firefight erupted between the fleets, raising clouds of smoke. The first wave of the Black Wolf fleet's offensive quickly waned, leaving only sporadic secondary cannon fire and Warrior missiles futilely resisting. The Warrior missiles were either destroyed by defensive weapons or failed to penetrate the Tri-Shield, reducing the Black Wolf soldiers they carried to cinders. The few surviving Warrior missiles that slammed into the Triceratops-class hulls left the Black Wolf soldiers eagerly waiting for the warheads to open, ready to board and kill, dreaming of promotions and riches. But instead of the ship's interior, they were met with an impregnable armored wall. With a grim face, the Black Wolf commander ordered his soldiers to drill through the hull, but before they could act, a T3 Phoenix-class fighter blasted the Warrior missile apart, leaving only a minor dent. Report: all Warrior missiles have been destroyed. The adjutant stammered, trembling. The Black Wolf commander's veins bulged in frustration. What kind of interstellar frigate was this, with such terrifying defensive firepower and hull armor, rendering the Black Wolf Legion's attacks as futile as striking iron with a feather? Little did he know, the true strength of this frigate had yet to be fully revealed. The first wave of attack ended in failure, leaving them no choice but to launch a new offensive with steely determination. They decided to go all in, ordering all their warships to engage in suicide ramming. As the name suggests, this tactic was destined to incur heavy losses, but for the cheaply mass-produced Black Wolf warships, it seemed like a viable option. Charge! Charge! Aim for the target, set the ramming angle, full speed ahead. A Black Wolf warship captain screamed his orders with a mad resolve, his voice filled with a death-defying fervor. Then, a shocking report came in. Sir, 200 T3 interstellar frigates from the enemy are accelerating straight toward us, the lieutenant reported in terror. The captain was momentarily stunned, then burst into hysterical laughter. Interstellar frigates? Even if they're T3, so what? They're just cannon fodder and frigate skins. 10 of my T2 ships can take down one of theirs. But reality was merciless. The leading Black Wolf T2 destroyer collided head-on with an enemy T3 frigate. In the moment of impact, the Black Wolf ship's prized ramming bow broke off, and within seconds, the entire ship shattered into pieces. The frigate's ramming bow, however, remained intact, gleaming ominously as it calmly sailed through the debris, only slightly reducing its speed. Even the Black Wolf T3 destroyers that arrived for support met the same fate, easily rammed and destroyed. Time and again, the brutal reality shattered the arrogance and false hope of the Black Wolf captains. This can't be happening. It's impossible, they cried in despair, faces ashen. Only then did they realize their fatal mistake. These were not mere interstellar frigates, they were invincible warships disguised as frigates. Reduce speed. Turn around. Now. 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 A T2 ship captain screamed hysterically, desperate to escape the carnage. But sir, our orders are to attack, the lieutenant reminded him, trembling. To hell with those orders. Can't you see ramming them is a death sentence? The captain roared, wildly gesturing at the wreckage littering the battlefield. Reduce speed and turn around immediately. That's an order. The Black Wolf warships, in a frantic bid to avoid the deadly tridents, fled in disarray. In mere minutes, nearly 1,000 Black Wolf ships were reduced to cosmic dust. Though most were T2 cannon fodder, the loss was enough to cause severe anguish to the two Black Wolf commanders. We were wrong. Horribly wrong. Request reinforcements immediately. We need at least 3 corps, the 9th Corps commander stammered, his face pale with fear. The 8th Corps commander also grasped the gravity of the situation. Besides requesting reinforcements from their own kind, he was even willing to swallow his pride and seek help from other major factions. The situation had reached a life-or-death point. There was no room for pride. Time. We need time. The nearest allies can arrive in 3 hours at best, 5 hours at the earliest for those further away. The 9th Corps commander gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. No matter what, we must hold out until then. This was a battle with no retreat. The Black Wolf stronghold lay directly behind them, and its fall would mean certain annihilation for all. Even more terrifying, the entire Black Wolf tribe would be doomed, their centuries-old legacy reduced to ashes. Order all warships to hold the line at all costs. The commander of the 8th Legion gritted his teeth, determined to stop the enemy's advance. But could they really be stopped? The T3 Triceratops-class battleships recklessly charged forward, causing chaos like a stirring stick in a pot. The Emperor-class battleships and Blizzard-class vessels acted as firepower points and guerrilla units, scoring significant kills with each sortie. The Black Wolf commander placed his last hope on the 3 remaining T4 Butcher-class destroyers, gathering all T3 ships around them to form a triangular defensive formation. Just then, a crimson figure roared into view, moving so fast that even the Blizzards trailing behind were left in its dust. It headed straight for the T4 ships, unleashing 3 blazing beams that targeted one of the Butchers in an instant. Alert! 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 The Star Shield is under attack. Remaining energy, 98, 96, 93. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. 3 crimson beams of light were not aimed at a single T4 Butcher-class medium interstellar destroyer, but precisely hit the star shields of 3 T4 Butchers, piercing through their proud defenses in an instant. What is this? The Black Wolf commander of the 9th Legion was stunned, staring fixedly at the incredibly fast Crimson starship. Such terrifying firepower and astonishing speed, it had to be at least a T4 class interstellar cruiser or battle cruiser. But where did the Galactic Alliance get such a warship? No one present could make sense of it. After all, T4 class warships were the crowning jewels of major empires, each one a household name. Yet this mysterious Crimson warship left everyone in a fog of confusion. Stay calm, maintain defensive formation, and retaliate against that warship. The Black Wolf commander of the 8th Legion forced himself to remain composed. Don't forget, we have 3 T4 Butchers and over 200 T3 warships. One ship, no matter how strong, can't turn the tide. The 9th Legion's Black Wolf commander felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's right, no matter how powerful the enemy was, it was only 1 T4 warship, whereas they had 3 T4s and over 200 T3 warships. With such an overwhelming numerical advantage, victory seemed assured. However, they overlooked a critical flaw: their 3 Butchers were merely quasi-T4, vastly inferior in combat power compared to true T4 warships. Report. The defensive radar system detects that we are locked onto by 3 T4 warships and 79 T3 warships. The crew member's voice carried a hint of tremor. Zhao Chen glanced at Charlotte's back. She stood immovable, like a deity descended from the heavens. All weapons except the main cannon, fire at will. Prepare 200 Juke missiles. Once the enemy's star shields are breached, launch immediately. Charlotte's voice was as cold as ice, but incredibly resolute. Yes, ma'am. 200 UK missiles ready and standing by. At this moment, the star shield of the T-4 Zukla-class medium interstellar cruiser was constantly flickering with impact spots, and its energy level was steadily dropping. However, a true T-4 star shield was not just for show. Even under the relentless bombardment from 3 quasi-T-4 warships, it remained steadfast. Zhao Chen's fingers tapped a rhythm on the captain's chair, as if playing a victory march, while he admired the magnificent star battle unfolding before him. The T-4 Zhuge, apart from its 3 thermal cluster laser main cannons, was also firing 12 4,000mm medium electromagnetic railguns, 88 pulse laser rapid-fire cannons, and 500 fully automated medium Closian defense guns. Its firepower was so overwhelming that it surpassed the combined might of the 3 quasi-T-4 Butchers. The fierce battle raged on for over 10 minutes. The T-4 Zhuge, leveraging its incredible speed, circled the enemy formation like a satellite, forming a mesmerizing crimson star ring while continuously unleashing its barrage. The 2 Black Wolf commanders across the battlefield were in a state of panic, their minds consumed by 2 questions. How is this damn red rat so fast? And how much energy does its star shield have that we can't break through it? The credit for this goes to Charlotte's meticulously planned route, ensuring that the T-4 Zhuge only faced less than half the enemy ship's attacks at any given moment. Despite this, the warship was no ordinary vessel. The fact that it could withstand the relentless bombardment of hundreds of warships was already a miracle. Warning: Starshield energy below 30. As the ship's AI announced, Zhao Chun saw the Starshield energy indicator change from green to yellow. He crossed his arms over his chest and smiled calmly. It's about time. Just then, the star shields of the 3 T-4 Butchers opposite finally gave out and shattered with a resounding crack. Fire 200 Zhuge missiles. Charlotte ordered decisively. The 5 interstellar missile silos in the belly of the T-4 Zhuge opened abruptly, launching 200 crimson missiles that soared like fiery phoenixes straight toward their targets. Intercept them. Intercept them now. The enemy commander roared, his face flushed with fury. However, the Zhuge missiles were incredibly fast, with less than 20 intercepted. The rest struck the hulls of the 3 T-4 Butchers, which, without their star shields, were instantly pierced and exploded into brilliant flames, resembling 3 red lotuses blooming in space. Quite the sight, Zhao Chen quipped. Charlotte, however, remained serious. Activate Zhuge Combat Mode 2. Break through the enemy lines directly. Meanwhile, 5 T-3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships, which had been waiting in the rear, locked onto the remaining Black Wolf T-3 warships and unleashed another round of saturation strikes. At this moment, the T-4 Zhuge was cutting through the enemy formation. The flagship was attacked, and the communications command system was disrupted. The fate of the fleet commander was unknown, dealing a massive blow to the entire Black Wolf fleet. To make matters worse, the blood-red demon warship accelerated again, heading straight for their fleet formation. The Black Wolf captains were dumbfounded and hastily ordered their crew to fire at the red demon. But the enemy ship was too fast for most weapons to lock on. The captains were so rattled that they didn't even notice the 75,000 interstellar missiles hurtling toward them from afar. Incoming missiles. Deploy the defensive fire net. A few captains finally snapped out of their stupor, but by then, their formation had been thoroughly disrupted by the T-4 Zhuge. They were in no position to mount an effective defense. The sky was filled with streaks of fire as the densely packed missiles, like angry meteors, mercilessly struck the Black Wolf ships, turning them into brilliant fireballs in an instant. The entire starfield seemed to ignite, creating a breathtaking apocalyptic scene. The Crimson Beast continued its rapid charge, trailing a massive blaze, resembling a fire-breathing dragon. It plowed through the enemy formation, leaving behind a trail of wreckage. The crew on the T-4 Zhuge broke into a cold sweat, realizing they had narrowly escaped being hit by their own missiles. Any mistake could have meant instant death. At this point, the remnants of the Black Wolf fleet were few and far between, just around 2,000 battered ships, mostly T-2 class cannon fodder, destined to be obliterated within half an hour under the onslaught of the T-3 Blizzard. Zhao Chun smiled as he received the system notification, marking the Zhuchua's debut with a note of spectacular slaughter. The Black Wolf fleet hadn't come in vain. At least they helped him complete his quarterly mission, earning him 100,000 points and 50 credits. Just then, a video window popped up, showing Bai Shui's flushed and anxious face on the screen. Commander, are you all okay? Zhao Chun couldn't help but smile. This little wolf girl had just fired multiple rounds of missiles at their own flagship. Any other commander would have been furious. Fortunately, it was Charlotte's tactical plan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Don't worry, we're safe, Zhao Chun reassured her. Prepare for resupply. We can go another round. Another round? But the enemy only has less than 2,000 broken ships left. Bai Shui was bewildered. Just do as I say. I'll tell you who to target next, Zhao Chen replied. After the communication ended, Bai Shui gazed at the striking red figure in the distance, her heart racing and cheeks blushing as she recalled the thrill of firing at the commander's ship. Oh my, she actually wanted to do it again. On the other side, Zhao Chen rubbed his itchy nose and sneezed unexpectedly. Lilith reported promptly, the White Tiger clan members have all boarded the ship. We are ready to return. Zhao Chen stretched his arms. Although the first expedition was over, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied, everything that needed to be done was done. It was time to go home. He noticed Charlotte staring at the final slaughter on the battlefield, her expression complex. What's wrong? Not happy, he asked. It just feels like a dream, Charlotte murmured. 2 years ago, I watched my comrades die and listened to the fleet fall apart, but now, everything has changed, and I can hardly believe it. Zhao Chen gently pinched her cheek. How about now? Does it feel real? Charlotte broke into a smile through her tears. Zhao Chen then pointed towards the Black Wolf's home planet, determined. Don't forget, we've got a surprise gift for their base. Let's light up the dawn of your revenge with blazing flames. Upon receiving a distress signal from the Black Wolf tribe, the 17th fleet of the Black Tiger tribe swiftly traversed the Stargate and arrived in the Black Wolf tribe star system, quickly reaching their main planet. For this fleet, which was in the midst of a simulation exercise, it took just 3 hours from receiving the call for help to arriving for support. Sir, why would the Black Wolf main planet suddenly request aid? The adjutant asked the Black Tiger commander in confusion. The commander shook his head. I'm puzzled too. The only internal threat we know of is the weakened rebel forces. Even though our main forces are engaged in the unclaimed star systems, I'm aware that there are 2 regiments and a starport fortress stationed near the Black Wolf main planet. The rebels shouldn't pose a threat. Minutes later, the Black Tiger fleet reached their destination, and the sight before them left everyone in shock. Is this really the Black Wolf main planet? The commander stood up in disbelief. That smoking ruin over there, could it be the legendary starport fortress? At that moment, a trembling crew member reported, Sir, we've found a debris field nearby. Among the wreckage are 3 T4 Butcher-class battleships. The commander's eyes widened, and he immediately ordered the images to be transmitted to the main screen. The screen showed a sky full of drifting debris, broken hulls, cannons, and bridges were everywhere, with the most striking being the 3 colossal T4 Butchers. Though now wrecked, they still bore traces of their former glory. Scan the wreckage immediately. Try to retrieve combat data and black boxes. Also, dispatch rescue teams to search for survivors, the commander ordered with a furrowed brow. And send out reconnaissance drones to assess the damage to the Black Wolf main planet. We must uncover the truth behind this catastrophe. Soon, a series of bad news followed. Report, the primary damage to the T4 Butchers was caused by cluster laser cannons and interstellar missiles. Internal systems are severely damaged, and data recovery will take time. Report, the Black Wolf main planet suffered massive missile bombardment. All critical facilities are destroyed, triggering volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. Of the 5 billion residents, less than 1 billion remain. Without immediate aid, the number will dwindle further. The Black Tiger commander took a deep breath, his face darkening. A planet with no value, why waste resources saving those people? Focus on searching the battlefield debris and identify the attackers. Meanwhile, far away, the main forces of the Black Wolf tribe were still reveling in their victory, toasting to their newly conquered small star system. Though resource poor, it's better than nothing. With these 4 star systems, we can solidify our position, the Black Wolf chief declared with pride. However, the Black Wolf princess looked worried. The factional struggle within the Warhammer is intensifying. Publicly supporting the Black Tiger and opposing the Dragon people is too risky. You're too naive, the chief snapped. It's precisely because we support the Black Tiger that we have a chance to rise. Otherwise, who would take us seriously? Great rewards come with great risks. Before he could finish, an officer burst in, panic-stricken. Report, we've received news from the Black Tiger tribe. Our main planet has been attacked by an unknown force. The Wolf King starport fortress has fallen, and the main planet is destroyed. The main planet destroyed? No, that's impossible. The Black Wolf chief roared, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed on the spot. The fleet of the Xiaolong Legion from the Lion King Galaxy traversed a light gate and returned here. The scene before him left Chief Ted in utter amazement. He had been invited to the bridge of the T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, where he witnessed firsthand a miraculous warship emitting a Stargate-like glow. Moments later, the entire fleet passed through the light gate and arrived at their destination. Are we already in the Lion King Galaxy of the Lord? Chief Ted asked in disbelief. Zhao Chun had initially hesitated about whether to keep the secret of the T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ship. However, considering that Midair had already seen it with her own eyes and that Chief Ted, knowing the coordinates of the Lion King Galaxy, could easily deduce the truth, hiding it seemed pointless. On the contrary, allowing Chief Ted to witness it firsthand would establish a more powerful image in his mind, making him realize the stature of the person he was dealing with. Exactly. This is how Charlotte and I rushed to the rescue before, just like that. Midair excitedly added from the side. The miraculous warship is called the T4 Huygens-class interstellar jump ship. As the name suggests, it can create temporary stargates, allowing the fleet to instantly reach specified coordinates. Zhao Chen explained calmly. Amazing. With such a warship, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Chief Ted exclaimed repeatedly. As a fleet commander, he was well aware of the value of this ship. Although not a combat ship, its importance likely exceeded that of the T4 warship before him by dozens of times. You actually have two T4 class warships. Midair looked at Zhao Chun with shining eyes, growing even more curious about the true identity of this lord of the Xingyao Empire. How could an ordinary lord possess such powerful technological strength? At that moment, Lilith suddenly reported, Commander, the statistics for the Black Wolf main star campaign are complete. Black Wolf main star campaign? Chief Ted and Midair were both stunned. Go ahead, Zhao Chen said indifferently. In this campaign, we annihilated the 8th and 9th Corps of the Black Wolf tribe, destroyed the Wolf King Starport Fortress, and the Black Wolf main star. We destroyed over 8,000 enemy ships and eliminated nearly 3 billion enemy troops. Our side lost 1 T3 Triceratops, 5 T2 Black Rhino-class ships, with some ships damaged, and over 600 soldiers sacrificed. The campaign cost a total of 23 billion star coins, and due to the hasty retreat, we couldn't collect any spoils, Lilith reported in one breath. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. He knew that enemy reinforcements were on the way. Though the Xiaolong Legion was strong, their ammunition was limited. If they got entangled, it would be dangerous. Hence, they adopted a strategy of swift and decisive action, leaving no survivors and not bothering to clean up the battlefield. You went to attack the Black Wolf main star? And destroyed their main star? Midair was wide-eyed, struggling to process the information. Yes, the Wolf King Starport Fortress is gone, the 2 Black Wolf Corps were wiped out, and the main star was bombarded with 75,000 T3 missiles, Zhao Chun replied nonchalantly. This campaign commanded by you? Chief Ted's voice trembled, unable to hide his excitement. No, it was commanded by Charlotte. Under her leadership, the Black Wolf's Starport Fortress, 2 core fleets, and the main star were all obliterated. Zhao Chun credited Charlotte for the success. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chun in surprise, not expecting him to attribute all the credit to her. The fleet belongs to Zhao Chun, and the entire battle plan was crafted by him. Without his orders, I can't do anything. Charlotte, you are the pride of the White Tiger clan. Chief Ted was overjoyed to tears. The Black Wolf tribe has always been the lackeys of the Black Tiger clan, assisting them in persecuting us and pushing us out of the top 20 clans. Countless comrades and revolutionary allies from our clan have died at their hands. This time, you have avenged those heroic spirits. Midair hugged her sister's waist in admiration, saying, Sister Charlotte, you are the pride of the White Tiger clan. I will tell our clansmen and all the revolutionaries that our great General Charlotte has returned. Charlotte couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She understood that all of this was meticulously arranged by Zhao Chun. She glanced at Zhao Chun with a slightly reproachful look, but he appeared innocent, as if he knew nothing about it. All right, calm down for now, Zhao Chun interrupted them. I will arrange a habitable planet for you in the Lion King star system, providing basic living facilities and resources. Your clansmen can earn extra rewards through labor, such as working in my industries like the dwarves do in my industrial parks, or joining my fleet. Although we currently only recruit women, you've seen the benefits for yourselves. Of course, everything is voluntary. I will not force anyone. Lilith silently averted her gaze, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. Chief Ted said he would consider Zhao Chen's proposal. Soon, Zhao Chun selected a planet suitable for the White Tiger clan to live on within the military-controlled area surrounding the T3 Huiwa-class Stargate in the Lion King galaxy. Building living facilities was second nature to Zhao Chun, especially with a large number of dwarf craftsmen stationed in the Lion King galaxy. Constructing a few city districts would only take a few days. As for food, there would be nutritional meals first and then a small amount of natural food, so there was no need to worry. Just over a month later, Zhao Chun sat in the captain's chair, contentedly overlooking the planet below. How do your people find it here? He asked. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chun gratefully. My father asked me to thank you on behalf of the White Tiger clan and the revolutionary soldiers. Thanks to you, we can settle here in peace. Come on, we're comrades in arms. No need to be so formal, Zhao Chun said with a smile as he patted Charlotte on the shoulder. Hearing the term comrades in arms, Charlotte fell into deep thought. Although this recognition was already high praise, she felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. Did she only want to be Zhao Chun's comrade? It seemed she longed for more. She shook her head sharply, silently chiding herself. The commander gave you a new life, helped you seek revenge, and now saved your people. Following him is already a great blessing. What more could you want? She quietly raised her eyes, gazing at the man before her. As long as she could be by his side in this life, Charlotte had no other desires. However, deep in her heart, a seed of longing had been planted. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Zhao Chen's mind. System notification. Annual task completed. Reward available for collection. Annual task? There's still more than half a month until the end of the year. Looks like Chief Engineer Annie really knows her stuff. Zhao Chen calmly opened the system interface and carefully examined the prominent notification box. Requirement 1. Possess a Legion-level fleet of 3,000 interstellar warships, including at least 300 T3 class ships. Requirement 2. Possess a T4 combat starship. Requirement 3. Achieve an average living standard of 7 or above in the Xiaolong Galaxy. Requirement 4. Obtain a marquee title or higher. Requirement 5. Master 20 T3 level system technologies. Completing 4 of these requirements would fulfill the annual task, while achieving all would grant an additional T5 starship technology blueprint. Zhao Chen's heart raced. He had been waiting for this moment for an entire year. Through his tireless efforts, the welfare and living conditions in the Xiaolong Galaxy had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching astounding levels. As for the 3,000 warships, Zhao Chen had found a loophole in the system task, but that no longer mattered. He held his breath and, with trembling fingers, clicked the button to claim his rewards. Basic rewards. 1 million points, 100 task points, and a 10-month industrial manufacturing acceleration aura. This generous gift was enough for Zhao Chen to exchange for starship technology from the T4 section of the system shop, not to mention the industrial manufacturing acceleration aura, which would boost the production capacity of his interstellar industrial ships by 30 for 10 months. However, the biggest reward was yet to come. An additional reward. T5 Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought technology blueprints. An interstellar dreadnought? What kind of new model was this? Zhao Chen eagerly started to examine the construction blueprints, but the more he looked, the more confused he became. The blueprints were shrouded in mystery, revealing only the construction instructions and nothing else. It was equipped with a so-called interstellar strategic-level superweapon, but its true power remained unknown. Zhao Chen scrutinized the blueprints thoroughly but couldn't even find the basic performance specifications of this warship. Stranger still, a Pluto Matrix module had mysteriously appeared in the system warehouse, said to be the core component of the T5 Pluto, without which the construction would be impossible. Did this mean he could only build one T5 Pluto? Without a spare Matrix module, there was no hope of constructing a second one later. Zhao Chen frowned deeply. This T5 warship was wrapped in layers of enigmas, and without seeing its true form firsthand, everything remained a mystery. However, when he finally managed to uncover a few key data points, he fell into even deeper despair. First of all, constructing this T5 Hades-class interstellar dreadnought requires at least a T4 level industrial starship to undertake the project. What's even more staggering is that it demands at least 3 trillion star coins and raw materials. This astronomical figure was enough to make Zhao Chen's heart skip a beat. This is indeed a super battleship that would require the resources of an entire nation to build. To put it into perspective, the most expensive ship Zhao Chen had built so far, the T4 Rebirth-class clone, starship, cost a mere 100 billion. This shows just how extraordinary the value of the T5 Hades is. Not to mention, one of its core components is directly provided by the system, and who knows how much that alone is worth. 3 trillion star coins? Zhao Chen scratched his head. Forget about the T4 industrial starship, just the cost alone is beyond his current capabilities. It seems he can only shelve the T5 Hades blueprints for now. Although it was disheartening and he was eager to witness the grandeur of this T5 battleship, Zhao Chen had no choice but to set the idea aside for now. He glanced at his system interface. Host, Zhao Chen. Profession, top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight. System points, 1,450,000. Monthly fleet earnings, 28,000 points. Mission points, 410. Number of starships, 3,131. Tasks, none. Warehouse, Hades Matrix Module, T3 Storm Fortress class large starport blueprints. At this moment, Zhao Chen was undeniably wealthy beyond measure. Lilith, contact Princess Qin Xiaolei and inform her that the first batch of 3,000 warships can be delivered to her princess core by the end of the year, Zhao Chen instructed with a smile. In less than an hour, Qin Xiaolei and Zhao Ruyue arrived in front of Zhao Chen. 3,000 warships in such a short time? Zhao Ruyue asked in astonishment. Zhao Chen pointed to the star map filled with dense fleets beside him. Look, those are all warships from the Xiaolong core. Although most of them are T2 level, the quantity definitely exceeds 3,000. We're just a bit short right now, but there's still some time before the end of the year. By next year, our production capacity will significantly increase, and we can deliver a fleet's worth of warships to you every month. Zhao Ruyue was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected her brother's shipbuilding capability to be so terrifying. He seemed poised to handle the entire Empire's military needs. I informed you in advance so you could prepare for the reception. For now, my team will handle the test runs of these ships, Zhao Chen added. All right, I'll go make the arrangements. Zhao Ruyuan nodded in agreement. With Zhao Chen's approval, the Princess Corps had already started recruiting in the Reef Starfield. While the Xiaolong Corps undoubtedly offered better benefits and treatment, their enlistment criteria were extremely high and only accepted female soldiers. In contrast, the Princess Corps was less picky and even welcomed recruits rejected by the Xiaolong Corps. Quantity over quality, they were more than capable of operating T2 level warships. How are things on the Empire's side lately? Qin Xiaolei looked at Zhao Chun. The Prince's faction has been relatively quiet these past few months. After all, they've just started seizing power and don't dare to make too much noise, lest they shoot themselves in the foot. Your mother and Governor Chu Changhe are safe. Although communications might be monitored, at least they can talk to your granddaughter Chu Xian every day, Zhao Chen replied honestly. Qin Xiaolei finally felt a sense of relief. Zhao Ruyu comforted her, saying, Your Highness, what we need to do now is to stay low and bide our time for revenge. We will, I swear to avenge my father. Qin Xiaolei said firmly, then turned to Zhao Chun. Since you have delivered the first batch of warships, I'll transfer the remaining payment and deposit to you. Just send a transport ship for the handover. Absolutely. Zhao Chen beamed. An order of 3,000 starships meant 100 billion star coins from the deposit and final payment, while the production cost was just over 10 billion. This deal was incredibly profitable. More importantly, the Princess's Legion would grow stronger, potentially becoming a significant ally in the future. Zhao Chen felt increasingly pleased with his strategic moves. Are we really going to sell most of our newly expanded fleet of 3,000 ships to the Princess's Legion? General Charlotte was puzzled. After all, T2S are just T2S. I rushed this batch of warships mainly to stockpile resources, Zhao Chun said nonchalantly. Our future goal is to mass-produce T3 and T4 warships, aiming for an elite force that can take on hundreds. General Charlotte suddenly understood. Although she felt a bit reluctant to see the large fleet go, the thought of commanding an elite force of T3 and T4 warships in the future made her confident enough to face even 100,000 Imperial ships. Zhao Chun was secretly pleased. This entire operation was merely to complete the system's annual task. First, expand the T2 fleet to 3,000 ships to receive the reward, and then sell the ships to the Princess's Legion, a win-win situation. After all, the rewards were already in hand. The system couldn't possibly take them back, could it? Lilith, make arrangements for us to visit the model workers. Zhao Chun stretched lazily. After a year of hard work, it was time to reward himself. Zhao Chun walked into the control room of the T3 Furnace-class heavy interstellar industrial ship number 1. The place was bustling with activity, everyone working diligently like well-oiled cogs in a machine. So much so that they didn't immediately notice Zhao Chen's arrival. Just then, a short engineer, engrossed in her documents, bumped right into Zhao Chun and fell to the ground with a yelp. Are you all right? Zhao Chun asked, extending a hand to her. The dwarf woman looked up, and upon recognizing him, gasped, Commander! Her exclamation finally drew the attention of the others in the room. Oh my, it's the Commander. Am I seeing things from overwork? Someone muttered, rubbing their eyes. Lilith quickly stepped forward to restore order and reassured everyone to continue their work, promising that the Commander's gifts would be distributed later. The promise seemed to boost everyone's morale. Nana, right? I remember you. Annie's sister, Zhao Chen said, recognizing the girl who had bumped into him. Yes, that's me, Nana replied nervously. Annie just want to rest. I can get her if you want. No need to disturb her. Just show me around, Zhao Chen said, stopping her. All right, Nana swallowed hard, leading the way with some trepidation. Am I that scary? Zhao Chen teased. No, not at all. Nana waved her hands frantically. Then why do you look like I'm about to eat you? I'm just a bit nervous, she mumbled. After all, you're the famous commander. Relax, just interact with me like Annie does, Zhao Chen reassured her. Nana nodded, thinking to herself how she could never be as casual as her sister. Do you work here as well? Zhao Chen asked casually. Yes, I used to work in the Dwarf Industrial Park in the Xiaolong Galaxy. I was recognized for my performance and sent to the Goddess Academy for further training. After that, I was assigned to the T3 furnace and by chance, became my sister's assistant, Nana explained truthfully. Impressive, Zhao Chen remarked, his eyes lighting up. So young and already so capable. No wonder you're Annie's sister. With a bit more training, you might become another Annie. He looked at Nana with increasing admiration, while she felt more and more flustered. They arrived at a small room in the corner of the control room, which served as the chief engineer's office. The door opened automatically, revealing a brightly lit space. Annie lay sprawled out on a mat in the corner, resembling a starfish with a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Nearby were some discarded food containers. Suddenly, Annie raised her hand, and everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid to disturb her sleep. She merely scratched her belly, muttering, "Nyojia, your roasted beef leg is so good." Nana blushed with embarrassment, mortified that her sister was seen in such a disheveled state by the commander. Zhao Chun, however, seemed unfazed. He took off his jacket and gently placed it over Annie. Annie's nose twitched and she mumbled, "Nyojia, why do I smell that annoying commander's scent? He always bullies me. Humph, if this keeps up, I'll install a drill in his captain's chair." Nana wished she could disappear into the floor, while Zhao Chun remained composed. He turned to Lilith and instructed, "From now on, let Annie sit in my captain's chair 10 times before I use it." "Understood," Lilith replied, stifling a laugh. Zhao Chun turned to Nana and said, "Since you're Annie's assistant, you should be familiar with all the work she's responsible for, right? Come over and give me a progress report." With that, he walked out of the room. Nana quickly followed, opened the database, and showed it to Zhao Chun. "First, our partner Bayan Group has expanded their T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial ships to 3,000 units. The recent batch of T2 battleships they delivered was thanks to their efforts. Their financial situation is solid, fully capable of handling large subsequent orders while meeting the needs of various factions within the empire." "What about our own side?" Zhao Chen asked thoughtfully. "The T3 smelters have been expanded to 30 units. This delayed the production plans for some other battleships, but once the new T3s are in production, we'll catch up quickly," Nana said proudly. 30 T3 smelters, do you think that's enough?" Zhao Chen suddenly asked, startling both Nana and Lilith. Even Annie, who was asleep next door, shivered and furrowed her brows. Take the T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers, for example. These 30 T3 smelters have a monthly output of only 150 ships. To form a fleet of 3,000 ships, it would take 20 whole months. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, his tone full of dissatisfaction. After all, with his grand ambitions, how could he be content with being just a mere lord? Without a powerful fleet to back him, how could he ever hope to dominate the stars and conquer the universe? "So, what do you mean?" Nana asked nervously, looking at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun raised one finger, causing Nana to frown slightly and mutter, 100 ships? After a pause, Zhao Chun raised 2 more fingers. 300 ships. Nana exclaimed, drawing curious glances from those around them. Blushing, she stammered, "Expanding to 303 furnaces is too much. Although it would significantly boost T3 battleship production, the resource demand would be enormous. Take the T3 Blizzard, for example. Each ship costs 13 million star coins to build. With 300 T3 furnaces, the monthly output would be 1,500 ships, consuming 20 billion star coins in raw materials alone. Annually, that's 240 billion. That's almost equivalent to the annual military budget of a typical star domain. 200 billion a month?" Zhao Chen mused. Nana secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the commander would reconsider and reduce it to 100 ships at most. But Zhao Chun turned to Lilith and asked, "I remember the newly acquired Morton star system generates about 10 billion star coins in monthly or revenue after full development, right?" "That's correct," Lilith nodded. "Plus, with the starship orders from the North Goose Group and the savings we have from the Little Princess, we should manage for a while, right?" Zhao Chun calculated aloud to Lilith. Lilith thought for a moment and replied, "We should be financially secure for a year. After that, resource shortages might start to appear, especially if we face any unforeseen events like war, which could affect our income. But we're building these ships precisely to prepare for war." Zhao Chun said firmly to Nana, "It's decided. Inform Annie to immediately expand the T3 furnaces with full force. Also, bring in the 3,000 T2 Hammer industrial ships from the North Goose Group to assist in production. Ask her for a timeline on when this can be completed." "I can calculate that now," Nana said softly. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. "Oh, how long do you need?" "Give me 10 minutes." Nana began typing rapidly on the virtual screen, windows popping up one after another. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, and she seemed like a different person. In less than 10 minutes, she looked up and reported, "If we halt all other ship productions and focus on expanding the T3 furnaces starting today, with the North Goose Group's assistance and 15 billion star coins worth of resources, we could reach the scale of 300 furnaces by the end of March next year at the earliest." "March next year?" Zhao Chen squinted slightly, calculating in his mind. "If we activate that 10-month production aura, we might finish by February, enabling us to ramp up battleship production and build a fleet powerful enough to challenge the Prince's faction." "Lilith, how much funding can we mobilize right now?" Zhao Chen asked. Lilith pulled up the financial data, including the final payments and deposits from the Little Princess, plus the last chunk of technology licensing fees from Chu Xian. The Xiaolong Legion has nearly 20 billion star coins on hand. 20 billion? That's enough. Zhao Chen waved at Nana. "Proceed as you suggested and assist Annie in completing this construction plan." If it's successfully completed, I'll promote you to Chief Starship Engineer, where you'll lead your own team in future projects. Thank you, Commander. I'll give it my all, Nana said excitedly. She always looked up to her sister as a role model, yearning for the day she could stand on her own instead of hiding behind her. I admire you. Keep it up, Zhao Chun said as he patted Nana on the shoulder before leaving with Lilith. Nana watched the commander's departing figure, excitedly pumping her fist. The words "I admire you" echoed in her mind, filling her with passion and determination. After a while, Annie, still half asleep, reached out and mumbled, "Big beef leg, my big beef leg." As she opened her bleary eyes, she saw a figure standing in front of her, nearly making her jump. "Nana, why are you standing next to me?" she exclaimed. "Sis, the commander came by earlier. We need to expand to 300 T3 furnaces," Nana said excitedly. 300? Annie mumbled as she lay back down, then suddenly sprang up. "What did you say? 300 T3 furnaces?" "That's right. I've already prepared a detailed construction plan, and the commander is very pleased with it. You just need to review it, and we can start right away," Nana said enthusiastically. Annie looked at the military blanket covering her, and then at her innocent and eager sister. She couldn't help but groan and hold her head. "I just wanted to take a nap, and now we have to build 300 T3 furnaces? This must be a dream. It has to be," she muttered, curling up in her blanket, wide awake. Expanding to 300 T3 furnaces might be doable, but it also means the workload would increase several times over. This nap felt like a dream. In the galactic year 3032, on the night of December 31st at around 11 p.m., the Xiaolong star system was immersed in New Year's Eve celebrations. Thanks to Zhao Qin's series of beneficial policies, the quality of life in the Xiaolong star system had improved dramatically within just a year. In previous years, only the nobles on the main star of Xiaolong celebrated the new year. Now, every inhabited planet was decorated with lanterns, presenting a harmonious scene. At this moment, a grand picnic party was taking place by the lakeside orchard in T3 Silver Eden. The attendees included Zhao Qin's key allies such as Charlotte, Zhao Wanner, Lilith, and Annie, along with dozens of newly promoted senior officers, all elites from various departments of the Xiaolong Corps. Additionally, Zhao Chun had invited several distinguished guests: Medusa from the Dark Reef Sector, Red Rose from the Thorn Group, Li Yaqi from the Northern Goose Group, and the exiled princess Qin Xiaolei. The scene was filled with laughter, music, and the aroma of delicious food, creating a feast for the senses. Zhao Chun lounged comfortably on a deck chair by the lake, thoroughly enjoying the view. "Lilith, how are the New Year's activities arranged?" Zhao Chun asked Lilith, who was standing nearby. Everything was set up a week before the new year. Apart from the minimum essential staff, all crew members have been given leave to rest at the resort. Their expenses there for the entire week are covered. We've stocked up on a large amount of food, goods, and clothing, and prepared a variety of entertainment options. Every crew member gets at least 5 days off, including the technical staff on the interstellar industrial ships. Don't worry, Chief Engineer Annie has arranged the shifts so production won't be affected. "Oh, and the crew receive their year-end benefit packages," Lilith recounted in detail. Zhao Qin nodded in satisfaction. Everyone's worked hard all year. They deserve to relax and enjoy this new year. Lilith looked at the commander's smile and thought to herself how extraordinary he was. Anyone else might not even grant a holiday, let alone such a generous New Year's celebration. One must know, these holiday benefits cost over 1 billion star coins. Yet when the commander heard the figure, he didn't even flinch. He signed off on it without hesitation and even allowed for a significant overspend. "You should go have fun too. You've worked hard enough this year. You deserve to enjoy yourself," Zhao Qin said, gesturing towards the lively party. "Don't just stay by my side. Serving you is satisfaction enough for me," Lilith replied softly. "That's an order. Don't you see your people giving you signals?" Zhao Qin urged. "Yes, sir. Call me if you need anything." Lilith reluctantly walked towards the crowd. As soon as she sat down, her kin surrounded her, warmly inquiring about her well-being. The clever minds of the succubus race were well known, and after joining the Xiaolong Corps, they quickly became pillars in various departments, often serving in key secretarial roles. As the fleet grew, they were in high demand. "Why don't you join the fun?" A voice suddenly came from behind. Zhao Qin looked up to see his elder sister Zhao Ruyue, holding a glass of wine and looking down at him. "Forget it. Even though they're my friends, if I go over there, it might make them feel a bit restrained." "Just like this is fine," Zhao Qin replied nonchalantly. Zhao Ruyue scrutinized her brother, then glanced around, overwhelmed with emotion. "Are you really my brother? You've changed so much over the years that I can hardly recognize the bookish boy you once were. Who would have thought you could build such an enormous interstellar realm?" She almost said empire, but felt it wasn't quite appropriate, given that she still relied on the little princess for her livelihood. However, in Zhao Ruyu's eyes, the military, political, and economic power Zhao Chun now wielded was already forming the foundation of an empire. Zhao Qin didn't respond directly. He just stretched and said, "Sometimes I feel the same way, like it's a whole different world." "Then it seems like you've had quite the dream during this long sleep," Zhao Ryu quipped, shifting her gaze to the vibrant crowd. She chuckled and asked, "Hey, you're not getting any younger. Among these people, who's my future sister-in-law? Or are they all potential candidates?" Zhao Qin almost choked on his water. Cough, cough. "Sis, that's a bit much. You're the lord of the Sky Dragon now, leading a formidable legion. Which of the lords our age doesn't have multiple wives? You're the only heir of the Zhao family this generation. It's about time you considered continuing the family line," Zhao Ryu said earnestly. "My dear sister, since when did you start pressuring me about marriage?" Zhao Qin laughed helplessly. "Whether it's Charlotte, Lilith, or even Annie, they are all just your subordinates. At best, they could be concubines, but not suitable as your main wife," Zhao Ryu continued, her tone shifting again. "Have you considered the little princess?" Zhao Qin squinted his eyes. "Did Qin Xiaolei put you up to this? Don't get me wrong, the little princess isn't that scheming. I'm thinking of both of you. Right now, you're just allies, which is manageable. But if one day, differences arise due to conflicting interests, it would be difficult for me as someone who's been through it. However, if you two get married, it would be mutually beneficial. With the royal family backing you, your future would be limitless. The little princess, relying on your capabilities, would have a smoother path to restoring her kingdom. This is called a powerful alliance, legitimate in name and strong in power, enhancing each other." Zhao Ruyu's words were precise and convincing. Zhao Qin had to admit that his sister's analysis was spot on. "You don't have to answer me right away. Think it over carefully. If you decide, I can help mediate," Zhao Ryu said with a slight smile. "Sis, you're practically inciting me to rebel." Zhao Qin laughed helplessly. At this moment, Qin Xiaolei had no idea that she had already been put up for sale by Zhao Ryu, just waiting for the buyer, Zhao Chun, to nod his head. She was immersed in the relaxed atmosphere of the party, enjoying the rare equal treatment. Although everyone called her princess, they interacted more like friends. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of hands sneaking around the edge of a dining table, and then a plate of food vanished without a trace. Qin Xiaolei moved closer and saw two female dwarfs squatting by the table, surrounded by a stack of empty plates and two enormous backpacks. One of them she recognized as Annie, the chief engineer of the Xiaolong Legion. At that moment, Annie was instructing a fellow dwarf who looked quite similar to her. "Don't take that one. It's too cheap. We go for the expensive stuff. Look, this dish is worth 10 days' food for an ordinary crew member. Pack it up quickly and don't spill it." Nana watched her sister wolf down the food and whispered, "Sis, is this okay? The commander invited us to eat, and we're packing food to go? What's wrong with that? It's called saving food. Besides, it's not our money. That big bad guy is treating us, so why not take advantage?" Annie said justifiably. Thinking about the upcoming expansion of the T3 furnace to 300 ships and the resulting increase in workload, she wanted to pack even more. "What are you doing?" Qin Xiaolei asked curiously. "Nothing," Nana stammered, lowering her head guiltily and trying in vain to hide the large bag behind her. "You're here to eat too, right? Then don't be shy, take more." Annie, seeing it was a stranger, didn't bother to hide and cheerfully invited her. "Why not eat here? Why pack it to go?" Qin Xiaolei was puzzled. "How much can you eat here? Pack it to go and we can eat it slowly, and I can share it with my parents and siblings. Their food is much better now, but the delicacies here are not something ordinary people can afford," Annie said proudly. Qin Xiaolei couldn't help but smile. "Why don't you just ask Zhao Chun? Would he refuse you? You are the chief engineer of the Legion after all." Annie was momentarily speechless. She had never actually asked Zhao Chun for anything. At some point, she just enjoyed secretly taking Zhao Chin's stuff without him noticing. Gradually, it became her little pleasure. To be honest, every time Zhao Qin bullied her, Annie always found a way to get back at him, taking a little something to feel better. That's not important. The point is, if there's something to take it quickly. If you don't want it, help me pack it, hurry." Annie mumbled evasively, pulling Qin Xiaolei into her little heist without giving her a chance to refuse. Qin Xiaolei didn't mind and was happy to play along with Annie. Together, they cleaned out the table of its delicious offerings. In fact, the guests present all noticed Annie's little actions, but nobody cared. There was plenty of food, and any shortage would be replenished by robots, so why bother with her? Just as Lilith was chatting and laughing with her kin, her terminal suddenly flashed. She quickly excused herself and walked briskly towards Zhao Qian, her expression serious as she reported, "Commander, there's an urgent matter. We just received news that Qin Ming, who is acting as regent in the imperial capital, has discovered that the unknown fleet that attacked the Qinhu fleet is suspected to be equipped with our Xiaolong Star System's exclusive T3 Blizzard battleships. They suspect we are colluding with the mastermind and want the governor of Beifeng to escort you to the capital for trial. They also plan to send a fleet to search for the whereabouts of the runaway princess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruyue's face turned pale. Zhao Chun, however, remained calm. It seems they've already got this lead and are choosing this critical moment to strike. They're probably well prepared and intend to put pressure on the two major star regions of Chu River and Beifeng. As for me, I'm just a pawn in their game. So, how do you plan to respond? Going to the capital now is a near-death situation. Zhao Ruyue was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Go to the capital? Zhao Chen sneered. I will go, but definitely not now. He pondered for a moment and then instructed Lilith, connect me to the governor of Beifeng, right now. Once the communication was established, Zhao Chun dismissed everyone and met with the governor alone. Zhao Chun, you're here about the summons to the capital, right? Don't worry, this isn't the capital, and the prince's faction has no authority here. There's no way they'll take anyone from my territory, the governor of Beifeng said bluntly. Governor, I appreciate your support. However, I don't want the Beifeng Star region to have a direct confrontation with the capital right now, Zhao Chun said earnestly. So you expect me to hand you over to those bastards? They're out for your blood. The governor's face darkened with anger. Zhao Chun smiled faintly. I understand their intentions. However, governor, you're getting on in years and your health is not what it used to be. Handling numerous affairs might be too taxing. You need to recuperate. Besides, the prince's faction has already extended its reach into Beifeng. Compared to Chu River, our internal issues are more pressing. This is the perfect opportunity to clean out those parasites and prepare for the future. Governor Beifeng immediately understood Zhao Chen's intention. Squinting at him, he asked, you want to be the bait yourself? That's too risky. I've always done things this way, Zhao Chen replied calmly. The governor sighed deeply. All right, I'll do as you say. But remember, although I'm not as influential as that old fox Chu Changhe, I'm still a regional lord. If you need my help, just ask. Don't worry, when the time comes, I won't hesitate to ask for your assistance, Zhao Chen said with a smile. After the communication ended, Zhao Chen looked at the joyous crowd and made up his mind. To ensure everyone could gather carefree next year, he had to take this risk. Lilith noticed his serious expression and walked over with concern. Zhao Ruiyue also looked worried. The prince's faction is making a move now. There must be a conspiracy behind it. If they really send troops to search the Xiaolong star system, our hidden ally might be exposed. If they find out about our connection with the princess, both you and the Zhao family could be in danger, she warned. Don't worry, I've prepared for this, Zhao Chen replied with a cold smile, raising his glass. The prince's faction thinks I'm a lamb to be slaughtered. Let's see if they have what it takes. If they end up shooting themselves in the foot, they can't say I didn't warn them. Continue as usual. I'll inform you of any changes immediately. He then turned to Zhao Ruiyue. Big sister, you and the little princess needn't worry. This is Xiaolong territory. No matter who comes, they have to listen to me. Be careful. Zhao Ruiyue admonished, but she said no more. She understood that her brother was no longer the person he used to be and had his own plans. Her role was to support him from the sidelines. Come on, Lilith. The new year's almost here. Succubi in the distance called out. Zhao Chun gestured for Lilith and the others to enjoy themselves without worrying about him. Meanwhile, a giant countdown projection appeared in the night sky, starting from 60. As the final fireworks burst, 2033 finally arrived. The spectacular display was mirrored on other warships, with fireworks adorning the starry sky in brilliant colors. It's beautiful, but not as thrilling as real missiles. Snow White, the wolf girl, said, looking at the holographic display with a hint of dissatisfaction. As the New Year's bell tolled, Zhao Chen also received new annual and quarterly tasks. The quarterly task was simple. Redeem EP4 class warship blueprint, something he could do at any moment. The main challenge lay in the annual tasks. Economic goal. Achieve a monthly revenue of 20 billion to 60 billion star coins from industries directly under the Xiaolong Legion. Military goal. Own 3,000 to 15,000 T2 or higher class warships without selling any within 6 months. Possess 1 to 5 T4 combat ships. Have 10 to 50 active T4 warships. Territorial goal. Directly or indirectly control 1 of 5-star regions. The tasks were graded from 1 to 5 stars based on completion. A total of 20 stars was passing, 23 stars was good, and 25 stars was excellent, each corresponding to basic, additional, and mysterious rewards. This task is really comprehensive, covering all aspects, Zhao Chen thought, nodding to himself. The system was smarter this year, explicitly forbidding him from last-minute rush tactics at the end of the year. It seemed he had to work diligently. 20 stars shouldn't be too hard, but 25 stars might be challenging, he was calculating when Lilith received an urgent communication. Secretary, we intercepted a T2 battleship that illegally entered the Xiaolong star system. There's a woman on board claiming to be the commander's wife. She says he abandoned her, and she demands to confront him in person, reported the trembling female crew member. Lilith's face turned pale with shock, and she quickly cut off the communication. But it was too late. Both the succubi and Annie had heard everything. What? You actually have a woman outside, and you abandoned your wife and child? You scumbag! Annie screamed excitedly, causing an uproar among everyone present. Zhao Chun, who had been keeping his distance from the crowd, suddenly found himself the center of attention. Feeling utterly bewildered under countless astonished and disdainful gazes, he collapsed to the ground. What the hell is going on? He thought. I swear I'm innocent. I have no illegitimate children. Zhao Chun looked at the glaring women in front of him, feeling deeply wronged. Little brother, having concubines and children isn't a big deal in our empire. For someone of your status, it's quite common. But abandoning your wife and child is another matter, Zhao Riyue said with a parental tone, lecturing her wayward brother. Our Zhao family is big and wealthy. Can't we support a mother and child? Zhao Wanner crossed her arms, looking disdainful. However, Lilith, Charlotte, and the others seemed indifferent. To them, it was nothing unusual. They were merely curious about the woman who could make the commander lose his composure in front of his female soldiers. Meanwhile, a few succubi eyed Zhao Chun like hungry wolves scenting blood. If the commander could have an affair, did that mean they had a chance to? Well, it turns out our commander is a total scumbag. Annie shouted gleefully. You're in trouble now. She's here to demand justice, and she brought a child too. Commander, as a man, you need to take responsibility. You can't just abandon them. She burped, continuing to eat heartily. Qin Xiaolei watched the scene with amusement. Such incidents were commonplace in the royal family. Her father had so many women that every year, some would come claiming to bear his child. My words are useless now. Just bring that woman here, so you can't say I planned anything in advance. Zhao Qin was furious. If he had done it, he'd admit it. But he was innocent and couldn't bear this false accusation. How could he face his female soldiers afterward? Soon, a squad of female guards brought the woman in. Zhao Qin's face darkened instantly upon seeing her. Hey, is this a feast? Smells delicious. The woman looked around, drooling at the aroma. Suddenly, a large hand gripped her shoulder like an eagle's claw. She turned stiffly to face Zhao Qin's grim expression. Well, long time no see, Xue Xiao. Zhao Qin forced a creepy smile. Someone just accused me of abandoning my wife and child. What should I do about this? Xue Xiao forced a smile. It's a misunderstanding. I just said that to make sure they let me see you. Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't we make it real? Let's have a child, and then you can abandon us. Zhao Qin's eyes twinkled mischievously. He grabbed Xue Xiao and threw her over his shoulder, striding away as she screamed. Wait, I was wrong. Zhao Qin, I apologize. Xue Xiao struggled, seeing a familiar face in the crowd. Wanner, help. I had no choice. Su Lan is in trouble. Zhao Qin paused. Zhao Wanner's expression changed. She rushed forward and demanded, what happened to Su Lan? Let your brother put me down first. I can't breathe. Xue Xiao whimpered. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Chun dropped her to the ground, making her wince in pain. Zhao Chun looked around helplessly. All right, misunderstanding resolved. Everyone, carry on with your meal and fun. Seeing this, everyone dispersed on their own. Annie was still chattering away, only to be silenced by a flick on the forehead from Zhao Chun. If you have so much energy to talk, you must be quite free, huh? There's some data for the construction plan that needs re-verifying. Start on it now. You can eat when you finish. Annie burst into tears, regretting her loose tongue. Fortunately, she had the foresight to eat until she was almost full. Oh, and if you don't finish by the end of the party, forget about those 2 big bags of snacks. And your year-end bonus might be delayed by a few months, Zhao Qin added. Annie was horrified and hastily promised to complete the task, but could only watch enviously as everyone else enjoyed the delicious food, feeling utterly miserable. After reprimanding the troublemaker, Zhao Qin turned to Zhao Wanner, who was catching up with her best friend, and signaled Xue Xiao to start from the beginning. Nervously, Xue Xiao began. You all know that senior sister Su Lan is the eldest daughter of the Su family from the Zhisu star domain. Recently, I visited her, and unexpectedly, the third Prince Qin who sent a proposal. The Su family decided to marry senior sister Su Lan to him. Su Lan marrying Qin who? That's not just any news. If I remember correctly, senior Su Lan is only a concubine-born daughter of the Su family, right? Zhao Wanner asked, perplexed. Qin Hu is the third prince, the younger brother of Qin Ming. If Qin Ming ascends to the throne, Qin Hu's status will be extraordinary. Logically, he shouldn't marry senior Su Lan. The difference in their statuses is too vast. I heard that Qin Hu met senior Su Lan years ago and fell in love at first sight. This time, he specifically requested to marry her, Xue Xiao added. I was a guest at the Su family when I saw senior Su Lan being confined to her courtyard. If it weren't for my special status, I would have been kicked out too. Senior Su Lan has resigned herself to her fate, but I found her suicide note. A suicide note? Zhao Wanner exclaimed. You just left her there and ran out? Don't worry. Senior Su Lan cares deeply about her family and won't take her own life within the family grounds. I guess she'll wait until her wedding day, leave the Zissou Star domain, and then act, so as not to implicate her family. Shui Xiaoxiao sighed. How can I just watch her jump into the fire pit? That's why I thought of you all, hoping you could help, and risked my life to come here for aid. We must save Senior Su Lan. Shui Xiaoxiao looked earnestly at Zhao Chun. Zhao Wanner also gazed at her brother with passionate eyes, but swallowed her words. Senior Su Lan was the closest person to her besides her family. During her time at North Star Academy, she relied on Senior Su Lan's help to graduate and had long seen her as an elder sister. However, the situation was delicate. Qin Hu, the third prince, was to marry Su Lan, and the factions of the royal family and the Zissou Star domain were both powerful forces in the empire. Compared to them, the Xiaolong lord seemed insignificant. Any misstep could drag the Xiaolong star system and the entire Zhao family into trouble. Zhao Wanner felt torn, wanting Zhao Qin's help but fearing to burden him with more worries. Has the date for Qin Hu and Su Lan's wedding been set? Zhao Qin asked calmly. Mid-May. Since it's an alliance between two major forces, the preparations are extensive. I heard that Qin Hu will lead a royal fleet to fetch the bride, Shui Xiaoxiao reported truthfully. Zhao Qin's expression softened slightly. There's still time. Don't worry about this. I'll handle it. Senior Su Lan is our comrade in arms, and I won't stand by and do nothing. Really? Zhao Wanner was overjoyed. When have I ever broken my word? Zhao Qin teased. Zhao Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Shui Xiaoxiao still looked worried. Is it settled just like that? You're going up against the royal faction, the most influential force right now. Don't worry, there's nothing my brother can't handle, Zhao Wanner said confidently. After all, the recent achievements of the Xiaolong Legion would be unbelievable to anyone else. So, what do you plan to do with me? Shui Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. Since we've decided to save her, it's best you don't show yourself elsewhere. Stay here and catch up with Wanner. Zhao Qin waved his hand. If you need any help, just ask. Don't forget, you're a distinguished graduate of North Star Military Academy. Thank you, Commander. Shui Xiaoxiao exclaimed with joy. I'll go have a big meal now, she said, eagerly rushing towards the food. Zhao Wanner remained standing, knowing her brother had more to say. Just let Xiaoxiao follow you. The T3 Phantom Assassin isn't classified anymore. But make sure she doesn't get access to any core technologies or Legion secrets. It's fine if she helps you on the bridge, Zhao Qin instructed. I understand. Zhao Wanner nodded solemnly. Speaking of which, Xiaoxiao's background is quite mysterious. Where is she from exactly? Zhao Qin pondered. I recall her mentioning she comes from a neutral faction within the Galactic Alliance, but the specifics are unclear, Zhao Wanner replied. A neutral faction? Zhao Qin's interest was piqued. I'll have to look into that more closely in the future. For now, go keep her company. After Zhao Wanner left, Zhao Qin reclined back in his chair, silently contemplating. The prince's faction arranging for Qin Hu to marry Su Lan was clearly an attempt to forge an alliance with the Zissou Starfield. With the empire in turmoil and Emperor Xingyao on the brink of death, if Qin Ming ascends to the throne and fails to control the situation, the consequences could be disastrous with enemies lurking around. As an adversary of the prince's faction, Zhao Qin couldn't allow this marriage to happen. Just when I was looking for an opportunity to act, this fell right into my lap, he muttered with a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. However, Zhao Qin still needed to make some crucial preparations for the upcoming bride snatching. He pulled out his handheld terminal, opened a few private communication accounts, and selected one. A few minutes later, a video window popped up, revealing a woman with a stunningly cold beauty. As their eyes met, the icy demeanor slightly thawed. What do you need? Chu Xian asked directly. Zhao Qin then began to explain the situation involving Su Lan and Qin Hu. To prevent the alliance between the prince's faction and the Su family, you plan to snatch the bride? Chu Xian mused. Zhao Qin nodded in affirmation. Of course, there are two other considerations. First, Su Lan is a close comrade of ours. Shui Xiao said she would rather die than marry Qin Hu. Once she leaves the Zissou Star region, she will definitely seek to end her life. No matter what, I can't just watch an old friend throw her life away. Chu Xian agreed, understanding the plight of political marriages, especially as a woman herself and having a connection with Su Lan. Second, Zhao Chun continued, I suspect the prince's faction will exploit the conflict between the Beifeng Star region and the Chuha Star region to their advantage. Rather than letting them scheme in the shadows, we might as well give them an opportunity and simultaneously cleanse the Beifeng Star region of its corruption. Chu Xian quickly grasped his underlying message. Having governed the Chuha Star region for several months, she knew well that without her skills, the situation would have already fallen apart. You want me to deploy troops to assist? She asked. No need for troops, I just need you to make a clarifying statement, Zhao Chen said with a smile. displaying an image of a crimson warship in his palm. You should know about the high-value T4 destroyer development project I have with your grandfather. During our research, we also developed this T4 Suzaku-class medium cruiser. If I am to challenge the prince's faction, I will undoubtedly use such a powerful weapon. But you also know that if a mere Xiaolong lord possesses the ability to develop T4 warships, he will immediately become a target. Zhao Chen spoke earnestly, however. If this warship is claimed to be developed by the Chu family, the situation changes entirely. You want me to announce that the T4 Suzaku was developed by the Chu family? Chu Xian understood. Exactly. You can mention a few collaborators in the announcement, like the Xiaolong Starship Research Institute. Zhao Chen agreed. Chu Xian narrowed her eyes and smiled, resting her chin on her hand. What's in it for me? I represent the entire Chuha star region now. I won't do anything without tangible benefits. After all, it's the Chu family's name at stake. Zhao Chan was taken aback, thinking to himself how Chu Xian had learned to negotiate in just a few months. All right, if you want the T4 Suzaku, I can offer a discount as a technology transfer fee. Zhao Chen hesitated. How much of a discount? Don't give me an empty promise, Chu Xian teased. Zhao Chun gritted his teeth. 1 trillion star coins. Although the T4 warships are exorbitantly priced, in the current interstellar environment, they're practically priceless. Private deals often run into hundreds of billions. 1 trillion is already sky-high. 100 billion, Chu Xian replied without hesitation. 100 billion? The T4 Beifeng god you sold to the royal family wasn't that cheap. Zhao Chen almost jumped. 200 billion, Chu Xian countered. Impossible. You know the development costs. 200 billion is out of the question. 350. You should know you can't get a T4 warship for 350 billion anywhere. 500 billion. Chu Xian stated firmly. That's already a generous offer. Business is business and friendship is friendship. Zhao Chen pondered deeply and finally let out a long sigh. All right, 500 billion it is, considering our friendship. Also, since you managed to develop the T4 cruiser, I assume the T4 destroyer is also in the works. Chu Xian, seizing the opportunity, replied, don't talk about 3 years. How about delivering it by the end of this year? Zhao Chan was taken aback, but before he could respond, Chu Xian cut him off. That's settled then. I have official business to attend to, so I'll go ahead and make the announcement. With that, she ended the communication. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen thought to himself, this girl isn't as cute as she used to be, but then he realized he wasn't losing out too much. The T4 destroyer would have to be delivered eventually, and this was a good opportunity to support the Chu family amidst the empire's turbulent times. As for the price of the T4 Zhuke, the manufacturing cost was only around 15 billion. With a 30-fold profit, he was making a fortune. Of course, this was partly due to their friendship and the current trends. Anyone else would have to pay 1,000 billion to get their hands on this marvel. With everything settled, Zhao Chan could finally enjoy the calm before the storm. A few days later, a groundbreaking announcement shook the Xingyao Empire Chu He Star region declared that several of its Starship Research Institutes had jointly developed the T4 Zukla-class medium cruiser. The news caused a nationwide sensation. At the end of the statement was a list of collaborators, prominently featuring the Xiaolong Starship First Research Institute. So this is your flagship, Warner? Why does it look so tiny? Surely it's just a T2, right? And it's all crooked. Xue Xiaoxiao followed Zhao Warner onto the shuttle, catching sight of the uniquely shaped warship from a distance. The ship was long and sleek, with a smooth surface and not even a single main cannon in sight. Don't judge a ship by its appearance. Once you experience it firsthand, you'll understand its power, Zhao Warner said with a mysterious smile. Xue Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Stop being so secretive. By the way, how many ships does your brother's fleet have now? 50? 100? Is it mainly composed of T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers and T2 Black Rhino heavy assault frigates? You'll find out all of this in due time, Zhao Warner teased, intentionally keeping her in suspense. Warner, you're so mean, purposely keeping me in the dark. Xue Xiaoxiao pouted, hands on her hips. You've always been like this, saying half and leaving out the rest. Back at the academy, you loved being all mysterious. Times change, Zhao Warner replied with a smug wink, not forgetting how Xue Xiaoxiao had once pranked her. Xue Xiaoxiao looked out the window at the stars, feeling nostalgic. Those days at Northern Star Military Academy were the best. No worries at all. Unlike now, we're so far apart and hardly ever see each other. We only meet a few times a year, and now senior sister Su Lan is dealing with this unlucky situation. I really don't want to grow up. I'd rather stay at our alma mater forever. Zhao Warner pulled her into a hug, gently stroking her hair. Life has its challenges, but we have to face them. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a new year had begun. The operations of the Dragonhawk Legion quickly fell into place, shipbuilding, recruitment, and the military academy training new cadets day and night to supply fresh blood to the Legion. The Red Rose fleet frequently transported raw materials for the princess, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. One day in late February, Zhao Chen arrived in the interstellar industrial zone dedicated to military production aboard his T4 Vermilion bird cruiser. He was greeted by the sight of 300 T3 Forge-class heavy industrial ships lined up in a grand formation, resembling a massive interstellar factory from afar. A video window popped up, and Nana excitedly reported, "Commander, the first phase of the New Year's construction plan is complete. With the strong support of the Northern Goose Group, all 300 T3 forges have been expanded, costing a total of 15 billion star coins. Next, we will accelerate the production of warships. Here is the detailed production list." "Why are you reporting this? Where's Annie?" Zhao Chen asked, surprised. Nana hesitated, her eyes darting. Sister Annie said she wasn't here." "Silly girl, you should say I asked you to report on my behalf." Annie knocked her sister lightly on the head. But I'm not good at lying," Nana mumbled, feeling wronged. "Annie, are you afraid that if I see you, I'll give you more tasks?" Zhao Chen teased. "Of course not. We're at your service for any command, Commander." Annie forced a smile, her eyes involuntarily glancing at the pink T2 Eden design on the wall. Nana was stunned, unable to reconcile the sister in front of her with the one who regularly complained about their superior. After all, Annie's favorite pastime was to mock Zhao Chen's little figurines. In private conversations, at least half of her words were jabs at him. The dramatic contrast left Nana utterly confused. Zhao Chen waved his hand, summoning two holographic images. "This is the T3 Storm Fortress-class large starport. I hope you can build one in the Xiaolong star system first, gain some experience, and then expand to the Reef Star region. The other one is the T4 Gemini-class heavy industrial ship. Take a good look and see if you can replicate it." Nana's eyes lit up, eager to start disassembling and studying it immediately. Meanwhile, Annie's face turned pale, as if her soul had been drained from her body. Half a day ago, Zhao Chen spent a long time browsing the T4 system store before finally picking a T4 class industrial ship. "Do you want to spend 1.7 million points and 90 mission points to redeem the T4 Gemini class heavy industrial ship?" The system prompt echoed in his mind. Zhao Chen had been saving up points day and night since the beginning of the year, and he was just one step away. When he saw the message "Congratulations on obtaining the T4 Gemini class heavy industrial ship blueprint," he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, the completion notification for the quarterly mission also popped up. "Claim." With a thought, Zhao Chen saw the numbers on the panel jump rapidly. System points, 230,000. Mission points, 370. Back in the present, Nana's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my god, a T4 class industrial ship. There's not even a shadow of one in the galaxy right now, just a few stationary T4 shipyards. They're so massive they have to be built in planetary orbit and can't be moved. But a T4 industrial ship can go wherever it wants, following the fleet without reducing production capacity. The technology is far more advanced than T4 warships." Annie, on the other hand, seemed unfazed and only held her head in despair. "Again? I should be used to this by now. This guy throws out a new, more advanced blueprint every so often. I hope it's not another new type of industrial ship, or our workload will double again. I've already arranged for the detailed specs of the T4 Gemini to be delivered to you." Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "Make sure to start production as soon as possible without affecting current operations. If we rely on just one T3 furnace, it could take over 100 months. With multiple ships working together, we can significantly shorten the timeline. Once the first T4 is in service, building new ones will only take 2 months. As for the cost, it's 5 billion. In terms of production capacity, take the T3 Blizzard as an example. One T3 furnace can produce 5 ships a month, but the T4 Gemini can produce over 200 ships a month. Just producing the Blizzard alone could consume nearly 3 billion in raw materials a month." Nana was stunned, her mouth agape, while Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, its production capacity is incredible, but it's also a gold-eating beast. So, until our finances are stable, we should be cautious and not stockpile too much. Our goal is to deliver the first ship by the end of the second quarter. We'll decide on the production quantity later. Zhao Chen looked seriously at the two of them. "I'll fully support you from my side. If you need anything, just let me know. That's all for now. Get to work." As soon as the communication ended, the courteous Annie immediately changed her tone, jumping up in frustration. "Easy for him to say. Does he know how tough our job is? If he dares to leave, I'll..." Suddenly, the video window lit up again, and Zhao Chen's figure reappeared, scaring Annie into quickly putting on a fawning smile. "Commander, do you have any other instructions? I heard you want to upgrade that T2 Bronze Eden? Consider it a reward. The upgrade costs will be covered by the Legion." Zhao Chen's tone shifted as he squinted at Annie. "By the way, what were you about to say to me?" "Nothing. Just that you should take care of yourself and not overwork." You're always working tirelessly for the Legion, so please remember to rest. Annie blinked her innocent eyes. All right, you guys don't overdo it either. Call me if you need anything. Zhao Qin ended the call after a brief reminder. Annie maintained a stiff smile, waiting a full 10 seconds before muttering under her breath, "Humph. I'll let you off the hook today since you're footing the bill for the Annie. Big sis, I think the commander is a pretty nice guy. Why do you always give him such a hard time?" Nana asked, puzzled. Annie's eyes widened as she grabbed her sister's head and examined it closely. Nana, did someone implant a weird chip in you or something? I'm serious. The commander has given us a good life and lets us work for him with excellent benefits. Isn't it only right to earn our keep? Nana replied earnestly. Annie was at a loss for words, unable to refute her sister's logic. Quickly, she shook her head and changed the subject. Ahem, let me see your new production plan. Nana proudly handed over her masterpiece. After just a few glances, Annie gasped audibly and fell back in shock. This is way too much. If we go with your plan, I might not make it to retirement. Sis, are you okay? Nana panicked and hurried to support her. Weakly clutching her sister's hand, Annie whispered, next time, let me review it first before you hand it over to the boss. Otherwise, I might actually keel over. Your production plan is way too taxing and nearly gave me a heart attack. In early April, in the capital star system of the Xingyao Empire, Second Prince Qin Ming was receiving intelligence from his trusted aides about the Chu family's development of the T4 Zukla-class medium cruiser. So far, we haven't obtained any concrete evidence, Marshal Huang Zhixiong said with a doubtful expression. I suspect this is a smokescreen by the Chu family. Developing a T4 warship is no trivial matter. Even our empire has only produced two, and both have their issues. For instance, the Chu family's T4 Northern Wind God is powerful, but it's exorbitantly expensive and time-consuming to build, practically a money pit. Mass production is out of the question. And as for our own T4 Xingyao Emperor-class carrier, it's smaller due to technical limitations, and its starfighter performance doesn't meet T4 standards, not to mention the perpetually delayed drone control system. Many nodded in agreement, convinced that the Chu family was merely bluffing. Governor Bailan, however, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although we don't have solid proof yet, we shouldn't dismiss the possibility. The Chu family's investment in shipbuilding is second only to the royal family, and they have a long-term partnership with the Northern Star Academy. It's not impossible for them to develop a T4. We must stay vigilant. I suggest we hold off for now. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Even if they do have such a formidable ship, how many could they build in such a short time? 3? 5? 10? It's nothing compared to our vast fleet. Just keep an eye on them. Our immediate priority is the marriage alliance with the Zissou Star region. With the wedding approaching in mid-May, I believe it's time for Huer to set out. Once we secure the Su family's support, my position in the empire will be solidified. As for the wedding date, I need to discuss it with the Empress Dowager. Start the preparations. This is a royal wedding, and we can't afford any negligence. The ministers acknowledged and departed. Qin Ming boarded his hovercar and headed straight to the rear courtyard of the palace. Once the Empress's residence, it had been taken over by Consort Jian after the Empress moved to Chu Changhe's estate, creating an impression of usurpation. Your Highness, the second prince requests an audience, a maid announced outside the door. The palace doors soon opened, and Qin Ming stepped inside, a faint fragrance lingering in the air. He immediately saw his mother sitting by the tea table, massaging her temples with a slight frown. Mother, are you feeling unwell? He asked. Consort Jian shook her head. I'm fine, just tired from a restless night. Ming'er, you must be busy with many affairs. Are you here about Huer's marriage? Indeed, Qin Ming nodded. The ministers are inquiring about the wedding date. What are your thoughts, mother? This marriage is crucial for your future foundation. We must not slight the Su family. Although Su Lan is only a concubine's daughter, she is still their treasured gem, and Huer is willing. We must ensure everything is done properly. How about setting off in mid-April? This will also give Huer the opportunity to visit various nobles along the way and pave the way for us. Understood, mother. I will make the arrangements. Take care of yourself. Qin Ming quickly took his leave. As the palace doors closed again, Consort Jian leaned back in her chair, relieved. A pair of large hands wrapped around her slender waist, and a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Didn't sleep well last night? Don't you know why?" Consort Jian glanced at Prince Yin with a hint of reproach. You rogue, stop being so improper. Ming'er just left. If he saw you, you'd be in trouble. Let him see. After all, I'm practically like a father to him, Prince Yin replied nonchalantly. Prince Yin playfully rested his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the scent of her hair. Get lost. Consort Jian feigned anger, but was not surprised by his flirtatious behavior. Let's get serious. This time, you must fully support Ming'er. He is at a crucial juncture, and his future as a ruler depends on whether he can unify the kingdom. Prince Yin responded earnestly, of course. I've always said he's like a son to me. His matters are my matters. Besides, you are my dearest treasure, and now the entire Shuiyan star domain stands firmly behind you. Consort Jean snorted coldly. I'd like to see your sincerity. Prince Yen winked knowingly. As you command, my lady. Consort Jean bit her lip and, with a seductive gaze, leaned over the table. Prince Yen, like a hungry tiger, moved towards her eagerly. The thought that this very table had once been Emperor Xingyao's desk only heightened his excitement. If this scene were to become public, it would surely shock every Yonia consort who had accused the Empress of infidelity was herself engaged in an illicit affair. It was clear that Prince Yan's unwavering loyalty to Qin Ming was all thanks to his mother. In the Su star domain, within the Su family's main star system, Su Lan stood alone in a courtyard at the foot of a snowy mountain, letting the falling snow settle on her shoulders. As if that wasn't enough, she took off her white jacket, exposing her thin clothing. The fierce wind howled and the frost and snow clung to her, making her shiver uncontrollably, her lips white as paper. Miss! A sharp cry pierced the silence. A maid rushed over in a panic and embraced the nearly frozen Su Lan. Su Lan had already fainted, her legs stiff and rigid. It took great effort for Xiao Huan to drag her inside. Under the care of advanced medical equipment, Su Lan slowly regained consciousness. Xiao Huan, why are you crying again? Su Lan asked weakly. Miss, please don't treat yourself like this anymore. My heart can't take it. Xiao Huan sobbed uncontrollably. Su Lan managed a faint smile, gently touching Xiao Huan's cheek. Don't worry, I won't seek death. After all, this life belongs to the Su family. Xiao Huan bit her lip, understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. Despite being an illegitimate daughter with low status in the Su family, Su Lan felt grateful to them. Years ago, a man had taken her and her mother in, saving them from a life of wandering. Her mother, on her deathbed, had urged her to be loyal to their benefactor. So, no matter how harshly the Su family treated her, Su Lan remained determined to repay their kindness. Even though she was reluctant about the arranged marriage, as long as it was the Su family's wish, she would comply without objection. Suddenly, a heavy knock sounded at the door. It's me. A glimmer of hope flashed in Su Lan's eyes as Xiao Huan hurried to open the door. Su Lan's father stood at the entrance, his shoulders covered in snowflakes. I heard you were standing outside for over half an hour, he asked coldly. Su Lan forced a smile. I'm sorry to have worried you, father. I wanted to enjoy the snowfall and lost track of time. Be more careful. You're about to marry the third prince. Your health now concerns the entire Su family's fate. You can't be so reckless. With that, her father turned to leave. Summoning her courage, Su Lan called out to him. Father, do you really want me to marry the third prince? He paused for a moment, but left without looking back. Su Lan collapsed to the floor, tears welling up in her eyes. She touched the hidden compartment inside her bracelet, where a silver needle filled with deadly poison was concealed. Just one drop would bring painless death, beyond the reach of the most advanced medical technology. Mother, you said father saved us. This time, let it be my way of repaying him, Su Lan murmured resolutely. Everything had been meticulously planned. In early May of Galactic Year 3033, rumors spread that Qin Hu's bridal escort team had set out more than half a month ago, visiting numerous dignitaries along the way, and was about to enter the Su star domain. Why hasn't your brother made a move yet? Shui Xiaoxiao asked, leaning idly on the bridge railing, watching Zhao Waner busy at work. A month had flown by since they arrived here. Initially, the place seemed novel, but staying put with nothing around but transport and patrol ships had become tedious. As the date of Su Lan's wedding approached, Shui Xiaoxiao grew increasingly anxious, especially with Zhao Chun, who had promised to help, nowhere in sight. Don't worry, my brother has his plans, Zhao Waner replied without looking up. Waner, why do I feel like your attitude towards your brother has changed a lot lately? Shui Xiaoxiao propped her chin up, looking at her with interest. When you talk about him, your eyes practically sparkle. I remember back in military school, you couldn't stop bad-mouthing him, saying he was always making foolish mistakes. Tu never did that. Zhao Waner blushed furiously. Let me think. What else did you say? Shui Xiaoxiao counted on her fingers. Oh right, you called him a blockhead for falling for someone like Jiang Shasha, who you said was just a pretty face. She even pulled out her terminal to check. You still have those old messages? Zhao Waner was both embarrassed and annoyed, reaching out to stop her. Just then, a communication window popped up. Lilith's figure appeared on the screen, her tone serious. Commander's orders. All ships receiving this message must immediately converge at the designated coordinates with sufficient strategic supplies. Roger that. Zhao Waner snapped into action, putting aside her banter with Shui Xiaoxiao and began assigning tasks on the ship. In no time, the ship was bustling with activity, engines roaring as the fleet began to move toward the rendezvous point. What's going on? Shui Xiaoxiao was puzzled. Weren't you just making a fuss? Zhao Wan'er glanced at her. Now you've forgotten? Xue Xiaoxiao suddenly understood. Zhao Chun is making his move. She cheered but then hesitated. But with just this small force, can we really pull it off? The third prince is no pushover. Who said it's just us? Zhao Wan'er smiled confidently and pointed out the porthole. See for yourself. Xue Xiaoxiao looked out and was stunned. In the vast expanse of space, countless bright white lights were approaching. Upon closer inspection, they were the engine flares of numerous warships. An immense fleet was converging on their position. Within just a few minutes, various battleships arrived at the rendezvous point and formed a formation, hovering in the starlit expanse. Although there were only about 500 ships, including supply and transport ships, what was astonishing was that over two-thirds of the battleships seemed to be T3 class. Xue Xiaoxiao gulped and cautiously asked, Wan'er, are all of these T3 class? Zhao Wan'er nodded proudly and brought up the profiles of each battleship. First, there were the T2 series ships that Xue Xiaoxiao was more familiar with. The Queen Bee-class heavy carrier, the Lion King-class heavy missile ship, the Snow Mastiff-class heavy battleship, and the most famous of them all, the Black Rhino-class assault frigate, which had the highest number among the T2 ships, totaling over 100. As for the T3 ships, aside from the Blizzard class that Xue Xiaoxiao recognized, the rest left her in awe. There were the Phoenix-class heavy carrier and the Phantom Sting-class light stealth bomber. Stealth bomber? You mean the one we're on right now? Xue Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Yes, haven't you noticed from the design and weaponry after all these days on board? Zhao Wan'er asked, a bit surprised. Xue Xiaoxiao looked away sheepishly. She had always been more interested in massive ships and heavy artillery during her time at the academy, and had little interest in other types of ships. Why would she care about a relatively obscure bomber? But aren't stealth bombers kind of useless? I haven't heard of any faction using them. She changed the topic. You'll understand why we equipped it in the future, Zhao Wan'er replied with a mysterious smile. You never explain things fully, Xue Xiaoxiao muttered in frustration. Ignoring her, Zhao Wan'er continued to introduce the unfamiliar T3 ships. The Triceratops-class heavy assault frigate was the most numerous, essentially an upgraded version of the Black Rhino. Its capabilities were left to Xue Xiaoxiao's imagination. There was also the Judge-class heavy missile ship and the newly commissioned Windhawk-class medium cruiser. Suddenly, Xue Xiaoxiao grabbed Zhao Wan'er's arm excitedly, her trembling finger pointing at the screen. What is this ship? Following her finger, Zhao Wan'er rolled her eyes. She knew her friend who was obsessed with big guns would be captivated by the Emperor class. T3 Emperor class heavy battleship, she confirmed. Emperor class, Xue Xiaoxiao repeated, as if under a spell, her eyes gleaming as she admired the ship's sleek lines and the massive main guns. Look at the size of those barrels, at least 5,000 millimeters in caliber, and 6 of them. Actually, it's 5,600 millimeters, Zhao Wan'er corrected. 5,600? No T3 battleship has ever had such a caliber. Xue Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with excitement. And that's not even its main weapon, Zhao Wan'er said nonchalantly. Xue Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then realized, could it be, at the bow? Yes, there's a heavy cluster pulse cannon hidden at the bow, Zhao Wan'er confirmed. Wan'er, please, let me see that cannon. Just one look, please. Xue Xiaoxiao pleaded, swallowing hard. Want to see it? Zhao Wan'er teased, pausing for a few seconds before saying, maybe next time. You're so mean. Xue Xiaoxiao stomped her foot. Zhao Wan'er felt a sense of satisfaction. Back in the academy, wasn't it Xue Xiaoxiao who always loved to keep her in suspense? Well, the tables have turned, and today, she finally gets to even the score. The current situation doesn't allow them to bicker any longer. An order, along with detailed navigation charts, was relayed to every battleship. In an hour, the entire fleet would set off. Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the bridge. The Zissou Star region is located to the west of the Xingyao Empire, bordering the Bailan, Pegasus, and Central Star regions. As the largest family in the Zissou Star region, the Su family has always maintained a low profile within the empire, much like the most inconspicuous student in a class. However, in the grand scheme of things, the Su family, which governs an entire region, remains one of the most prominent families in the empire. Zhao Chun, leading the Xiaolong Legion on an expedition, could have utilized the T4 Huigang-class battleship to make a swift jump, but he chose not to. The reason was simple. The energy consumption for a single jump was too high, and there was no urgency for this mission. Even if the fleet arrived in Zissou by mid-May, it would still be more than sufficient. Moreover, a month earlier, Zhao Chun had already dispatched several T3 Silver Rat-class stealth reconnaissance ships to infiltrate the area, with one even trailing Qin Hu's bridal procession. If any issues arose, the Huigang class could be dispatched later. By mid-May, a massive fleet had arrived outside the main starport of the Su family's capital star system, comprising over 1,000 warships, a truly spectacular sight. However, the core force consisted only of 300 ships, all elite royal troops personally led by Qin Hu. The rest were merely fleets organized by nobles who wished to curry favor with the prince. This grand wedding ceremony attracted numerous media outlets. Qin Hu's flagship magnificent T4 Xingyao Emperor-class medium carrier slowly approached the starport and docked seamlessly with a connecting platform. Dressed in an immaculate ceremonial uniform, the third prince walked steadily along a transparent corridor, flanked by an honor guard. At the same time, another group approached from the opposite direction, led by a frail old man seated in a hovering mechanical chair, tubes protruding from his body, looking as if he was on his last breath. This was the 150-year-old Governor Su. Perhaps influenced by the low-key nature of the Zhisu star region, Governor Su himself was also very unassuming. In contrast, the Xingyao Emperor and Governor Chu he were far more formidable, with one having led troops against the mechanoids and the other having been a seasoned warrior since the age of 15. To get back to the point, the two groups soon met in the crystal corridor. I lead the Su family to greet His Highness the Third Prince, the governor's mechanical chair voice system intoned. Governor Su had lost his voice years ago and relied on this device to communicate. Please, there's no need for such formalities. It is I who should apologize for not welcoming you sooner, Governor Su, replied Qin Hu smoothly, despite his warlike nature. After all, the Su family was his future in-laws, and he would need their support in the future. After a few pleasantries, Qin Hu's gaze fell on a middle-aged man standing behind Governor Su. Su Chong, come and meet your future son-in-law, the governor's chair announced. Su Chong stepped forward, and Qin Hu immediately bowed. Your son-in-law Qin Hu pays his respects to his father-in-law. Your Highness, you mustn't. I dare not accept such a grand gesture. Su Chong hurriedly responded, trying to help Qin Hu up. The two appeared as close as father and son, much to the envy of the other Su family members, who could only watch in frustration. Despite his advanced age, Governor Su had never been shy in certain aspects of his life. Last year, he had even taken in an 18-year-old concubine, demonstrating his undiminished vigor. The Su family was vast, with countless direct descendants of the governor, not to mention the extended family. Although Su Chong was a direct descendant, he was only in charge of a few small planets, living a relatively idle life. If it weren't for having such a good daughter, how could they have secured a marriage alliance with the third prince? The entire Su family was instantly filled with envy and secretly cursed his luck. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel joke, and the heavens seemed to be jealous of talent. Just as the new groom was about to marry his beloved, Qin Hu couldn't find any trace of Su Lan. He grew anxious and asked, "Where is Miss Su Lan?" Your Highness, you might not be aware, but in the Zhisu star region, we have a custom where the bride must prepare a dowry. The Su family's dowry is that, Su Chong said, pointing to a lavishly decorated T3 Dragon crocodile-class medium battleship in the distance. My daughter is aboard the ship, and according to tradition, she must wait until she reaches your residence before disembarking. Until then, only your representatives are allowed on the ship. I hope you understand. As he spoke, Su Chong tapped on his terminal. The dome at the top of the battleship slowly opened, revealing a magnificently decorated crystal room. Through the porthole, a woman in a wedding dress could be seen sitting gracefully, like a golden bird in a cage. Seeing his dream girl, Qin Hu's appetite was immediately whetted, but he had to suppress his desires and put on a smile. I understand. It's all part of the tradition. I wouldn't dare to be disrespectful, he said. Meanwhile, media cameras focused on Su Lan. Female viewers couldn't help but envy her good fortune, marrying a noble third prince. However, inside that luxurious cage, Su Lan felt nothing but immense irony. She gazed coldly out the window and sarcastically thought to herself, I'm nothing more than a bird in a cage. At this very moment, the universe outside Su family's starport was bustling with activity. The long-prepared celebration performances had already begun. Despite being in space, the area was illuminated with splendid light shows and sci-fi performances. The entire star region seemed to be immersed in an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Even Su family's starport was as bright as daylight, resembling a dazzling jewel. Su Lan sat composed in her crystal cage, staring expressionlessly at the grand spectacle outside the dome, feeling nothing inside. The sparkle in her eyes was gradually fading, and she had lost all hope in this world. Just then, the door behind her opened, and Su Lan shuddered, instinctively placing her hand on the terminal on her wrist. Miss Su Lan, greetings. Considering the Su family's rules, you are not permitted to leave the ship before arriving at the Imperial Capital Star. His Highness the Third Prince also cannot meet with you. During this period, we will be fully responsible for your daily needs. Please let us know if you have any requirements, a woman said respectfully. Su Lan coldly scrutinized the visitor, knowing they were here to monitor her. She merely responded with a faint hum. To ensure the wedding goes smoothly, we need to collect some of your physical data. Please don't mind, the woman added. Do as you wish, Su Lan said indifferently. My apologies, the woman bowed, leading a few maids forward and taking out various instruments. They first scanned Su Lan's iris and face, then drew a vial of her blood. Su Lan mocked herself inwardly, feeling like a commodity awaiting appraisal, subjected to layer after layer of inspection. They were here to confirm her identity and check for any flaws. This thought brought back a scene in her mind, the most desperate moment of her life. The Academy fleet was ambushed by the Zerg, and her ship crashed on a desolate planet. The teachers and students were besieged by the insect swarm, on the brink of death. At that critical moment, a man descended like a deity, rescuing her from the predicament. She still remembered his heroic figure as he shielded her. That unprecedented sense of security was something she would never forget. If he knew about my current situation, would he come to save me? Su Lan couldn't help but wonder. But reason quickly took over. Su Lan, what are you thinking? How could he possibly appear? This situation is different from last time. You're facing the Prince's faction, the future rulers of the Star Empire. She told herself, stop dreaming. Reality isn't a fairy tale. At that moment, a maid exclaimed, hey, why is there a fleet coming from that direction? It's quite rude to arrive this late for a celebration. Everyone turned to look where she pointed. In the dark universe, points of light appeared, like countless small suns. But among the crowd were seasoned ship experts who recognized that those were the lights of warship engines. At a glance, there seemed to be over 1,000 ships. What was even more astonishing was that the fleet was arranged in a standard combat formation, clearly ready for battle. It was highly inappropriate to display such a stance at a celebration. As the fleet approached, people gradually made out their outlines. Look at the front row, with the 3 rams. Could those be T3 frigates? Someone questioned in disbelief. Oh my god, with this many, there must be at least 100 of them, right? Over 100 T3 battleships in formation. Who on earth are these people? Even the third prince, Qin Hu, was left speechless. He had a nagging feeling that the silhouettes of these battleships were familiar, but he couldn't quite place them. When they finally approached, it all clicked for Qin Hu had fought against this fleet before, during the siege of the Little Princess in the Tsangyue Star region. Despite some modifications to the ships, Qin Hu could stake his life on it. These were no friendly visitors. What shocked everyone even more was the gradually visible emblem on the prow of these battleships. Was that the emblem of the Fierce Dragon? At the same time, Su Lan in the Crystal Palace suddenly stood up, eyes wide, unable to hide her inner shock. How could she not recognize that totem? Years ago, on that perilous planet, it was a battleship bearing the Fierce Dragon emblem that had descended from the sky, snatching her from the clutches of death. Fierce Dragon, it was him. It really was him. Su Lan's once lifeless eyes regained their sparkle, a tumult of emotions, excitement, joy, worry, fear surging within her. Zhao Chun, she murmured, tears welling up in her eyes. She could hardly believe it. In her most helpless and desperate moment, her hero had returned once again. Understood. I will follow your instructions strictly. Here is the revised version. Warning. Warning. Your fleet has entered a restricted area. State your purpose and hold position until verified. The Su family patrol fleet blocked the approaching fleet, broadcasting a stern warning on the public channel. On the bridge of the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, Charlotte sat in the captain's chair, her gaze piercing. Captain, your orders? The adjutant asked nervously. Proceed as planned, and broadcast the pre-recorded video on the public channel. Charlotte replied calmly. Yes, ma'am. Instantly, a video was forcibly inserted into all communication devices. People hurriedly opened their terminals, eager to see what was happening. On the screen, a young man in a black military uniform lounged arrogantly in a captain's chair and began with a provocative statement. My name is Zhao Chun, Lord of the Xiaolong star system. I'm here to take my woman, Su Lan. Anyone who dares to stop me will be making an enemy of the Xiaolong Legion. If you have the guts, bring it on. The declaration caused an uproar. How could the Su family maintain their dignity in front of everyone? Qin Hu's face turned livid. Su Chong, explain this to me, demanded the old governor of the Su family. Su Chong, trembling and tearful, replied, Master, I have no idea what's going on. Isn't Su Lan studying on Northern Star? Qin Hu's face was ashen, but he forced himself to remain calm. Rest assured, old governor, this is the Su family's territory, not Xiaolong's. He won't get away with causing trouble here. He then signaled the adjutant to prepare for battle. This brat needs a good lesson. At that moment, a second video began playing. Zhao Chun continued his taunting, Oh, I forgot to introduce our new T3 Judge-class heavy missile ships, developed in collaboration with the Chu family. Each ship can carry 15,000 missiles. I happen to have 5 of them here. Anyone brave enough to try them out? Before he finished speaking, 5 Judge-class ships positioned themselves, missile launchers activating, ready to unleash a storm of fire at any moment. The live broadcast of this scene caused gasps among the onlookers. 15,000 T3 missiles, no starport defenses or shields could withstand that, especially in the vulnerable interstellar corridor where escape was impossible. Is this guy insane? Would he really start a war? I've never heard of the T3 judge before. Could it be a bluff? It's probably real. I've heard Xiaolong had T2 missile ships before, so it's not surprising they developed T3 in partnership with the Chu family. But isn't Zhao Chun the grandson-in-law of Chu Changhe? Coming here to snatch the third prince's fiancée is outrageous. Qin, whose face darkened even more. He had fought the Xiaolong Legion before and knew their strength. The suddenness of this intrusion left no time to react. Order the patrol fleet to hold their position. I want to see what this brat is capable of, daring to provoke the Su family, the old governor commanded. Being publicly humiliated was one thing, but if the starport were destroyed and the Su family annihilated, the loss would be immeasurable. Master, their fleet is still advancing. If we don't stop them, they'll collide with us, a family member exclaimed anxiously. The old governor took a deep breath. Sometimes, retreating can open up new possibilities, while advancing recklessly can lead to disaster. Let's see how he handles this. So, there they were, over 30 T2 patrol ships, standing isolated and vulnerable in front of the Xiaolong Legion. The media cameras were locked onto this scene, and the audience held their breath, waiting for the imminent clash. Report, the Su family's patrol ships are not backing down. They are blocking our path, the adjutant said with a troubled expression. Blocking our way? Charlotte sneered. Then just crush them. In the T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer's bridge, Captain Su sat in the captain's chair, gripping the armrests tightly, his expression grim. At this moment, they were blocking the path of over 100 T3 starships. Captain, the latest order from the clan leader is for the patrol fleet to hold position and not move without permission, the adjutant reported, his complex expression betraying a sense of helplessness. Captain Su was taken aback and quickly asked, "Can we strike first and fire preemptively?" The adjutant lowered his head and murmured, "Unless they attack first, we have to hold our position. What if they ram into us?" Captain Su asked anxiously, stomping his foot. The clan leader didn't specify that. He just told us to hold our ground, the adjutant replied, equally at a loss. Captain Su's face turned pale. He knew that his fleet was merely a pawn in Governor Su's hands to probe the enemy's intentions. Despite sharing the same surname, he was just a small cog in the Su family machine, easily expendable. Captain, do you think the Xiaolong group would really be so brazen? Would they dare ram us in Su territory? The adjutant asked anxiously. That's something you'd have to ask Zhao Chun, Captain Su replied, activating the long-range observation system of the ship. The Xiaolong fleet was closing in, especially the row of monstrous ships with 3 large black horns, looking menacing and hostile. Report, enemy ships are 5 minutes away from our position, the radar operator announced. Instantly, the air on the patrol fleet's ships grew tense as everyone held their breath. The media's cameras, the eyes of the Su family, everyone was watching this moment. Would this audacious Xiaolong leader really dare to cause trouble during the third prince's wedding? Report, enemy ships are 3 minutes away and are not slowing down, the radar operator reported again. Captain Su clenched his fists and asked in a deep voice, "Are they showing any signs of slowing down?" Report, the Xiaolong fleet is still advancing at full speed. Captain Su fell silent. After a moment, he made up his mind. Relay my order. All non-essential personnel, abandon ship immediately. Prepare for evacuation. Captain, isn't it too early? What if we get blamed by the higher-ups? The adjutant asked worriedly. Blamed? They sent us here to die. Isn't that enough of an injustice? Captain Su retorted angrily. Execute the order now. Report, enemy ships are 1 minute away from collision. At this moment, the two fleets were so close that the details of the enemy ships were visible to the naked eye. Hold on. Hold on. Captain Su closed his eyes, his fingers digging deep into the back of the chair. 5, 4, 3, 2 everyone abandon ship, now. Captain Su roared, leading the charge to the escape pods. The adjutant gritted his teeth and decisively ordered the entire crew to evacuate. In an instant, escape pods launched from over 30 Su family patrol ships like dumplings, one after another. The crew preferred to bear the stigma of desertion rather than die in vain. At this moment, the Xiaolong ships were right in front of them, showing no signs of slowing down. At this distance, braking was futile. Governor Su closed his cloudy old eyes, and the surrounding clan members could only watch helplessly as the tragedy unfolded. With a series of thunderous crashes, the ramming bows of the Xiaolong fleet pierced through the armor of the Su family warships, tearing the hulls to pieces and sending debris flying. Some were even crushed under the T3 warships, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. A mere 30 T2 patrol ships were as fragile as paper toys before the T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates, disintegrating in an instant, becoming nothing more than grave goods on the Xiaolong fleet's path. A deathly silence fell over the scene. No one had expected the Xiaolong lord to dare sink patrol ships right under Governor Su's nose. It was a blatant slap in the face to the Su family, an outright provocation. What should we do now, my lord? Someone asked cautiously. Governor Su remained silent, his deep gaze unfathomable. Your Highness, leave this girl to you young folks. We old bones will stay out of it, the governor said coldly. Qin Hu cursed the old fox inwardly, thinking, now he's washing his hands of it. It was clear to everyone that the Xiaolong army was here to snatch someone, and they were prepared to fight to the death. If the Su family dared to intervene, they should beware of the 5T3 judicators leveling their home base. Fine, very well. Qin Hu spat out through gritted teeth, turning back to his flagship, the T4 Emperor of the Stars. As a prince, how could he stand by and watch his fiancée be taken away? Even with only 300 loyal ships, he was ready to fight. Governor Su, however, quietly told his clansmen, wait a bit longer, see if the Xiaolong army attacks anyone else. If they dare to bomb the prince, then we'll step in. On the bridge of the T4 Stellar Emperor-class medium aircraft carrier, Qin Hu sat in the captain's chair with a grim expression. Relay my command. The entire fleet is to enter combat readiness. All fighters aboard the T4 Stellar Emperor must be prepared for immediate takeoff. He growled through gritted teeth. That Zhao Qin dares to defy me? Today, he will learn his lesson. Despite being aware of the formidable strength of the Xiaolong army, Qin Hu possessed a genuine T4 class carrier. The enemy was merely a group of T3 class riffraff. In a real fight, the outcome was far from certain. Yes, sir. His subordinates hurried to execute the orders. Just then, the radar operator suddenly exclaimed, report. We've detected a high-speed energy signal, possibly a T4 class warship. A T4? Could it be reinforcements from another noble family? Qin Hu's spirits soared. With allied support, their chances of victory would significantly increase. However, as the mysterious warship roared into view, everyone was stunned. Its sleek form and fiery red hull were captivating, but the emblem of Xiaolong emblazoned on the ship shattered Qin Hu's hopes like a thunderclap. Impossible. How could Xiaolong have a T4 warship? Qin Hu sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Even the third prince himself needed to go through numerous channels to deploy a T4 warship. How could a mere marquis like Xiaolong get his hands on such a treasure? Wait, this warship looks like the T4 Vermilion Bird-class cruiser recently developed by the Chu family, an aide exclaimed. The Chu family? Everyone suddenly understood. A month ago, the Chu family had announced the successful development of this ship, and it looked identical to the one before them. But what connection does Xiaolong have with the Chu family? How could they possess their warship? Someone questioned. Did you all forget? Zhao Chun is Chu Xin's fiancé, the grandson-in-law of Chu Changhe. When the Chu family revealed the development details, the Xiaolong Ship Research Institute was prominently mentioned, another person analyzed. Moreover, the legendary T3 Blizzard was Zhao Chun's creation. He's a renowned genius in shipbuilding. As the news spread, even the Su family became aware of the situation. The appearance of the T4 Vermilion Bird completely disrupted the original balance of power. Qin Hu, who had initially relied on the advantage of the T4 Stellar Emperor, now faced an evenly matched opponent. To everyone's surprise, the T4 Vermilion Bird suddenly dived towards Su Lan's T3 Dragon Crocodile-class battleship, activating its T4 class all-around star shield. Its speed was so immense that no one had time to intercept it, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the T3 Dragon Crocodile. This is bad. They're targeting Su Lan. The Su family was thrown into a panic. Patriarch, what should we do? They looked to the governor for guidance. The old patriarch remained unperturbed, clearly unwilling to risk involvement in such an uncertain affair. Your Highness. The adjutant looked at Qin Hu, whose face had turned ashen. So what if it's a T4? I have a carrier. Qin Hu roared. Send the order. Prepare to report. Radar has detected 2 more energy signals, possibly T4 class. The adjutant's report was cut short as Qin Hu froze in place. 2 more? Who the hell could it be this time? Soon enough, the 2 additional T4 warships came into view. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a T4 Suzaku cruiser. They didn't charge directly at us. Instead, they were rapidly patrolling the perimeter, like 2 Damocles swords hanging over our heads. Gulp, the adjutant swallowed hard. Your Highness, this is clearly an attempt to intimidate us. If we make any reckless moves, they'll decapitate us immediately and go straight for our flagship. Along with those 5 T3 missile ships watching us like hawks, the message couldn't be clearer. Qin Hu is now in a dire situation, and even his life is at risk. Your Highness, should we continue to fight? The adjutant asked cautiously. Qin Hu's face darkened for a long time before he finally collapsed into his chair, utterly defeated. He felt deeply humiliated, but faced with the threat of 3 formidable swords, he had no choice. That Zhao Chun was truly a madman, but as the crown prince and future emperor, he couldn't afford to die here. As for that woman, she was just a woman. As long as he lived, there would be no shortage of beauties in the world. Cancel the attack order, hold position, Qin Hu said through gritted teeth. Yes, sir. the adjutant replied, relieved. Meanwhile, the T4 Suzuka cruiser near the T3 Long E had new developments. Their hatch opened, and a squad of fully armed T3 Templar-class medium mechs jumped out. Board the ship, a strong male voice commanded over the mech channel. On the bridge of the T3 Dragon Crockless medium interstellar battleship, the crew was divided into two factions, those sent by the Su family and those representing the third prince, Qin Hu. Ideally, they should have been working together to safely escort the battleship to the Imperial capital star. But unexpectedly, they encountered a major disruption. A T4 class warship appeared to hijack the mission. Even more terrifying, there were not just one but three T4 warships. As the T4 Vermilion Bird class cruiser approached, the crew of the T3 Dragon Croc was thrown into a panic. Fight? They hadn't received any combat orders. Not fight? The enemy was clearly targeting them. Full speed ahead. Head towards the third prince's fleet. Qin Hu's representative gritted his teeth and ordered. Hearing this, the Su family members didn't hesitate. After all, it wasn't their order, and they could always pass the blame if things went south. Thus, they too commanded full speed ahead. Report, navigation system malfunction. Report, energy system interference, power levels dropping rapidly. Report, transmission system failure. Report, internal communications seem to be down. All departments rushed to report their issues at once. The third prince's representative stared in disbelief at the Su family representative. Where did you get this junk ship from? A black market? It can't even handle a little turbulence. The Su family representative was equally baffled. This T3 Dragon Croc is brand new, just entered service this year, and hasn't seen much combat. This shouldn't be happening. Look outside, my lords. The adjutant suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the monitor. Several white, unidentified flying objects were circling around, appearing to be some kind of electronic devices. These look like T3 class electronic jamming drones. The third prince's representative gasped. Our empire only has T2 class drones. We've never seen anything this advanced. This is impossible. The Su family representative's eyes widened. We barely have any AI combat aircraft, let alone T3 drones. And how did we not notice any of this earlier? Whatever it is, the T3 Dragon Croc is now completely out of control. Report, control system compromised. The hatch leading towards the T4 Vermilion Bird has been forcibly opened. It seems someone has boarded the ship. The third prince's representative swallowed hard, his face turning ashen. With the communication system down, he couldn't even send out a distress signal. Activate emergency protocols, seal all hatches, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Yes, sir. Despite most of the ship's systems being compromised, the emergency lockdown protocols were still somewhat functional. The doors between compartments began to close slowly. Suddenly, a mechanical arm wedged into the closing bridge entrance, forcing the door open. Your corridors are too narrow. I can barely move my big frame in here, an impatient voice grumbled. A gleaming T3 combat mech squeezed through, its weight causing the floor to creak. Everyone stared in shock as several smaller T2 Black Knight class light mechs followed. Well, it's spacious enough here, just fits us nicely, quipped the mech pilot, Yi Xiaodan. Her T3 Templar mech was so large that it wouldn't fit in most standard battleships. Fortunately, this was a T3 battleship. Yi Xiaodan strode towards the control console, causing the Su family and third prince's representatives to retreat in fear. She raised her hand to activate the communication switch, and several cables shot out from her palm, plugging into the main interface. Ahem, this is Yi Xiaodan, commander of the Xiaolong Legion's Mecha Division. I hereby announce that this T3 Dragon Crocodile ship has been taken over by us. All crew members must evacuate within 10 minutes. If there is any delay, we will show no mercy. As soon as she finished speaking, the ship erupted into chaos. After a moment of stunned silence, the crew scrambled towards the escape pods. On the bridge, Yi Xiaodan looked down imperiously at the two distinguished representatives, sneering, would you prefer to experience my skills firsthand? Or will you obediently get lost? Experience firsthand? The Su family representative swallowed hard, realizing she intended to turn them into mincemeat. Without another word, he dived into an escape pod and hit the eject button, disappearing with a whoosh. The third prince's representative hesitated, glaring at the enormous mecha. Offending the third prince? No more dawdling. Yi Xiaodan impatiently waved her hand, and a mechanical arm promptly tossed him into another escape pod. My leg. His pained scream faded as the pod ejected. Princes or not, none of them are as impressive as our commander. Yi Xiaodan scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Palace Dome, Su Lan was being forcibly dragged towards an escape pod by several maids. Miss Su Lan, come with us quickly. The leading woman pulled her along without giving her a chance to protest. Su Lan struggled desperately, but she was outnumbered and on the verge of being shoved into the pod. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The palace door was kicked open, crashing down beside the escape pod. A man in black exoskeleton armor strode in, shouting, "Let her go. Can't you see she doesn't want to go with you?" The maids froze at his command, instinctively releasing Su Lan. Seizing the moment, she broke free and threw herself into the man's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Zhao Chen, you finally came." Zhao Chen smiled faintly, gently stroking her hair and planting a kiss on her forehead. Then he lifted his head, his eyes sharp as he scanned the room. "Su Lan is my woman. No one is taking her away from me." Who are you?" The woman stammered, staring at the man in front of her. Zhao Chen ignored her, striding over to Su Lan with a hearty laugh. "Long time no see, senior." Su Lan looked at his familiar figure, feeling as if it had been a lifetime. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face. "Zhao Chen," she choked out his name. "I warn you, she's the fiancée of the third prince." The woman barked, trying to sound tough but her voice trembling. Zhao Chen was unfazed. He lightly touched the armor on his neck, and with a soft click, his helmet opened, revealing his handsome face. You're Zhao Chen?" The woman gasped, stepping back repeatedly. She recognized the face she'd seen in videos. It was indeed the man before her. "The escape pod is over there. I won't be seeing you off," Zhao Chen said with a faint smile, waving the other maids away. "Miss Su Lan, think carefully. You're risking the entire Su family by doing this." The woman made a last-ditch effort. Su Lan's expression was conflicted, clearly torn inside. But Zhao Chen stood firmly in front of her, coldly saying, "What does this have to do with the Su family? They handed Su Lan over to you. And it's your own fault you couldn't protect her, not even a single woman. You, how dare you?" The woman flushed with anger, about to lash out. "Enough. Say one more word, and I won't be so polite." Zhao Chen's eyes flashed with a deadly intent. The woman shuddered, knowing he meant it. She had no choice but to retreat into the escape pod, which shot away with a whoosh. Watching her leave, Zhao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the tearful Su Lan. "All right, all irrelevant people are gone. It's time for us to go. How did you?" Su Lan wiped her tears, puzzled. "How did you suddenly show up here?" "It was all because of Xue Xiaoxiao. She came to me, causing a huge scene, accusing me of abandoning you and almost ruining my reputation." Zhao Chen explained with a wry smile. Hearing this, Su Lan couldn't help but smile through her tears. Knowing she had friends who would go to such lengths for her warmed her heart. What moved her even more was the man in front of her, willing to defy the third prince to openly take her back. It felt like a dream. "Let's go home," Zhao Chen said, taking her hand. "I'm sorry, Zhao Chen. I might not be able to go with you," Su Lan said, feeling guilty. Zhao Chen frowned, looking at her. "I've investigated. Besides your father, there's no one in the Su family who truly matters to you, right?" Su Lan nodded, looking downcast. "Although it might sound harsh, your father isn't exactly a good person. Aside from your mother, he's surrounded by other women, indulging himself. Don't let so-called obligations force you into doing something against your will. This is about your lifelong happiness. Your mother wouldn't want you to sacrifice yourself like this," Zhao Chen said, hitting the nail on the head. Su Lan fell silent, her mind in turmoil. Zhao Chen's words were true, but she couldn't get past her own inner conflict. "I hate indecisiveness. I've already gone this far. I can't just go back empty-handed," Zhao Chen said with a mischievous grin, walking over and hoisting her onto his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Su Lan's face turned red with embarrassment as she struggled. "If you feel that bad, just think of it as me abducting you," Zhao Chen said with a chuckle. Zhao Chen quipped, "When the time comes, you can kick me a couple of times to let off steam, and we'll call it even. Now, put me down." Su Lan was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. Her punches and kicks were futile, making her look like a helpless lamb ready for slaughter. "Lilith, set up a transparent bridge to connect the T3 Dragon Crocodile with our ship," Zhao Chen ordered, seemingly indifferent to the struggling girl in his arms. 5 minutes, Lilith responded. 5 minutes later, Zhao Chen arrived at the rendezvous point with Su Lan in his arms. Sure enough, a crystal-clear bridge had been constructed, linking the two warships. "Senior, if I do anything inappropriate later, don't blame me," Zhao Chen said with a mischievous grin, flipping Su Lan onto his shoulder. Su Lan let out a startled cry as her body flipped upside down, her beautiful legs dangling in front of his chest. She blushed furiously, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Don't move," Zhao Chen said, taking deliberately slow steps, exaggerating every movement. Through the transparent bridge, everyone could clearly see the scene. The fiancée of the third prince was being carried on another man's shoulder, her skirt billowing and revealing more than intended. Zhao Chen's hand seemed to hover suggestively over her leg, threatening to slip under her skirt at any moment. Halfway across, Zhao Chen paused and looked back at Qin Hu, a taunting smile playing on his lips. His eyes seemed to say, "Your woman is about to be taken to my bed." Cameras captured the entire moment faithfully. In front of the entire court, Zhao Chen brazenly kidnapped her, a feat of audacity unparalleled in history. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Qin Hu roared hysterically, watching his beloved being carried onto the enemy ship by the hateful Zhao Chun. He felt utterly humiliated, as if he had been cuckolded, and his rage was so intense he wanted to tear Zhao Chen apart. On the bridge of the T4 Suzuka-class medium interstellar cruiser, Zhao Chen swaggered in, carrying Su Lan over his shoulder. The scene immediately drew everyone's attention. Hadn't enough yet? Where are your hands wandering? Zhao Wanner stormed up, glaring at Zhao Chen. Senior. Xue Xiaoxiao was so excited she nearly jumped in place, fearing it was all a hallucination. Su Lan finally realized what was happening and blushed with embarrassment. She was still perched on Zhao Chen's shoulder. If not for Xue Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wanner being her close friends, this would have been utterly mortifying. Under Zhao Wanner's piercing gaze, Zhao Chen reluctantly set Su Lan down. Lilith, ever considerate, helped him remove his exoskeleton armor. With a few crisp clicks, a man in a black bodysuit emerged. Gulp. Someone audibly swallowed. The female soldiers stared at their commander's chiseled physique, unable to look away. A few were on the verge of nosebleeds, covering their faces while giggling foolishly. Sensing the situation, Lilith quickly draped a military coat over Zhao Chun, easing the heated stares. Senior, are you all right? Zhao Wanner asked with concern. I'm fine, Su Lan replied, looking at her two dear friends with deep gratitude. But then, worry clouded her face as she glanced at Zhao Chun. But you blatantly abducting me like this, Prince 3 and his faction won't let this slide. Maybe you should return me and explain. Explain? Watch you marry some scumbag. Zhao Wanner interjected, hands on her hips. I've looked into Qin Hu. He talks about love at first sight, but he's got countless women behind the scenes. To him, you're just a political pawn. But I can't drag you all into this. Su Lan bit her lip. Zhao Chen smiled as he settled into the captain's chair. Too late for regrets now. That scene just now will spread across the empire in less than a day. Even if I return you, will Qin Hu believe we're innocent? It's like I dragged you into a hotel in front of him, then kindly sent you back, claiming nothing happened. Su Lan was at a loss for words. Thinking it over, she realized Zhao Chun was right. To Qin Hu, this was sheer humiliation. So, what do we do now? She asked, panicking. Senior, with my brother here, you have nothing to worry about. Zhao Wanner reassured her, gripping Su Lan's hand and giving Zhao Chen a confident look. Zhao Chen shook his head helplessly. You didn't say that when I was holding on to her earlier. Anyway, if it makes you feel better, consider it a kidnapping. From now on, you're my hostage. Hostage? Su Lan was both shocked and embarrassed, her face turning crimson. Wanner, take your senior to rest. I have matters to attend to, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, sir. Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao flanked Su Lan, escorting her off the bridge. What's our current status? Zhao Chen asked Lilith. The Su family and Prince 3's fleets are holding off for now. But our T3 stealth reconnaissance ship intercepted communications indicating they've called for nearby Imperial reinforcements. They'll be here in 2 hours at the latest, Lilith reported accurately. It seems Prince 3 is truly angered. But he's still rational, knowing when to endure humiliation for the greater good. Zhao Chen mused. Since they're not stopping us, there's no reason for us to linger either. Order the entire fleet to return. If any enemy ships approach, eliminate them without hesitation. As for those blocking our way, have the T3 assault frigates ram through them. No need to report back to me. Understood. By the way, that T3 Dragon Crocodile battleship is part of Su Lan's dowry. Don't waste it. Seize it if you can. Yes, sir. Report. The Xiaolong fleet has started to retreat. Someone exclaimed inside the Su family starport. Any movements from the third prince? Governor Su asked calmly. His Highness instructed us to intercept the Xiaolong fleet and wait for reinforcements to join. Intercept? Ha. Why doesn't he come himself? Governor Su scoffed. Relay my orders. The Su family fleet is to hold its position and put on a show. After all, we're not the ones losing out this time. But how will we explain this to the prince's faction later? Su's eldest son hesitated. Explain? The third prince married Su Lan to form an alliance with us, to support Qin Ming's bid for the throne. The alliance is with the Su family. What does it matter which Su it is? Governor Su said sinisterly. Everyone suddenly understood, a glimmer of realization in their eyes. This meant their daughters also had a chance to marry into royalty. Thinking about it, Zhao Chen's hijacking of the bride wasn't such a bad thing after all. Wait, the Xiaolong fleet took the T3 Dragon Crocodile battleship too. Someone shouted. Well, the third prince lost a wife, and the Su family lost a battleship. This deal turned out to be quite a loss. Miss Chu, the entire empire is in an uproar over this. The entertainment headlines are all about the soaring dragon lord's daring abduction. A female adjutant stood beside Chu Xian, pointing at the massive projection screen in front of them. On the screen, Zhao Chun was carrying Su Lan through a transparent corridor, smirking mischievously at the distant T4 Star Glory Emperor. This photo had dominated the front pages of nearly every media outlet. He photographs well. Chu Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Miss, are you angry? The adjutant asked cautiously. Me? Why would I be angry? It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Chu Xian feigned indifference, turning her attention to another screen. I'm just catching up on the news during a work break. But miss, you've already reviewed this document. The adjutant reminded gently. I know, I'm just double-checking it. Chu Xian coughed awkwardly. You've been staring at it for half an hour, the adjutant said kindly. Can't I look at it for an hour if I want to? You talk too much. Chu Xian snapped, clenching her fists in embarrassment. The adjutant fell silent, secretly amused. She had watched Chu Xian grow up and knew her thoughts well. Even though she was aware of Zhao Qin's grand plan, the overwhelming coverage still made Chu Xian uncomfortable. She even felt an urge to blow up a few battleships to vent her frustration. My dear miss finally has a heart, the adjutant mused. The usually cold and focused strategist, who only cared about battleships, had finally shown a hint of romance, even if she hadn't realized it herself. In late May of Galactic Year 3033, Zhao Qin's soaring dragon fleet returned triumphantly, having captured a T3 Dragon Crocodile battleship along the way. The world was still buzzing from the aftermath of his audacious abduction. However, the marriage alliance between the royal faction and the Su family remained unaffected. It was said that another lady from the Su family was set to marry Qin Hu, with the wedding scheduled for June. At least on the surface, the marriage seemed settled. Didn't expect you to cause such a commotion. Governor Beifeng's image appeared on Zhao Qin's communication screen. Zhao Qin shrugged indifferently. If the commotion wasn't big enough, how could I attract everyone's attention? Third Prince Qin Hu is bringing his fleet, officially to investigate your harboring of the runaway princess, but in reality, he aims to suppress you by force. Be prepared, the governor advised earnestly. This was all within my expectations, Zhao Qin said leisurely. Won't the Empire intervene? The Empire typically turns a blind eye to minor skirmishes unless they escalate too much, the governor explained. Although Qin Hu is acting alone this time, he has the royal faction's backing. In their eyes, you've embarrassed them, giving them a perfect excuse to deal with you. Isn't that exactly the effect I wanted? Zhao Qin sneered. From what I know, Qin Hu will bring 5 legions. Though not regular troops, their combat strength is still second tier. Along with some opportunistic lords, their total force is estimated at around 20,000, the governor said worriedly. What do you need us to do? Next, you just need to play along and publicly declare that you're abandoning me. Those fence-sitters will rush to curry favor with the third prince, and I'll be their best bargaining chip, Zhao Qin instructed. But that means you'll be facing at least 20,000 warships. It's too risky. Just 20,000? I'm not concerned, Zhao Qin dismissed. For years, the Empire's upper echelons have underestimated the soaring Dragon Legion, still thinking of us as we were during the last insect invasion. They have no idea how much we've changed. Alright, but remember not to be overconfident. If you encounter danger, call for backup immediately. Don't try to handle everything on your own, the governor advised. We old folks can't afford to waste our lives. After the communication ended, Zhao Chun approached the star map, his gaze fixed on the location of the imperial capital star. After a long moment, he murmured softly, if there's going to be chaos, let me be the one to ignite it. He then began reviewing the combat data of the Xiaolong Legion, which was his confidence in standing up to the prince's faction. The screen displayed a myriad of numbers, indicating that this mysterious fleet had undergone a significant transformation, ready to rise to the occasion. Regarding this epic battle, future history books recorded it as follows. In the middle of Galactic Year 3033, during the Battle of Xiaolong System, the Xiaolong Legion achieved legendary status by defeating a larger force with a smaller one. From that point on, this invincible fleet became renowned throughout the galaxy, facing no equal Star Alliance chronicles. In mid-June of Galactic Year 3033, aboard the T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser in the Morton system, Captain Zhao Chun sat firmly in his command chair. Beside him, Su Yifan stood nervously, not daring to lift his head for fear of meeting the fiery gazes of the female crew members around him. We have currently supplied the Morton system with 100 T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ships, forming the Delong's second mining group, specifically responsible for mining operations in this system, Lilith explained. The mining profits are split 90-10, with us retaining 10 as economic or material aid. Over the next 6 months, the remaining 400 T3 prospectors will be delivered. The Morton system's monthly output is now 20 billion star credits. Additionally, we have provided a 10 billion star credit aid loan to help them recover quickly from the Zerg disaster, Lilith added. Is my secretary correct? Zhao Qin asked Su Yifan. Su Yifan nodded repeatedly. Lady Lilith is absolutely right. Thanks to your generous support, all aspects of civilian life in our star systems are rapidly improving. Most planets are expected to return to pre-disaster levels by the end of the year, and the addition of the T3 mining ships has revitalized many mining areas, promising immense potential. Work hard, and the Su family is bound to rise, becoming the new elites of the star domain. Zhao Chen said meaningfully, patting Su Yifun's shoulder. Su Yifun trembled with excitement, on the verge of tears. He knew he was now irrevocably tied to the Xiaolong Legion, but he had no regrets. In his heart, Zhao Chun was his ultimate idol. The Su family is at your service, Commander. My life is yours, he declared, kneeling with fervent eyes. All right, just focus on your duties and don't worry about external troubles. Zhao Chen waved his hand, signaling him to leave. As Su Yifun departed, Zhao Chen asked Lilith, what's the current income of the Legion? From the Xiaolong system, Morton system, Ailey's system, and Reef Starfield, monthly tax revenue is 10 billion star credits. Since many are in the early stages, this number isn't very stable, but projections indicate explosive growth in the next 3 years, Lilith reported, flipping through the accounts. Additionally, the North Goose Group's 3,000 T2 Hammer industrial ships have taken on shipbuilding orders from the Princess Legion, the White Tiger clan, and the entire empire, equivalent to a monthly production of 15,000 T2 Mastiff-class destroyers, with profit shares reaching 300 billion star credits. The Little Princess has already paid nearly 2 trillion star credits, with the remaining 1 trillion to be settled within a month. Zhao Chen nodded. How much do we have on our books? Excluding shipbuilding expenses, net profit is 1 trillion star credits. Excellent. With the Little Princess's final payment, that brings us to 2 trillion. Half will be set aside as a war fund, enough for a major battle. The other half will continue to be invested in the shipbuilding plan, Zhao Chun calculated. There's more good news. The T3 Silver Eden-class ships you ordered to be expanded will be completed by the end of the month, totaling 100 ships. The Eden Grain Trade Group will also be established then, with a conservative annual grain output value of 100 billion star credits. Lastly, the T4 Gemini flagship will also be completed and put into production by the end of June. Lilith announced 2 more pieces of good news. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This June is destined to be recorded in the annals of the Xiaolong Legion's history, with various shipbuilding plans progressing simultaneously and our combat power making a qualitative leap. All thanks to the industrial ships completed at the beginning of the year. Are those cutting-edge warships ready? Zhao Chen's eyes were sharp. Ready to deploy at any moment. Lilith said resolutely. Good. The sword is sharpened and awaits its first taste of blood. Qin Ming had just reached the gate of his younger brother's courtyard when he heard the sounds of crashing and smashing from inside. Your Highness, the third prince, a maid knelt on the ground, trembling and looking fearfully towards the courtyard. All of you, leave, Qin Ming ordered sternly. Yes, sir. The servants, as if granted amnesty, quickly bowed and retreated. Inside the courtyard, chaos reigned, with broken furniture scattered everywhere. Qin Ming walked through the debris and saw Qin Hu, drunk and brandishing a whip, beating a woman tied to a tree. The woman was barely clothed, covered in bruises, and crying out in pain. You bastard! I'll kill you! Qin Hu shouted, holding an empty wine jar in one hand and the whip in the other, his eyes bloodshot. Bring me more wine. Didn't you hear what I said? He lashed out again, venting his fury. Enough, Fahu. Qin Ming grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Brother, are you here to laugh at me? Qin Hu sneered. Are you just like the others, saying I'm a coward for letting my wife be taken away? The Su family dared to send me such a disgrace. He pointed viciously at the woman tied to the tree, who was a substitute bride from the Su family. Once proud and thinking she had risen to greatness, she now found herself a prisoner, at the mercy of others. Ahu, you're degrading yourself. Qin Ming scolded harshly. If you're a man, you should go after Zhao Chun, not torment your own woman. Of course I'll kill that bastard. I'll not only take his life, but also destroy his entire dragon's lair and slaughter his family. Qin Hu raged. Doesn't he have sisters? I'll make him watch his eye. In your drunken state, how can you talk about leading an expedition? Qin Ming interrupted coldly. Qin Hu paused, a flicker of clarity in his eyes. Brother, are you saying the fleet is ready? 5 elite legions, a total of 15,000 warships, all built to exceed second-line standards. This includes 5 T4 giants and 1,000 T3 main ships. With the lords from the Northern Wind Star region who have pledged allegiance to us, we can muster another 5,000 ships, Qin Ming explained slowly. You'll have an army of 20,000 to strike directly at the dragon's lair. But seeing you like this, I can't trust you with command. Qin Hu shivered, sobering up considerably. He clung to Qin Ming's leg, pleading, Brother, please let me go. I swear I'll quit drinking from now on, not a drop more. Only by killing Zhao Chun with my own hands can I avenge my humiliation. Qin Ming sighed and patted his brother's shoulder. He glanced at the Su family woman tied to the tree and said meaningfully, She is your princess after all. Treat her well. Mother wants grandchildren. If you can get her pregnant, it will strengthen our ties with the Su family. I understand, I understand. Chin-Hu nodded eagerly. He tore the ropes apart, ignoring the woman's screams, and dragged her into the bedchamber. Don't worry, brother. I'll get to it right away. Your Highness, save me. The woman's desperate cries turned to sobs, then faded into broken pleas. Qin Ming paid no heed and strode purposefully towards the gate. Before leaving, he turned around and commanded, set sail tomorrow. Arrive at the northern Windstar region by June 20th. We must invade the Xiaolong territory by the end of the month. Yes, sir. Qin Hu's voice, mingled with heavy breathing, came faintly. On June 20th, Galactic Year 3033, Qin Hu personally led 5 legions, totaling 15,000 warships, in a grand departure from the capital. They passed through several stargates along the way and finally reached the northern Windstar region. During this period, various local lords eagerly offered their support, volunteering troops. Governor Bailan and Marshal Huang Zhixiang each contributed 500 private ships to join the fleet. Once they entered the northern Windstar region, more and more lord fleets joined the expedition, swelling the total force to over 20,000 ships. The sheer size of this royal armada left both the Chu He and northern Windstar regions in awe. Everyone's eyes were on the northern wind governor, waiting to see his reaction. Surprisingly, the usually tough and iron-fisted governor remained silent for days after the third prince's arrival. Then, the governor's office announced that the old man was ill and would be recuperating behind closed doors, with his nephew temporarily handling affairs and declining all visits. This news caused a public uproar. People whispered that the northern wind governor had chickened out, unwilling to challenge the imperial authority represented by the third prince. They could only watch helplessly as his fleet roamed unchecked. Even Zhao Qin's powerful Chu family backers were unusually quiet this time. Were they planning to abandon the Xiaolong Lord as well? Only when the third prince's expeditionary force reached the Xiaolong star system would the truth be revealed. Although the official reason for this mission was to investigate the princess's disappearance, it was clear that Qin Hu sought revenge. Whether the Xiaolong Lord was involved or not, the landing of the expeditionary force would undoubtedly lead to a bloody conflict. At the end of June, when the third prince's fleet passed through the Stargate and arrived at the neighboring Red Forest star system, a shocking announcement from the Xiaolong Lord shook the entire empire. The Xiaolong star system would commence indefinite military exercises immediately. Unauthorized entrants would be expelled by the military. Those who resisted would face dire consequences. The message was clear. Unauthorized intruders would face death. Aboard the flagship of the third prince's fleet, Qin Hu laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. Face the consequences? Who does Zhao Chun think he is, daring to challenge me? Just a mere marquis, nothing more than a dog raised by our royal family, and he dares to show off in front of his master. Even if he had some skills, didn't his 500 warships flee in terror before my fleet of 10,000? Now, I command 20,000 main forces, plus 5 T4 dreadnoughts. What can he possibly use against me? Qin Hu sat back in his captain's chair, a look of disdain on his face. His adjutant chimed in obsequiously, Your Highness is wise. That Zhao Qian is just a frog in a well, completely unaware of the vastness of the sky. By the way, we're about to enter the interstellar border space, heading straight for the Xiaolong stronghold. Should we accelerate our pace? Hold on. Qin Hu's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Though Zhao Qian is arrogant, his fleet is indeed unusual, especially the T3 missile ships and stealth bombers. We must not be careless. Relay my orders. Send 3 scout ships ahead to ensure the safety of the route, and then the main forces will follow. Let that frog live a few more days and taste my power, Qin Hu said sinisterly. Though he was impatient, he was not a reckless fool. Having suffered a significant loss under Zhao Qian before, he had made thorough preparations this time, equipping his fleet with a considerable number of anti-stealth ships, determined to avenge his previous defeat. Soon, the vast fleet of 20,000 ships began to move into the interstellar border space in a grand procession. Bringing up the rear was a small group of different-looking vessels, mostly T2 high-mobility small warships, with no faction insignia on their hulls, but instead bearing emblems of various interstellar media. Clearly, these fearless journalists were here to report on this epic battle. Whether driven by profit or under someone's orders, it was unknown. In any case, this space battle was destined to be broadcast live across the entire empire, capturing everyone's attention. Breaking news, the third prince's fleet has entered the interstellar border space but is advancing cautiously, dispatching numerous scout and anti-stealth ships ahead. Our T3 Silver Mouse stealth reconnaissance ships cannot get close and can only monitor from a distance, Lilith reported to Zhao Qian, who was seated in his captain's chair. They've learned their lesson. Zhao Qian smirked as he looked at the star map. The third prince's fleet was slowly approaching the Xiaolong star system. But this time, we don't intend to play any tricks. A mere 20,000 ships are nothing to worry about. Zhao Qian sneered. Additionally, the The T3 Silver Mouse has detected a group of interstellar media warships. They might broadcast the entire battle live. There are signs that some of them are under the Prince's faction's influence, trying to use this to defeat the Chu River and North Wind Star domains, paving the way for Qinming's ascension. Should we expel them? Lilith continued. Expel them? They're the best free publicity. Zhao Chen laughed coldly. The reason I publicly humiliated Qin Hu was to make as much noise as possible. The empire is bound to descend into chaos sooner or later. Rather than letting the Prince's faction take the lead, I'd rather stir things up myself. Understood. Lilith nodded. At the current speed, the enemy is expected to arrive in Xiaolong territory by July 2nd. No matter, let the third prince bask in his glory for a couple more days, Zhao Chun said calmly. Suddenly, a video request popped up. To his surprise, it was from Princess Qin Xiaolei. The screen lit up, revealing the figures of Princess Dianxia and Zhao Ruyu. Qin Hu, that scoundrel, finally couldn't hold back? Qin Xiaolei clenched her fists, looking eager and ready for action. That's right. This is the perfect time for the Princess Corps to strike. Let's mobilize our troops immediately and annihilate the third prince's forces. Zhao Ruyu was also raring to go. Zhao Chun was puzzled. Wait, I didn't order you to deploy our troops. With your generous help, our corps has expanded to a full 20 legions and 60,000 starships. And that's not even counting the reserves still in training, Qin Xiaolei said proudly. A mere 20,000 enemy troops? We can crush them in no time. Zhao Chun chuckled. I don't intend for you to join the battle. The prince's faction is just a bunch of small fry. I can handle them myself, but they do have 20,000 ships. Are you sure you don't need help? Zhao Ruyu asked with a frown. The Princess Corps is my trump card. I need to play it at the most opportune moment for maximum effect, Zhao Chun said firmly. 20,000 ships are nothing. The Dragon Corps can handle them easily. All right then, we'll wait in the shadows for your good news. Zhao Ruyu nodded and cut off the communication. Over the past few days, her confidence in her brother had grown steadily. As for Princess Dianxia, she would find a way to reassure her. By the way, how are the tasks I assigned you going? Zhao Chen suddenly asked Lilith. Lilith brought up a list. These are the 28 factions that have sided with the third prince, including 6 from the Northern Wind Star region. Even the Northern Wolf Marquis has openly sent 500 starships to join the enemy. Zhao Chen snorted coldly. Take note of every single one. We'll settle accounts with them later, leaving none behind. After Zhao Chen finished all the preparations for the battle, he sat down in the captain's chair and closed his eyes to rest. The crew on the bridge, seeing this, instinctively lightened their footsteps, fearing they might disturb their commander. Even though the captain's chair had built-in soundproofing, it had become a habit. In fact, Zhao Chun was checking the system tasks. In an hour, June would end, and the new quarterly tasks would begin. The first quarter's task was completed when he exchanged for the T4 Gemini industrial ship. Currently, he was working on the second quarter's task, owning 15 T4 class warships. Zhao Chen glanced at the list and smiled slightly. Besides the original T4 Rebirth, T4 Wisdom, and T4 Vermilion Bird, the Xiaolong Legion's T4 fleet had made significant progress over the past 6 months. The number of Wisdom-class ships had increased from 2 to 6, and the Vermilion Bird class had reached 10. Adding the brand new Gemini, the total number of T4 warships had surpassed 18. He claimed the reward. Instantly, the system notified him that the task was completed, awarding him 300,000 points and 60 task points. He now had 580,000 points and 430 task points. Satisfied, he nodded and scrolled down to open the annual tasks section. Half of the year had passed, but the progress was not promising. Task 1. Achieve a monthly revenue of 20 billion to 60 billion from direct industries. Currently at 43 billion, 3 stars. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the system included the revenue from subordinate forces and the Beiyin group. Otherwise, it would have been too difficult. Task 2. Own 3,000 to 15,000 T2 or higher warships. Currently over 5,000, 1 star. He carefully read the terms and confirmed that this metric included T2 warships. If the system hadn't plugged the loophole by prohibiting the sale of required warships within 6 months, he would have considered building a batch of T2s. Unfortunately, T2s were now redundant for the Xiaolong Legion and a waste of resources. We'll take it one step at a time, Zhao Chen muttered. If we can't complete it, we'll just use them for security. Task 3. Own 1 to 5 T4 combat ships. Currently 1 star. This had seen no progress since the creation of the Vermilion Bird class. Task 4. Own 10 to 50 active T4 ships. Currently 18, 1 star. Task 5. Directly or indirectly control 1 to 5 star systems. Currently 1 star. This was the toughest, as there was no other place besides the Reef star system. Altogether, only 7 stars, far from the passing line. Zhao Chen smiled bitterly, lamenting the high difficulty of the annual tasks. The immediate priority was to deal with the invading prince's party. Once the battle was settled, he could gradually complete the objectives. As he pondered, July quietly arrived. With the new quarter came a new task: kill the third Prince Qin Hu, destroy 10 T4 warships of the Prince's party, annihilate the expeditionary force, kill 3 nobles of count rank or higher. Completing these 4 tasks would reward him with T4 warship blueprints. Zhao Qin's heart tightened. This time, the system had given the unfortunate third prince a death sentence. He couldn't help but mourn for Qin Hu for a few seconds. Bro, taking your wife was my fault, but killing you was never my intention. It was the system's command, don't you think? As for the 3 other targets of count rank and above, Zhao Chun quickly identified Marquis Bailang, Count of the Red Forest, and Marquis Kevin from the list Lilith presented, and circled their names in red. It's them. Star date July 2nd, 3033. After receiving a safety report from the Advanced Reconnaissance Fleet, the third Prince's fleet used warp speed to reach the position of the scouting party. Qin Hu sank into the soft captain's chair, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection of outer space before him. The once dead and dark universe now showed faint, twinkling lights ahead. In this desolate interstellar frontier, the appearance of such dazzling lights could mean only one thing: they had reached the edge of a bustling star system and were about to officially enter enemy territory. Report, Your Highness. Our Advanced Reconnaissance Fleet has discovered that enemy warships are menacingly stationed at the border defenses of the Xiaolong star system. The adjutant, striding with firm steps, hurried to Qin Hu's side, reporting the military situation with a serious expression. Hearing this news, Qin Hu, who had been lazily stretching his limbs, instantly perked up. Narrowing his sharp eyes, he asked coldly, "Oh? Who dares to challenge us? Is it the Xiaolong Legion? How many ships have they sent to their doom?" The adjutant, well prepared, immediately responded, "According to the latest intelligence, it is indeed the Xiaolong Legion under Lord Zhao Qian. They have deployed a total of 500 warships, mainly T3 class, but including 3 precious T4 class Suzaku heavy cruisers. Preliminary assessments suggest this is their entire fleet. Only 500 flimsy ships dare to block my path?" Qin Hu sneered dismissively, raising his hand to summon the star map. His own fleet of 20,000 warships appeared, vast and formidable like an ocean, while the 500 enemy ships seemed like insignificant grains of sand, ready to be swallowed by the waves at any moment. Ha ha ha, that fool Zhao Chun. Does he really think such a pitiful number of ships can stop my mighty army? What a joke. Qin Hu laughed uproariously, tears streaming down his face. Wiping the tears away, he gave a cruel smile and issued his command: "Relay my orders. All units advance, fire at will. I want Zhao Chun to understand the consequences of provoking the third prince, and connect me to their flagship. I want a little chat with that self-important Zhao Chun." As the third prince's massive fleet advanced menacingly towards the Xiaolong Legion's defenses, a T2 class interstellar media ship hidden in the shadows was also preparing for action. They had long anticipated that this would be the battlefield where Commander Zhao Chun of the Xiaolong Legion would confront the third prince's fleet. To gain the upper hand, they spared no expense, deploying numerous holographic camera drones to capture the battle from every angle, broadcasting it live in real time. Without a doubt, this space battle is going to capture the attention of every corner of the Empire and every broadcast channel. The Lion Star system has already received the transmission signal, and the fleets of the Third Prince and Zhao Qin's Xiaolong Corps are about to clash heat. Qin Xiaolei, eyes glued to the screen with tension, couldn't help but ask Zhao Ruyue beside her. "Ruyue Jia, with the Third Prince's massive fleet of 20,000 ships, will Zhao Qin really be okay?" To her surprise, Zhao Ruyue didn't show the slightest hint of worry. Instead, she flashed a calm smile. "Xiaolei, you underestimate my brother. If he dares to fight alone, he must have his reasons and aces up his sleeve. I guess Zhao Qin intends to use this grand battle to make Qin Hu, the third prince, a stepping stone, and announce to the world that the Xiaolong Corps is rising. No longer will they be pawns to be slaughtered, but a dominant force at the heart of the Empire's power, shaping the starfield's destiny." In the Chua starfield, renowned for its beauties like Chu Xian, who could put even the most stunning flowers to shame, she was also intently watching the broadcast. Her delicate brows furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Her loyal female adjutant nervously asked, "Miss, what do you think about this? Lord Zhao Qian is going all out against the third prince's 20,000 warships with just his own limited resources. The odds don't seem in his favor, do they?" Chu Xian gently shook her head, her tone confident. "The outcome is already decided. There's no need to worry. I'm more intrigued by what other cards Lord Zhao Qian might still be hiding." The female adjutant was taken aback by her words and instantly became more curious about this mysterious lord from the northern region. At the critical moment when public opinion was in an uproar and everyone was speculating about the battle's outcome, a communication request interrupted Qin Hu's reverie. An adjutant hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, the commander of the Xiaolong Corps, Zhao Chun, is requesting a video call with you." What a pleasant surprise. Qin Hu excitedly rubbed his hands together, smugly saying, So, Zhao Chun has finally realized the hopelessness of his situation and is coming to beg for mercy? Haha, I want to see how long this arrogant guy can keep up his bravado in the face of death. Connect the call. I want everyone to witness the supreme authority of the third prince. Qin, who had already imagined Zhao Chun kneeling before him, pleading for forgiveness. Once Zhao Chun promised to hand over Su Lan, Qin, who could smile and pretend to consider it before throwing both of them into the interstellar junkyard. Perfect. But when Qin, who eagerly opened the video and saw the image on the screen, he was instantly petrified, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Zhao Chun was sprawled lazily in the captain's chair, looking completely at ease. Behind him, a seductive and enchanting woman was actually giving him a massage. What was even more shocking was that Zhao Chun was surrounded by a bevy of stunning beauties, each one more breathtaking than the last. At this moment, Qin, whose long-lost fiancée, the woman he was determined to win back, Su Lan, was sitting intimately close to Zhao Chun. She was feeding him freshly peeled fruit with tender affection every time he opened his mouth. The sight before him was like a sharp dagger piercing Qin, whose heart. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly spitting out blood on the spot. His mind buzzed. His whole body felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, and he trembled uncontrollably, his nails digging into his palms. Sorry, sir, but I'm in the middle of a drill, Zhao Chun said lazily, reclining in the captain's chair while munching on a piece of fruit. He looked at the unexpected guest on the screen with keen interest. Qin, whose face was livid with anger, but he tried to maintain his composure. Zhao Chun, as a marquis of the empire, how dare you hide the princess? I demand entry to your territory for a search. You'd better cooperate fully. Oh, a search? Zhao Chun responded slowly. But do you have an imperial decree? Well, no, Qin, who admitted through gritted teeth. In that case, no can do, Zhao Chun said, shaking his head lightly. Besides, before you arrived, we already announced an indefinite military exercise in the Xiaolong Star region. Qin, whose fury reached a boiling point. He had never encountered such insolence. To his shock, Zhao Chun brazenly pulled Su Lan onto his lap, an outright act of defiance. Zhao Chun, are you defying the Empire's will? Qin, who trembled with rage. The Empire? Since when does Qin, who represent the Empire? Zhao Chun sneered. As the tension mounted, Zhao Chun spread his arms wide, his face mocking. Come on, if you have the guts, flatten my territory. Too bad. You, the third prince, couldn't even defend your fiancée in front of me. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin, who leapt forward, snarling into the screen. Fine, Zhao Chun, I'll be blunt. I'm here to wipe out you, your Xiaolong Legion, and your entire clan. As for your beautiful relatives, he added with a sinister smile, I'll enjoy them thoroughly. Zhao Chun's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, if you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Do you really think I only have a mere 500 warships? Before he finished speaking, the communication abruptly cut off. Report. We have large enemy fleets appearing from all directions. What? Qin, who was horrified. He looked closely at the radar, which was filled with countless red dots, thousands of them, and every one of these ships bore the insignia of the Xiaolong Legion. A trembling officer reported, Your Highness, preliminary analysis shows that the enemy's T3 class warships alone outnumber us more than 2 to 1. Qin, who felt as if the sky was falling. He slumped into his chair, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Where did a mere marquis get such resources? What kind of monster have I provoked? As the third prince sank into despair, Zhao Chun's icy voice came through the broadcast once more. Final warning. Trespassers in the military exercise zone will face severe consequences. No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire bridge was filled with the sound of alarms. Thousands of missiles launched like wildfire, sweeping towards them. After communication was cut off on the bridge of the T4 Suzaku-class medium interstellar cruiser, Zhao Chun released his grip on Su Lan's slender waist. Thanks for cooperating. I bet Qin, who is fuming right now, he said with a smug smile. Su Lan blushed and quickly stood up, while Xue Xiao, holding a fruit platter, teased, were you taking advantage of the situation? You didn't have to have Su Lan sit on your lap just to feed you fruit. Zhao Chun put on a serious face, but couldn't hide the mischievous grin on his lips. Su Lan quickly changed the subject. Back to the point. Qin, who brought 20,000 warships. Are you sure you can handle that? Despite being in the Xiaolong star system, she wasn't fully aware of the Legion's actual combat strength. Who told you I only have 500 warships? Zhao Chun replied with a mysterious smile. Lilith, give our audience a rundown of the star performers in this show. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lilith summoned numerous floating windows, listing the Xiaolong Legion's fleet composition in detail. Commander, our current active fleet exceeds 3,000 warships, including 10 T4 Suzuka-class, 30 T3 Phoenix-class carriers, and 40 T3 Emperor-class battleships. Our equipment is top-notch, and our forces are formidable. Additionally, we have a large number of T3 class reconnaissance ships, supply ships, and other support vessels. What? Over 3,000 T3 ships? That's insane. Even the usually unflappable Xue Xiaoxiao was left speechless. In most legions, T3 warships were considered flagship material, and having 30 or 50 was already impressive. But Zhao Qin's fleet was almost entirely composed of T3 ships, with 10 T4s as heavy hitters. Such a scale was unparalleled in the entire Starshine Empire, even across the galaxy. I think Qin who was being stingy with just 5 T4s, Zhao Qin said, feigning disappointment. In truth, he was inwardly groaning, as the system required him to destroy 5 more T4s by the end of September, forcing him to take the initiative. The system was clearly out to get him, but for now, he needed to deal with the immediate battle. Zhao Qin activated the Starfield combat map, revealing his 3,000+ warships encircling Qin who's 20,000, trapping them like fish on a chopping block. Commander, our 30 T3 Judicator-class heavy missile ships are in position and ready for a saturation strike. Charlotte reported excitedly. Zhao Qin nodded calmly and ordered, "Very well, commence the attack." Charlotte swiftly relayed the command to the T3 missile fleet. Captained by Xue, the commander has authorized the attack. Proceed with full force. Understood. Everyone, prepare to receive our onslaught. By Xue, standing in the center of the bridge like an elegant conductor, spread her arms as 30 floating windows displayed the status of each ship in real time. Transmit the Supreme Commander's orders. Let our behemoths roar. Full firepower. At her command, the decks of all T3 missile ships opened their launch bays, and thousands of deadly missiles emerged, eager to unleash their destruction. There was a deafening roar of cannons and countless meteors, trailing long fiery tails, streaked through the sky, aiming straight for the heart of Qin whose army. By Xue's red lips parted slightly, her eyes gleaming with a feverish excitement. She murmured in a trance-like state, "Ah, these fireworks are truly extraordinary." Previously, the largest interstellar missile launch by the Xiaolong Legion involved only 5 T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships, but now, they've deployed 30 at once. That's 6 times more than before. My goodness, just how many missiles are they launching? Xue Xiaoxiao stared dumbfounded at the star map, witnessing the sky filled with smoke and countless missile trails streaking across the void like a torrential meteor shower, roaring towards Qin whose forces. The sheer density of it was enough to trigger trypophobia. Even Su Lan was left speechless. Oh my god, how much is this costing? Each T3 Judicator-class missile ship is equipped with 25,000 missiles of various types, valued at 200 million star coins each. Zhao Qin casually remarked, right now, 750,000 missiles are swirling through space, equivalent to 6 billion star coins burning up before your eyes. Well, what? 60 billion? Xue Xiaoxiao stammered. Although she knew missile ships were costly, witnessing such extravagance firsthand shattered her worldview. Are you saying you just threw away 6 billion like it was nothing? Zhao Qin shrugged helplessly. You can enjoy the show a bit longer. They'll soon conclude in a spectacular fireworks display. The dense missile meteor shower quickly entered the anti-aircraft fire zone of Qin whose fleet. Despite the Third Prince's elite second-line troops rapidly forming a defensive formation upon detecting the threat, the sheer number of 750,000 T3 class missiles made even the most perfect fire net appear riddled with holes and utterly vulnerable. Intercept. Intercept with all your might. Qin who roared in panic aboard the flagship, drenched in cold sweat, hastily ordering, "Quick! Send out a distress signal." For a mighty warlord to seek aid at the start of a battle was simply disgraceful. The Third Prince's army was in utter chaos, screaming in horror. The sight of thousands of T3 warships was beyond anyone's imagination. The once confident commanders were now ashen-faced, trembling uncontrollably. No advanced radar could deceive. The data irrefutably showed that the Xiaolong Legion genuinely possessed 3,000 T3 warships. Are they even human? On a distant interstellar media ship, every journalist was stunned into silence. The scene unfolding before them was like a mad, dazzling apocalypse. Comets of destruction rained down on the Third Prince's head, while the feeble anti-aircraft firepower crumbled like a fragile tofu under the relentless storm. In an instant, countless fiery explosions and thick smoke engulfed half of Qin whose fleet, like a match igniting a pile of dry wood, setting off a raging inferno that blotted out the sky. In just 5 minutes, the destructive flames had swept over more than half of the battlefield, and it showed no signs of stopping. The shining empire would be ablaze with fervor over this historic battle all night long. A seasoned-old reporter lit a cigarette and exhaled a deep smoke ring. As a veteran war photographer, he had witnessed the grandeur of 100,000 ships launching simultaneously at the Chu River front. But compared to this scene, all those past memories seemed so pale, insignificant, and trivial. Even on the capital star, Zhenfei, Qin Ming, and Huang Zhixiang were left horrified by the shocking spectacle they witnessed. How is this possible? Didn't they say the Thunder Dragon Legion was a pushover? Qin Ming questioned Huang Zhixiang. Previously, the latter had reported that the Thunder Dragon Legion was merely a ragtag group of 500 soldiers, and at most 300 T3 ships, posing no real threat. Who could have imagined that in just 6 months, it would swell into a colossal force boasting 3,000 T3 warships? Minger, please, you must save Ahu. Consort Shin cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Though she knew little about military affairs, she understood the gravity of the situation and feared for her son's life. Qin Ming remained silent. Even if he ordered their allies in the Beifeng Star sector to rush reinforcements at any cost, it would still take half a day. Could his brother hold out that long? Gritting his teeth, he issued a command. Seal off all media immediately. Not a word of this must leak. Cut off all communication channels. Many noble factions within the Xingyao Empire were shocked by the unexpected developments in the broadcasted interstellar battle. Suddenly, the live feed was cut off. What happened? Why is there no picture? Su, the old governor of the Zhisu Star region, was furious. The Su family descendants immediately began checking the broadcast signals, but each one they checked was cut off, creating an eerie situation. Even related online searches were completely blocked, as if an invisible hand was strangling all sources of information. It looks like the prince's faction is really panicking, said the old governor with a grim face. The astonishing lineup of 3,000 T3 warships has completely disrupted their plans. A Su family member muttered, and with that terrifying missile fleet raining down like a storm, the third prince is in serious trouble this time. They intended to build prestige, but now they're going to lose face. This can't be kept under wraps, the old governor sneered. The dark web will soon have real-time footage. There's no wall that doesn't leak air, especially with battlefield journalists not under the prince's control present. This time, they've really taken a fall. Found it. Found it. A Su family descendant exclaimed excitedly. I used the dark web communication channels and connected to a few live broadcasts. Instantly, the brutal battle reappeared on the screen. 2/3 of the third prince's fleet was engulfed in smoke and flames. The dense debris of explosions darkened the sky, turning the star region into a hellish scene. The Xiaolong Legion's forces launched a second wave of attacks, with squadrons of fighters swarming like a tide over the remaining enemy forces. 3,000 T3 main ships formed an impenetrable blockade on the outskirts. Zhao Chun, that kid, truly impressive, the old governor couldn't help but praise. I used to worry that Su Lan wouldn't find a good match, but it looks like we got quite the bargain. The Su family members beside him nodded eagerly in agreement. Indeed, it's a lifesaver, the old governor added. By the way, call Su Chang'in. From now on, he will be fully responsible for the trade business in the Beifeng Star region. The room erupted in surprise. No one expected Su Chang to benefit from this crisis, with his daughter becoming a hostage and him rising to prominence, making everyone envious. Meanwhile, aboard the T4 Zhuke. Report, in this round of saturation strikes, the enemy lost over 10,000 ships, including 500 T3 and 1 T4, Lilith reported. Most of the surviving ships are severely damaged, with less than 50 combat capability. There are fewer than 5,000 ships left that can actually fight. Zhao Chun stared at the radar screen, focusing on the 5 markers representing the third prince's flagship. One had turned from green to gray. It was the T4 Beifeng Jishan battleship that had been sunk. How many missiles did it take to sink that battleship? Zhao Qin asked out of curiosity. Charlotte replied, according to Bai Shui's estimates, it takes at least 200,000 T3 missiles to destroy a T4 Beifeng Jishan. To be absolutely sure, she fired 250,000. Even then, the ship's framework might still be intact, showing how terrifying the technological gap is at this level. At that moment, Lilith nervously reported, Commander, the enemy's 2 T4 Star Emperor-class carriers are launching their fighter groups. They are about to engage with our T3 Phoenix-class carriers' fighter groups. On the big screen, red and blue dots represented the opposing fighter formations, rushing toward each other like 2 torrents. They were about to collide hidden in the starry sky. This would be the first time the Xiaolong Legion faced a direct space battle. Zhao Qin pulled up some data on the T4 Star Emperor-class medium carrier starship. Due to certain technical limitations, the hangar capacity of this carrier is only 3 times that of the T3 Phoenix-class heavy carrier, far from optimal. While some may argue that 3 times is already substantial, it's important to note that T4 and T3 are a whole tier apart. For carriers, the number of aircraft they can deploy directly determines their combat effectiveness. Moreover, in terms of drone technology, the T4 Star Emperor-class medium carrier is notoriously weak, having failed to overcome this challenge for decades. Consequently, the total number of aircraft launched by the 2 T4 carriers under the third prince's command is only 2,000 T4 Star Emperor-class and 10,000 quasi-T4 Starlight-class drones. In contrast, the Xiaolong Legion's 30 T3 Phoenix-class heavy carriers are a formidable force, deploying 10,000 T3 aircraft, 900 T3 heavy stealth bombers, 100,000 T3 medium drones, and 600 T3 electronic warfare drones. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Mere T3s, no matter how many, are just trash. Qin, who scoffed disdainfully, ours are genuine T4s. How could you possibly catch up with this technological gap? We must seize air superiority and then send our aircraft to strike the enemy's missile ship formations. Qin, who roared on the bridge, we can't let them launch another missile barrage, or we're finished. Indeed, the recent missile onslaught was apocalyptic, leaving everyone on edge. If they were to endure another wave, the Third Prince's fleet might as well kiss survival goodbye. Qin, who kept his eyes glued to the aerial combat data panel, which clearly displayed the status, location, damage level, and ammunition of each aircraft. All squadrons, follow the Cherries plan this time. Space Fighter Fleet Commander Pei Xingnan commanded sternly. Each fighter squad will work with 10 times the number of drones, with drones advancing to hold the enemy while fighters follow up with firepower. Understood? Understood. The squad leaders responded in unison. Pei Xingnan stretched her stiff neck, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. T4 fighters, huh? I'm eager to see just how formidable they are, she muttered. Soon, thousands of T3 Black Phoenix-class medium drones converged into a spearhead formation, piercing straight into the enemy lines. Though the T4 Starlight-class drones on the other side were larger and seemingly more imposing, they were plagued with performance and command issues, making them no match. Both sides' drones collided hidden in the dark void of space, erupting into a massive firefight. Countless laser beams and missiles wove a colorful web, with each explosion lighting up like a brilliant firework, marking the demise of a drone. What's going on? Why is the damage ratio only 1 to 3? Sometimes it even drops to 1 to 2. Qitong stared in disbelief at the data statistics. Originally, she estimated that with a difference of 1 tier, the combat loss ratio between the T3 Black Phoenix and the T4 Starlight would be at least 1 to 5. However, once in actual combat, she realized that the Empire's T4 drone was nothing but a fancy toy, completely useless in battle. Based on its performance, it could barely qualify as a quasi-T4, not even the real deal. Damn it. Those good-for-nothings at the Imperial Academy always fail me at critical moments. Qin, who seethed with rage, his teeth grinding and his anger boiling over. But with the battle situation pressing, he could only hope that their superior resupply speed would turn the tide. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The T3 Phoenix-class carriers demonstrated an astonishingly faster resupply efficiency than the T4 carriers. T3 fighters and drones almost completed the landing, refueling, and takeoff process simultaneously with the T4 carriers. Worse still, the Xiaolong Legion had 30 T3 carriers, while the Third Prince only had 2 T4s. As a result, Qin, who watched helplessly as their defense line was gradually eroded by the relentless T3 fleet. The Xiaolong Legion began to gain the upper hand in the interstellar battle. According to Akame's report, the interstellar war between our forces and the enemy has reached a fever pitch. The Xiaolong Legion has gained the upper hand, and the scales of victory are tipping in our favor. Secretary Lilith brought good news. Our interstellar warships are fully prepared and ready to launch a thunderous strike against the enemy fleet at the general's command. Zhao Chen looked at the star map, where Charlotte was eloquently detailing the situation. 2,000 T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates had formed an enormous net, continuously tightening to create a crushing encirclement. 500 same-class warships acted as loyal guardians, protecting the rear's missile ships, carriers, and other auxiliary vessels. Even the usually solitary T3 Emperor-class heavy battleships had joined the fray, abandoning their aloofness to participate in the fierce battle. They advanced menacingly, and once they locked onto the enemy's T3 main ships, the roar of their forward cannons would spell certain doom for their targets. Facing such an onslaught, the enemy, no matter their prowess, would find escape impossible. Anyone who dared stand in their way would meet a swift end. What excited Zhao Chen even more was the participation of his personally crafted T3 Wolverine-class heavy armor destroyers. These were his new favorites, acquired just 3 months ago to bolster the fleet's lineup and enhance its combat capabilities. When it came to defense, the Wolverine-class destroyers were second only to the Emperor-class battleships and Triceratops-class assault ships. Their unparalleled defensive capabilities were due to the massive investment in their armor, integrating the resources of the Starshield defense system. Chief Engineer Annie's test confirmed that even under the fiercest fire from an Emperor-class battleship's main cannon, these beasts could hold out for over a minute. Beneath their fierce exteriors lay equally formidable firepower. Hundreds of T3 Wolverine-class heavy, 12-barreled particle energy, rapid-fire cannons stood ready to shred any enemy. Additionally, 10 T3 heavy electromagnetic disruption cannons ensured the enemy had no place to hide. A single hit could cripple an opponent's engines, forcing them into a heated confrontation. With the most advanced starship engines and power cores, these predators could relentlessly pursue any T-3 class warship that dared to challenge them, allowing no escape except through death. Charlotte, confident in their strength, orchestrated the battle with calm precision, as if conducting a well-rehearsed symphony. First, the T-3 Triceratops-class assault ships would spearhead into the enemy formation, carving a bloody path. The T-3 Wolverine-class heavy armored destroyers would follow like ravenous wolves, launching ferocious attacks once inside the encirclement. Whether facing T-3 battleships or T-3 battlecruisers, in front of these bloodthirsty beasts, they were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. The T-3 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers and T-3 Windhawkless medium cruisers also refused to be outdone. They transformed into specters on the battlefield, weaving through enemy lines to hunt down any stragglers attempting to escape. Even the mighty T-4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruiser has joined the fray, significantly boosting the overall strength of the Xiaolong Legion. On the bridge of the T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar battleship, Captain Shan Bing was intently watching the battle unfolding ahead. Suddenly, the first officer reported loudly that a T-3 Knight-class medium interstellar destroyer had been spotted. Without a moment's hesitation, Shan Bing ordered the electromagnetic disruptor cannon to fire. The cannon hit its target instantly, causing the T-3 Knight-class destroyer to lose its course. Close in and attack, Shan Bing commanded firmly. The 100 T-3 Wolverine-class heavy 12-barrel particle energy rapid-fire cannons, almost covering the entire ship, aimed at the T-3 Knight-class destroyer, ready to unleash their fury. Although the T-3 Knight-class destroyer launched the first attack, its firepower was no match for the formidable armor of the T-3 Wolverine-class battleship, barely scratching its surface. The T-3 Wolverine-class battleship continued to close in, seemingly unscathed except for a few wisps of smoke. "We're within firing range. Permission to fire," shouted the weapon systems operator. "Fire," Shan Bing ordered decisively. The T-3 Wolverine-class battleship transformed into a ferocious beast, unleashing a barrage of lasers like a torrential downpour. On the bridge of the T-3 Knight-class destroyer, everyone was thrown into a state of panic amidst the violent shaking. "Evade! Evade!" the captain screamed, but it was too late. "No, this can't be just a destroyer." The captain of the T-3 Knight-class destroyer despaired as he watched the massive ship through the telescope, engulfed in flames and reduced to debris by the relentless bombardment. "Target destroyed," a crew member reported to Shan Bing. Just as Shan Bing was about to search for the next target, the bridge shook suddenly. A T-3 Dragon Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship had launched a surprise attack. Shan Bing's eyes narrowed, and he immediately coordinated with surrounding T-3 Wolverines to encircle and annihilate the enemy. "No, no, don't come any closer. Keep them away," the captain of the T-3 Dragon Crocodile-class battleship shouted in terror, but it was futile. Under Captain Shan Bing's command, the three T-3 Wolverine-class heavy interstellar battleships quickly destroyed the intruder. The trio of T-3 Wolverines then moved on to find their next target, executing precise strikes with deadly efficiency. On the bridge of the T-4 Star Emperor-class medium carrier starship, Qin Hu slumped hopelessly into the captain's chair, his eyes fixed on the electronic screen before him. The screen displayed a dense array of data, information about his fleet of 20,000 starships. At this moment, half of those ships had been reduced to debris in space, while the remaining 10,000 were barely holding on under the enemy's fierce assault, their icons flashing a dangerous red. Qin Hu felt as if he were in a nightmare, with a ship being destroyed almost every second, turning its icon gray. "Your Highness, the enemy's numbers far exceed our intelligence. I suggest an immediate breakout and retreat. Your safety is paramount," the adjutant urgently advised beside him. Qin Hu covered his face with his hands, his arms trembling. Anger, frustration, shame, and doubt churned within him. The devastating scene before him seemed like a nightmare, and he even briefly imagined it wasn't real. But the continuous reports of fallen ships in his ears cruelly dragged him back to reality. Damn Zhao Chun. He has 3,000 T-3 class starships. That despicable scoundrel. If he hadn't hidden his strength, I wouldn't be in this situation. Qin Hu pounded the armrest of the captain's chair in rage. "Break through immediately. I will personally flatten the entire Xiaolong star system and turn the Zhao family stronghold into rubble." Qin Hu roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. The adjutant sighed inwardly as he looked at the crazed Qin Hu. Once a proud and noble figure, Qin Hu had repeatedly suffered setbacks at Zhao Chen's hands. This name had become an inescapable nightmare for him. If he didn't quickly eliminate his enemy, it was feared that Qin Hu would eventually lose his sanity. Across the interstellar battlefield, not only Qin Hu but all the senior officers were stunned by the ferocity of the conflict. The terrifying power displayed by the Xiaolong Legion was like a resounding slap, shocking the entire Xingyao Empire. As time ticked by, Qin Hu's fleet dwindled from the initial 20,000 ships to 10,000, then 5,000, and finally, a mere 1,000 ships remained. The enemy's encirclement tightened, with T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates, T3 Blizzard-class light battlecruisers, and T3 Windhawkless medium cruisers forming an impenetrable wall that repeatedly intercepted their breakout attempts. Even more despairing was the Xiaolong Legion's ace in the hole, the T3 class missile ships, which could launch a deadly strike at any moment. Your Highness, we only have 2 T4 Star Emperor-class medium carriers, 1 T4 North Wind God-class heavy battleship, and about 100 T3 class and less than 1,000 T2 class ships left. Their situation is also dire. At this rate, we will be annihilated within an hour. The adjutant once again approached Qin Hu, his tone filled with despair. For your safety, I believe our only option now is to surrender. You want me to surrender to Zhao Qian? Qin Hu's eyes widened, his face ashen. The adjutant, without hesitation, knelt on one knee, his tone resolute. Your Highness, please consider the bigger picture. The lives of us soldiers are nothing compared to your safety. If you endure the humiliation temporarily, regroup, and lead an army of 100,000 to crush the Xiaolong star system, it won't be too late. Damn it! Qin Hu clenched his fists, his nails piercing his palms, blood dripping. He took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. All right, relay the order to the entire army. Surrender to the Xiaolong Legion. The adjutant immediately instructed the communications officer to issue the surrender notice and ordered all warships to cease fire and prepare to shut down their engines. Did Zhao Qian accept the surrender? Qin Hu asked, his expression despondent. Your Highness, Zhao Qian replied. The adjutant hesitated for a long time before whispering, if you want to surrender, you have to speak to him personally. Damn it! Qin Hu slammed his fist on the armrest of the captain's chair, veins bulging with humiliation. Your Highness, please reconsider. No matter how arrogant Zhao Qian is, he wouldn't dare harm you after you surrender. This is our last resort, the adjutant pleaded once more. Connect me to Zhao Qian. Qin Hu gritted his teeth, as if it took all the courage he had left to utter those words. On the bridge of the T4 Zukla-class medium interstellar cruiser, the video window opened, and Qin Hu's piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Qian and the delicate Su Lan by his side. Zhao Qian brazenly held Su Lan's hand, even stroking it, while Su Lan blushed shyly but did not pull away. This scene nearly made Qin Hu's anger boil over. His Highness the Third Prince doesn't look too pleased, Zhao Qian remarked mockingly, feigning surprise. Just a few hours ago, Qin Hu had been full of confidence, but now he looked 10 years older, a shadow of his former self. Qin Hu glared at Zhao Qian with such intensity that if looks could kill, Zhao Qian would have died 1,000 times over. How could I be pleased? Of my 20,000 warships, fewer than 1,000 remain, and your fleet continues its relentless assault. Qin Hu forced out the words through gritted teeth. Zhao Qian, I surrender on behalf of my fleet. Cease your attack immediately. Surrender? Zhao Qian feigned astonishment. Weren't you the one vowing to flatten my star system just moments ago? Qin Hu took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and looked at Zhao Qian. I admit defeat this time. I choose to surrender. Do with me as you will, but please spare my fleet. Zhao Qian sneered. Do you think your status as the Third Prince will make me hesitate? Qin Hu's silence acknowledged Zhao Qian's words. Zhao Qian stared directly at Qin Hu, his voice firm. Qin Hu, today, it doesn't matter who you are or what your status is. Neither you nor your 20,000 warships will leave the Xiaolong star system. I guarantee it. These words left both Qin Hu and his adjutant stunned. The adjutant stepped forward urgently. Lord Xiaolong, this is a personal vendetta between you and His Highness. If you kill the Third Prince, the royal family and the prince's faction will never let this go. If I let him go, will he spare me? Zhao Qian retorted. All he's thinking about is returning with 50 or 100,000 troops to crush me into dust. The adjutant quickly assured, if you accept the surrender, His Highness will never oppose you again. We are even willing to pay war reparations. Zhao Qian sighed. He wanted the reparations, but with someone like Qin Hu, he had no choice but to eliminate the prince. Guarantee? The best guarantee is to make sure he never speaks again, Zhao Qian said coldly. Zhao Qian, are you determined to kill me? Qin Hu glared at Zhao Qian. It's not me forcing you. You chose this path yourself, Zhao Qian replied calmly. If you hadn't attacked, it wouldn't have come to this. It's all your choice, Your Highness. Ha ha ha. If you have the guts, kill me. Qin Hu suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhao Qian and shouting, if you dare harm me, my brother and the prince's faction will crush you. When hundreds of thousands of troops descend upon you, your Xiaolong star system and the Zhao family will vanish from the universe. Do you dare? Zhao Qian smiled slightly and gestured to his succubus secretary Lilith behind him. Check with Bai Shui on their readiness. Lilith respectfully replied, Commander, captained by Shue's 30T3 Judicator-class heavy interstellar missile ships are on standby. Excellent. Zhao Chen smiled at Lilith. The third prince wants to know if I dare. What do you think? Lilith understood, casting a cold glance at Qin Hu on the screen as if looking at a dead man. She opened the communication window and, in a voice audible to the third prince, ordered, Captain Bai Shue, lock onto the remaining enemy ships. Begin bombardment. Leave none behind. Captain Bai Shue's excited voice echoed. Zhao Chen shrugged and looked at Qin Hu. That's it, he said. Don't worry, you'll see your brother and the prince's faction soon. With a furious glare from Qin Hu, Zhao Chen decisively cut off the communication. Are you really going to kill the third prince? Su Lan asked worriedly, looking at Zhao Chen. Qin Hu's brother is about to ascend the throne, and that would mean making an enemy of the entire Xingyao Empire. She feared Zhao Chen would find himself in even greater peril. From the moment the third prince's fleet invaded, I became their enemy, Zhao Chen replied calmly. On the Imperial Capital Star, Lady Zhen and Qin Ming witnessed everything through the broadcast. Seeing Qin Hu surrender, Lady Zhen wept with joy, and Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered Huang Zhixiong to rescue Qin Hu at all costs. But in the next second, the broadcast showed missiles raining down like meteors on Qin Hu's fleet, sealing the fate of 1,000 warships. Lady Zhen's eyes widened in horror before she fainted. Qin Ming roared in fury. Zhao Chen. Tens of thousands of interstellar missiles rained down like a torrential storm, delivering a devastating blow to the remaining 1,000 starships of the third prince's fleet. The star shields of these ships were nearly depleted, leaving them to rely solely on their hull armor for protection. The primary targets of the attack were the precious T4 class warships. Two T4 Starlight Emperor class medium carriers fired with all their might, attempting to intercept the missiles aimed at them. However, as their star shield energy ran out, their defenses were breached one by one, and explosive fireballs erupted across their hulls. The missile strikes were not random but precisely calculated and deployed, first destroying defense turrets, then concentrating on critical areas such as the bridge, engines, and hangars. Even the sole surviving T4 North Wind God-class heavy battleship suffered a catastrophic explosion when its ammunition depot was hit, rendering the entire ship a massive, defenseless target. Soon after, the bridge of one of the carriers was blasted open, creating a large crater. Though it wasn't Qin Hu's flagship, it signified the end of the battle. Qin Hu slumped in the captain's chair, a self-mocking and manic expression on his face, holding a bottle of celebratory wine he had prepared. The bridge was in chaos, with some even attempting to abandon ship, but under the relentless missile assault, the escape pods vanished like leaves in a storm. Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen. Qin Hu muttered the name incessantly, his eyes bloodshot. Finally, he raised a golden laser pistol to his temple and sneered, My brother will avenge me. I'll be waiting for you. Before he could finish speaking, he pulled the trigger, and blood and shattered glass from the wine bottle scattered across the floor. Shortly after, the bridge of this carrier was also hit and exploded, making it the third casualty among the warships. With this battle, the third prince's fleet of 20,000 ships was utterly annihilated, leaving only scattered debris floating in space. T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruisers weaved through the wreckage, conducting the final mop-up of surviving enemy ships. Commander, the enemy fleet has been completely destroyed. The battle is over, Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. Within just 3 hours, a formidable fleet of 20,000 ships had been obliterated. Clean up the battlefield, especially the wreckage of those T4 class warships. We can salvage a lot of new ships from them, Zhao Chen ordered, his gaze fixed on the still-burning remains of the T4 warships. Despite the heavy damage, their original outlines were still vaguely discernible. Charlotte, give me a damage report. Lilith, inform the media ships that they've taken enough footage and should leave now, Zhao Chen commanded calmly. I never imagined you could be this powerful, Shui Xiaoxiao said, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhao Chen. You haven't seen me at my best yet, Zhao Chen chuckled. This battle had not showcased the full strength of the Dragon Legion, as the third prince's fleet was far too weak, and even the T4 Vermilion Bird-class cruisers hadn't had a chance to fully engage. Su Lan looked at Zhao Chen, her expression complex. Killing the third prince in front of everyone is akin to declaring war on the prince's faction and half of the Xingyao Empire. You're standing on the edge of a cliff, with no choice but to face the coming storm. What's meant to come will come, Zhao Chen smiled, then asked, What are your plans now? Things are pretty volatile here. I'm your hostage now, Su Lan shrugged. Shui Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen with eager eyes and asked, Zhao Chen, is your fleet still recruiting? Please let me join that T3 Emperor-class heavy battleship. I'll do anything. It turned out she had just been captivated by the incredibly powerful main cannon, which was exactly what she had always dreamed of. On the Imperial Capital Star, Zhi Xionghuang looked at Qin Ming and the newly awakened consort Jin with a complex expression. He spoke heavily, the The third prince's fleet has been completely annihilated. All 5 T4 class warships have fallen. Consort Jean trembled all over, muttering, "Tiger," repeatedly, her voice hoarse with grief. Qin Ming clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. Ji Xionghuang continued, "We received the last message from Prince Qin Hu's flagship." "What message?" Qin Ming asked urgently. Ji Xionghuang raised his hand, and a window appeared before Qin Ming, displaying the words, "Brother, avenge me." Qin Ming's eyes turned blood red, his body shaking violently as he murmured, "Zhao Chun, Zhao Chun." Consort Zhun saw the message and rushed to Qin Ming, grabbing his hand and screaming like a madwoman, "Qin Ming, avenge him. You must avenge your brother. I want to see Zhao Chen dead with my own eyes." The Jiaolong star system turned to ruins, and the Zhao family buried with him. Qin Ming embraced his mother and firmly promised, "Mother, rest assured. I swear. I will make Zhao Chun and his family and territory pay in blood. Revenge. Revenge." Consort Zhan hysterically repeated, losing control once again and eventually fainting. After settling his mother, Qin Ming, with a dark expression, said to Ji Xionghuang, "Uncle, prepare to execute our plan. But that plan is too risky. We should wait." Ji Xionghuang was startled. "It's not impatience. The situation forces our hand. This defeat will trigger a chain reaction. We must strike first." Qin Ming insisted, "Do as I say. I'll contact those few supporters now. With their backing, the plan will proceed smoothly." Ji Xionghuang was silent for a moment before solemnly saying, "Everyone must agree. Even if one person objects, Your Highness must reconsider." "I understand," Qin Ming replied, then turned and left the palace to persuade the key supporters of the prince's faction. The news of the third prince's fleet being wiped out in Qin Hu's death quickly spread throughout the Xingyao Empire, with various factions sensing the impending conflict. A nationwide storm was brewing, and the entire empire might become its battleground. In the Chua Star region, Chu Xian was astonished by Zhao Qin's audacity to directly kill the third prince. Though secretly pleased, she was also concerned that the Jiaolong star system would become the target of the prince's faction. "If it comes to a fight, so be it. I've been itching for action," Chu Xian said confidently. She issued a series of war preparations, canceling leaves, stocking strategic supplies, tightening defenses at starports and stargates, accelerating resource procurement, and ramping up production of T3 Yanlong-class destroyers. Everything carried the tense calm before the storm. Her female adjutant noted the orders and began arrangements. Chu Xian took a deep breath, looking at a photo of herself with her grandfather on the desk, and murmured, "Grandfather, I wonder if you would be satisfied with what I'm doing now." Only now, in a high position, did she understand the burdens her grandfather had shouldered, something she couldn't have imagined before. In the Beifeng Star region, Governor Beifeng teased Zhao Chun, "Kid, you've stirred up quite the trouble this time. When did you gather so many T3 warships?" Zhao Chun didn't answer directly but showed the governor a list of over 20 lords and families in the Beifeng Star region who had acted suspiciously during the battle. Governor Beifeng also produced a similar list, and the two compared notes. "What do you plan to do with these people?" Zhao Chun asked. "It's not convenient to act openly, but I've already given the orders. As soon as the time is right, we'll eliminate these cancerous elements," said the governor of the North Wind coldly. His loyal lords had already entered a state of readiness, prepared to strike against the targets on the list at a moment's notice. "Good. We still need to monitor the movements of the Crown Prince's faction before deciding our next steps," Zhao Chen replied. "I've got some other matters to attend to here." The governor of the North Wind glanced at the figure kneeling behind Zhao Chun, nodded knowingly, and cut off the communication. "Report to the commander, we have captured someone in an escape pod. Their identity has been confirmed as Marquis Beilang." A female crew member respectfully reported from behind Zhao Chun. Zhao Chen turned around and looked at the man dressed in a common soldier's uniform, trembling on his knees. Feigning surprise, he said, "Isn't this Marquis Beilang? Why are you kneeling on the ground? It's so cold down there. Get up." Marquis Beilang looked at the young commander in front of him with terror and hastily flattered, "No, I'm fine kneeling. I prefer it this way." Zhao Chen sneered. "I see you have quite a close relationship with the third prince." Marquis Beilang shuddered, sweat beading on his forehead, and quickly shook his head. "No, I have no relationship with the third prince. I was forced to send the fleet by the third prince. They have leverage over me, and I had no choice but to obey their orders." Zhao Chen didn't respond but snapped his fingers. A video communication immediately played, showing Marquis Beilang kneeling before the third Prince Qin Hu, obsequiously saying, "Your Highness, I've brought 500 warships to support your expedition to the Xiaolong star system." That Zhao Chun, I've never liked him. He took over my Morton star system. If I had the power, I would have led an army against him long ago. "Your Highness, I've heard Zhao Chun is a lecher, and his personal fleet is full of beauties. You can have your way with him when the time comes, and they can even reward the soldiers afterwards." The video froze on Marquis Beilang's sinister smile. Zhao Chen stared coldly at Marquis Beilang, who was now trembling and kowtowing for mercy. Sir, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I'm willing to offer all my assets. I have several star systems and abundant resources. From now on, I'll obey your every command. After all, we're from the same region, practically neighbors. I couldn't bear to kill you. Zhao Chen sighed helplessly. Marquis Beilang rejoiced and quickly flattered. From now on, my territory is yours. My life is yours. I heard the Marquis is fond of half-beast slaves? Zhao Chen changed the subject. Marquis Beilang was taken aback, but then smiled ingratiatingly. I do have a few fine female half-beasts. If you like, I will give them all to you. Since you like half-beasts, I have a special gift for you, Zhao Chen said with a smile. I'm already grateful that you would forgive me. How could I dare accept a gift? Marquis Beilang thought Zhao Chen was trying to win him over. Don't be modest. I prepared this especially for you. How could you refuse? Zhao Chen feigned anger. Marquis Beilang quickly said, then I will gratefully accept. He thought happily, not only had he saved his life, but he also got an unexpected bonus. Take him away and treat him well. Zhao Chen waved his hand. After Marquis Beilang left, Zhao Chen turned to his secretary Lilith. Is everything arranged? All set, Lilith replied. Among the half-beast workers recruited from the Anjiao star system, some have particular tastes. The succubi have also enhanced their desires. I'm sure the Marquis will thoroughly enjoy your gift. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This video was obtained by chance while clearing the battlefield. Who knew it would be so useful? He certainly hasn't forgotten the Marquis' provocations back then. This time, sending troops to assist should be well rewarded. By the way, the battle report is out. Lilith handed over a document. I won't read it. Just give me the highlights, Zhao Chen said lazily. Yes. In this battle, our military losses amount to approximately 140 billion star coins, with missile consumption alone accounting for 120 billion. The enemy's fleet of over 20,000 warships was entirely annihilated, with an estimated 1 million casualties and over 100,000 prisoners, who will be sent to the Dark Reef sector for reformation, Lilith recounted. All our deployed forces were T3 and above warships, with no complete losses, only a few fighter jets lost, and 32 warships damaged, 7 of them severely. We had 239 casualties on our side, including 56 seriously injured. Post-battle cleanup has been outsourced and is expected to take 3 months to complete. Listening to the battle report, Zhao Chen felt very satisfied. This is the terrifying combat power of 3,000 T3-class interstellar warships. As for the somewhat wasteful second round of interstellar missile bombardment, it was entirely to show off, demonstrating the might of the Xiaolong Legion. It was a message to the Xingyao Empire and those eyeing the Xiaolong star system. The Xiaolong Legion is no longer what it used to be. If they want to make a move, they'd better consider if they have the teeth for it. I understand. Restore the damaged warships as soon as possible and take good care of the injured personnel, Zhao Chen instructed. Lilith noted everything down. With the matters handled, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and looked at the system's quarterly tasks. The quarterly task objectives were: eliminate the third Prince Qin Hu, which was already completed, destroy 10 T4 class warships of the Prince's faction, completely annihilate the third Prince's expedition fleet, which was also completed, and kill 3 Imperial nobles of count rank or higher. Upon completing these 4 objectives, the reward would be the T4 class starship technology blueprints. 2 of the 4 tasks were already completed, and the third was in progress. As for when it would be completed, it depended on how long the Northern Wolf Marquis could enjoy his luck. The only remaining task was to destroy 10 T4 class warships of the Prince's faction. So far, only 5 had been destroyed, leaving a gap of 5. However, there was still time before the quarterly deadline. Zhao Chen would find a way. The only pity was for those T4 class warships of the Prince's faction, which were already targeted by Zhao Chen. The Northern Wolf Marquis stood in the hangar, awaiting a shuttle arranged to pick him up. The gift from Lord Zhao Chen was also on the shuttle. The Northern Wolf Marquis was secretly delighted, not expecting to survive the disaster and even gain benefits. Although he outwardly submitted to Zhao Chen, he could still wait and see. If Zhao Chen ultimately won the conflict with the Prince's faction, he could obediently serve under Zhao Chen. If Zhao Chen lost, he could claim he was coerced and rejoin the Prince's faction. After all, in the Beifeng Star region, the Prince's faction still needed local loyal families to govern, and the Northern Wolf Marquis was the best choice. This way, he could secure his position in this gamble. Thinking about this made him very happy. Zhao Chen wasn't bad either, even gifting him a batch of half-beast female slaves. To celebrate his lucky survival, he planned to enjoy himself. His greedy eyes scanned the half-beast female crew member beside him, thinking Zhao Chen had good taste. The female crew members on his ship were all top-notch. He might even casually discuss life and dreams with them. Once he returned, he would get himself a similar interstellar warship. At that moment, a shuttle entered the hangar and slowly landed. It was quite large, resembling a transport ship. Your shuttle has arrived, and your gift is on board, the female half-beast said, pointing to the slowly opening hatch. All right, he replied. The Marquis of the Northern Wolves cast one last greedy glance at the female half-beast, ready to indulge in the gift Zhao Chun had prepared for him. As he stepped into the shuttle, he noticed the surprisingly spacious interior, a large cargo hold, about 200 square meters. Retractable seats lined the sides, capable of transporting both personnel and small goods. At the moment, several figures were already seated, but the dim lighting made it difficult to discern their features. However, he could make out the half-beast characteristics: horns, tails, and coarse fur. Please, Marquis, enjoy the gift our lord has prepared for you, a voice echoed inside the cabin. So, these were his gifts, and quite a number of them, over a dozen. Zhao Chun really went all out, he thought. Don't be shy, my little darlings, let's have some fun, the Marquis declared, eager to indulge after his narrow escape from death. But the moment the lights flickered on, he was stunned. These were not little darlings, they were burly men. The horns belonged to a male minotaur whose red eyes hungrily scanned the Marquis's body. It was the first time the Marquis had ever been looked at in such a way. The tail belonged to a centaur who flicked it back and forth, emitting a hissing sound. The coarse fur was that of a boar-headed man, who scratched his chest hair while snorting hot air. Soon, these male half-beasts, eyes bloodshot and reeking of male pheromones, began advancing towards the Marquis. What's going on here? You must be mistaken. The Marquis realized something was wrong, but the shuttle door had already shut behind him. Outside the porthole, the female half-beast soldier and a succubus soldier watched coldly. Let me out, let me out. The Marquis pounded on the porthole in terror, but he was quickly dragged back inside. Even through the shuttle's armored hull, the female half-beast and succubus could hear his agonized screams. How long do you think he'll last? The half-beast soldier asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, not even half a day. But I made sure there were plenty of special potions inside. They should ensure that our Marquis, with his unique tastes, lasts at least 3 to 5 days. The commander approved them, and they weren't cheap. The succubus replied with a cold smile. I'm sure the Marquis will appreciate the commander's thoughtful gift, she added. As for the unfortunate Marquis, he would spend his final moments in an unforgettable ordeal. Many times, he would attempt suicide, only to be revived. He often wished he had died in that interstellar battle, sparing him this nightmare. If he survived, he would likely avoid half-beasts for the rest of his life. But unfortunately for him, the affectionate male half-beasts wouldn't give him that chance. A few days later, when the shuttle landed on a planet inhabited by halforcs, the cleaning crew entered the cabin and found only a deceased human male. His body, it was unclear what it had endured. The halforc males, however, emerged from the cabin looking quite satisfied and went to collect a compensation payment ordered by the commander, which was equivalent to more than a month's salary for their usual work. As they received the money, they pounded their chests and declared that if such opportunities arose again, the commander should not forget them. In the galactic year 3033, mid-July, a week had passed since the catastrophic defeat of the Third Prince's fleet in the Xiaolong system. Yet the Prince's faction remained eerily silent, seemingly oblivious to their loss. The various factions within the Xingyao Empire also stayed quiet, awaiting the Prince's party's next move. Should they pretend nothing happened, consolidate their power, and wait for the second prince, Qin Ming, to ascend the throne before seeking revenge? Or should they immediately rally their forces, risking a break with the Chuhe and Beifeng star regions, to launch an expedition to the Xiaolong system? Either choice would set off a chain reaction. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming chose an extreme path. In the imperial capital, at the private residence of Chu Changhe, every day, Chu Changhe would visit a secluded courtyard deep within his estate to see the empress, who was in a state of mental confusion. On this day, a piece of news shattered the tranquility of the mansion. Report: a letter from the second prince. His Majesty's condition has slightly improved, and he requests an immediate audience with you and the empress, the butler whispered beside Chu Changhe. Understood. I'll go fetch the empress. Prepare the car. Chu Changhe gazed thoughtfully at the magnificent structures in the near-Earth orbit above him. After a long pause, he made his way to the empress's courtyard. The empress remained silent, allowing the maids to help her into the car. Chu Changhe drove away from the family estate. Before departing, he glanced up at the golden plaque above the gate, inscribed with the character Chu, written by the late emperor himself. It had become the emblem of the Chu family's military legacy, a symbol of their loyalty and honor, unquestioned by anyone. The car, powered by a hover system, sped swiftly to a resplendent palace. This was the emperor's residence, and recently, his place of recuperation. Surrounding the palace were numerous interstellar mechs, with several T2 and T3 class battleships hovering in the air. Even the near-Earth orbit was guarded by T4 class battleships, ready to respond to any emergencies. Chu Changhe helped the empress into the palace, but they were stopped by a maid before the final door, who told them to wait. Despite repeated calls, there was no response from inside. As Chu Changhe grew suspicious, a sudden crash came from the room. Chu Changhe, here to see His Majesty. Pardon my intrusion. Chu Changhe couldn't wait any longer and pushed the door open with the Empress. Behind a screen was a floating golden silk bed, with a figure sitting upright amidst shattered porcelain, the source of the earlier noise. Chu Changhe bowed and cautiously called out a few times, but received no response. Feeling an ominous premonition, he quickly stepped forward and pulled back the curtain, revealing an elderly man with white hair, his skin covered in purple-black spots far removed from the majestic Xingyao emperor of the past. Chu Changhe reached out to check the pulse, his face turning pale. He hurriedly lifted the blanket to find a dagger deeply embedded in the old man's chest, blood staining the golden silk pajamas. The dagger was unmistakably one of Chu Changhe's prize collectibles, with a golden Chu character engraved on it. Realizing it was a trap, Chu Changhe tried to speak, but the door was violently pushed open. Second Prince Qin Ming stormed in with a squad of fully armed soldiers. When he saw the dagger plunged into his father's chest, he flew into a rage. Pointing at Chu Changhe, he shouted angrily, "Chu Changhe, how dare you? My father summoned you both, and you dared to commit such treason. Guards, seize this traitor with the heart of a wolf." This woman not only consorts with that scoundrel from the Tsangyue Star region, but she might also be colluding with Chu Changhe to plot rebellion. Chu Changhe and the Empress were stunned by the sudden and outrageous accusation, rendered speechless by the shock. A squad of armed soldiers immediately surrounded Chu Changhe, but he remained unflinching in the face of the situation. He stared at Qin Ming as if looking at a stranger. "Qin Ming, I never thought you would go this far patricide and usurping the throne. Are you that impatient to ascend to power? Chu Changhe, stop spouting nonsense. Men, take this traitor and that woman away. After the trial, I will execute you both publicly." Qin Ming feigned righteous indignation. Chu Changhe sneered silently, knowing that any explanation was futile at this moment. The armed soldiers began to close in, ready to apprehend the two. "Who dares touch me?" Chu Changhe suddenly shouted, his imposing presence causing the surrounding soldiers to freeze instantly, even making Qin Ming hesitate. Though unarmed, Chu Changhe's mere stance exerted an invisible pressure. "I will walk on my own," he snorted, shielding the Empress behind him as he slowly walked out. "Your Highness." A military officer sought Qin Ming's instructions. Give the old man some face. Escort him to the highest security prison to await trial." Qin Ming sneered. "Yes, sir." The officer nodded, leading his men to surround Chu Changhe and escort him out. "Everyone, leave this room. Without my orders, no one is to enter," Qin Ming commanded. Once alone, he approached his father's bedside, his eyes devoid of any sorrow. "Father, your illness is beyond cure. Rather than suffering here, it's better if your status helps me." This was clearly a well-orchestrated trap, specifically targeting Chu Changhe. The so-called trial was just a formality. The outcome was already predetermined. An hour later, Qin Ming met with Huang Zhixiong. They began to strategize, publicly blaming Chu Changhe and the Empress for everything, while secretly mobilizing their allies for the impending storm. The trial needs to be expedited, no delays. Tomorrow the trial, the day after, the execution. Also, have the regional armies moved into their designated positions? Qin Ming asked. The Central Starfield and Azure Starfield are on full alert. Other regions are also preparing. The stargates and starports are under our control, and the fleet has moved to their designated areas, Huang Zhixiong reported. Our spies are active in the Chu River Starfield and the Northwind Starfield, monitoring their movements. Meanwhile, the Imperial fleet we planted in the Chu River Starfield will seize the opportunity to create more chaos, as will those in the Northwind Starfield. We've mobilized 60 core, nearly 200,000 warships, and the numbers are still growing. Keep a close eye on the reactions of the Holy Radiance and Warhammer Interstellar nations. Inform me immediately if they take any military action, Qin Ming instructed. Leave it to me, Huang Zhixiong replied respectfully. Qin Ming walked out of the palace, gazing at the sky of the Imperial capital star. Time is of the essence. We must seize everything we want from this storm as quickly as possible, he said solemnly. And your coronation ceremony? Huang Zhixiong asked cautiously. According to royal tradition, I can only ascend the throne 100 days after my father's death, but as the sole heir, I can already exercise imperial power during this period, Qin Ming replied. With Emperor Xingyao's passing, Qin Ming's only restraint vanished. He was now just a step away from the crown. Is the plan to deal with the Chu family core well prepared? Qin Ming turned to Huang Zhixiong. According to our original strategy, we'll engage the Chu family core for 10 months. The first 6 months will be a war of attrition, aiming mainly to weaken their strategic reserves. If necessary, we can abandon secondary star systems, Huang Zhixiong reported in detail. Starting in the 7th month, we will shift to a proactive offensive. By then, The Chu family core will be significantly weakened due to a lack of resources, allowing us to completely annihilate them in the final 3 months. 10 months? That's still too long, Qin Ming said, frowning. After all, the Chu family is the most powerful family in the empire next to the royal family. Their strength is formidable. This is already the fastest timeline, Huang Zhixiong said helplessly. I'm worried the other two empires might take advantage of the situation, Qin Ming said. If the two empires intervene, it will be a double-edged sword for us, Huang Zhixiong replied. On one hand, it could force the Chu family to fight on multiple fronts, but on the other hand, it could threaten our own interests. The worst-case scenario is the Chu family aligning with them. You don't need to worry about that, Qin Ming said confidently. The Chu family would never betray the Star Glory Empire. Why? Huang Zhixiong asked, astonished. Qin Ming gave his uncle a meaningful look. You've been stationed in the Chu River Star region for so long, and you still don't understand the Chu family? My father once said that no matter the circumstances, the Chu family would never collaborate with foreign enemies or invite wolves into their home. Whether it's Chu Changhe or Chu Xian, as long as the Chu bloodline exists, they would never do such a thing. Huang Zhixiong was stunned, not expecting Qin Ming to have such unwavering faith in the Chu family on this matter. All right, let's begin the operation. The reform of the Star Glory Empire starts now. Qin Ming waved his hand. Meanwhile, Chu Changhe and the Empress were being escorted by a squad of soldiers towards a shuttle. This shuttle was to take them to the most secure prison on the Imperial Capital Star. Hold on. A sergeant suddenly blocked their path. Before boarding, we need to search you both. You there, come and thoroughly search Governor Chu and the Empress. Chu Changhe frowned. The soldiers who were called over surrounded them, wearing lecherous smiles. The ones approaching the Empress had particularly disgusting glints in their eyes. The other soldiers nearby watched with amusement. At this critical moment, the shuttle's hatch suddenly opened, and a team of fully armed soldiers with laser guns rushed out, firing at the escorting soldiers. Simultaneously, the sergeant and several insiders quickly turned, deploying personal shields in front of Chu Changhe and the Empress, forming a solid protective circle. Protect the marshal, they shouted in unison. The soldiers escorting Chu Changhe realized they were under attack and quickly returned fire. However, faced with the sudden onslaught, they were unable to mount an effective defense. Within a minute, they were all dead. Chu Changhe witnessed everything without a change in his expression. The officer who had been leading the escort stepped forward and saluted, saying, Chu family shadow guards, reporting to the marshal. The other soldiers followed suit, their eyes filled with respect. Chang Yilong of the Chu family shadow guards, reporting to the marshal. A man with a brigadier's insignia on his shoulders said, as he stepped off the shuttle. Please board quickly, Marshal. The prince's faction will soon notice something is amiss. We must break through at once. Chu Changhe nodded and boarded the shuttle with the Empress. Inside the cabin were several bodies and bloodstains, evidence of a fierce battle. The shadow guards threw the bodies out, mixing them with the ones from the escort squad outside. Noticing that the shadow guards who had been escorting him were not coming along, Chu Changhe asked, Aren't they coming with us? The officer replied, We have another mission. We need to create chaos here to cover the shuttle's escape. Chu Changhe understood immediately. He looked at the shadow guards and asked for their names. Chu San, Chu Fong, Chu Xian. Despite their different identities, they all bore the surname Chu. These shadow guards were orphans raised by the Chu family and sent on missions once grown. Though they had new identities, they never forgot their original surname. Now that their cover was blown, staying behind meant certain death. As the cabin door slowly closed, Chu Changhe took his seat. He looked at the brigadier and joked, Yilong, you've lost your rank now. Chu Yilong unhesitatingly removed his insignia and badges. I never cared for these. I'd rather return to the Chu family army, even if it means being just a common soldier under your command. Chu Changhe patted his shoulder. You all have a thorough plan, right? We've already prepared the shadow guards in the Imperial Capital Star and the Central Star region. We swear to escort you and the Empress safely out, Chu Yilong said firmly. I can't go into details now, but please trust us, Marshal. You've been through so much for me. I can't imagine how many lives will be lost this time, Chu Changhe sighed. Please don't say that, Marshal. Without you, who knows where we would have died in some corner of the universe. You gave us life and identity. Serving the Chu family is our lifelong mission. To sacrifice for you is our greatest honor, Chu Yilong declared resolutely. Chu Changhe said no more, staring out the porthole as the ground of the Imperial Capital Star receded. Suddenly, red warning lights lit up across the entire starport, signaling the highest level of lockdown. It seemed Qin Ming had already learned of Chu Changhe's escape. The security fleet swiftly mobilized to search for him. Before long, a T-2 battleship blocked their path. Shuttle KYA-031 ahead. Stop immediately for inspection. According to the new orders, no craft is permitted to leave the Imperial Capital Star without authorization. There's no way we're complying. Full speed ahead. Chu Yilong commanded decisively. The shuttle's engines roared as they attempted to maneuver around the T-2 battleship, which prepared to open fire. Just as the main cannon was about to target the shuttle, a sudden laser beam pierced through the armor of the T-2 battleship from the side. It turned out that a nearby T-3 Dragon Crocodile-class battleship had launched an attack. A video window popped up, revealing a Dark Guard commander. Reporting to the Marshal from the Chu family's Dark Guard. Please proceed. We will cover you. Thank you, Chu Xiaochuan. Chu Changhe said kindly. Chu Xiaochuan was taken aback, his eyes reddening. You remember me? How could I forget? The first time I saw you. You were only 3 years old, crying so loudly. I even wiped your nose. Chu Changhe chuckled. Clenching his fists, Chu Xiaochuan looked at Chu Yilong. The Marshal is in your hands now. If anything happens to him, I'll haunt you even after death. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to him. Chu Yilong began. Even if you die, even if all the Dark Guards around you die, the Marshal must not be harmed in the slightest. Chu Xiaochuan said firmly. Chu Yilong immediately understood, nodding heavily. I understand. I will ensure the Marshal's safety. He then saluted Chu Xiaochuan and cut off the communication. This was also the last time Chu Xiaochuan made contact. Although the shuttle was small and fragile, its path was surprisingly smooth under the cover of the Dark Guards. Whenever a patrol fleet attempted to intercept, battleships originally belonging to the Imperial Army or the patrol fleets would emerge to block them. Behind these battleships were groups of Dark Guards loyal to the Chu family who had hidden their identities for years, never undertaking any missions, and even infiltrating the upper echelons of the Imperial Capital Star. Only now, in their first and last mission, did they burn their lives away. Most of the Dark Guards who covered the shuttle's escape were surrounded and annihilated by the overwhelming patrol fleets. Watching the tragic battle outside the window, Chu Changhe looked somber. There are 769 Dark Guards in the Imperial Capital Star system. How many have you mobilized to save an old man like me? He asked Chu Yilong. All of them, Chu Yilong replied bluntly. Chu Changhe sighed deeply. To save an old man like me, it's really not worth it. This operation was the unanimous decision of all 769 Dark Guards. Fighting for the Marshal is our lifelong honor, Chu Yilong said resolutely. At that moment, a massive object blocked their path. It was EP4 Northwind God-class heavy battleship. To know that EP4 battleship station near the Imperial Capital Star held significant status. A video window popped up, showing a 3-star general, Dark Guard Chu Xiong, reporting to the Marshal. Please transfer to our ship, Marshal. In the hangar of the T4 class heavy interstellar battleship, God of the North Wind, a shuttle slowly docked. Chu Changhe, escorted by Chu Yilong, stepped out of the hatch to find a squad of soldiers lined up in waiting. Leading them was Chu Xiong. Marshal! Chu Xiong exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Chu Changhe walked up and, to everyone's surprise, kicked Chu Xiong. As the highest-ranking officer, why aren't you on the bridge? What are you doing here? Chu Xiong stood firm, letting the kick land without flinching, and then grinned foolishly at Chu Changhe. The adjutant hurried to explain. Marshal, Major General Chu Hongwan is holding the fort on the bridge. Don't act like you're meeting a long-lost lover, Chu Changhe said, patting Chu Xiong on the shoulder. It's been over 20 years, and you're still the same silly bear. Marshal, please change into your uniform. Let's head to the bridge, Chu Xiong suggested, pointing to the Chu family's military uniform prepared nearby. Though it wasn't as grand as the Marshal's dress uniform, it was certainly better than the casual clothes Chu Changhe was wearing. If I don't change, am I no longer your Marshal? Chu Changhe replied dismissively. Don't waste time, let's go. Oh, and make sure the Empress is settled in and taken care of by female soldiers. No disturbances allowed. With that, he strode towards the bridge. Chu Xiong quickly grabbed a military coat and followed, draping it over Chu Changhe's shoulders, which the Marshal did not refuse. On the Imperial Capital Star, Qin Ming stared in disbelief at the report in his hand. What? The T4, God of the North Wind, G03 has defected? And took Chu Changhe with them? In just 1 hour, the Chu family had caused a massive uproar on the Imperial Capital Star, even seizing a T4 battleship and 18 T3 battleships docked on the periphery. Huang Zhixiong was equally stunned. The rest of the Chu family's secret guards are still causing chaos at key facilities. A lieutenant general, 2 major generals, 5 brigadier generals, and 16 of my personal guards. Qin Ming read the list furiously. Song Xiaochuan, he's been with me for 7 years. I was even planning to put him in charge of the Imperial Capital Star's guard fleet. They could have lived comfortably here. Why risk their lives to save Chu Changhe? Perhaps it's the personal charisma of Chu Changhe and the spirit of the Chu family, Huang Zhixiong muttered, recalling the gleam in the eyes of the Chu family soldiers he had encountered. Fine, if they want to use Chu Changhe as a rallying point, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Ming ordered through gritted teeth. Relay the order to all fleets on the Imperial Capital Star. Pursue the defecting fleet at all costs. Whoever destroys that T4 battleship will be promoted 3 ranks and granted a Marquisate. Mobilize the Imperial Army from the Central Star region as well. Under no circumstances can Chu Changhe be allowed to escape. In an instant, a storm brewed across the Imperial Capital Star and the Central Star region. On one side, there was a relentless pursuit of Chu Changhe, and on the other, Qin Ming launched a thorough purge of those around him. The upheaval was widespread, and Qin Ming even grew suspicious of his closest confidants, unable to sleep soundly. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire Xingyao Empire. After the defeat of the Crown Prince's faction in the Xiaolong Star region, such an earth-shattering scandal erupted. Chu Changhe had an affair with the Empress, assassinated the Emperor during an audience, and used his beloved antique dagger as the murder weapon. Now, he was on the run with the Empress. The situation grew increasingly complex. Qin Ming became the legitimate heir to the throne, while Chu Changhe, once the empire's greatest hero, was now branded the culprit of regicide. Qin Ming was clearly forcing a coup, demanding that various factions declare their stance, either support the rebels or submit to the future emperor. Though crude and direct, this open strategy was remarkably effective. The only flaw was letting Chu Changhe escape, becoming a potential ticking time bomb. However, for Qin Ming's grand plan, this minor imperfection was inconsequential. The old man had some tricks up his sleeve. Attending the banquet at Hongmin was a calculated move. After listening to Lilith's report, Zhao Qian couldn't help but genuinely admire him. Even the 3-star general was on his side. No wonder it was the top aristocratic family. According to our calculations, Chu Changhe's chances of escape were only 50%, Lilith added. 50%? Not high, but enough for him to make a move, Zhao Qian said with a slight smile. A system notification echoed in his mind, triggering a mission to assist Governor Chu He. Send a message to Charlotte to assemble the Xiaolong Legion within half an hour and prepare the T4 Huigang-class warp ship. I'm going to fetch my grandfather-in-law. The Chu River Star Zone and its border Interstellar Legion maintain an impressive fleet of 20 divisions and over 60,000 warships year-round. Among them, the Chu clan's private fleet of 3,000 warships, though technically a private army, never retreats in battles against the mechanoids. Wherever there's smoke of war, the presence of Chu character warships is guaranteed. Additionally, 5 regular legions are permanently stationed in the Chu River Star Zone, while the remaining forces belong to the Northern Border Interstellar Main Fleet Group, one of the Empire's primary forces tasked with countering the mechanoids. However, an undercurrent of tension is now flowing through this battle-hardened steel armada. Hundreds of senior officers of the Empire's 57th Legion received a message simultaneously on their terminals and promptly took action. On the bridge of AT-4 class battleship, God of the North Wind, Brigadier General Jean walked towards the command platform. The surrounding soldiers saluted him. Commander, the adjutant, upon seeing him, asked, General Jean, isn't this your rest period? I just came to check things out. Now, hand over the command to me, Brigadier General Jean said. The adjutant's expression turned serious. You shouldn't be here right now. As Brigadier General Jean reached for his sidearm, the adjutant had already pointed a laser gun at his head. Simultaneously, several crew members aimed their guns at other soldiers on the bridge. The others looked at each other, puzzled. I now declare that the command of this warship is mine, the adjutant announced loudly. Shut down the engines and hold your positions. No one is to leave their post, operate the ship, or communicate without authorization. As he spoke, he revealed an emblem, and the bridge fell silent. The Chu clan's Dark Division? Brigadier General Jean muttered. I never expected, after 3 years of working together, that you were part of the Dark Division. The Dark Division is the most secretive and loyal department of the Chu clan, operating in the shadows and specializing in intelligence, espionage, and counter-espionage. No one knows who commands it or its size. As long as you don't resist and don't harm the Chu clan's interests, your lives will be spared. The Marshal's orders are clear. No harm to innocents, the adjutant said calmly. When did I give myself away? Brigadier General Jean asked. We've been watching you since the day you were transferred to the border forces. The Prince's party went to great lengths to hide you in other star zones for 3 years before transferring you here, the adjutant sneered. But you can't fool the Marshal. Why was I given the position of Legion Commander? Even this star on my shoulder was personally awarded by the Marshal, Brigadier General Jean said, touching his epaulette, overwhelmed with emotion. If not for your hidden identity, the Marshal truly admires your abilities. In his eyes, you're an excellent commander, and the border forces need someone like you, the adjutant sighed. Brigadier General Jean, tears streaming down his face, said, please tell the Marshal, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, similar scenes were unfolding across various legions of the border forces, and even within the Chu clan's fleet. Undercover agents and spies of the Prince's party were being rooted out, with none spared from top to bottom. Chu Xian sat in her office, looking exhausted. Miss, her female adjutant reported softly as she approached the desk. The Dark Division has purged 90 of the Prince's party's informants, totaling 3,542 individuals, the highest ranking being a 2-star major general. Additionally, over 20,000 loyalists were also cleared out. The operation was generally successful, with only 3 T-3 warships falling under enemy control, all of which have been destroyed or disabled. Another 39 warships experienced unrest, but the losses are within controllable limits. Chu Xian took a deep breath as she looked at the list submitted by the Secret Division just 10 minutes before their operation. The sheer number of names had shocked her at the time. What was even more astonishing was that all of this had been meticulously arranged by Chu Changhe in advance, awaiting the right moment to initiate the plan. Even Chu Xian, as the highest authority, had been kept in the dark. It was only now that she truly realized the extent of her grandfather's formidable tactics. Despite being in the imperial capital, he could control everything within the Chu River Star domain. Suddenly, news arrived that the faction supporting the prince had accused Chu Changhe of treason and ordered his capture across the entire territory. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian wanted to immediately command the Chu family troops and allied forces to prepare for battle, perhaps even launch a preemptive strike. However, she then saw the instructions left by Chu Changhe, stating that no matter what happened in the capital, the Chu family forces were not to make any moves for 1 week. This order effectively tied Chu Xian's hands, but since it was her grandfather's wish, she had no choice but to comply. A week so much could change in that time. Who knew what unforeseen events might occur? Chu Xian was deeply worried but helpless. She hoped her grandfather would return safely. Clenching her fists and with a determined gaze, she resolved that if the worst came to pass, she would risk everything the Chu family possessed to storm the Imperial Star and overthrow that dog emperor from his throne. In the border space of the Central Star region of the Starshine Empire, several interstellar fleets were in hot pursuit of a fleet of fewer than 30 warships, which had suffered heavy losses in the chase. Report, at this rate, we can't shake off the enemy. They're relentless, and we can't use warp speed to escape, the adjutant said anxiously. Damn it. I didn't expect them to be this persistent. Chu Xiong gritted his teeth. Chu Wenlin's operation failed. That kid did his best. In this situation, who can guarantee a foolproof plan? Despite the dire circumstances, Chu Changhe remained calm. I know Chu Wenlin had difficulties. Our deaths are insignificant, but Marshal, we must ensure your safety. Chu Xiong looked determinedly at Chu Changhe. Sitting in the captain's chair, Chu Changhe chuckled. I'm just an old man with 1 foot in the grave. There's no need to be so fixated on me. If we can return, that's great. If not, so be it. It's just a pity I won't see my beloved granddaughter get married and have children. I was hoping to be a great-grandfather for a few days. Despite the crisis, he showed no signs of panic and seemed rather at ease. Having experienced much in life, he had long come to terms with life and death. Even if the plan failed, so what? In fact, Chu Changhe hadn't known the full details of the escape plan. He had only instructed the secret guards to rescue the Empress because she had once shown kindness to the Chu familia, kindness he remembered well. But he hadn't expected the secret guards to insist on protecting him, as the marshal was a symbol of faith to them. Thus, this operation was actually the result of the secret guards from the imperial capital defying orders. Yet, given the situation, Chu Changhe did not blame these poor kids. They lived under assumed identities, even their families unaware of their true selves. Report. We've detected the Empire's 17th Legion ahead. Our escape route is blocked, the adjutant shouted in terror. Attack. Break through at all costs. Chu Xiong roared. Chu Xiong, enough, Chu Changhe said sternly. Don't just think about yourself. Consider the surviving secret guards and the innocent soldiers caught up in this. Enough lives have been lost already. Don't waste more needlessly. Chu Xiong, full of unwillingness, stared intently at the radar, searching for a way out. Chu Yilong suggested. I can pilot a shuttle to get the marshal out. Chu Changhe laughed. Yilong, have you been on the imperial capital too long? Have you forgotten basic common sense? A single shuttle, no matter how advanced, can't cross the border, especially not with so many enemy ships in pursuit. Chu Yilong was speechless. It was his last desperate attempt. At that moment, the enemy ships surrounding them did not immediately attack but concentrated their forces to block all possible escape routes, completely cutting off Chu Changhe's chances of getting away. Marshal, the enemy Legion commander requests communication, the adjutant reported. Patch him through, Chu Changhe said with a smile. If I remember correctly, the commander of this legion is one of my former students. The video window opened, revealing a man in his 40s or 50s with 4 stars on his shoulder. He saluted respectfully. Student Zhao Ziying, reporting to the marshal. I apologize for not visiting you during your stay on the imperial capital. Chu Changhe examined him. Zhao Ziying, I remember you had quite the talent. Back then, your classmates teased you for having such a feminine name. Yes, indeed. You mentioned in class that regardless of whether someone is called Zhao Ziying or Chu Ziying, And whether they are male or female, as long as they can win battles on the battlefield, they are true soldiers. Zhao Ziying looked at Chu Changhe with admiration. Among the generals of the Xingyao Empire, at least two-thirds were students of Chu Changhe. Every commander took pride in attending Chu Changhe's lectures, and even if they sought his advice on one or two military issues in private, they would claim to be his disciples. Not to mention the four-star generals, even half of the five-star marshals considered themselves his students. After all, even Marshal Huang Zhixiang was once just a soldier under Chu's command. That's right, I did say that. Chu Changhe nodded. Zhao Ziying, as a student of the marshal, do you believe he would commit regicide? Chu Xiong angrily questioned. Zhao Ziying sighed. Of course I don't believe it. But in the power struggles within the empire, what does the truth matter? I don't want to harm the marshal. If you are willing to surrender, I and several high-ranking officials can ensure you a peaceful retirement. Hearing this, Chu Xiong and his men were furious, ready to fight the opposing fleet to the death. Suddenly, the communication network experienced an anomaly, and both bridges detected an unknown signal intrusion. A new communication window popped up, revealing a young man in a black military uniform leisurely sitting in the captain's chair, a faint smile on his face as if overlooking both sides. General, you don't need to worry about my father's retirement, he said slowly. I've noted how you've treated him. I don't want to start a massacre in front of him. You're half a student of his, so if you could turn a blind eye, that would be best. Otherwise, let's have a good fight. What are you doing here, kid? Chu Changhe exclaimed in surprise and joy, unable to help but laugh and scold. Zhao Ziying squinted, carefully examining the young man on the screen. There was no need to verify his identity. From his uniform, the dragon emblem, and various clues, the answer was evident. Lord of the Xiaolong star system, the one who killed the third Prince Qin Hu, Zhao Chen. Communication was abruptly cut off, and General Zhao Ziying was bewildered by the sudden appearance of Zhao Chen and the Xiaolong fleet. Just then, a bridge officer urgently reported that an unidentified fleet of approximately 3,000 warships had been detected in a certain direction. Deploy reconnaissance drones to identify their origin. Zhao Ziying ordered sternly. Soon, the drones transmitted images back. In the dim expanse of space with scarcely any celestial light, numerous glowing objects were seen approaching. As they drew closer, the outlines became clearer. It was a vast array of T-3 class warships, densely packed together. The final image zoomed in on a crimson warship, prominently displaying the emblem of the Xiaolong fleet. That kid really brought the fleet here? Zhao Ziying was incredulous. How is this possible? Such a massive fleet sneaking into the outskirts of the imperial capital system from the Beifeng sector without a sound, especially considering they were just in a fierce battle with the third prince's fleet half a month ago. Could Zhao Chen have foreseen all of this? Report. The Xiaolong fleet has warned us not to attack Governor Chu and demanded we withdraw from the combat zone. Otherwise, they will open fire on any warship entering their attack range, the adjutant reported. An imperial four-star general being threatened by a young man. Zhao Ziying's face turned ashen. What alarmed him even more was that this was no empty threat. The annihilation of the third prince's fleet was still fresh in their minds, showcasing the terrifying combat power of the Xiaolong fleet. Calculate our current forces and how many can reinforce within half an hour. Also, inform His Highness the second prince of the situation. Zhao Ziying commanded. The demands of the Xiaolong fleet. The adjutant hesitated. No warship is to open fire without my orders. Maintain a safe distance from the Xiaolong fleet. Zhao Ziying gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's communication with Chu Changhe continued. You brat, where did you pop up from? Couldn't you just be content with being a marquis? What are you doing here? Chu Changhe feigned anger, but the Chu family's secret guards could tell he was actually praising Zhao Chen. Chu Xiong and the others also breathed a sigh of relief as the arrival of the Xiaolong fleet turned the tide. Well, someone decided not to stay put and instead became a hostage on another's turf, nearly losing his life, Zhao Chen teased. Even if you're reckless, I can't just stand by. If my fiancé gets traumatized because of this, who am I supposed to blame? You smooth talker. Chu Changhe laughed and scolded. We'll chat when we get back to the Chua sector. The priority now is to get you and the Chu family brothers out safely, Zhao Chen said seriously. He then turned to Chu Xiong. I heard you're the commander of this operation? Son-in-law, Chu Xiong, await your orders. Chu Xiong bowed. The term son-in-law took Zhao Chen by surprise, but he quickly realized that as Chu Xian's fiancé, this daring rescue solidified his relationship with Chu Changhe. Coupled with the Xiaolong fleet's rising fame, Zhao Chen's name had become legendary, admired by countless soldiers. No need for formalities. First, join up with my fleet and follow the established route for evacuation. My fleet will cover you, so don't worry, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, sir. Chu Xiong responded promptly. Under the watchful eyes of many, the two fleets quickly converged and headed in the direction from which the Xiaolong fleet had arrived. General, the Xiaolong fleet is preparing to withdraw, the adjutant reported anxiously. Zhao Ziying was like a cat on a hot tin roof. He stared at the radar screen. They had gathered less than 20,000 warships so far. Even with reinforcements arriving within the next half hour, they were no match for the Xiaolong Legion. Just recently, Zhao Chun had led his forces to annihilate the Third Prince's 20,000 warships in a matter of hours. To intercept such a formidable opponent, they would need an elite force of equal strength, or at least double the troops. Any word from the Second Prince? Zhao Ziying asked. No response yet? Zhao Ziying clenched his fists. Without orders from the Second Prince, he dared not make any reckless moves. At this moment, he wished he could literally become a cat on a hot tin roof. What? The Soaring Dragon Legion appeared to rescue Chu Changhe? Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? How could they suddenly show up right under our noses? At first, he thought it was just another of Chu Changhe's tricks, but when a series of video evidence was presented, Qin Ming had to admit that Zhao Qin's forces had indeed appeared on the outskirts of the imperial capital system. This realization sent a chill down his spine. It wasn't just the minor movements of the Dark Guards anymore. The fact that the Soaring Dragon Legion could infiltrate his territory undetected meant Zhao Qin might have the capability to bring his fleet directly to the imperial capital. Thinking about the terrifying combat power the Soaring Dragon Legion had previously displayed, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Your Highness, General Zhao Ziying is asking how we should respond. Should we intercept them with force? His subordinate asked urgently. Faced with this question, Qin Ming fell into deep thought. He certainly wanted to eliminate Chu Changhe, and it would be even better if he could take down Zhao Qin as well. But the problem was the strength of the Soaring Dragon Legion. Your Highness, you must decide quickly, Huang Zhixiong urged. Since it's confirmed that Chu Changhe committed regicide, our conflict with the Chu family is irreconcilable. Zhao Qin also killed your brother. Didn't you swear to avenge the Third Prince? Now is the perfect opportunity. He continued his analysis. Everyone has witnessed the combat power of the Soaring Dragon Legion. If we encounter them on the battlefield in the future, they will pose a significant threat to us. It would be better to take this chance to annihilate them. I'll order the surrounding legions to reinforce us immediately. We can gather 30,000 warships within 3 hours and 50,000 within 5 hours. Of course, if your Royal Legion could also be deployed, our chances of success would be even greater. The mention of the Royal Legion made Qin Ming's eyes light up. This elite force, consisting of 3,000 warships, was the only legion in the Imperial Army to have fully completed the T3 upgrade. Originally under the direct command of Emperor Xingyao, it had become Qin Ming's right-hand force through his maneuvering. The Soaring Dragon Legion's arrogance was due to their fully upgraded T3 warships. In that case, let them taste our might. Qin Ming recalled his brother's dying words, his eyes turning red with anger. Huang Zhixiong, you're right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chu Changhe and Zhao Chun must die. We cannot let them escape. Do as you said, and my Royal Legion will be at your disposal. Immediately send orders to Zhao Ziying to stop the Soaring Dragon Legion at all costs. Yes, Your Highness. Huang Zhixiong was overjoyed. He had long wanted to eliminate these two major threats, and now he could kill two birds with one stone. From that moment on, the entire Central Star region was shaken. All Imperial legions received emergency deployment orders, and even Huang Zhixiong's Azure Blue Star region and Prince Yan's Snow Swallow Star region sent troops to reinforce. For the sake of two people, the prince's party was mobilizing the entire nation's forces, an unprecedented move. But considering the identities of these two individuals, it was understandable. One was the current marshal of Xingyao, the empire's flag-bearer. The other was a rising star commanding a formidable private army. For Qin Ming to ascend to the throne, he had to eliminate them. Zhao Ziying quickly received the order to intercept at all costs. He sighed deeply before issuing his commands. Transmit my orders. All units advance at full speed and encircle the Xianglong Legion. Lift all restrictions and authorize attacks. Maintain formation and watch out for enemy missile ships. In an instant, the Imperial fleet, which had been surrounding the Xianglong Legion, tightened its encirclement. The main cannons locked onto their targets, aircraft carriers launched their jets, and various warships were poised for action. Report. The enemy is changing course and will soon enter our attack range. Charlotte informed Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun sneered. It seems the Second Prince is determined not to let us leave. How long can our strategic supplies last? When will the enemy reinforcements arrive? Based on these factors, devise the safest battle plan to minimize our losses while giving them a hard lesson. Understood. Charlotte saluted and then contacted other senior officers to relay specific tasks. She had already simulated countless battle plans in her mind and was now ready to implement them. Zhao Chun stood by, listening quietly. Watching this imposing white cat, he couldn't help but think how easy it was to have a cat as an advisor. Just a few meals of fish, and he could rest easy, leaving the tough decisions to her. We will launch a 1-hour blitzkrieg, delivering the fiercest blows to the enemy during this period. 1 hour later, regardless of the battle situation, we retreat immediately. Understood? Charlotte issued the battle command. In an instant, the Xianglong Legion surged forward like an unsheathed sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The T-3 Phoenix-class aircraft carrier was the first to release its jets and drones, while the T-3 Judicator-class missile ships launch units were primed and ready. The outer T-3 Emperor-class, Blizzard-class, and Windhawkless warships turned their cannons, aiming at their targets. Lock onto the enemy ships. The once pitch-black starry sky was now illuminated by a fierce battle. Explosions lit up the surroundings, especially around the fleets targeted by interstellar missiles, where columns of fire soared into the air. Chu Changhe sat leisurely in the captain's chair, arms crossed, enjoying the scene. Chu Xiong, do you think we should get some interstellar missile ships too? Look at this spectacle, it's impressive. It is quite a sight, but the costs are astronomical, Chu Xiong analyzed. Just these 30 T-3 missile ships, a single volley requires 50,000 missiles, costing 50 billion star coins at market price. That's enough to build several T-3 Yanlong-class destroyers. True, it looks intimidating, but it's a money pit. Chu Changhe nodded in agreement while rubbing his stubble. But if we could get our hands on these. On the day Shinner gets married, this guy's dowry would definitely include a few of these beauties, plus a year's supply of missiles at a discounted rate. Thinking of this, he felt even more satisfied with his future grandson-in-law. That said, we need to break through quickly. Enemy reinforcements are on the way, and dragging this out will only harm us, Chu Xiong said worriedly. Don't worry, that kid isn't a rookie, Chu Changhe replied nonchalantly. Someone who dares to annihilate the third prince's 20,000 troops with just 3,000 ships knows what he's doing. Let's just sit back and watch the show. I've commanded many battles in my day, but sitting on the sidelines like this is quite refreshing. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Wow, that battleship is fierce. Beautiful. That shot has my old flair." On another T-3 Emperor-class battleship, Captain Xue Xiaoxiao was gleefully directing the fire. Target the port side. Main cannons, fire. Think you can challenge me? Can't you see how powerful my cannons are? She smugly searched for the next target, ignoring the helpless looks of the bridge officers. Meanwhile, on the second T-3 Phoenix-class carrier, Su Lan orchestrated the battle like an elegant conductor. Her commands flowed effortlessly from her slender fingers through the holographic display, directing the fighter and drone formations. The crew watched in awe, as if she were plucking the strings of the cosmos, creating a breathtaking symphony. Report, our scout ship has intercepted enemy intel. Qin Ming has ordered our total annihilation along with Chu Changhe, Lilith reported to Zhao Chun aboard the flagship of the T-4 Suzuka-class cruiser. Besides the surrounding hundreds of thousands of troops, even his elite Royal Guard has been deployed, fully equipped with T-3 gear and over a dozen T-4 warships. The Royal Guard? Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with a desire to test his mettle, but looking at Charlotte's focused expression, he knew that wish would have to wait. According to her plan, the Royal Guard wouldn't make it in time for this battle. Charlotte, I have one request, Zhao Chen said seriously. In this battle, you must destroy at least 5 T-4 warships for me. I want the second prince to feel the pain. Faced with this seemingly daunting task, Charlotte only nodded slightly. She began selecting targets among the enemy ships, her demeanor calm, as if she were merely choosing lambs for slaughter from a pen. Qin Ming sat rigidly in his captain's chair, clad in his military uniform, his expression tense. The adjutant beside him reported, "Sir, we are 5 minutes away from the battlefield." Qin Ming took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. Despite the 3,000 Royal Fleet warships escorting him, an inexplicable unease gnawed at his heart. It'll be fine, he reassured himself. As long as I kill those two, I'll be the new emperor. Who would dare oppose me? Years of effort, all for this moment. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his eye in the distance, right in the direction the fleet was headed. What was that? He wondered, scanning his surroundings. His subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, a monitoring officer shouted, "We've detected spatial instability ahead. What's going on? Could it be some sort of catastrophe?" The adjutant quickly checked the data, but froze. This fluctuation. It looks like when a Stargate is activated. Other crew members crowded around to confirm, nodding in agreement. But this is the frontier. Where would a Stargate come from? They all were baffled. Qin Ming frowned. Someone explain to me what's happening. The adjutant and the others were at a loss for words. Amid the standoff, a broken transmission came through. Report, Your Highness, the Jiaolong Legion, suddenly vanished. The fragmented message was enough to shock Qin Ming. 3,000 warships, gone just like that? Even if they jumped, I've set up an inescapable net. It's impossible to lose track of them. Qin Ming couldn't help but recall how his brother had encountered a mysterious fleet that rescued the young princess in the Zhongyue sector, disappearing without a trace. Quick, contact the units engaged with the Jiaolong Legion, Qin Ming urgently ordered. Your Highness, when that light appeared, all our engaged units lost contact. a crew member reported. Qin Ming swayed, a wave of inexplicable fear gripping his heart. Your Highness, look ahead, the adjutant exclaimed. A horrific scene unfolded before them. Countless warship wrecks floated in space, some shattered, others retaining their shape, with occasional engine glows flickering out. One particularly large wreck stood out. It was EP4 class, God of the North Wind battleship. Its main cannon was obliterated, the bow collapsed into a massive crater, and the hull was riddled with missile impact marks, several sections pierced through. The once mighty ship now drifted lifelessly, a colossal corpse evoking chills. This is the flagship of the Empire's 13th Legion, the T4, God of the North Wind, D03, the adjutant identified it in horror. Qin Ming remained silent. As the royal fleet advanced, such scenes became more frequent. The floating wreckage was exclusively Imperial, dominated by T3-class warship remains. Even the more fragile T2-class ships were reduced to fragments, nearly all turned to dust. Two more T4-class wrecks came into view. The one on the right is the 15th Legion's flagship, T4, Emperor Star S11. The one on the left is their vice flagship, T4, God of the North Wind, D19. The adjutant swallowed hard. The fleet pressed on, gradually spotting scattered engine glows ahead. Full battle readiness, the adjutant ordered immediately, but soon recognized them as friendly forces. Communication slowly began to restore. Your Highness, I present myself, Zhao Ziying, he said. The general across from him, despite his attempts to remain composed, couldn't hide the lingering fear in his eyes. What on earth happened here? Qin Ming asked urgently. Zhao Ziying took a deep breath and began to explain. We were ordered to intercept the Xiaolong Legion. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle for an hour. In just that hour, the Empire's forces lost nearly 10,000 warships. Thankfully, reinforcements kept arriving. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold off the enemy's assault. Just a few minutes ago, the Xiaolong Legion made a sudden move. They launched a barrage of missiles, followed by stealth bombers firing torpedoes, and managed to break through our encirclement. I ordered a relentless pursuit, and we were close to catching them when our reconnaissance aircraft sent back a terrifying image. In the direction the Xiaolong Legion was fleeing, a peculiar warship had opened a star gate. The Xiaolong Legion streamed through it and vanished without a trace. As the star gate closed, a blinding white light burst forth, and communications were cut off until just now. A mysterious warship? A stargate? Instantaneous travel? Qin Ming's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the shocking news. Chu Xian massaged her temples, feeling tormented inside. Ever since she learned that her grandfather had been rescued by the Chu family's secret guards, she had been on edge. The faction supporting the prince would never let this go easily. If they had a death list, Chu Chang'e's name would surely be on it. Every 5 minutes, Chu Xian asked her adjutant if there was any news, but the answers were always disappointing. Currently, the faction supporting the prince and the Chu family were at each other's throats, with all existing communication channels severed, and the prince's faction had blocked all information about Chu Chang'e. At this moment, the entire Xingyao Empire was focused on the whereabouts of this legendary marshal, but few could obtain accurate intelligence. The female adjutant brought a lavish meal, only to see Chu Xian pacing anxiously in her office. Since taking over as head of the family, she had never been this unsettled, showing just how much she cared about her grandfather's safety. Miss, you should eat something, the adjutant advised kindly. I'm not hungry, Chu Xian replied without looking up, walking straight to her desk and staring at a photo of her and her grandfather, her eyes slightly red. Just then, her terminal beeped with an incoming call from Zhao Chun. Under normal circumstances, Chu Xian might have felt a flutter of excitement, but now her mind was entirely occupied with her grandfather's safety. After some hesitation, Chu Xian answered the call, noticing the hundreds of missed calls from people seeking information. Zhao Chen's face appeared on the screen, with the bridge of AT-4 Zukla-class cruiser faintly visible in the background. How have you been? He asked with a smile. Chu Xian rolled her eyes. How do you think? My grandfather's life is in danger. If he hadn't ordered me not to deploy troops, I would have taken the Chu army to the central star region of Xingyao and wiped out those bastards. She expected Zhao Chun to offer some comforting words, but his smile remained unchanged, and he even asked playfully, what if I bring your grandfather back? How will you thank me? Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, then looked at him incredulously, thinking it was a terrible joke. This is no time for jokes. If you really care about me, that's great, but I'm in a bad mood right now. If you have nothing else to say, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. Zhao Chen quickly stopped her. I'm not joking. Tell me, if I bring your grandfather back safely, how will you thank me? Are you serious? Chu Xian was getting impatient. Fine. I'll respect you, serve you tea, wash your feet, give you massages, and follow your every command. Is that enough? Stop joking around. It's annoying. She was about to hang up. Wait, don't hang up yet. Remember what you just said. Zhao Chen said with a mischievous smile. Turning the camera, an elderly man appeared on the screen, looking around the bridge. Xin'er, guess who this is? Chu Xian was stunned, almost pressing her face against the screen. Grandfather, how are you on Zhao Chen's ship? It's a long story. I'll tell you later, Zhao Chen said smugly. But don't forget your promise, Miss Chu. Recalling her earlier words, Chu Xian wished she could disappear out of embarrassment. But right now, her grandfather's safety was all that mattered. Granddaughter, I didn't let you know. So you must have been worried, Chu Changhe said with a hearty laugh as he approached the camera. Hearing the familiar voice calling out, Chu Xian couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm just glad you're okay. Why didn't you contact me right away? Do you have any idea how worried everyone was? Oh, I got a bit carried away. Chu Changhe scratched his head sheepishly. I was busy checking out Zhao Qin's T4 cruiser and forgot about everything else. Chu Xian glared at him angrily. Well, why don't you just stay with your precious battleship forever then? Come on, Xin'er. What's wrong? Why are you still mad at your grandpa? Chu Changhe was puzzled, while the culprit beside him put on an innocent face. Where are you guys now? Are you safe? Chu Xian quickly regained her composure and focused on the important question. Don't worry, we just arrived at the outskirts of the Chu family's main star system. We're perfectly safe, Zhao Chen replied. What? How did you manage to get here from the capital so quickly? Chu Xian was stunned. Zhao Chen kept her in suspense, while Chu Changhe laughed and teased, Xin'er, you have no idea how many amazing things this kid has. He has a T4 Huigang-class jump ship that can open stargates remotely and teleport us directly from the capital. This thing is absolutely incredible. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhao Chun with a look of admiration, almost hinting at something. Chu Changhe was clearly coveting the powerful ship, wishing Zhao Qian would give him a few more, preferably with the blueprints included. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Zhao Chun was a reliable future son-in-law, almost ready to nod and approve the match on the spot. After a brief exchange with Chu Xian, the communication ended. She will lead the fleet to greet us, and Chu Changhe also has some follow-up arrangements. Kid, how much starship technology do you actually know? Chu Changhe asked, eyeing Zhao Chun suspiciously. Just a little, Zhao Chen replied, gesturing modestly. Chu Changhe rolled his eyes. A little? That self-developed ship of yours, the T3 Judicator-class heavy missile ship? The name suits it well. It really packs a punch during missile strikes. But it's a money pit few can afford it if they have to buy missiles. And those 10 T4 Vermilion Bird-class cruisers of yours, not to mention the entire T3 fleet of the Xiaolong Legion. Besides the Royal Legion, no one can compete with you. So, who do you think is stronger, me or the Royal Legion? Zhao Chen asked curiously. As things stand, if you were to go head-to-head, the Xiaolong Legion would undoubtedly win, Chu Changhe analyzed. The Royal Legion may have T4 carriers and battleships, specializing in long-range attacks with fighters and drones, but your T3 Phoenix-class carrier matches them in that regard. Your previous encounter with the Third Prince proved this. Plus, your terrifying missile ship firepower can suppress them. The only real threat is their T4 battleships. The other T3 ships would be crushed by you. Zhao Chen nodded, as this aligned perfectly with Charlotte's assessment. Although he had easily taken down a few T4 battleships, it wasn't through direct confrontation but by leveraging numerical superiority and various tricks. By the way, Chu Xian mentioned that you promised to deliver a prototype and blueprints of the T4 destroyer by the end of the year, Chu Changhe said, eyeing Zhao Chun with a sly grin. It's now only 6 months away. Got any progress to show me? We agreed on 6 months, and that's when you'll see it, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Can't wait that long? I can wait, Chu Changhe said, his tone serious. But I'm worried some people won't give us the time. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll get a cost-effective T4 destroyer by then, Zhao Chen reassured him, patting his shoulder like an old friend. Chu Changhe remained silent, his gaze deep and contemplative. What's your plan now? Zhao Chen asked. You've fallen out with the prince's faction. Even if you don't rebel, they won't tolerate you. Chu Changhe sighed deeply. I know, they want me dead, but I can't just hand them my head. I have my clan and people to protect, and enemies coveting our homeland to fend off. But I can't overthrow the empire. I'm not cut out for it, and neither is Xin'er. We are good at warfare, not governance. Giving the empire to me might be worse than leaving it with the prince's faction. Moreover, many would be dissatisfied, possibly leading to division. Zhao Chen nodded. Being good at warfare doesn't necessarily mean being good at governance, and vice versa. Those who excel at both are truly rare. However, he had a solution to Chu Changhe's concerns. Old man, I have a remedy for your worries, Zhao Chen said mysteriously. You have a solution? Chu Changhe asked, skeptical. Zhao Chen nodded and then said, the little princess is in my custody. Chu Changhe's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Zhao Chen. Quickly grasping the implications, he slapped his thigh. I knew it. Wenqin, who was chasing the little princess in the Tsangyue sector, and she was rescued by a mysterious fleet. We searched the entire sector but found no trace. So it was you pulling the strings all along. Wasn't it thanks to that T4 Huigang-class warp ship? Zhao chuckled. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Where is the little princess now? Chu Changhe asked. She's in my Xiaolong system, very safe. Zhao Chen replied. You're worried about the power vacuum after overthrowing the prince's faction. I've got that covered. The little princess is the best candidate. Chu Changhe nodded, rubbing his stubble. That's true. Although she might not be fit to be an empress just yet, given the current situation, she's our only choice. Born rulers are rare. She can learn over time. Exactly, a justified cause. Zhao Chen laughed. Now, there's only one last problem: strategic resources. Engaging in a war with the prince's faction will deplete both sides immensely. No matter how strong the Chu family army is, without a steady supply of resources, they won't last more than 6 months. At that point, the prince's faction just needs to drag things out to ensure victory. I've got a solution for that too, Zhao Chen said, winking. The reserves in the Chuhe and Beifeng systems aren't enough, but we can look outward. Chu Changhe, looking at Zhao Chen's smile, felt a strange resemblance to himself, which irritated him. Speak, he said in a deep voice. Chu Changhe looked at Zhao Chen in confusion, only to see the latter raise his hand, revealing a holographic star map. It displayed not only the entire territory of the Xingyao Empire, but also a vast unclaimed star region to the north and the spheres of influence of 2 other empires. The neutral zone between the 3 empires was marked in light colors, its area comparable to the entire Xingyao Empire. After the mechanical race retreated, this area became unclaimed, and various factions within the Xingyao Empire swarmed in, controlling nearly a third of it so far, though it was still in the early stages of development. According to preliminary estimates, the resource value of just this third of the unclaimed star systems was equivalent to 5 Chuhe star regions. Pointing at the star map, Zhao Chen smiled and said, Didn't you say we were short on strategic materials? Isn't this exactly what we need? Chu Changhe had an epiphany. You want to control these unclaimed star systems? Zhao Chen nodded. Now that we're in opposition to the prince's faction, only one side can survive within the Xingyao Empire. This war could last from a few months to several years. We must prepare in advance. With so many available resources right in front of us, how can we let them go to waste? Chu Changhe stared at the distant star systems and said, Your suggestion is good, but it's very difficult to execute. First, we lack the equipment for large-scale mining. While the Chuhe star region is advanced in military industry, it falls short in mining machinery. Secondly, there's the issue of time. Even the Empire's official plan would take 5 years to complete industrial construction and 30 years to reach peak capacity. Even if we control these areas, we don't have that much time to develop them. They can't do it, but I can, Zhao Chen said confidently. With a wave of his hand, a holographic image of a starship appeared before Chu Changhe. This is our T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ship. Equipping a large number of these will allow us to start extracting resources from those star systems in a very short time. Additionally, I will begin developing even more advanced T4 mining ships to maximize our production capacity. If you think this plan is feasible, I guarantee that within 3 months, we can create another Chuhe star region out there. Chu Changhe was astonished as he looked at the T3 mining ship. Kid, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Even the Empire hasn't developed a T3 heavy mining ship, and you've already got one. If we can indeed reach the production capacity of a Chuhe star region in 3 months, then in a direct confrontation with the prince's faction, we can at least match them in terms of conventional resource consumption. Our reserves, which would have been exhausted in 6 months, might last a year. Since you have everything planned out, you must have a detailed strategy, right? Chu Changhe asked. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, glancing at his succubus secretary working diligently in the distance. With her team, many things were already taken care of, with countless contingency plans prepared before starting. Leave it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied in 3 months, Zhao Chen assured, patting his chest. You just focus on outmaneuvering the prince's faction during this time. Don't let them get the upper hand on the battlefield. Get the upper hand? Chu Changhe snorted. That's not my style. Finally, the two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes falling on the star map, like a dragon and a tiger, dominating the entire Xingyao Empire. The next day, the news of Chu Changhe's safe return spread quickly, making the prince's faction situation immediately more precarious. While they haven't made any public statements, they have been secretly intensifying their military deployments, mobilizing large legions to key positions at the border of the Chu River and North Wind star systems. They have even reallocated forces from other regions and drafted a plan to expand by 10 legions within a year. Such a sudden and massive military buildup is nothing short of a blatant declaration of war. Meanwhile, in the Chu River star system, a grand military exercise was launched. All the Imperial legions stationed locally were mobilized, and even interstellar media were invited to broadcast the event. 19 legions marched in formation across various star systems, displaying their might and discipline, creating an awe-inspiring and intimidating spectacle. Suddenly, a broadcast appeared on all public channels. On the screen stood an elderly general on the bridge of EP4 battleship, dressed in the Chu family uniform, with 5 stars gleaming on his shoulders and a golden Chu emblem on his chest. It was none other than Chu Changhe, the commander of the Chu family legion. Prince Qin, you accuse me of regicide and treason, tarnish the empress's reputation, deny the princess's identity, and even plot to harm the empress and execute ministers. But the truth is, you are the one who brutally murdered your father and covets the throne. Chu Changhe's voice boomed with a resonant authority, each word striking like a hammer. The crowd was not surprised by this, as the confrontation had long been anticipated. Since the prince's faction had made their move, Chu Changhe was bound to respond, either through retaliation or seeking a truce. His decision to conduct a high-profile military exercise at this critical juncture made his stance unmistakably clear. However, what he said next left everyone in shock. Today, I, Chu Changhe, Marshal of the Empire and Governor of the Chu River Star System, am determined to eradicate the royal corruption and support the only hope of the Star Empire, Her Highness, the young princess. Chu Changhe stepped aside, revealing a figure seated in the captain's chair behind him. Dressed in a pristine white military uniform, she exuded a heroic and divine presence. It was none other than the young princess, Qin Xiaolei. At that moment, countless soldiers and billions of subjects witnessed an astonishing turn of events. Marshal Chu, I hereby grant you supreme military authority. All military forces are to follow your command. Anyone who resists shall be deemed a traitor and disloyal to the royal family. Qin Xiaolei declared forcefully. At your command, your majesty. Chu Changhe bowed, then drew the ancient sword from his waist, raising it at a 45-degree angle. In a loud voice, he proclaimed, the Chu clan pledges to be the sharp sword in the hands of the young princess and swears absolute loyalty. The video ended abruptly but had already caused a sensation throughout the Xingyao Empire. Although the nobles had anticipated Chu Changhe's break with the prince's faction, they never expected him to have the young princess as his trump card. This development suddenly made the standoff between the two sides much more delicate. Previously, regardless of whether Qin was plotting, it was merely a power struggle between monarch and minister, with Qin holding the upper hand. But now, with Chu Changhe also having the support of royal blood, the two sides were suddenly on equal footing. Qin might rely on his legitimate lineage, but wasn't the young princess also a legitimate descendant? As for the so-called bloodline theory, smart people wouldn't buy into it easily, especially since Qin couldn't provide solid evidence. Shortly after, the interstellar media broadcasting the military exercise noticed small robots appearing on the hulls of the Imperial warships. They quietly crawled to the emblems on the ships and painted the originally blue 7-pointed stars a bright red. Though it was just a change in color, it gave the entire fleet a fresh, formidable look, exuding a sense of ironclad resolve. From then on, this emblem was known as the Blood Red 7 Stars. Although the subsequent military exercises didn't offer many highlights, they had already stirred up a massive storm within the Xingyao Empire. Zhisu Star Region, Su family residence. That was a brilliant move by Chu Changhe, the old governor Su remarked calmly. Father, what should we do next? The eldest son of the Su family asked cautiously. The prince's faction has already ordered us to send troops to aid in quelling the rebellion. Governor Su pondered for a moment and said, in the grand scheme of things, even though Chu Changhe is formidable, it's hard for him to contend with the entire power of the prince's faction. Moreover, his current situation is extremely perilous. However, taking sides now would be premature. The true victor is yet to be determined, and wise people will naturally adapt to the changing winds. As for the prince's faction, we can't completely ignore them either. Governor Su began to give orders. None of the Su family's direct or collateral fleets are to leave the Zhisu Star region. As for the others, I can't control them too much. Let them do as they wish. The eldest son of the Su family understood. As expected, none of the Su family's ships moved, but several families within the Star region that leaned towards the prince's faction sent private troops or strategic supplies to fully support Qin. Even among the 5 local military corps, 3, each with nearly 10,000 warships, were mobilized. This situation was mirrored in other star regions as well. The prince's faction was rapidly gathering forces to deal with the significant threat posed by Chu Changhe. Qin was determined to achieve a swift victory to solidify his claim to the throne. At the same time, he needed to take precautions against a potential attack from Chu's forces. In the strategic conference room on the imperial capital Star, Qin was staring at the star map of the Xingyao Empire. It clearly marked the positions of each military corps, including the movements in the Chu and Beifeng regions. Your Highness, as of now, with the strong support from all sides, our fleet's total number has surpassed 300,000 and is still growing. Huang Zhixiong reported excitedly. On the other hand, Chu Chang'e's side has only a mere 60,000 warships. The Beifeng Star region can barely muster 20,000. Our advantage is fourfold. No matter how strong the Chu family's border troops are, they won't be able to withstand our offensive. In my opinion, there's no need for a prolonged campaign. We can achieve a swift victory. He was brimming with confidence, as if victory was already assured and his name was destined for the annals of history. Qin Ming glanced at him sideways and said coldly, "Never underestimate the enemy just because of our numerical advantage. Remember, we've suffered from such complacency before. Zhao Chun has too many hidden cards. We must proceed with caution." Huang Zhixiang understood the implication behind Qin Ming's words. The third prince's fleet of 20,000 had been disastrously defeated in the Xiaolong system by a mere 3,000 enemy warships, despite having a six-fold advantage. The outcome was self-evident. Moreover, in the recent mission to rescue Chu Changhe, the Xiaolong Legion was surrounded and pursued by tens of thousands of enemy ships but managed to escape unscathed. These were resounding slaps to Qin Ming's face. Not to mention that Zhao Chun also possessed a mysterious warp-capable warship. "Your Highness, such elite fleets can only defeat larger forces in small-scale engagements," Huang Zhixiang argued. "In a grand battle involving hundreds of thousands of warships like ours, even the Xiaolong Legion would be insignificant." "Uncle, every step we take from now on must be with the utmost caution," Qin Ming said sternly, his tone brooking no argument. "We cannot afford to lose." Huang Zhixiang quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. "I understand, Your Highness. What are the next steps?" "We'll wait another week," Qin Ming decided. "If Chu Changhe doesn't take the initiative to attack, we will strike first. However, our objective remains the same. Focus on attrition. If necessary, we can abandon some star systems. As long as we endure for 6 months, once the Chu family's forces are exhausted, that will be the time for our final assault." "Understood." With that, the curtain on the civil war within the Xingyao Empire began to slowly rise. In the Xiaolong Galaxy, Zhao Qin couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the message from Chu Changhe. It seemed the old man had been well prepared. His secretary, Lilith, approached him respectfully and said, "The battle report from the rescue operation for Governor Chu is ready. Would you like to review it?" "Just give me the highlights," Zhao Qin replied calmly. Lilith began her briefing. The total cost of the operation, including the rescue mission, was 240 billion star credits. The 3 rounds of bombing by our 30 T3 Judicator-class missile ships alone cost 180 billion. We lost no warships, but 13 T3 ships were severely damaged, and 123 were moderately to lightly damaged. The main casualties were 13 fighter pilots who lost their lives. The enemy lost 13,000 warships, including 5 T4 and nearly 500 T3 ships, with over 7 million soldiers killed. Among them were 2 3-star lieutenant generals, 7 2-star major generals, and 26 1-star brigadier generals. Lilith added, "The Imperial Capital Star System is indeed extraordinary. Just over 10,000 warships led to the loss of more than 30 commanders." Zhao Qin quipped, "Most of these people are the offspring of nobility, sent to the Imperial Capital Star System to gain experience. The royal faction worked hard to promote a batch of loyalists, but they showed their true colors on the battlefield. Due to the battle lasting only an hour, we primarily used missile saturation attacks to deliver the most intense blow to the enemy." Lilith emphasized, "When we annihilated the Third Prince's fleet, the missile costs were only 120 billion. This time, the expenses nearly doubled." "I understand," Zhao Qin nodded. "I agreed with Charlotte's approach at the time. We needed to make our presence known and show that the royal faction is not invincible. The Xiaolong Legion and the Chu family are fully capable of standing against them. It's just a pity we didn't have the chance to engage the royal guard. The impact would have been greater." The thought of the Xiaolong Legion completely decimating the royal guard thrilled Zhao Chun. "These are the current military deployments of the royal faction." Lilith presented another document. "General Charlotte estimates that they will launch an offensive within a week at the latest, targeting the Chua starfield and the Beifeng starfield. Beifeng is the weak point in our defense line, making it a likely first target to divert Governor Chu's forces. Governor Beifeng and the old man Chu must have anticipated this. They have their own plans. We just need to focus on our duties," Zhao Qin said, waving his hand and pulling up a star map of the northern Chua starfield. "Lilith, how many T3 Prospector-class mining ships do we need to maximize the extraction of these star systems?" "Based on preliminary survey data and considering that T3 mining ships might discover new mineral deposits, we estimate the demand could double," Lilith replied. "We need at least 20,000 T3 mining ships, and the number could increase." 20,000? Just building the ships will cost nearly 2 trillion star credits. Zhao Chun was astonished. "And that's just the beginning," Lilith analyzed. "With 20,000 mining ships, we'll need at least 500 million employees. Additionally, we'll have to construct starports, stargates, and other infrastructure, requiring about 100 T3 Moonlight-class stargates and 100 T3 Storm Fortress-class starports, costing another 400 billion. Including transportation costs, the initial investment is estimated to be around 800 billion. Subsequent maintenance, logistics, patrols, and ground city construction will also be astronomical expenses, she added. 800 billion? Zhao Chun was stunned. He knew this venture would be costly, but hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. The Xiaolong Legion's assets, totaling over 1 trillion, suddenly seemed insignificant. Once completed, with 20,000 T3 mining ships fully operational, we expect a monthly output of at least 500 billion. Lilith looked at Zhao Chun. His eyes instantly lit up, as if he had seen a glittering treasure. We must push through with this project no matter what. If there's a chance, we'll take it. If not, we'll create one. I will claim this territory, no matter what it takes. Zhao Chun rubbed his hands excitedly, already calculating future expansion plans in his mind. He firmly believed that once this grand vision was realized, the Xiaolong Legion would soar to unprecedented heights, dominating the stars with its overwhelming financial power. The quarterly tasks flashed before his eyes. Assassinate the third Prince Qin Hu, destroy 10 T4 faction warships, annihilate the third prince's expeditionary force, and eliminate 3 count-level imperial nobles, all completed. The mission was accomplished, and it was time to claim the rewards. Zhao Chun eagerly opened the system panel, feeling a sense of anticipation. Congratulations on obtaining EP4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile frigate. The system notification sounded, and Zhao Chun's eyes widened. He had never seen this type of ship before. What made it so special? He couldn't wait to check the detailed specifications. It turned out that the T4 frigate boasted a terrifying 6 million units of Starshield energy, equipped with 3,000 short-range defense missiles and 50 launchers, along with 300 T4 class 8-barrel heavy cannons. Even more shocking, it was equipped with a special module called the Paladin Starshield Matrix. What kind of advanced technology was this? Zhao Chun was astounded. When more than 30 T4 Paladins gathered in one place, they could connect to form a massive star shield matrix, enveloping all nearby warships within it. The energy consumption to maintain this defensive shield was evenly distributed among each frigate, truly living up to its name. Zhao Chun's blood pumped with excitement as he imagined the fleet. A colossal energy shield with countless missile ships and carriers underneath, sweeping through enemies like a divine force. However, the T4 Paladin was not just about defense. Its bow was equipped with a Paladin's lance, entirely platinum, thicker, longer, and sharper than the T3 Triceratops ramming horn, with additional attack modes like high-frequency vibration, high-voltage current, and ultra-high-speed rotation. The most fearsome feature was that the lance could be discarded at any time. This completely solved the previous problem. Zhao Chun was overjoyed. The earlier T2 Black Rhino and T3 Triceratops, though formidable in close combat, often got their ramming horns stuck in enemy ships, becoming sitting ducks. Statistics showed that a third of them perished this way. However, the T4 Paladin came with 10 spare lances, ready to be swapped out at any time. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, leaving combat capabilities almost intact. This T4 frigate was truly irresistible. Zhao Chun was rubbing his chin in satisfaction when Lilith's call interrupted his reverie. "Commander, and Nana have arrived," Lilith said respectfully. Zhao Chun looked up, immediately understanding their purpose, and appeared listless, her eyes vacant, as if she had lost all hope. In contrast, Nana was full of energy, looking at Zhao Chun expectantly, like a puppy wagging its tail for a reward. New recruits were always easier to handle. Zhao Chun mused, casting a sidelong glance at Anne. She quickly avoided his gaze, feeling a surge of resentment. Every time she came here, she was either loaded with tasks or worked to the bone, taking months to recover afterward. Thinking of this, and felt deep resentment, wishing she could glare at Zhao Chun. "And you've performed well over the past 6 months, and I've noticed," Zhao Chun suddenly said. "As promised, the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship is now yours. The modification costs will be covered by the Legion." As soon as the words were spoken, Annie straightened up abruptly, her eyes gleaming with determination. She solemnly declared, "For the Commander, for the Falcon Legion, Annie's efforts are insignificant." Despite her words, only 3 words kept echoing in her mind. Annie's ship, Annie's ship, Annie's ship. Here's a future starship construction plan. Take a look and arrange the tasks accordingly. Zhao Chun glanced at Annie, who was still immersed in excitement. Annie immediately perked up and eagerly said, "Commander, just give the order, and we'll get it done perfectly. What's the model this time, and how many do we need to build?" "Not too many, just 20,000 T3 Prospector-class heavy mining ships." Before Zhao Chun could finish, Annie had already disappeared. Ahem. Zhao Chun coughed intentionally, and Annie's small figure slowly emerged from behind a control panel, smiling wryly. "Commander, 20,000 T3 mining ships. Well, it's not impossible, but... Nana, what do you think?" Zhao Chun turned his gaze to Nana. At that moment, Annie wished she could sew her sister's mouth shut. Why did this girl always miss the point? Since she wanted to take the lead, Annie decided to stay out of it and enjoy her newly acquired T2 Eden-class warship. Nana, full of energy, raised her hand to call up several holographic screens, her fingers flying over the controls to bring up a series of data. This construction task is feasible, but it requires cooperation from the Northern Goose Starship Technology Group. They currently have 3,000 T2 Hammerhead-class industrial ships. If all are used to build the T3 mining ships, we can complete the 20,000 ships in 30 months. 30 months? Zhao Chen rubbed his chin. That's too long. Ideally, we need it done by the end of the year, within 6 months. Annie rolled her eyes beside him. 30 months is already short. Do you know how massive this workload is? 6 months is pushing it, and will affect many existing construction plans. Nana replied earnestly. Phase construction is the optimal solution. Building so many T3 mining ships at once would be a huge burden. Zhao Chun was silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, completing 20,000 T3 mining ships in a short period is extremely challenging. Lilith, to meet our army's recent development and supply needs for the Chu Emperor and other factions, how much resource output do we need monthly? Lilith quickly calculated and responded. We need at least 200 billion star coins in resources per month, but ideally 300 billion. Zhao Chen looked at Nana, who thought for a moment and said, if we only need that amount, we can ensure it by the end of the year. First, we need to expand our existing industrial ships. Our army, along with our vassal forces, currently has. Nana pulled up a list. T4 Gemini-class heavy industrial ships, 1. T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial ships, 300. T2 Hammerhead-class heavy industrial ships, over 3,000. Zhao Chan stared at the updated numbers. T4 Gemini-class heavy industrial ships, 3. T3 Furnace-class heavy industrial ships, 500. T2 Hammerhead-class heavy industrial ships, 10,000. Tell me your detailed plan. Nana began to explain in detail. Expansion is not simple. Many industrial ships are also tasked with construction duties. First, the existing T4 Gemini class will be responsible for expanding their model to be completed within 3 months. Next, we'll allocate some T3 Furnace-class ships for expansion. Although efficiency will decrease, it will ensure the existing warship demands are met. Lastly, the T2 Hammerhead-class ships will also need to expand to 10,000 within 3 months. Expansion will require raw materials worth 36 billion star coins. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. Our current reserves are more than sufficient. Then, I plan to divide the construction of the T3 mining ships into 2 phases. Nana continued to explain that the first phase would involve the full production capacity of 10,000 T2 iron hammers, and by the end of the year, 10,000 T3 mining ships could be completed. The second phase would also be handled by them, with the remaining 10,000 ships finished as early as March next year or by mid-year at the latest. In case of any unforeseen issues, T3 furnaces could be called upon for support. This approach ensures timely completion without affecting the original schedule. To produce the first batch of 10,000 T3 mining ships, an investment of 200 billion star coins in raw materials is required. Once they are in production, it will significantly alleviate the pressure on building the second batch. After finishing her explanation, Nana looked confidently at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen genuinely admired her, glancing at Nana and then at Annie, wondering how 2 sisters could be so different. Nana, are you interested in the T3 Silver Eden-class battleship? Zhao Chen asked with a smile, looking at Nana with the anticipation of someone about to offer a tempting proposal. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.